Ah, it hurts. The agony from the zombie's bite had yet to fade, and Meng Shirwan abruptly struggled to sit up. Beneath her, a soft sensation greeted her as the radiant sunlight streamed through the window. Is this my RV? Wasn't it taken by that despicable couple on the very first day of the zombie outbreak? She swiftly fumbled for her phone at the bedside, which displayed the date. May 20th, 3025, at precisely 9 in the morning. Only 3 hours remained until the outbreak. I've been reborn. Meng Shirwan quickly embraced this reality, suppressing her excitement as she swung her legs over the side of the bed. The bed was adjustable upon raising it with a remote. A U-shaped lounge area was revealed beneath, accompanied by a small, adjustable dining table at its center. Approaching the dining table, she gently pressed a button on the wall-mounted monitor, which sprang to life and slid to the left, unveiling a square opening behind it. This opening led to the driver's cabin, a feature she had intentionally designed during the RV's conception. It facilitated seamless movement between the RV and the driver's cabin without the need to exit and circumvent the vehicle each time. The driver's cabin was spacious. Meng Shirwan deftly ignited the engine. She needed to return home first to retrieve her beloved cat, T-Su, whom she had nurtured for 2 years. In her previous life, a month after the zombie outbreak, a rescue team found her and took her to a base. She had barely settled in when a group of men robbed her. During the chaos, T-Su had dashed out from her hidden bag to confront the robbers. But the tiny feline stood no chance against such a group of men, ultimately meeting a tragic end before her eyes. In this new life, she vowed to survive, and so would T-Su. The thought of the despicable couple responsible for all this turmoil ignited a fire within her. The RV's design had been a labor of love for Meng Shirwan. It was based on a lightweight truck chassis, offering more space than a typical RV, equipped with every conceivable appliance, resembling a mobile home. Yet, on this very day in her past life, during the outbreak, her half-sister and her fiancé had seized the RV, abandoning her to fend for herself. Afterwards, Meng Shirwan had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 3 arduous years, living a half-alive existence. Meanwhile, they had been enjoying her RV, carefree, evading disaster, and living quite comfortably. Meng Shirwan parked the RV in the villa's garden, leaped from the driver's seat, and headed straight for the villa. Upon entering the living room, she beheld a harmonious family of 4, engaged in laughter and conversation. As she stepped inside, the jovial atmosphere momentarily froze, for pairs of eyes fixating on her, each reflecting a complex array of emotions. Sister, Meng Qingwei rose with a sweet smile directed at Meng Shirwan. Gu Jinsheng and I just returned from obtaining our marriage certificate. Come, join us for some wedding candy. At these words, Meng Shirwan narrowed her eyes, silently grinding her teeth. Her mother had passed away from illness when she was 10. 6 months later, her father had brought home a woman, along with a half-sister who was merely a year younger than her. It is indeed the insufferable green tea before us. Anyone acquainted with Meng Shirwan is aware that Gu Jinsheng is her fiancé, the object of her affections throughout her youth. Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng have somehow become entwined, and now they dare to smile and invite her to partake in wedding sweets. Is this not the very essence of insincerity? Meng Shirwan, however, does not indulge her, merely inquiring, "What tea did you brew today? It is particularly fragrant." With this singular remark, the expressions of the 4 individuals in the living room shifted from complex to astonished. They had anticipated that upon learning of Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng's union, Meng Shirwan would erupt into chaos, turning the household upside down. To their utter astonishment, she merely floated the question, "What tea did you brew today?" Not a trace of anger was discernible on her face. This was not the Meng Shirwan they knew. In her attempts to provoke Meng Shirwan, the unsuccessful Meng Qingwei continued to smile and said, "It's Long Jing, brewed by my husband himself." In her previous life, upon discovering their marriage certificate, Meng Shirwan had indeed caused a tremendous uproar at home, shattering anything within her reach. It was not until the zombie outbreak at midnight that her family of 4 fled in her RV, leaving Meng Shirwan to fend for herself in the villa. With a forced smile that did not reach her eyes, Meng Shirwan replied, "Ah, so it is Long Jing. I had thought it was the taste of a green tea spirit." Throughout, she did not cast a single glance at Gu Jincheng. Such a scoundrel is unworthy even a frog from a stinking ditch. The others, being astute, easily discerned Meng Shiwan's veiled insults directed at Meng Qingyue. Meng Qingyue feigned innocence, saying, "Only those unloved in relationships are superfluous. Gu Jincheng and I are in love, sister. You wouldn't blame us, would you?" Meng Hanyuan scoffed. "How dare you speak to your sister in such a manner? Apologize to her." Gu Jincheng wore a face of regret. "Shiwan, please allow me to explain." Meanwhile, Yuan gleefully observed the unfolding drama. Meng Shiwan took a deep breath, surrounded by this detritus. Her anger coiled within her, and she called out, "Tread snow." Meow. A plump, cow-like cat bounded down the stairs, arriving at Meng Shiwan's feet and sprawling on the floor in a display of affection. Meng Shiwan bent down to scoop up Tread Snow and turned to leave. Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Meng Hanyuan's temper flared. "Leave, leave. If you walk out that door, do not return." Meng Shiwan opened the RV door, placed Tread Snow inside, and closed it behind her. Leave? Indeed, she intended to depart. But before she did, she turned to face the two who had followed her out, one wearing a face of guilt attempting to explain, and the other with a fad of insincerity, trying to provoke her further. Meng Shiwan raised an eyebrow. "You two come here. I offer you an opportunity to earn my forgiveness." The pair exchanged bewildered glances as they regarded Meng Shiwan leaning against the pink RV. Is this truly the Meng Shiwan they knew? When did she become so amenable? Could she genuinely forgive her most cherished man for marrying her own sister behind her back? Amidst the confusion, the two individuals approached Meng Shiwan. Gu Jincheng earnestly stated, "Shiwan, I never intended to harm you. To hell with you." Meng Shiwan delivered a fierce punch to Gu Jincheng's eye socket, sending him crashing to the ground. Since her mother's passing, and with Yuan entering their lives, she had not experienced a single day of tranquility. Upon entering university, she became fervently dedicated to fitness despite her slender appearance. Every inch of her body was defined by astonishing muscle tones. Coupled with the combat skills honed during 3 harrowing years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, her punch was indeed formidable enough to incapacitate an average person. Gu Jincheng felt dizzy and disoriented, lying on the ground for quite some time, his eye socket immediately swelling to a deep purple hue. Meng Qingfeng exclaimed, "Meng Shiwan, why are you hitting people?" Meng Shiwan rolled up her sleeves. "Do not panic, you are not exempt." With that, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon the two. Reflecting on the myriad grievances from her past life, her anger surged uncontrollably. This was undeniably her caravan, and there was ample space for another person, yet this family had abandoned her in the villa, indifferent to her well-being. Later, when they encountered her at the base, Meng Shiwan had become a gaunt shadow of her former self. Gu Jincheng towered over her. Meng Qingfeng ridiculed her coldly, and even her biological father turned a blind eye, offering her no morsel of food, allowing her to struggle in the apocalypse until she ultimately perished amidst the zombies. Contemplating these memories fueled her resolve, and she struck fiercely, leaving the two writhing on the ground, howling in pain. By the time Meng Hanyuan and Yuan, accompanied by their servants, rushed out, Meng Shiwan had already ceased her assault, entered her vehicle, and drove away, leaving behind a cacophony of curses. Bruised and battered, Meng Qingyue could barely articulate her words. "She's gone mad. Meng Shiwan must be insane. If I am disfigured, I will not let this go." Meng Hanyuan hurried to console her. "I will have the family doctor come immediately. From now on, I disown her as my daughter. She shall not set foot in this house again." Meng Qingyue felt a sense of unjust grievance, yet secretly reveled in her triumph. From this moment forth, everything belonging to the Meng family would be hers, wealth and men alike. At last, she had successfully ousted the bothersome Meng Shiwan. Chapter 2. Hoarding. By the time Meng Shiwan arrived at the largest nearby shopping mall, it was already 9:28 in the morning, leaving her with just 2 hours and 32 minutes before the impending zombie outbreak. Treading lightly through the snow, her companion, Tu Shue, peeked through the passenger seat, her round little head darting from side to side. Meng Shiwan unbuckled her seatbelt and said, "Tu Shue, I am going to buy some supplies. Please wait here patiently for me." "Meow," Tu Shue replied, withdrawing her head and obediently settling down on the passenger seat, signaling her understanding. Meng Shiwan parked the RV by the roadside and hurried directly into the supermarket. Time was of the essence, and the limited space in the RV necessitated that she procure only the most essential items. It was a weekday, and the mall was relatively quiet. Pushing her shopping cart with urgency through the aisles, she caught the attention of several employees. First, she made her way to the fresh produce section, where she promptly informed the staff at the various meat counters, "I would like 10 pounds of lamb, 10 pounds of beef brisket, 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of chicken, and 10 pounds of shrimp. Please cut the meat into smaller portions, package them in preservation bags, and deliver them to the checkout." It was not that she wished to purchase more. The refrigerator in her RV had a capacity of only 76 liters, allowing for a maximum of 50 pounds of meat. The employee at the pork counter, grinning broadly, assured her, "No problem. It's a quiet morning, and we will make sure everything is perfectly prepared for you." She then glided her cart over to the grain section. A salesperson attempted to pitch their brand, but Ming Sherwan interrupted, "I need 10 bags of 50-pound rice, 10 bags of 50-pound flour, 10 barrels of 10 liters of oil, and 50 bags of salt. Please ensure they are the finest quality and deliver them to the checkout." The salesperson, overjoyed, eagerly responded, "Absolutely, absolutely." Meng Sherwan had no qualms about spending money. Once the zombie apocalypse commenced, currency would become worthless. The rice and flour she purchased would sustain her for years, filling her with a profound sense of security. Continuing to the condiments aisle, she collected soy sauce, vinegar, hot pot ingredients, various spices, and yeast, essentials that must not be overlooked. However, she refrained from overindulging for fear that the RV might not accommodate it all. Even so, her cart was brimming with her selections. Approaching the checkout, she noticed a lack of customers ahead of her. "Would you kindly scan these items first? I wish to procure a few more things and will return shortly to finalize my purchase," she requested before pushing an empty cart back into the store. The employees were astonished, having never witnessed someone restocking supplies at a supermarket in such a manner. In this second round, she focused on durable vegetables and fruits, selecting apples, oranges, cabbage, radishes, and similar items. With the refrigerator's chilled compartment holding a capacity of 112 liters, she could not fit much more. So she filled only one cart before moving on to other sections. She gathered towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, toilet paper, as well as body wash, shampoo, and laundry detergent. Just 2 or 3 sets of each would suffice. She ensured to stock up on sanitary napkins, filling half a cart with them. As she was about to leave, she glanced over at the beverage aisle and suddenly remembered she needed to buy water. The RV was equipped with 4 water tanks, with the tank for drinking water boasting a capacity of 100 liters. The clear water tank, holding 600 liters, is designated for daily activities such as washing and dish cleaning. The gray water tank, with a capacity of 100 liters, stores the used water from these activities, necessitating disposal once full. The black water tank, also 100 liters, is reserved for toilet waste and requires cleaning and emptying when filled, to ensure access to potable water. She intends to fill both the purified water tank and the clear water tank with bottled mineral water. In this post-apocalyptic world, the threat extends beyond mere zombies. Natural disasters accompany the chaos, with extreme heat being the first calamity, rendering water resources exceedingly precious. "Trouble me for 20 liters of water and bring me 35 barrels," she requests. The attendant replies, "I'll head to the warehouse immediately. Where should I deliver them?" Meng Sherwan responds, "There's a pink RV by the roadside. Deliver it there." Pushing her cart laden with daily necessities toward the checkout area, she discovers that the items she had previously ordered have already been delivered and scanned. A well-dressed attendant smiles and inquires, "Where should we send these?" "I'll have someone assist you," Meng Sherwan specifies, "to the pink RV by the roadside. By the way, do you have a ladder I could borrow?" "Certainly, I'll have someone fetch that for you." Several attendants busily push items outside. After completing the scanning of her essentials, she glances at the time, 10:35. There remains 1 hour and 25 minutes until the zombie outbreak. As she emerges with her cart, the attendant is already waiting by the RV. Upon seeing Meng Sherwan approach, a young girl cheerfully asks, "Sister, why are you loading so much stuff into your RV? Are you preparing to enter the no man's land?" Not in the mood for idle conversation, Meng Sherwan retrieves her wallet and hands out several red bills to each person. "I'll need your assistance in loading the vehicle." The sight of money instantly brightens their faces. "Sure, just tell us how to load it, and we'll comply." Meng Sherwan first opens the 2 water tank hatches on the side and retrieves a small pump from a compartment near the chassis. "Please pump the mineral water into the tanks." Right away, a young man eagerly accepts the task. She also produces a small remote control from the driver's seat and gently presses a button, causing the RV's roof to ascend slowly. The young girl exclaims, "Wow! The roof can lift. This RV is impressive." Indeed, this RV, transformed from a lightweight cargo vehicle, resembles a steel behemoth. The young workers gaze at it with envy. Who wouldn't yearn for poetry and distant horizons, yet they remain bound to their laborious lives. The RV boasts 2 levels, with a small staircase leading to the upper floor. When the roof is not raised, the second floor is merely a 1-meter-high enclosed space. However, once the roof is elevated by 4 retractable rods, the upper level transforms into a breezy terrace. Meng Sherwan recognizes that this upper space serves as an excellent storage area. It is simply too advantageous. She instructs, store the rice, flour, and oil up there, ensuring the height does not exceed the surrounding 1-meter walls. Otherwise, the roof will not close. Understood, sister. They promptly sprang into action, erecting a ladder, with some passing items up while others were responsible for packing. A 50-pound sack of rice was no challenge for the strong and vigorous young men. Meng Sherwang then called over a young girl, instructing her to help place the items from the shopping cart into the RV while she organized them. The girl obliged, pushing the cart to the side door of the RV, retrieving items one by one. Meng Sherwang first stowed the meat in the freezer, followed by the vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator. A few cabbages could not fit and were temporarily placed on the countertop. Condiments were tucked into the cabinet beneath. Toiletries were directly placed on the shelving unit in the bathroom. Sanitary products and tissues were stored neatly in the drawer beneath the stairs, achieving a perfect organization. After approximately 20 minutes of diligent effort, the group successfully loaded all their belongings into the RV. Meng Sherwang lowered the roof and closed the door. As several young people waved to her, "Goodbye, sister. If you need help again, remember to call on us." Their youthful exuberance radiated, reminiscent of recent graduates. Their smiles vibrant and infectious. However, Meng Sherwang's gaze dimmed. Soon, it would be difficult for them to wear such smiles again. Chapter 3. The zombie outbreak. Meng Sherwang glanced at the time on her phone. There was still an hour left. She hastened towards a nearby pharmacy. But when she passed a street of snacks, her steps abruptly halted, unable to move forward. Having not tasted proper food in 3 years, she could not resist the allure of delicacies. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of indulgence. She turned a corner and ordered a serving of braised crayfish, a cup of passion fruit, a strawberry slush, alongside some grilled skewers, fried chicken, and a small beer. After placing her order, she dashed into the pharmacy, intending to return just in time to collect her meal. Inside the pharmacy, she swept through the aisles, gathering an array of medications for cooling down and reducing fever, anti-inflammatory and pain relief, cold and flu treatments, and first aid supplies, nearly depleting the shelves. The attendant, watching her with a bemused expression, hesitated to speak, ultimately unable to restrain herself. There are regulations against purchasing so many items at once. Without lifting her head, Meng Sherwang continued her shopping frenzy. "I will pay you 10 times the price. I want to take it all now. If you want to sell, I'll inquire elsewhere." The attendant was taken aback. "All right, I'll sell." Meng Sherwang placed several baskets of medicine on the glass counter, but the attendant began scanning them one by one, and she could not wait. "I'll transfer 500,000. Hurry and bag them." The attendant glanced at the mountain of medications. Even 100,000 would suffice, and she promptly began bagging. Once the notification of the 500,000 transfer chimed, the attendant beamed like a flower, handing over the bags. "Madam, have a safe journey, and we welcome you to visit again." Meng Sherwang exited, locating a shared electric bike, hanging the bags on it, and first placed the medications into the RV before cycling back. She then visited a clothing store and purchased 5 sets of athletic wear, followed by a lingerie store where she acquired over a dozen sets of undergarments. At last, she visited the pet store to purchase 50 pounds of cat food and some deworming medication. With only 10 minutes remaining until noon, Meng Sherwang hopped onto a shared electric bike, hastily retrieved her order, and sped towards the RV. By 11:58, she had placed her belongings inside the vehicle and leapt up, slamming the door shut with determination. She was fully prepared to face the impending apocalypse. Takshu, her furry companion, affectionately rubbed against her legs, exhibiting extraordinary obedience. Meng Sherwang lifted Takshu into her arms, affectionately stroking its fluffy head, whispering that the world was about to change. Zombies, accompanied by natural disasters, seemed bent on the extinction of humanity, vowing not to relent until their goal was achieved. Yet, amid this apocalyptic crisis, humanity was also evolving. Alongside the zombies, superhumans emerged. In her previous life, Meng Shirwang had failed to awaken any powers after 3 years, and she feared that her chances were slim in this incarnation as well. Takshu, unable to comprehend her words, nuzzled her face with its plush head. She gently placed Takshu on the sofa and began to organize the items piled in the corridor. The freshly acquired food was first stored in the cabinet, followed by her clothing. Inside the RV, adjacent to the living area, stood a wardrobe approximately 1 meter tall. Meng Shirwang stuffed several articles of clothing, including undergarments, into it, filling it to the brim. To the left of the wardrobe was a small staircase leading to the second floor, with storage space beneath the stairs for sanitary supplies. To the left of the staircase was a refrigerator with doors that opened both up and down, topped with a small storage cabinet that remained empty. Adjacent to the refrigerator was a bathroom equipped with a sink, toilet, and shower. Opposite this, on the left side of the entrance, was a 2-meter-long cabinet extending to the rear. At the back, there was a narrow spice cabinet, beneath which sat a washing machine, with a steam oven just to the left. The steam oven featured a drawer for storing dishes, while the cabinet further left was filled to capacity with spices. The entire RV was adorned in a soothing pastel color palette, evoking a sense of comfort. Just as Meng Shirwang closed the door, screams erupted outside. She glanced up to see a sudden mutation in the square, where an individual transformed and lunged at those nearby. The man, now a zombie, sank his teeth into the neck of a female companion, tearing open her abdomen with brutal force, spilling intestines and organs onto the ground as he ravenously chewed. The woman soon lost her breath, convulsing briefly before dragging her disemboweled self towards a bystander. The scene was utterly horrific, sending waves of terror through the crowd. The mall descended into chaos as many fled, pursued relentlessly by zombies with dull, gray eyes. Those who lagged behind were seized and devoured. The deceased transformed into zombies, joining the ranks of predators to hunt the living. Meng Shirwang observed this gruesome spectacle through the window with a cold gaze. In her previous life, she had witnessed such horrors countless times, having also been a victim pursued by zombies, succumbing to fear. She quickly lowered her gaze to her hands, feeling a surge of disappointment. The body exhibited no transformation, confirming the absence of any awakened abilities. At that moment, a young man burst out of the supermarket, racing towards Meng Shirwang's camper. She recognized him as the lad who had just assisted her in drawing water for the tank. He dashed to the side of the vehicle, fervently pounding on the door, his eyes filled with hope. He believed that if Meng Shirwang opened the door, he would be saved. Alas, he was mistaken. Meng Shirwang stood inside the camper, her expression impassive as she observed him through the window of the door. She watched his terror, the zombies closing in behind him, and witnessed the horrific moment when one of them tore a gaping hole in his back. In his final moments, the young man wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom why this woman would stand by and watch him perish, indifferent to his plight. Meng Shirwang scoffed, in this apocalyptic world, morality and kindness only hastened one's demise. Her sole desire was to survive. Only when she saw the soft, plaintive calls of T. Su did her heart soften slightly. Those she cared for were already by her side. The fate of others mattered little to her. Soon, the young man's eyes glazed over, transforming into a zombie, instinctively continuing to pound on the camper door. The zombie, impervious to pain and imbued with great strength, struck the door with a resounding thud. Annoyed by the noise, Meng Shirwang picked up a multifunctional outdoor shovel resting on the edge of the stairs and opened the window of the door. She thrust the shovel out, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies with a couple of decisive strikes, their heads rolling away. As she prepared to retract the shovel to clean the bloodstains in the bathroom, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind, indistinguishable between male and female. Ding. The camper system is bound. Killing 1 zombie grants a novice reward. The camper is permanently immune to all damage. Task: submit a crystal core to expand a cubic space. Meng Shirwang's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to withdraw her hand. What was happening? A camper system? Permanent immunity to all damage? Submitting a crystal core for space expansion? How extraordinary. No wonder in her previous life, Meng Qingyue and her family enjoyed such a prosperous existence in her camper. They had truly been living the good life. She had previously wondered how this camper, designed by herself, could be so resilient. After 3 years of use, it appeared as good as new. Now she understood. Chapter 4, The Camper System before her. A virtual internal perspective of the camper materialized, displaying multiple locations available for expansion: wardrobe, cabinets, refrigerator, pure water tank, clean water tank, sewage tank, black water tank, diesel tank, gasoline tank. This camper operated on diesel, yet it was equipped with numerous electrical appliances. To alleviate concerns about insufficient power supply, a generator was installed at the bottom, powered by gasoline, hence the additional gasoline tank for its use. My goodness! Meng Shihuan was left in awe. Any storage space within the camper could be expanded. In the future, she could amass an immense quantity of resources, essentially becoming a walking repository of energy. However, as Meng Shihuan contemplated the conditions for expansion, a smile faded from her lips. Each crystal core could only expand a single cubic meter, and such cores were exceedingly rare. In the early days of the apocalypse, one might slay 100 zombies without yielding a single crystal core. It was only after a year that they began to appear more frequently. Approximately 50 or 60 zombies needed to be dispatched to obtain just one core. The sheer number of cores required to create the energy reservoir she envisioned was staggering. Nevertheless, the fact that the RV could expand its space was still impressive. Each additional cubic meter meant an increase in resources, providing her with an extra layer of security. How remarkable was it that she had designed such an extraordinary vehicle? Meng Shihuan's eyes sparkled with wonder. As people fled from the shopping center, the horde of zombies outside grew. Some zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, stumbled towards her RV, banging against it in an attempt to drag Meng Shihuan out for a meal. Yet, this time, no loud thuds echoed once she closed the windows. The interior remained remarkably quiet. Excitement bubbled within her. Was her immunity to harm truly that formidable? It could even muffle noise? The RV remained steadfast, undisturbed by the zombies' assaults. Did this not imply that her vehicle was invulnerable, a perfect fortress that shielded her from noise? With this thought, her spirits lifted, and she hummed a cheerful tune as she headed to the restroom to wash the blood from her hands and the work shovel. Tisu, unaware of her master's fluctuating emotions, oscillated between shock and joy, sitting on the coffee table with a tilted head, gazing at Meng Shihuan with wide, innocent eyes. When Meng Shihuan emerged from the restroom, she returned the shovel to its place and wiped her damp hands on Tisu's head. After we finish our chores and have a hearty meal, we'll venture out to slay some zombies. She had never imagined that killing zombies could be such a delightful endeavor. Tisu, with a disdainful shake of its head, expressed mild annoyance, making the cutest little sounds. Meng Shihuan switched on the television, allowing a rather uninspiring Xinxia romance drama to play, and settled in the hallway to organize her medications. She emptied the contents of her bag, discarding the cumbersome packaging to retain only the smallest units, which she then methodically arranged in the storage cabinet above the refrigerator, perfectly filling the space. The 10 bags of cat food, treats, and deworming medication she had brought back were tucked beneath the sofa. After tidying up the trash and placing it in a bag for later disposal, she retrieved a small pot from the cupboard, extracted 5 shrimp from the freezer, and set them to boil on the induction stove. Upon seeing the delectable food, Tisu leaped onto the shoe cabinet, its round eyes brimming with desire. Meng Shihuan chuckled. Just wait a moment, I'll cook it for you. She unwrapped the delicious items she had brought home and laid them out on the coffee table, the enticing aroma filling the air. Meng Shihuan was drooling uncontrollably, enchanted by the culinary delights before her. How long had it been since she savored something truly exquisite? She grasped a fried chicken leg and devoured half of it in one bite, the crispy, fragrant flavor transporting her soul to the heavens. Almost wishing to swallow her own tongue, a sip of light beer followed, and she felt as though bliss might send her into a euphoric faint. Meow, shrimp, my shrimp, protested Tajao, who had not tasted delectable food in ages. Without hesitation, Meng Shihuan shoved the remaining half of the chicken leg into her mouth, approached the cupboard, turned off the induction cooker, and discarded the hot water. After allowing it to cool slightly, she peeled the shrimp, tearing it into small pieces and placing them before Tajao. Eat up. Tajao began to devour the shrimp with contented sounds of delight. Meanwhile, Meng Shihuan sat on the sofa, ravenously indulging in the feast laid out before her. She swiftly consumed half a skewer of grilled lamb, followed by another sip of beer, a bite of fried chicken, and a taste of passion fruit beverage. The crispy, spicy, and sweet flavors, along with the effervescence, danced upon her palate, elevating her very soul. It had been far too long since she had relished such culinary pleasures. She had almost forgotten the taste of these foods. She ate voraciously yet with grace. If she were to become a food streamer, she would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. Outside the vehicle, a group of men and women fled in a frenzy, evading the advancing zombies. Clad in identical uniforms, they appeared to be co-workers. One of them, glancing through the car window, was nearly taken aback by the scene inside the RV. In this apocalyptic world, where zombies roamed freely, how could anyone remain so composed? Enjoying television and beer while grilling skewers? Did this person not realize that the undead were feasting on human flesh just outside? Suddenly struck by inspiration, the onlooker shouted, "Car! Who has a vehicle parked by the roadside? We need to hide in a car." "I do," replied one of the group, and they hurried towards the parking lot. Yet, before they could reach their destination, they witnessed a suited zombie shatter a car window with a single punch, seizing the hair of an occupant and sinking its teeth into the driver's skull. The chilling sound of teeth scraping against bone echoed in their ears. With hearts racing and voices trembling, they exclaimed, "Help! The car isn't safe either. What are we to do? We must find shelter in a building. Zombies cannot enter." The group then sprinted towards the mall, passing by the RV, where they spotted the girl inside, already indulging in the succulent crayfish. Doubt crept into their minds. Were they truly inhabiting the same world as her? Once Meng Shirwang had satisfied her hunger and thirst, she noticed that there seemed to be no zombies surrounding the RV. Zombies could detect the scent and movements of humans, enabling them to pinpoint their location for an attack. Could it be that the RV offered some form of scent barrier? Meng Shirwang opened the window beside the sofa, and the nearby wandering zombies abruptly turned their heads, clumsily lunging towards her. She quickly shut the window again, and the zombies, as if losing their target, appeared momentarily confused before resuming their search for other prey. Meng Shirwan understood that by closing the doors and windows, she could effectively isolate her scent. However, once opened, the zombies would still be able to detect her presence. Fortunately, the zombies posed no threat to the RV. They could not inflict harm on it. Yet, an excessive gathering of zombies could obstruct the road, hindering the vehicle's movement. Pushing aside the monitor, Meng Shirwan approached the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and maneuvered the vehicle to park beside a dumpster. Chapter 5. Where did such a talented individual come from? Upon returning to the RV, she discarded the garbage she had just packed into the dumpster through the window beside the sofa. Once tidied up, she stood on the staircase and gazed at the second floor, only to discover ample space remaining. 10 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, along with 10 bags of flour, were neatly arranged at the rear of the vehicle. 2 rows of oil barrels stood at the front, while 50 bags of table salt were stacked neatly in a single box, occupying only 2/3 of the available space. Excitement surged within Meng Shirwan. She could still stock up further. Nothing provided her with a greater sense of security than accumulating supplies. She dismantled the outer box of the table salt and discarded it into the dumpster below. Anything that took up space and served no purpose had no place within her RV. Next, she rummaged through the spice cabinet, filling every jar to the brim. She even stuffed small packages of hot pot ingredients or spices into the cabinet's crevices, ensuring every inch was filled to capacity. The remaining spices were repackaged into smaller portions and neatly arranged in the cabinet, while bulky bottles of soy sauce and vinegar were relocated to the second floor alongside the oil and salt. This freed up half of the cabinet space for additional storage. Meng Shirwan beamed at her accomplishments. Stocking up on supplies could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. Observing the situation outside, she noted that the plaza had fallen silent, with zombies wandering aimlessly. It was now past 2 in the afternoon. Those who could hide had done so, while those who could not had become zombies. Estimating the number of zombies in the plaza to be several hundred, with many more roaming within the shopping mall, she considered the possibility of defeating them all. With a stroke of luck, she might acquire a few crystal cores. However, it was impossible to take them on individually. If the zombies were to converge upon her at the sound of her attacks, she would be in deep trouble. Yet, she now possessed the RV, an invulnerable fortress against all harm. Thus, it seemed plausible that she would also be immune to the damage of collisions. With this thought igniting a spark of excitement within her, Meng Shirwan made her way to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Gazing at the stone barriers obstructing her path, a glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, she slammed the accelerator, aiming directly for the stones. The 3 round stone barriers were effortlessly pushed aside by the RV's impact, allowing it to smoothly enter the plaza. Leaning out to inspect the front of the vehicle, she was astonished to find not a single scratch. Her eyes gleamed with delight. Indeed, the RV was not merely a fortress but akin to a tank. As long as it could collide with something, it should be free to do so. She gazed at the horde of zombies advancing toward her, her excitement palpable. The relentless undead posed no threat. She would simply ram them with her vehicle. After all, It was a lightweight truck, perfectly capable of crushing a few zombies with ease. However, she was not foolish enough to charge into the densest part of the horde. Instead, she maneuvered around the perimeter, targeting the isolated zombies for her collisions. As long as she smashed their skulls, they would be irrevocably dispatched. The ghastly throng pursued her, while she drove her RV in erratic circles, deftly skirting the edges of the zombies, taking out several with each impact. Under the crushing wheels, they were reduced to a bloody pulp. In an instant, the expansive plaza transformed into a chaotic chase scene. Those hiding nearby peered through windows, their scalps prickling with dread. Who was this formidable individual, toying with the zombies as if they were mere playthings? The vehicle itself was astonishing, effortlessly toppling concrete barriers without leaving a dent. How terrifying were these zombies? Yet here was someone treating them like mere grass to be mowed down. The zombies within the mall, alerted by the commotion, began to emerge en masse. Meng Shiwan welcomed them indiscriminately. One zombie to crush, or two, she would dispatch them both. 20 minutes passed, and the plaza was littered with crimson tire tracks. Fragments of human remains scattered about, resembling a scene of carnage. It was sheer luck that allowed Meng Shiwan such a spree, being a weekday. And with the outbreak occurring at midday, there were not many shoppers around. The mall was newly constructed, its surrounding commercial area still under development, resulting in a sparse congregation of zombies on the roads. After eliminating this wave, the additional zombies drawn by the noise were few and manageable. Had she attempted such a maneuver in a bustling commercial district, she would likely have attracted all the nearby undead, trapping her RV in a sea of flesh and making escape impossible. Seeing that most of the zombies had been vanquished, Meng Shiwan returned to her RV, retrieving a versatile outdoor shovel, ready to disembark in search of crystal cores. Yet upon opening the door and witnessing the blood-soaked ground and remnants of flesh, hesitation crept in. After a moment of mental fortitude, she ultimately closed the door again, rummaging through a trash bag to wrap her feet. She also donned a disposable raincoat, enveloping herself thoroughly before stepping outside. These preparations had been made the day before. The RV was freshly acquired, and she had only managed to procure a few sofa cushions, bedding, cookware, and trash bags. After a night spent in the RV, she had traversed back this morning. It wasn't that she was squeamish about blood. After 3 years of apocalyptic existence, she had grown accustomed to it. Rather, she simply wished to avoid dirtying her pristine RV. As she walked on the bloody terrain, wielding her shovel, she cleaved the relatively intact skulls of the zombies in half, as one would slice a watermelon. Some zombies were merely mangled bodies with their heads writhing on the ground. Meng Shiwan went to cleave one in half, discovering it lacked a crystal core, and promptly moved on to the next. Those who had taken refuge upstairs, already unnerved by the gruesome scene, felt their scalp prickle even more upon witnessing Meng Shiwan's watermelon slicing motions. To their astonishment, she was a girl, and her brutal actions were astonishingly fierce. This young lady was undeniably impressive. Her method of dispatching zombies was nothing short of spectacular. How could she maintain such composure while others were in a state of panic? In the square, Meng Shiwan diligently searched for crystal cores. When an oblivious zombie charged at her, she swung her industrial shovel with force, creating a crater in the creature's skull. The motions of slaying zombies were already ingrained in her mind. In truth, a handful of zombies were not particularly frightening. Their movements were sluggish, and they did not run very fast. They lacked the sensation of pain and possessed formidable combat strength. Even a minor scratch could lead to infection, rendering them particularly terrifying. As long as one maintained good physical fitness, understood martial arts, had quick reflexes, and mastered the techniques for dispatching zombies, a person could easily contend with 3 to 5 of them without significant trouble. The true horror of zombies lay not in their individual presence, but in their overwhelming numbers. A horde of zombies could exhaust even the most powerful abilities of a supernatural being, leading to a slow demise. Regrettably, modern individuals often neglect physical activity. Some refrain from exertion altogether, occasionally succumbing to faintness. Lacking martial skills, they would ultimately become prey for the zombies. Chapter 6. Expanding space. Meng Shiwan meticulously searched the area, uncovering 7 crystal cores, a rather fruitful haul. The cores, resembling thumb-sized diamonds with a translucent white sheen, felt like exquisite gems in her hand. She discarded her disposable raincoat and removed the blood-stained garbage bag from her feet before returning to her RV. Eagerly, she anticipated discovering the nature of her expanded space. With a mere thought, a schematic of the RV materialized before her, revealing all the storage compartments clearly. The allocation of the 7 crystal cores emerged as a pressing concern. As the weather would gradually escalate to extreme heat, food and water sources became paramount, alongside the necessity for medical supplies. It was essential to stockpile these resources further, including gasoline. In such sweltering conditions, the RV's air conditioning would undoubtedly run incessantly, requiring ample fuel for the generator. The more diesel the RV consumed, the better. Reflecting on this, she realized a dire lack of supplies. After careful consideration, she resolved to expand the cabinet above the refrigerator designated for medical supplies by 1 cubic meter. Once filled, it would suffice for many years to come. She tapped on the schematic of the RV, selecting the expansion option for the storage space above the refrigerator, which prompted a page to appear for specifying quantities. One crystal core could expand 1 cubic meter, and Meng Shirwan decisively selected the quantity of 1. Upon clicking confirm, a small numeral, 1, appeared above the medicine cabinet in the RV's perspective view, indicating that this space had expanded by 1 cubic meter. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated once more, congratulating the user on the expansion of 1 cubic meter of space, assuring that all areas would remain eternally fresh and encouraging continued efforts. Meng Shirwan's eyes widened, gleaming like two bright bulbs. Eternal freshness. Eternal freshness. Does this mean that no matter what is stored or how long it remains, it will never spoil? This is astonishingly formidable. Only those who have struggled in a post-apocalyptic world can truly appreciate the magnitude of such a feature. She turned to observe the medicine cabinet's location, finding no apparent change. Approaching the cabinet, she opened the door to find it filled to the brim with medications, seemingly no different than before. Where's the space? Where is the eternal freshness? Just as this thought crossed Meng Shirwan's mind, a patch of blinding white space emerged behind the medicine cabinet, where a wall should have been. It resembled a stark white mosaic that abruptly appeared in a vibrant world. Quite jarring. This was entirely unlike the dazzling space she had envisioned. It even bore a somewhat antiquated appearance. She reached in and pushed all the medications into the space. To her delight, she discovered that once inside, she could control their arrangement with her mind, allowing for a whimsical organization. When she thought of retrieving a Band-Aid, it reappeared in the cabinet rather than in her hand. How to describe it? It seemed like a not-so-high-tech form of high technology. The in-and-out process of items could only be accomplished within the cabinet, rather than directly transferring them from her hand to the space. Nor could she retrieve them directly into her hand. This indicated a lack of remote control. She had to stand before the cabinet and open the door to access her items. This was exponentially better than her previous life. Space, after all, was not something everyone could possess. Meng Shirwan was overwhelmingly excited. Anything that allowed her to stockpile resources thrilled her, especially with the promise of eternal freshness. She decided to use the remaining 6 crystal cores, 2 for expanding the purified water tank, and 4 to enlarge the refrigerator space. 1 cubic meter could store a ton of water, and 2 cubic meters would hold 2 tons, enough to last her a considerable time. The 4 cubic meters of refrigerator space could accommodate a vast amount of food. Humming a cheerful tune, Meng Shirwan proceeded to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. Her destination set for the pharmacy. Having nearly exhausted her supplies at the last store, she opted for another one this time. The shop store was still ajar, but it was mostly devoid of life. During the outbreak of zombies, many people's first instinct was to flee. Eventually, they realized the outside was far more perilous, and those quick on their feet returned to the store to secure the doors, perhaps finding a glimmer of survival. Meng Shirwan parked her vehicle right at the pharmacy's entrance, sealing it tightly against the door. She did not rush to exit. Instead, she took an outdoor shovel and approached the side door, leaning against the window to tap rhythmically on the vehicle's exterior, producing a resounding noise. To ascertain whether there were any zombies within the pharmacy, she knocked several times. But the silence within only served to attract the nearby undead from other establishments. They approached the RV, scratching and clawing at its sides. Unfortunately, the RV was tightly wedged against the pharmacy door, creating a sealed environment that prevented the zombies from entering, causing them to emit frantic growls in their frustration. Meng Shirwan cautiously opened the side door of the RV with a spade in hand, remaining vigilant as she stepped slowly into the pharmacy. After thoroughly surveying the premises and confirming the absence of any zombies, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She first collected the antifreeze medications from the shelves, followed by various remedies for injuries, colds, and fevers. These would soon become essential supplies. With all the medicines piled on the floor, she settled down and began to unwrap the packaging. Nowadays, products are often excessively packaged, taking up considerable space. Tisu poked its head out from the RV. Seeing Meng Sherwan busy with her task, and jumped beside her, playfully tearing at the discarded boxes. Unable to resist, she patted its wagging tail and chuckled. "Oh, you are just so adorable." Tisu, a long-haired calico cat, was plump and endearing, resembling a cartoonish police cat, with large, round eyes that were irresistibly cute. As it blinked at her, it rubbed against her arm before returning to its playful antics with the cardboard. Once Meng Sherwan finished unboxing, she gathered the medicines into 2 shopping baskets and headed back to the RV. "Tisu, come back. The outside world is perilous. You must stay close to me." The cat tilted its head as if it understood and scampered after her, leaping onto the RV. Meng Sherwan stuffed the medications into the storage space, which, along with her previous supplies, occupied only half of it. The cubic volume was substantial, filled to the brim, capable of holding a considerable amount of items. After several trips back and forth, she managed to fill the 1 cubic meter space and the cabinet entirely. The cabinet housed bandages, long-lasting disinfectants, medicinal alcohol, and plasters, while the consumable medications were stored in a fresh-keeping compartment. Glancing at the time, she was surprised to realize she had been busy for 2 hours. Throughout this process, she felt no monotony. Rather, she was imbued with a remarkable sense of purpose. Adjacent to the pharmacy was a high-end outdoor equipment store, specializing in gear for exploration and hiking. After returning to the RV, Meng Sherwan crushed the zombies surrounding it and parked at the entrance of the outdoor shop, only to find the roll-up door locked from the inside, indicating the presence of potential survivors. Determined not to miss any opportunity to gather equipment, she disembarked and approached the roll-up door, knocking forcefully. The silence within confirmed the likelihood of occupants. "Open the door. I merely wish to take a few items in exchange for some valuable advice on survival," she called out. Chapter 7. The yearning for crystal cores inside. Wei Yi was quite alarmed, nearly startled to death by the resounding knocks echoing against the door. He had once scaled snowy mountains, trekked through rainforests, and faced numerous challenges that tested the limits of human endurance, yet he had never experienced fear as profound as he did now. The very thought of zombies was utterly terrifying. Even the slightest scratch or inadvertent consumption of a morsel of zombie flesh posed a risk of infection. Despite his physical prowess enabling him to dispatch a few zombies without difficulty, he still dared not approach them recklessly. Moreover, the outbreak of zombies could very well be widespread. Even if he managed to escape, where could he find safety? In his state of trepidation and confusion, a woman outside proclaimed that she could offer him a means to survive. This was crucial for Wei Yi, who was at a loss for how to respond. He hesitated before opening the door, inquiring through the shuttered entrance, "What advice do you have?" Meng Sherwan, lacking patience, opened the door. She could have easily forced her way in, yet offering him the choice to open the door was the greatest kindness she could extend. Wei Yi pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to comply. The mere fact that she could stand at the storefront and speak indicated that the outside was currently safe. As he lifted the shutter, he was greeted by the sight of a striking young woman clad in athletic attire. Her beauty marred only by an air of cold indifference that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Behind her, a pink RV stood, perfectly positioned to block the entrance and isolate the zombies, thereby creating a sealed sanctuary. Wei Yi exhaled quietly, relieved that there were no zombies, at least for the moment. Meng Sherwan strode confidently into the shop, selecting items she required. Her first piece of advice was clear: do not open the door indiscriminately. Every person you admit could potentially bring about your demise. Wei Yi was taken aback. She was the one who suggested opening the door, yet she also warned against letting strangers in. He stood there, a portrait of confusion and complexity. Meng Sherwan glanced at him, noting his robust physique and vitality. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall and muscular, likely accustomed to rigorous training. Sensing the need for caution, she inquired, "Do you have any thermal clothing?" Wei Yi ventured into the store and retrieved a heavy set of thermal gear from the shelves, handing it to her. "Place it on the ground and step back," she commanded coolly. She needed to maintain a safe distance from this man, should he harbor any ill intentions, allowing her space to resist if necessary. Wei Yi was perplexed. Did he truly appear so fearsome? The way this young woman regarded him was akin to that of a villain. He set the thermal clothing on the ground, retreating while muttering, "This thermal gear is quite expensive." Meng Sherwan examined it closely. She recognized the brand and model, suitable for climbing Everest and capable of withstanding extreme cold. "Fetch me another set. How much is it? I will transfer you the funds shortly." She couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the vast majority of humanity. still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They believed that help would soon arrive to eradicate the zombies and restore order, clinging to hope for the future. At least for now, humanity had not yet been driven to madness by the trials of disaster. The flicker of compassion still lingered within their hearts. Otherwise, the man's foremost thought would be how to seize her RV, rather than pondering the value of a set of thermal clothing. Wei Yi retrieved a set of thermal gear and placed it on the ground. Then, under Meng Shiwan's watchful gaze, retreated to a chair, quietly observing her as she busied herself. As for the second piece of advice, Meng Shiwan placed 2 sets of thermal clothing in the space before the passenger seat, closed the door, and returned to gather more items. The second piece of advice was to find a resource-rich location to wait for rescue. Wei Yi frowned. This calamity was likely to endure for a considerable time, wasn't it? He had seen reports online about zombie outbreaks across the nation, following the conventions of apocalyptic novels. Combined with the stark reality, this disaster might never see an end. Meng Shiwan remained silent as she collected over 10 full-body rain suits and stowed them in a small storage compartment by the chassis. She also grabbed more than 10 pairs of comfortable hiking shoes to fill the shoe cabinet, along with essentials such as windbreakers, sports bras, backpacks, windproof pants, gloves, socks, hats, and scarves, which she stuffed into the storage cabinet beneath the sofa until it was full. Descending from the RV, she noticed the man still sitting quietly in the chair, lost in contemplation as he watched her work. She found it somewhat amusing and couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since she had encountered someone so innocent, with eyes devoid of malice or scheming, only reflecting pure confusion and unease. Meng Shiwan took out her phone and transferred him 100,000 yuan. The third piece of advice: trust no one, extend kindness to no one, in dire circumstances. Abandoning moral principles is essential for survival. Wei Yi appeared to ponder this, his gaze drifting to the RV at the entrance. Meng Shiwan stepped into the vehicle, closed the door, and drove away. As dusk descended, she needed to visit the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Many items would spoil by the next day. Meng Shiwan parked the RV at the unloading area of the supermarket. Returning to the vehicle, she picked up an outdoor shovel and opened the side door. Tisu, her cat, leapt down from the RV, following her closely. Meng Shiwan lifted the feline back inside and affectionately petted its fluffy head, saying, "Stay here and wait for me. It's dangerous outside." Tisu blinked its large eyes, squatting on the ground, tilting its head as it watched her close the RV door. The passage remained open, with a truck nearby unloading instant noodles and snacks. Boxes of fruit were piled on either side, likely waiting to be delivered to the warehouse. Meng Shiwan gripped the shovel tightly as she moved inward, staying alert to her surroundings for any potential zombie ambush from the corners. This time, her objectives were clear: meat, grains, seasonings, and purified water. Given the limited space, her priority was to stock up on filling and durable food. While she desired snacks and fruit, these were far less critical than meat and staple foods. As she was about to enter the supermarket, a guttural roar echoed from around the corner. A male zombie, clad in a supermarket uniform and missing a chunk of flesh from his neck, lunged towards her. Meng Shiwan, quick on her feet, deftly sidestepped the zombie's attack and swung her work shovel with force, the sharp edge cleaving a deep gash into the creature's skull. The zombie collapsed heavily onto the ground, motionless. A brief glance revealed no crystal core within. The commotion attracted the attention of other zombies lurking inside the supermarket, and dozens of them began to converge towards her. Clutching her shovel, Meng Shiwan's eyes sparkled with excitement, devoid of fear for the undead, only a fervent longing for the crystal cores. If fortune favored her, it would be splendid to procure 2 more cores. Surveying her surroundings, she approached a shelf and began to pull it towards the aisle. She aimed to block both sides, leaving only a narrow passage for a single zombie to squeeze through, making it far more manageable than confronting dozens directly. However, her initial efforts to move the shelf proved futile. It was laden with heavy bottles of liquor. "Sister, let me assist you," a girl emerged from nowhere, stepping beside Meng Shiwan to help pull the shelf. Chapter 8. In this apocalyptic world, who still speaks of reason? Meng Shiwan cast a glance at her. It was the same young attendant who had helped her load items into her RV that morning. "I will not take you with me," she stated firmly. With renewed vigor, she shook the shelf, sending the bottles cascading to the floor. Gripping the shelf with both hands, she continued to shift it towards the aisle. After 3 years in this dystopian world, having witnessed the various facets of human nature, she could easily discern the girl's intentions. Lin Qian hesitated for a moment, her smile fading as tears welled in her eyes. Yet she persisted in aiding Meng Shirwan. She understood that Meng Shirwan had an RV and that she had ventured out at great risk to leave a favorable impression, hoping to be taken along. Alas, despite her efforts, it felt as though Meng Shirwan saw right through her, coldly rejecting her. As the zombies drew closer, their clawing hands reaching out, Lin Qian felt fear and helplessness engulf her. All she could do was assist Meng Shirwan, hoping to sway her decision. Together, they managed to pull 2 or 3 shelves, leaving only a 1-meter-wide gap in the aisle. The zombies, necks craned, lunged forward, nearly toppling the shelves in their fervor, driven by the irresistible allure of fresh flesh. Terrified, Lin Qian stumbled back, pressing against the wall, trembling as her gaze flickered towards the pink RV outside, her mind racing with thoughts. Meng Shirwan guarded the gap, dispatching any zombie that squeezed through with her shovel, all the while checking for crystal cores within. Without even glancing back at the girl, she spoke in a calm tone. "You cannot drive my RV. The outside is swarming with zombies, and nowhere is safe. To survive, find a room, stock up on food and water, barricade the door, and stay put. Do not open the door for anyone, and wait for the rescue team." As Lin Qian observed Meng Shirwan dispatching zombies with the ease of slicing watermelons, she ultimately relinquished the thought of stealthily commandeering the RV. It was not that she lacked the desire. Rather, she simply could not operate a truck. Even sitting in the driver's seat, she felt utterly incapable of driving away. "Are you not afraid?" she inquired. While chaos reigned around them, screams of terror and the perils of death looming, this girl, only slightly older than herself, remained eerily composed in the face of the undead. Her movements were swift, ruthless, and precise, her expression devoid of emotion as if she were merely chopping wood. Before Meng Shirwan lay a pile of zombie corpses. With a tool, she extracted a translucent crystal core from one of the decapitated heads, her mood seemingly buoyant. "Fear is futile," she remarked with a smile. "Calming oneself to identify the weaknesses of the zombies will prolong your survival." Lin Qian's gaze fell upon the gruesome scene of dismembered zombies. Their white brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, a sight that made her stomach churn. Just hours earlier, they had been vibrant humans, exchanging pleasantries and laughter. Now, they lay as grotesque, mangled bodies. Looking at Meng Shirwan, who stood beside her, bloodstained yet smiling, Lin Qian felt a chill at the terrifying tableau before her. A singular thought consumed her. Do not provoke this woman, for the consequences would be dire. Following Meng Shirwan's advice, she sought out a small office within the supermarket, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the zombies as she began to gather supplies. Water and food, she aimed to collect as much as possible, displaying a modicum of cleverness. She opted for the office rather than the warehouse, well aware that many would have their eyes on the latter, making it an unsafe refuge. After Meng Shirwan dispatched the encroaching zombies, she managed to find only 1 crystal core. The gap left by the fallen bodies was quickly sealed, forcing her to push aside shelves to enter the supermarket. Slowing her pace, she surveyed her surroundings, swiftly dispatching a few solitary zombies that crossed her path. She then secured all other exits to prevent further incursions from any lurking undead. Having accomplished this, she made her way to the seafood section, where she turned on the tap to wash away the blood that stained her before beginning her collection of supplies. With 2 shopping carts in tow, she first raided the deli section, indulging in her favorites: Orland's roasted chicken, roast duck, fried chicken, marinated meats, chicken feet, and crawfish, all of which delighted her palate. As the packaging took up considerable space, she opted to utilize plastic bags, neatly packing each item before placing them into her carts. Once her carts were filled to capacity, Meng Shirwan dragged them back toward the RV. As she entered the aisle, she spotted several men in supermarket uniforms attempting to pry open the side door of her RV. Treading carefully on the shoe rack, Tread Snow bared his teeth at them through the glass, growling fiercely. One man wielded a wrench that had become bent from his efforts. Yet the RV door remained utterly unyielding. Frustrated, he struck the door handle repeatedly, not a speck of paint chipped away. What was this RV made of, that it was so robust? Another man was somewhat distressed. Even steel would bear a few dents, yet this RV remained utterly unscathed. I struck the glass several times, and not a single mark was left upon it. Surely, it could not be bulletproof glass. This indicated the RV's security, if we could acquire it. The furnishings within were complete, and we would no longer need to worry about zombies suddenly appearing to claim our lives. After several men toiled for a long while, they could not unlock the RV's door, growing increasingly irritable. I decided to find a metal cutter. I refused to be thwarted by this. As I turned, I spotted a young woman dragging 2 shopping carts, standing not far away, coldly observing them. The man was taken aback, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize Meng Shiwan, inquiring, "Are you the owner of the vehicle? It's rather dangerous for a girl like you to be out alone. Why not take us along? There's strength in numbers. We can protect you. Just get us to safety, and we can offer you compensation." The other men turned to see that Meng Shiwan was merely a young girl, and they felt a slight sense of relief. Their expressions conveyed their growing confidence. The RV was already theirs in their minds. Meng Shiwan sneered, "Leave my RV at once, or you shall face the consequences." One man, clad in a security uniform, fixed his gaze on the shopping carts behind her. "Did you pay for those items? I suspect you've stolen from the supermarket, and you might have illicit goods in your RV. You'd best open the door now and let us inspect it." The man grinned triumphantly, as if he had seized Meng Shiwan's lifeline. If he could deceive this girl into opening the door, both the RV and its supplies would be theirs. A glint of derision flashed in Meng Shiwan's eyes. How foolish and greedy they were. "I will count to 3. Step back to a distance of 10 paces from the RV. One man laughed, dismissing Meng Shiwan's words. "Stop with the useless threats. Hurry up and open the door so we can check inside." 2. Who are you trying to scare? A little girl like you? Meng Shiwan's figure suddenly moved. In the next moment, she was upon the security guard, the sharp edge of her tool slicing through his throat. Blood gushed forth in torrents, and as the man fell, disbelief filled his eyes, refusing to close even in death. The other men, witnessing this scene, recoiled in terror. She killed him. How dare she commit murder? Their gazes towards Meng Shiwan were filled with horror, as if they were beholding a demon. How could anyone kill without blinking, without a hint of remorse? This woman was utterly terrifying. Meng Shiwan chuckled coldly. "In this apocalypse, who still reasons with you? If you lack the skill, do not pretend to rob. It is a shameful display." Chapter 9. Such a fine opportunity for survival, yet they seek death. These individuals were indeed fortunate. The surrounding zombies had been cleared away, and those within the supermarket had also been dealt with. All other exits had been sealed. The supermarket was currently utterly secure. Additionally, within the supermarket, an abundance of food lay in wait. They merely needed to remain quietly in place, awaiting the rescue team to discover them and transport them to safety. What a splendid opportunity for survival, yet they foolishly chose to confront her, seeking their own demise. Meng Shiwan's gaze shifted to the other men present. The group trembled in fear, swiftly turning to flee into the depths of the supermarket. While they yearned for the RV, they cherished their lives even more. A large truck was nearby. Though its conditions were less than ideal, it certainly spared them from having to contend with this ruthless individual. How could such a seemingly delicate girl possess such a fierce heart? She was nothing short of a living embodiment of death itself. Once they had retreated, Meng Shiwan opened the vehicle door, maneuvering 2 shopping carts into the RV's corridor before securing the door once more. Ta Shui, feeling wronged, leapt into her embrace. Nuzzling against her, Meng Shiwan held the creature tenderly, unwrapping a plastic bag to tear off a generous chicken leg from a roasted bird, placing it in Ta Shui's small bowl. "Eat up, with me around, no one can harm you." Ta Shui caught the enticing aroma and hopped onto the cabinet, nibbling delicately. Meng Shiwan then opened the refrigerator's cold storage, transferring the bounty of fruits and vegetables into the expanded space. She proceeded to place the contents of the shopping carts into the refrigerator, using her mental prowess to further push them into the expanded space. The 2 methods combined allowed for swift packing. After placing everything from both shopping carts inside, Meng Shiwan realized she had only filled a corner of 1 cubic meter. This cubic meter could accommodate far more than she had anticipated. Typically, a supermarket shopping cart holds less than 150 liters, and it would take 5 or 6 carts to fill a cubic meter completely. Feeling the process was too slow, Meng Shiwan opened the vehicle door, placing the shopping carts outside while her gaze fell upon the manual forklift unloading goods in the aisle. With a wooden board on the forklift, it could carry an abundance of items. As she descended from the vehicle, she felt a tug at the hem of her clothing. Turning to investigate, she found Ta Shui perched on the cabinet, biting her garment and refusing to let her depart. Meng Shiwan chuckled, "I must gather supplies. Only then can we ensure a better existence in the future." Ta Shui stubbornly clung to her clothing, unwilling to relent. "Would you like to come with me?" Ta Shui blinked her eyes and playfully leaped onto Meng Shiwan's shoulder, settling comfortably. Meng Shiwan laughed, "You little rascal." With Ta Shui in tow, she sought out some plastic turnover boxes in the aisle, stacking them atop the forklift's wooden board before returning to the supermarket. Those hiding within the supermarket recoiled at the sight of her, clearly aware of her recent violent encounter, which had spread among the surviving patrons. Meng Shihuan, uninterested in their reactions, continued to hoard her supplies. She ventured once more to the deli section, packing a variety of meats and marinated dishes, as well as cold salads and pickles. Having not tasted decent food in years amidst this apocalypse, she now craved bold flavors. She also packed an assortment of fried dough sticks, pancakes, stuffed pastries, sushi, and rice dumplings from the neighboring stall. The sushi boxes were discarded, their contents transferred into fresh-keeping bags. The aesthetic appeal was of little consequence. What mattered was the economy of space, enabling her to carry more. Treading carefully in the snow atop the forklift, she remained remarkably composed. After loading, she proceeded to the condiment section, stopping momentarily in the dessert aisle. Her expression a struggle between reason and desire. Her rational mind urged her to stock up on staple goods such as rice, flour, oils, and meats, while the hardships of the past 3 years in this apocalyptic world reminded her to indulge in a few luxuries while she could. These cakes would soon spoil, and such fresh delicacies would be a rarity. Succumbing to temptation, Meng Shihuan decisively turned and began to gather desserts. The exquisite cakes and pastries were irresistibly alluring, and she loaded them all onto the forklift to take away. After securing the cakes, she moved on to cookies and candies, thoroughly clearing the dessert section before returning to her RV. Beside the body of the security guard lay 2 zombies, voraciously feasting on his remains. Likely drawn by the scent of blood. Hearing the commotion, the zombies raised their heads, mouths agape, lunging toward Meng Shihuan. With a swift motion, she seized the shovel she had placed in the basket and cleaved the heads of the 2 zombies, dispatching them effortlessly. A handful of zombies posed no real threat to her. The act of slicing through them had become second nature. She transferred the basket from the forklift to the corridor of the RV, closing the door before continuing to pack the refrigerator. If only she possessed spatial abilities, she mused. She could directly store items into her space without the cumbersome process of moving them into the RV and then into the refrigerator. Yet, she was grateful. Compared to her past life, she considered herself remarkably fortunate. Once her space was filled, the food would sustain her for years, sparing her the anxiety of hunger. She filled the cubic meter with prepared foods, then turned to desserts. As the cake boxes consumed space, Meng Shihuan dismantled them, placing only the cakes into the refrigerator. With mental focus, she organized them neatly within the space to ensure their integrity. If any gaps remained between the cakes, she filled them with small cookies and candies, maximizing every inch of available space. After filling the cubic meter, a few small cookies and candies remained, which she set aside on the stair edge for later enjoyment. Summoning the RV's schematic, she identified a crystal core found in the supermarket to upgrade the second-floor space, thus acquiring an additional cubic meter. The ensuing hours were spent in a constant back and forth between the supermarket and the RV, moving and stockpiling. Tread softly, tread carefully. Treading alongside her. Tread Snow provided companionship but little assistance. Survivors in the supermarket noticed her adept movements and, realizing the absence of danger and wandering zombies, emerged to forage. They grazed about her, cautious not to intrude too closely, wary of the potential of her shovel striking them down. After several hours of moving, she pondered how much longer it would take and whether the RV could accommodate it all. She scoured the deli section, dessert area, grain zone, condiment aisle, fresh produce section, and seafood corner. I surmised that her RV was brimming to the brim, leaving little room to step inside. What purpose did she have for hoarding such an abundance of food? What if it spoiled? Was she planning to transport it elsewhere? I had just perused online reports of a nationwide zombie outbreak. Danger lurked everywhere. This formidable individual had managed to clear the zombies from the supermarket, allowing us to secure the entrance and remain relatively safe. The bodies of those who had previously plotted against Meng Shihuan still lay outside, exposed. Additionally, their knowledge of the outside world suggested that even if one were to drive out, there would be no safe haven to reach. During the process of her relentless moving, no one dared to provoke her again. After all, her RV was limited in size, and she could not completely empty the supermarket. By the time Meng Shihuan finished her endeavors, it was already past midnight. Gazing at the well-stocked RV, she felt a rare sense of stability and satisfaction. In the expanded cubic space on the second floor, there were ample supplies of rice, totaling a staggering 1,600 pounds. Consuming just 1 pound a day would sustain her for 1,600 days, which amounts to over 4 years. an abundance of security. The second floor also housed 500 pounds of flour, 50 10-liter barrels of cooking oil, and 500 bags of table salt, occupying half the space. The other half, including cabinets, was filled with an assortment of spices. Meng Shirwan had a remarkable knack for organizing her supplies, leaving no excess packaging and ensuring that not a single larger gap remained. Everything was packed snugly and securely. Even the tiniest thumb-sized crevice was filled with a red date. After all, she had all the time in the world to arrange her belongings meticulously. In a post-apocalyptic world, a single red date was indeed a precious commodity. The 4 cubic foot refrigerator space was divided into 1 cubic foot for cooked food, 1 for desserts, 1 for various meats, and 1 for seafood. The meat and seafood alone weighed nearly 4,000 pounds, excluding the cooked food and desserts. She and Tu Shue could dine well for several years with such provisions. The expanded 2 cubic foot pure water tank was filled with bottled mineral water. A cubic foot was also dedicated to a cabinet filled to the brim with medicines. Beneath the sofa lay cat food and an assortment of clothing acquired from an outdoor supply store. The space beneath the coffee table was crammed with various packaged snacks and small beverages. In the passenger seat, beneath the empty spot, were 2 sets of cold weather clothing, topped with several storage boxes containing toiletries such as shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent, each of which would last a considerable time, eliminating the need for excessive stockpiling in a space-constrained environment. In the hallway at the rear of the vehicle, several boxes of drinks, all her favorite sodas, were stacked high. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and rather than feeling any fatigue, she found herself invigorated and increasingly exhilarated by her hoarding. Meng Shirwan perched on a high stool in front of the cabinet. The range hood above the cabinet hums softly as the electromagnetic stove below simmers a small pot, bubbling with a fragrant and spicy hot pot broth. Tender slices of meat and meatballs bob enticingly in the bubbling liquid. Surrounding this delightful scene are an array of fresh vegetables and meat for dipping, alongside a roast chicken missing a leg. A 6-inch fruit cake rests nearby, and a glass cup, adorned with droplets of condensation, holds effervescent, clear soda. All these delicacies have just been procured from the supermarket by Meng Shirwan. In the presence of such an abundance of food, she would never resort to her own stockpile. Treading through snow, eating, and sleeping will lead her to resume her quest for crystal cores while battling zombies tomorrow. She has much to stock up on: fruits, vegetables, ice cream, and milk tea, all of which are essential. The thought of enjoying an ice cream on a scorching day or sipping on a frosty milk tea is simply exhilarating. She also needs larger tanks for both water and fuel. Beside her is a small rice bowl adorned with cat ears, filled to the brim with fish and shrimp, which her cat is already savoring without needing any encouragement from Meng Shirwan. Gazing at her obedient feline and the sumptuous midnight feast before her, the fragrant aroma of spicy delicacies wafts into her nostrils, evoking a complex mix of emotions within her. Since her rebirth, she has been occupied, and now, finally able to sit in tranquility, she feels a surreal sense of nostalgia. The memories of hunger, cruelty, and indignity from the apocalypse remain vivid in her mind. Now, surrounded by an abundance of food that could last her for years, her current reality is a stark contrast to her past life. She indulges in a piece of lamb, followed by a sip of chilled beverage, letting out a contented sigh. What bliss, what exquisite flavor. She vows to live such a splendid life forever. Finishing her drink in one swift motion, she reaches beneath the coffee table for a bottle of plum wine, pouring it over translucent ice cubes. The ice clinks against the glass in a melodious chime as she alternates between bites of lamb and sips of plum wine, then relishes a piece of rich cake. She has never felt that happiness could be so simple and pure. In the past, she adhered to a clean and healthy diet while working out. But during the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had not tasted proper food. Having endured so much to reach this moment, she recognizes that nothing feels as tangible as the feast laid out before her. Without turning on her phone, she sits in the warm glow of the RV, savoring each bite of her meal in the quiet of the night. The outside world is fraught with danger, yet she feels utterly secure. After consuming every morsel on the table, leaving not even a leaf of vegetable behind, she pats her satisfied belly, washes the dishes, and tidies up the remnants. Finally, she enjoys a soothing hot bath, changes into plush pajamas, and lowers the bed from the sofa to the height of the coffee table. She turns onto her side, nestled into the soft blankets, lifting the edge of the quilt as treading snow leaps beside her, burrowing into the covers and resting her head on Meng Shirwan's arm, adjusting her position to drift off into a comfortable slumber. Meng Shirwan cradled Tu Shue, carefully tucking in the blanket corners. Xiaoxi, turn off all the lights and activate air circulation. The intelligent voice assistant in the RV responded, understood, master. All lights have been turned off, and the air circulation system is activated. The interior of the RV was enveloped in darkness, as the girl and her cat nestled comfortably in the soft bedding, enjoying a deep slumber. They slept soundly until midday, when Meng Shirwan was roused by Tu Shue's antics. The cat's substantial form lay atop her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. In her dream, she had been overwhelmed by zombies, nearly tossing Tu Shue aside in her panic. Realizing the soft warmth beneath her, she pushed Tu Shue away and groggily inquired, "What are you doing?" "I want to sleep a little longer." Upon hearing her desire to continue sleeping, Tu Shue became frantic. The cat desperately needed to relieve itself, yet its owner had not prepared a litter box, leaving it in quite a predicament. As Meng Shirwan turned to settle back into slumber, Tu Shue devised a clever plan, positioning its rear towards her face and letting out a loud fart. Ah! A shriek echoed through the RV, startling the survivors hiding in the supermarket, who feared that Meng Shirwan, the fierce one, had been devoured by zombies. Tu Shue, what on earth did you eat? Why does your fart smell so terrible? Following the next roar, the survivors felt a tinge of disappointment. The fierce one was alive and had not fallen victim to zombies. She was merely afflicted by her cat's foul odor. Meng Shirwan rolled out of bed, scooped Tu Shue up, and rushed into the bathroom, placing the cat on the toilet. From now on, no more litter box. Let's learn to use the toilet. It's much more convenient. Tu Shue, having just misbehaved, dared not resist and clumsily placed its paws on the edge of the toilet, completing its business under Meng Shirwan's watchful eye, and symbolically burying it with a couple of paw motions. This is the flush button. Remember to press it after you're done. Meng Shirwan guided its paw to demonstrate. Tu Shue tilted its head adorably, seemingly unsure if it understood. Chapter 11. 800 Eyes of Caution. Meng Shirwan lifted Tu Shue from the toilet and unpacked her new toiletries. Washing her face and brushing her teeth, she tossed the dirty clothes she had changed out of into the washing machine and donned a fresh set of workout attire. Finally, she raised the folding bed to its highest position and tidied up. Let's go out and find breakfast. Tu Shue obediently leaped onto Meng Shirwan's shoulder, accompanying her as she stepped outside. Meng Shirwan harbored serious doubts about Tu Shue's selective hearing. The cat seemed to comprehend when it suited its fancy, such as now, but feigned ignorance at times, like when she had asked it to learn to use the toilet. A cat could possess 800 eyes of cunning. The snacks and fruits in the corridor had vanished, presumably relocated by someone. Any rational individual would recognize that this disaster would not conclude easily. With the nation at a standstill, food would become the most precious commodity. As she ventured deeper into the corridor, Meng Shirwan discovered that the entrance to the supermarket had been barricaded with wooden shelves and other obstacles. She found herself both amused and exasperated. She had cleared the zombies both inside and outside the supermarket, only to find herself trapped outside now. What a clever scheme these people had devised. She turned back to her RV, placing Tread Snow inside, declaring that she would show them how to deal with their folly. "Stay here and be good. I wouldn't want you to get hurt," she instructed. Tread Snow leaped onto the shoe rack, its eyes darting around in anticipation of the unfolding drama through the vehicle's window. Meng Shirwan found an iron bucket and a length of hose in a nearby shop, heading towards the truck to access the gas tank. Using the hose, she siphoned a full bucket of gasoline from the tank and poured it directly onto a pile of wooden shelves blocking the passageway. Stepping back, she tossed her windproof lighter into the mix, and flames ignited instantaneously within the corridor. Meng Shirwan swiftly retreated, watching as the inferno engulfed the passage, a cold smile gracing her lips. In this apocalyptic world, they still dared to play such trivial games with her. The supermarket was their sanctuary, but not hers. Inside the supermarket, the survivors were momentarily stunned at the sight of the flames. "What are you waiting for? Put it out. The alcohol is stacked over there. If it catches fire, we're all done for," someone shouted, finally snapping them into action. With all other entrances tightly blocked, their escape was uncertain. Panic ensued among the dozens of survivors as they scrambled to locate firefighting equipment. Hoses and extinguishers were hastily brought out and deployed. The ground at the corridor's entrance was already littered with the remnants of shattered bottles from Meng Shirwan's earlier actions, and now the flames were spreading, accompanied by thick, black smoke. Lin Qian stood in a corner at the edge of the supermarket, observing the chaos as the group floundered in their attempts to extinguish the fire, cursing silently, a bunch of fools. They know she's not to be trifled with. Yet they provoke her. What could they possibly achieve with just one RV? They're merely courting trouble. She felt a surge of relief for not having harbored any ill intentions towards Ming Shiwan. Otherwise, she could not fathom how she might meet her demise. That woman was truly ruthless. So vast a supermarket, so plentiful its resources, and yet she would set it ablaze without a second thought. Fortunately, the supermarket was well equipped with firefighting measures, and many survivors were staff members familiar with the equipment. They managed to extinguish the flames before they spread throughout the entire alcohol section. Exhausted, a group of soot-streaked individuals collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, their faces blackened, and the ground marred with the dark stains of their firefighting efforts. Discontent murmurs arose among them. I warned you all last night not to stir up trouble with that woman. She's a cold-blooded killer. What difference does it make if she takes some supplies from this massive supermarket? It wouldn't affect us at all. She even helped us clear the nearby zombies. Would we be living so easily without her? Yet you insist on blocking her out. Do you really think she would let it go? Yesterday, they had all participated in blocking the passage. Now, having failed in their objective, they sought to shift the blame. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, barking, silence. You all know she is a murderer. If she dares to kill old Wong, she would not hesitate to eliminate us as well. What if she suddenly loses her mind and slaughters us all? You would regret it. I concurred. This woman was indeed difficult to deal with, ruthless and cold-hearted. It would be prudent to expel her for our own safety. Little did they realize that in the apocalypse, what truly instilled fear in them was not the zombies, but rather a young girl. They seemed to forget that the absence of undead threats to their lives was due to her presence. As the flames extinguished and the thick smoke dissipated, the debris at the entrance was reduced to charred remnants. Through the gaps between the burnt wooden planks and iron frames, a figure was discernible on the opposite side. Clad in a black raincoat that enveloped her entirely, even her head was concealed beneath the hood, her eyes obscured by the brim. Perched on her shoulder was a large, plump cat, and in her hand, she wielded an outdoor utility shovel. This shovel was familiar to them. It had severed the heads of zombies and had likewise been the instrument of old Wong's demise. It was over. They had truly provoked this formidable individual. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. Can we not overpower a single girl? They muttered. Yet their vigilance remained fixed on Meng Shiwang's silhouette. She slowly raised her head, her eyes chillingly cold, akin to a beast devoid of emotion, poised to hunt its prey. A cleaning lady trembled, her voice quaking. What is a horror film on television compared to this? This is the real horror. Was this truly the expression that could emanate from human eyes? The gaze of a man-eating beast could scarcely match such frostiness. Amidst their trepidation, Meng Shiwang raised the shovel in her hand, striking fiercely at the charred debris. The wood and shelves, weakened by the intense heat, yielded easily to her assault, creating a sizable breach. Zhang Chang, overwhelmed by Meng Shiwang's imposing presence, shouted, "Let us go together. Capture this woman. Capture her." A throng of survivors surged forward. A fierce creature, snarling and baring its teeth, charged into the crowd, clawing and biting, wreaking havoc in all directions. Instantly, several individuals bore the marks of feline claws upon their faces and heads. Meng Shiwang advanced with astonishing speed, swinging the shovel in her grasp. The survivors scarcely perceived her movements before the sharp edge of the shovel met their skulls and bodies, a cacophony of screams erupting. In mere moments, dozens lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, none able to rise and fight back. Meng Shiwang crouched beside Zhang Chang, resting the shovel on the ground, her smile devoid of warmth. "Didn't you just say you wanted to capture me? For what purpose? To imprison me? Or to slay me?" Her gaze was one of utter contempt, as if she were regarding a fool. Beneath her slender exterior lay muscles honed from years of rigorous training, capable of explosive strength. Moreover, during the 3 years of apocalyptic struggle for survival, she had relentlessly sought out crystal nuclei, honing deadly techniques under the tutelage of a retired soldier for 2 months. Through countless trials on the brink of life and death, she had forged her skills with unparalleled determination. What capabilities did these individuals possess that could rival her? Chapter 12. Perhaps you should just kill me instead. These people, who could easily seek refuge in the supermarket, chose instead to provoke her. They were both foolish and malevolent. In this dystopian world, the notion of numbers being advantageous was utterly futile. Those who crossed paths with the wrong person would inevitably meet their demise, regardless of their numbers. Only by biding one's time could one hope to survive. Zhang Chang bore the marks of Tread Snow's wrath. deep gashes running from his temple to the corner of his mouth, flesh torn and oozing blood. The other side of his face, having been struck by Meng Shiwan's shovel, was swollen to the size of a pig's head. Dazed and nauseous, he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Zhang Chang strongly suspected he had suffered a concussion. And facing Meng Shiwan's icy gaze and probing questions, a deep-seated fear welled within him. This woman was indeed capable of killing him. Zhang Chang shrank back, pleading, "No, I didn't mean it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cornered you outside. I only wanted to send you elsewhere. I never intended to harm you. Please, let me go. I truly understand my mistake." Meng Shiwan was utterly unconvinced by his words. When resources were abundant and safety assured, they would band together to torment her. Once scarcity set in, they would undoubtedly reveal their true, malevolent nature. Rising to her feet, she retrieved a length of rope and bound Zhang Chang's hands and feet. Dragging him by the collar, she made her way to the opposite end of the supermarket. Zhang Chang, terrified, was dragged along the ground, crying out, "What are you doing? Where are you taking me? You can't kill me. Murder demands retribution." Treadsnow followed closely, growing irritated by his cries, and leaped onto Zhang Chang's chest. With each shout, she delivered a swift claw to his mouth, leaving him too frightened to utter another sound as her sharp claws lacerated the corners of his lips. In a corner, Lin Qian watched the scene unfold, her heart racing with trepidation. She felt immense relief for not provoking Meng Shiwan, whose combat prowess was truly terrifying. Casting a glance at the incapacitated individual's feigning death, she silently retreated, adhering to Meng Shiwan's prior advice to continue stockpiling supplies in her secluded office. Meng Shiwan brought Zhang Chang to the far side of the supermarket, where an escalator led to the second floor. During her initial visit, she had blocked this area with cabinets. Now, several layers of shelves had been added outside the cabinets, likely reinforced by these individuals. She secured Zhang Chang to a shelf, positioning him directly across from the stairway. A profound sense of foreboding surged within Zhang Chang, and he gasped in terror. "What are you doing? Let me go?" Meng Shiwan offered no response, turning instead to search for tools. Treadsnow, wagging her tail, leaped onto Meng Shiwan's shoulder, accompanying her in the search. Dozens of individuals, feigning death at the entrance, now cursed and crawled to their feet, clutching their injured bodies. "This woman is truly formidable. Despite our numbers, we are unable to overpower her. Zhang Chang has been taken away by her. Will she kill him? What should we do now? Should we attempt to rescue Lao Zhang?" Suddenly, the lights in the supermarket flickered due to a malfunction. When they illuminated again, the ominous shadow loomed not far away, watching them intently. A chill ran down everyone's spine, and they instinctively recoiled, fearing that this time, it would not simply result in a beating, but rather in death. They felt an icy dread under Meng Shiwan's piercing gaze. Someone, mustering their courage, proclaimed, "The fire must have affected the wiring. I'll go check for the issue." Another added, "I'll look for some medicine. It would be troublesome if the wounds become infected." They sought excuses to escape Meng Shiwan's lethal stare. At that moment, her cold voice rang out. "If you wish to live, do not appear before me again." Instantly, the crowd scattered like frightened birds, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. In comparison to their own lives, Zhang Chang's fate mattered little to them. Meng Shiwan pushed her shopping cart, locating the tool room, and wandered around the supermarket. When she reappeared at the stairwell, her cart was filled to the brim with supplies. Zhang Chang, tightly bound, felt tears welling up. "What do you want from me? Just tell me directly. This is terrifying." Knowing one's fate, whether life or death, could be somewhat reassuring. It was the uncertainty of whether one would live or die that was most chilling. Meng Shiwan continued to ignore him, surveying the area. Approximately 10 meters away from the stairwell was a milk tea shop. She wheeled her cart over, extracting an induction cooker and placing it on the counter, followed by a dual-compartment hot pot. She filled it with mineral water, hot pot ingredients, chunks of ribs, half a chicken, and meatballs, igniting the burner to let it simmer. She then retrieved vegetables, slices of meat, fruits, small beers, and hot pot noodles, laying them out on the counter. Zhang Chang twisted his head with great effort, witnessing Meng Shiwan busily preparing the hot pot. His heart raced with fear. "Sister, can I call you sister? What on earth are you doing binding me here? You can't possibly intend to treat me to hot pot and milk tea, can you?" He quickly realized Meng Shiwan's true intentions. After setting the hot pot to boil, Meng Shiwan approached Zhang Chang, producing an oversized helmet and placing it upon his head. She then retrieved a small curved saw from her cart. Zhang Chang recognized this electric saw, designed specifically for cutting metal. There were also 2 chainsaws in the cart. ideal for slicing through wooden boards. A tremor coursed through him uncontrollably as he questioned Meng Shirwan, who was busy attaching an extension cord. Sister, you can't possibly intend to dismember me, can you? Surely, I haven't done anything to deserve such a fate. Besides, there are so many people outside. Why target me alone? Meng Shirwan silently rolled her eyes, realizing her fear now. She wondered why she hadn't acted sooner. Gripping a chainsaw, she approached the shelving unit blocking the escalator and began her task. The sound of the saw teeth grinding against metal was sharp and grating, driving anyone who heard it to the brink of madness. Zhang Chong seemed to have guessed Meng Shirwan's intentions and completely lost his mind. Sister, just saw me already. Please, end it for me. Don't torment me like this. The noise you've created will surely attract the zombies upstairs. Once they break through the cabinet, I'll be bitten to death by them. You might as well just kill me now. Tread Snow leaped onto the shelving, delivering 2 firm punches to Zhang Chong's helmet to silence him. Do you really need me to teach my litter box attendant how to work? Meng Shirwan created a small passage through the shelving for one person. After clearing the last layer of the cabinet, the escalator was already packed with zombies. Drawn by the commotion, Meng Shirwan quickly retreated, retrieving a larger chainsaw, which she secured at a height of 1.5 meters with a rope. As a zombie charged through the opening, its head was severed cleanly by the chainsaw. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Zhang Chong's helmet, casting a crimson hue over his vision. Chapter 13. Brutality, extreme brutality. He had anticipated this. This ruthless individual wished for him to be the carrot dangling in front of a mule. The zombies, enticed by the scent of fresh blood, would continue to flock towards this location. The zombies at the front had their heads severed by the chainsaw. Yet the ones behind continued to surge forward, meeting the same fate. One after another, they rushed to their demise. Zombies possessed no intelligence. They only detected the alluring scent of fresh flesh ahead, charging relentlessly forward. When they could not push through, they squeezed their way in. Meng Shirwan secured another chainsaw at a height of 1 meter at the opening to prevent any child-sized zombies from sneaking in. She then found several nearby cabinets to reinforce the surrounding barricade, effectively creating a small trap for the zombies. Such simple traps could lead them to their own demise, making it significantly easier to eliminate the zombies. These were experiences gleaned from her past life. Next, all she needed to do was clear away the dead zombies blocking the passage. After a while, Meng Shirwan cheerfully beckoned Tread Snow. Let us go. We're off to have hot pot. Tread Snow jumped down and followed Meng Shirwan, leaving. Zhang Chong was terrified to the point of losing his mind. He screamed, "Just kill me. I beg you, I don't want to be eaten by zombies." He had previously witnessed his colleague perish at the jaws of the undead. A living person, disemboweled by a zombie, watching their own intestines being devoured. It was utterly horrifying. That manner of death was truly terrifying. He did not wish to meet such an end. What if a clever zombie evaded the chainsaw and approached? He would be the first to be devoured. The thought sent Zhang Chong into an even more desperate wail. His chilling scream reverberated throughout the supermarket, prompting other survivors to scurry behind the shelves for a furtive glance. The already pale faces of the onlookers, previously battered by Meng Shirwan, now turned even paler. The brutality was truly appalling. Initially, one might have thought that her act of slaying Old Wong was sufficiently ruthless. Yet witnessing this scene made it seem as if Old Wong had departed her grasp in tranquility. Zhang Chong, terrified as if he were a slaughtered pig, appeared physically alive but spiritually hollow. It became apparent to me that it was far better to face the zombies outside than to provoke this merciless individual. The 2 chainsaws buzzed ominously, drawing the attention of the upstairs zombies, who began to converge towards the sound. The escalator continued its ascent, and the opening Meng Shirwan had created faced the upward-moving escalator directly. For the zombies to descend, they would first have to outrun the escalator's speed to reach the first floor, only to be met with the chainsaw's deadly embrace. Should a zombie halt on the escalator or fail to move swiftly enough, the upward escalator would transport it back to the second floor, preventing a bottleneck at the bottom and averting a collapse of the nearby shelves and cabinets. Zhang Chong's carrot and the chainsaw's cacophony repeatedly lured the zombies downward. Those with even a modicum of rationality, managing to suppress the gruesome spectacle's impact and grasp the mechanics of this trap, could only marvel at its brilliance. Not only was this individual ruthless, but she was also astute. While we were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the zombies, she remained composed enough to identify their vulnerabilities and devise such an exquisitely intricate trap. A true genius. Exceptional skills aside, her psychological resilience and sharp wit left one questioning if she was even human. The onlookers were left in awe, genuinely astonished by Meng Shuan's masterful display. Their gazes collectively turned towards her, only to find her gleefully preparing a hot pot. In her exuberance, she even stood up to concoct a cup of kumquat lemon tea for herself. The crowd was left bewildered, pondering the enigmatic style of this formidable figure. Meng Shuan was adept at making milk tea. During her university years, she would occasionally venture out to experience life, with bubble tea shops being her favorite haunts. She perceived those establishments as havens of sweet youthful exuberance. Although she seldom indulged in such high-calorie treats, it did not diminish her appreciation for the sweetness of youth. Throughout the 3 years of the apocalypse, each time her stomach twisted in hunger, leaving her weak and tormented, every beautifully crafted sweet beverage she created was her greatest source of spiritual nourishment. Now, dietary restrictions and healthy low-carb proteins were non-existent. She craved the spiciest hot pot and insisted on full-sugar milk tea. After a prolonged period of deprivation, the urge to indulge was overwhelming. Her appetite was robust, almost insatiable. Naturally, she had not forgotten her beloved little cat, who was now savoring a can of cat food she had procured from the supermarket, munching contentedly. It seemed that the little creature had tired itself out from its earlier antics. Meng Shuan picked up a roll of beef and placed it into the bubbling pot of soup. Moments later, she retrieved it, puffing her cheeks to cool it down before stuffing it into her mouth. The flavors were a delightful blend of freshness, spiciness, and a rich meaty essence, evoking an impulse to applaud in sheer delight. After swallowing, she sipped on an icy kumquat lemon tea, feeling that this moment was the pinnacle of her life. Even the distant screams and the gruff voices of the zombies served as the most exquisite accompaniment. The only imperfection lay in the fact that her hot pot remained unfinished. She had to clear out the zombies. Zombies were piled at the entrance. If not dealt with promptly, others would be unable to descend. Meng Shuan donned her raincoat once more, wrapping herself securely, and patted Tread Snow on the head, saying, "Stay here. I'll be back shortly." Tread Snow meowed softly, continuing to munch on its canned food, eyeing the beef rolls and the chicken leg that remained uneaten in the bowl. As Meng Shuan approached the entrance, she heard Zhang Chang still calling out in a hoarse voice. She rubbed her eardrums, feeling impatient, and said, "Stop shouting." Zhang Chang's terrified cries abruptly ceased. Through the blood-stained visor of his helmet, his view of Meng Shuan was bathed in crimson, amplifying the horror. He sobbed, "Sister, please, I beg you to let me go. Don't torment me any longer. I can't bear it." Meng Shuan dragged a dismembered zombie into a corner. "Just hold on a bit longer. Once the zombies upstairs are mostly cleared, I will release you." Zhang Chang perceived her demeanor akin to that of a ruthless murderer, which heightened his fear. "There are several floors above. With so many people, certainly many zombies as well. I'll be scared to death before you finish cleaning them out. You might as well just kill me now." Meng Shuan squatted down, holding a round zombie head, and with a shovel, forcefully struck the ground, creating a pit. Not finding what she sought, she cast it aside in disappointment, like discarding a rotten watermelon, and proceeded to strike again. Hearing Zhang Chang's words, she replied in a nonchalant tone, "What if I let a zombie in to bite you? Then I'll just grab a fresh person to come in next." Zhang Chang immediately fell silent, believing that this villain might truly do so. Meng Shuan paused momentarily, as if contemplating, then stood up and sighed, "Fine. It's a simple task. I'll do as you wish. I'll just grab someone else. It one tea delay matters. Who says I'm not a good person?" Chapter 14. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding about good people. Zhang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. A good person? Was she truly under some misunderstanding about what it meant to be good? Despite his earlier bravado, when Meng Shuan uttered words of wanting to kill him, he faltered. He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while the onlookers, unable to contain themselves, began to shout encouragement from behind the shelves. "Zhang Chang, hang in there. As long as you endure until the end, you will survive. Zhang Chang, don't give up easily. If you hold on, I'll cook you a feast every day. Indeed, as long as you can survive, I shall gladly feed you in the future." With Zhang Chang's demise, they are likely to become the next unfortunate souls. It is imperative that Zhang Chang does not perish. Meng Shuan was merely attempting to intimidate him. She rose to drag away half a corpse. At this point, Zhang Chang fell silent, refraining from urging Meng Shuan to end his life. He simply closed his eyes, refusing to witness the gruesome scene before him. Viewing life and death with indifference, he thought perhaps there was still a chance for survival. Meng Shuan extracted a dozen corpses, but found not a single crystal core. She returned to the milk tea shop, rinsed the blood from her body with a water hose, and resumed her hot pot feast, gazing at the empty box of beef rolls and the barren bowl. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. How could the beef rolls vanish so quickly when she had barely eaten any? Tashu lay sprawled on the table, its paws embracing its round belly, flipping over to feign sleep. Yet, the swaying tail betrayed it. Ming Shiwan chuckled, remarking with mock seriousness. The little cat's tail stands upright when it sleeps. Is Tasha truly asleep? The tail, which had been swinging about, suddenly froze, then discreetly lifted towards the heavens between its legs. Ming Shiwan stifled a laugh, realizing Tashu had indeed fallen asleep. She knew Tasha could comprehend human speech. It only feigned ignorance when it chose not to listen. What a clever little creature. Feeling fatigued from holding its tail upright, Tashu soon pretended to wake, and upon seeing Meng Shiwan return, joyfully rubbed against her arm. Meng Shiwan sighed, such a drama queen. Are you still hungry? I can fetch you a piece of chicken. But it must be rinsed, it's too spicy. Tasha wagged its tail eagerly, responding, eat, eat, eat. Meanwhile, the survivors on the second floor found themselves in a state of confusion. They heard the chilling screams from below, accompanied by the buzzing of a chainsaw. The zombies lingering on the second floor were drawn by the commotion and began to converge towards the ground floor. For individuals hiding in a claw machine shop peered through the slats of the blinds, clearly observing the zombies moving towards the escalator. A girl with her hair in a bun whispered, "What on earth is happening downstairs? The noise is louder than a slaughterhouse. Are they courting death?" Those who had survived to this point had some understanding of zombies. They knew better than to approach them or make noise, lest they attract the undead. Yet, the uproar from downstairs seemed poised to draw every zombie in the building. Was that not an invitation to death? The boy beside her, wearing glasses, furrowed his brow in contemplation. We must go to the first floor. The supermarket is below, stocked with abundant supplies. While the zombies are distracted, we can descend from another staircase. Assess the situation on the ground floor, and if it appears safe, we can raid the supermarket while covering Yuning as she gathers resources. Another girl nearby exclaimed excitedly. With Yuning, the Chosen One, even in the apocalypse, we can thrive. The girl referred to as the Chosen One wore a smile that blended joy with pride. She, Su Yuning, is the Chosen One of this world. Today, being free from work, Su Yuning invited her close friends, along with their respective boyfriends, to indulge in a day of shopping. Unexpectedly, they encountered a zombie outbreak. Fortunately, the claw machine arcade was devoid of patrons, and perceiving the imminent danger, they swiftly secured the door and concealed themselves, narrowly escaping calamity. Concurrently, Su Yuning sensed a peculiar transformation within her until she discovered her newfound ability to access a vast, ethereal space invisible to others. It dawned on her that she had awakened a rare spatial ability, akin to those depicted in apocalyptic novels, with the zombie apocalypse upon them. Her spatial powers awakened, and surrounded by her boyfriend and friends in a resource-rich shopping mall, she felt undeniably like the quintessential Chosen One, the heroine of a novel. Filled with ambition, she believed that she would achieve greatness amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. As the four of them noted the absence of zombies outside, they cautiously opened the door and ventured in the opposite direction, descending from another exit. Other survivors, witnessing their furtive departure, gritted their teeth and followed suit. They needed to reach the first floor. The second floor housed only electronics and apparel, devoid of food, having gone a day and night without sustenance. Their immediate thought was to locate the bountiful supermarket below. The commotion below had drawn the zombies, making their exit at that moment the safest choice. Even if the supermarket was overwhelmed with zombies, there were nearby snack streets where they could find refuge and avoid starvation. Yet, they couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the chainsaw sounds from below were too persistent, suggesting something was amiss, as if someone had orchestrated this noise deliberately. They endeavored to tread lightly as they descended from another exit, seeking an entrance to the supermarket. However, every potential entry was barricaded. Surveying the street, they spotted a few zombies with their heads smashed, indicating that someone had cleared the area. They had assumed the outside was perilous, yet after a brief exploration, they encountered no living zombies. "I know where the supermarket's delivery entrance is. Let's try our luck there." Upon hearing this, hope flickered in everyone's eyes as they followed the speaker. A large group arrived at the passageway, where they beheld a pink, oversized RV. Someone gasped, "I remember that vehicle. It crushed nearly 1,000 zombies in the square yesterday morning. The scene was like hell. The owner must be formidable, with the vehicle parked there." They speculated that the owner was inside the supermarket. Let us proceed cautiously and assess the situation. If the supermarket is overrun, we'll retreat. They cautiously navigated around the corpses on the ground as they moved deeper inside. Lin Hao, Su Yuning's boyfriend, paused as they passed a body. Confused, Su Yuning, following the crowd, inquired, "What's wrong?" Lin Hao crouched down to examine one of the corpses, noting that the man was not a zombie, but had been slain by a sharp weapon, his throat cut. Another male companion, Zhao Yu, widened his eyes in astonishment. If he had not been infected by the zombie virus before his demise, he would not have transformed into a zombie after death. This indicated that the man had been slain, and someone within the supermarket had committed murder. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and the act of killing remained horrifying to them. Regardless of the magnitude of conflict, taking a life was still unacceptable. Chapter 15. The illusions of the apocalypse were still too beautiful. Lin Hao glanced at the nearby RV, a vehicle capable of crushing nearly 1,000 zombies while remaining unscathed. Beside it lay the corpse of a man who had been murdered. Lin Hao spoke cautiously, emphasizing that the matter of someone among them awakening spatial abilities must remain a secret. As it stood, Su Yuning's space could only serve as a storage area and could not be utilized for offense. The possession of such a power could lead to dire consequences. If others discovered it, even if they could not seize the spatial ability for themselves, they would likely abduct Su Yuning and keep her close. To control Su Yuning was to control the space itself. This situation was perilous, and discretion was imperative. The sight of this corpse had already unveiled the harsh reality of the apocalypse. The other three individuals nodded gravely, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As they entered the fray, they discovered two groups confronting one another. One group bore bruises and appeared wretched, while the other consisted of those who had descended from the second floor alongside them. Both sides remained on high alert, and the atmosphere was tense. Zhao Yu, being impulsive, shouted to the survivors on the first floor, questioning whether they would truly expel them from the supermarket after all they had endured to survive. His outburst prompted others to echo his sentiments. Indeed, this supermarket was vast, and the supplies within could sustain them for an extended period. They could not be so selfish. They merely sought food to satiate their hunger. Surely, they would not deny them this basic necessity. Moreover, with their numbers, they could collectively defend against any zombie attacks, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. After a day and night of hunger, their thoughts were solely fixated on finding sustenance. Should the opposing group refuse, they would resort to force, prioritizing their own need to eat. Meanwhile, Lin Hao surveyed the surroundings, noting the signs of a recent fire at the entrance. It was evident that a blaze had occurred here. The survivors on the first floor bore injuries. Who had inflicted them? Where was the owner of the RV? Despite the horde of zombies that had poured down from the second floor, none had been spotted wandering the supermarket. Where had they gone? The sound of a chainsaw echoed from within. Numerous details hinted at an unusual series of events. The survivors on the first floor huddled together, deliberating on whether to allow the newcomers inside. They then regrouped, returning to the warehouse area to fortify their position. Lin Qian, observing from the shadows, realized she could no longer remain exposed. She retreated to her small office and secured the door. The food and water within would suffice for an extended period. She had even prepared a cozy nest for herself, complete with downloaded television dramas to pass the time. Meanwhile, the survivors from the second floor ravenously devoured snacks from the shelves. The survivors on the first floor lingered at the entrance of the warehouse, observing the unfolding scene. It would be wise for this group to exercise caution and refrain from provoking that villain. Otherwise, they might find themselves oblivious to their own demise. Whether they choose to provoke or not is beyond our concern. We must simply avoid any confrontation. It would be prudent to secure the warehouse with additional locks, allowing ourselves to consume the food outside. Yet we must steadfastly guard the provisions within, for none can predict the duration of this apocalyptic era. They were genuinely fearful of Meng Shirwang, a person who defied all conventions. Victory seemed unattainable, utterly impossible. Lin Hao and his companions gazed with excitement at the abundance of supplies within the supermarket. All of it was theirs for the taking. However, they resolved to bide their time until nightfall, when all would be asleep, unseen, to covertly gather the goods into their space. They hastily consumed a light meal and gradually made their way toward the direction from which the chainsaw's roar emanated. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl echoed throughout the supermarket, startling everyone. The survivors on the second floor, in search of sustenance, clutched their food and dashed down the corridor. That horrifying sound could only signify that someone had fallen victim to the zombies. Yet, upon witnessing the calm demeanor of the first-floor survivors engaged in casual conversation, many paused, reassured that no immediate danger lurked. Those emboldened ventured toward the source of the commotion, eager to discern the situation. At that moment, Su Yuning and Liang Ying were paralyzed with fear, their faces ashen as they clung to one another, too terrified to open their eyes. The two boys were equally pale, their lips devoid of color, their bodies rigid. They had never encountered such a scene in their lives. Even horror films paled in comparison to the gruesome reality before them. Before them lay a corner piled high with the remains of zombies, dismembered and grotesque. Heads akin to rotting watermelons were carelessly heaped together. A figure clad in a black raincoat dragged a severed zombie from the hole and tossed it onto the growing pile. With a shovel, he struck the heads, shattering skulls and splattering brain matter, discarding them amongst the corpses as if he were a seasoned farmer harvesting melons. The chainsaw at the entrance continued to buzz, relentlessly severing zombies that emerged from the hole into 3 pieces. A few meters ahead, on a shelf, a man was bound and helmeted, motionless, his fate uncertain. Beside him lay a long-haired calico cat, sprawled on the shelf, blissfully asleep. The scene was painted in a grotesque tableau of blood and shredded flesh. The figure in the raincoat trudging through it, creating a squelching sound with each step. No horror film could rival the impact of this grim spectacle. They realized their fantasies of the apocalypse had been far too idyllic. Su Yuning, her voice a mere whisper, remarked, "I had often speculated about the chainsaw's roar and the screams below, envisioning a scenario where humanity bravely wielded chainsaws against the zombies. Yet, I never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner." Lin Hao, in awe, pondered the ingenuity of the zombie traps. How could humans be so clever? Most apocalyptic novels depict a head-on charge. I never imagined traps could be employed. They experienced a profound shock as their minds were awakened. Meng Shiwan noticed them, unfamiliar faces, preoccupied with their own tasks. From midday until the depths of night, the number of zombies dwindled. Meng Shiwan switched off the chainsaw and used a cabinet to seal the opening once more. Beside her, a mountain of zombie corpses lay piled high. After an entire day of toil, she had only managed to procure 3 crystal cores, a stroke of misfortune. She approached Zhang Chang and severed the ropes binding him with a spade, calling out, "Tread Snow, awaken from your slumber. I'm stained with blood. Follow me closely. But do not let it cling to you." Tread Snow blinked drowsily, roused from its stupor. The caretaker had finished their work. It leaped onto another shelf, trailing behind Meng Shiwan as they departed. Zhang Chang lay crumpled on the ground, gazing at the gruesome scene before him, unable to rise for a long while. Having lost the strength to shout, he remained in silence, yet sleep eluded him. The ever-present dread of zombies entering to tear him apart enveloped him, rendering his day one of sheer terror. All he wished for was to escape this cursed place. Devoid of strength, he had to crawl away. With his helmet on, he wriggled across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Watching from the side, Lin Hao and his companions felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Other survivors in the supermarket were drowsy but could not find restful sleep. The chainsaw roared, and the screams of zombies echoed. They feared that the traps might collapse, allowing the undead to swarm in and claim their lives. Upon hearing the commotion cease, many awakened in alarm. Chapter 16. Who can endure this? Survivors from the first floor came searching for Zhang Chang, recoiling in fright upon seeing him writhing on the ground. "Are you injured? Have you been tainted by zombie blood? You want to turn, will you? Shall I end your suffering now to spare you from becoming a zombie?" Zhang Chang mustered his last breath to roar, "I'm not injured. I'm just too terrified to move." As he spoke, he suddenly became aware of the helmet on his head. Previously, he had not understood why she insisted on him wearing it. Now, it became clear. That villain had never intended to take his life. His wounds were on his head, and the helmet could shield him from the infection of zombie blood, preventing him from becoming one of them. For reasons unknown, Zhang Chang felt a flicker of gratitude at that moment. The merciless villain, who seemed devoid of compassion, revealed a surprisingly meticulous side. At that point, someone pulled over a fire hose and doused Zhang Chang with water. The icy spray jolted him back to some semblance of rationality. He thought perhaps he had become a pervert. That villain had tormented him to this extent, and yet he felt touched merely because she had put a helmet on him. Wasn't he the intention behind the helmet to prolong his existence as a zombie carrot? Otherwise, if he turned, she would have to capture another person to bind in his stead. Lin Hao and his companions remained in the betting section of the supermarket, ever vigilant of the movements within. He whispered his arrangements. When the clock struck 2 or 3 in the morning, Zhao Yu would cut the power, while Yuning would gather supplies. They needed to act swiftly, starting with the food section. Approximately 10 minutes later, the power would be restored, and they would return here. Feigning ignorance, the safest course of action was to leave immediately after obtaining the supplies. However, venturing outside meant confronting an abundance of zombies. They possessed little combat prowess and had no better refuge to seek. Encountering zombies outdoors equated to certain death, making it far more prudent to remain hidden within these walls. As long as their actions remained discreet, even if the supplies vanished, no one would suspect them. Meanwhile, the group meticulously cleaned Zhang Chang, coercing him to shed his clothing. Once they confirmed he bore no injuries, they brought forth several bottles of high-proof liquor, dousing Zhang Chang from head to toe, even saturating the wounds on his scalp. His agonized cries reverberated throughout the supermarket, rousing those who had been asleep. Meng Shirwan washed the blood from her body in the seafood section before departing the supermarket. Everyone assumed she had gone to rest, only to return moments later with a cart in tow. The cart bore a wooden board. And this scene was all too familiar to the survivors on the first floor. They were once again moving supplies. The quantity she transported in one trip was not significant for the vast supermarket, yet it was considerable for her RV. She packed in batch after batch, pushing the limits of her vehicle's capacity. Hastening to the frozen section, she emptied the ice cream from the freezers and then proceeded to the fruits and vegetables area. Many of the fruits and vegetables had already been taken, leaving a chaotic display behind the counter. After a moment of contemplation, she maneuvered the cart toward the warehouse. Guarding the entrance was a bruised survivor from the first floor, who quickly turned away, cowering in the corner like a quail. Even Zhang Chang, who had just been carried back, buried his head in the ground, wishing to disappear beneath the floorboards. As long as they avoided eye contact with this villain, they believed they could escape her torment. Meng Shirwan frowned, questioning their behavior. Were they pretending not to see her? A man's feeble voice broke the silence. You said we were not to appear before you again. Meng Shirwan responded firmly. Open the door. The man, filled with trepidation, swiftly retrieved the keys and unlocked the warehouse door, which was secured by multiple locks. He feared that any delay might result in him being the next victim to be bound to the shelves. He also worried that failing to open the door might provoke her to set the warehouse ablaze, which would be a disastrous loss. Survivors descending from the second floor observed the scene from a distance, bewildered. This group on the first floor appeared rather cowardly. A single woman had frightened them into quails. Why don't we seize their warehouse? One suggested. Let us not rush, we'll watch a little longer. Once the supermarket supplies have been consumed, and if they refuse to share the food from their warehouse, we shall take action. This group of cowards, who even fear a single woman, likely possess little remarkable ability. Their disdainful gazes towards the survivors on the first floor reveal their contempt. Meng Shirwan, pulling a cart, entered the warehouse where the first floor survivors kept the door ajar, vigilantly watching the survivors on the second floor from afar. The warehouse was a crucial stronghold, not to be trifled with. Any attempt to encroach would be met with fierce resistance, except for the villain within, whom they could not contend with. Upon entering, Meng Shirwan discovered the warehouse's vastness. Stocked with a plethora of goods, daily necessities, beverages, snacks, grains, and dried provisions. Venturing further inside, she found a cold storage room brimming with a variety of vegetables, fruits, and meats. Like a monkey in an orchard, she busily collected her favorites, taking more of what she relished and less of what she did not. The cubic space could accommodate nearly 2,000 pounds of produce, allowing for ample stockpiling. She gathered durians, grapes, melons, lychees, watermelons, pineapples, apples, and oranges, ensuring a diverse assortment of vegetables to maintain a varied palate. After filling an entire cart, she pulled it out of the warehouse. Zhang Chang, with a sycophantic smile, inquired if she needed assistance in transporting her haul. Meng Shirwan coldly declined, instructing him not to lock the door, as she intended to return shortly. Zhang Chang eagerly nodded in agreement. Returning to her RV, she opened the door and retrieved the 3 crystal cores she had acquired that day, using them all to expand the refrigerator's capacity. Now, the refrigerator boasted an additional 7 cubic meters of space, with 1 cubic meter each designated for cooked dishes, desserts, meats, and seafood, while the remaining 3 cubic meters lay empty. She tirelessly moved boxes of goods into the RV, carefully packing them into the refrigerator and newly expanded space. Although the task was physically demanding, she found joy in it. Compared to her previous life, she felt immensely grateful for the RV system. After unloading 1 cart, she headed back for another. Before departing, Zhang Chang cautiously remarked that they feared zombies might invade at night. They planned to block the passage and leave a small opening for her, assuring her that they would clear the blockage for her next visit. He felt compelled to clarify, lest she return to find the passage obstructed again and unleash her wrath. Who could withstand that? Meng Shirwang responded with a cold acknowledgement, indicating her consent, which relieved Zhang Chong greatly. She continued to transfer items to the RV, filling the refrigerator space incrementally. The fruits nearly filled 1 cubic meter, vegetables another, while ice cream only occupied half a cubic meter, leaving some space available. Noticing the remaining area empty and recalling her restless night, she decided to steer her cart towards the nearby snack street. As Chapter 17 unfolds, the hour had grown late, and upon looking up, one could see the stars twinkling in the night sky. The shops on either side glimmered with lights, some bright and others dim. The road was strewn with fallen, scattered corpses of zombies. Meng Shirwan tugged a cart, making her way directly to the milk tea shop. Upon entering the workspace, she located the storage room and began to haul out the stored ingredients within. She had the various recipes for beverages etched firmly in her mind. As long as the provisions she hoarded were ample, she could concoct any drink she desired at will. After securing the milk tea ingredients, she meandered next door to the restaurant, where she retrieved a cooking package for chicken feet and crab stew, intending it for tonight's supper. Nowadays, many chain restaurants, in order to safeguard their secret recipes, distribute pre-prepared cooking packages that merely require heating. People often claim that these packages are unhealthy soon. They may even find themselves devoid of such culinary conveniences. Meng Shirwan returned to her camper, placing the assorted bags of milk tea ingredients into the refrigerator until it was brimming with supplies, which filled her with immense satisfaction. The fullness of the space represented her greatest joy at that moment. She took out a frying pan, opened the cooking package, and began to heat its contents. Next, she retrieved a bag of cat food from beneath the sofa, pouring it into Tisu's small bowl and adding fresh drinking water. Tisu munched contentedly. After a brief contemplation, Meng Shirwan decided to indulge in chilled watermelon that evening. 2 watermelons she had brought back today rested on the stairs, as they had not fit into the refrigerator. She picked up one, cut it in half, and placed it in the fridge to chill. Once the chicken feet and crab stew began to bubble, she turned off the heat and let it sit while she attended to her personal hygiene. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower, her hair still dripping, she tossed her dirty clothes into the washing machine, blow-dried her hair, and prepared to dine. She retrieved her phone and started a film, a heartwarming pastoral culinary movie. She took out half a watermelon from the fridge and placed it on the counter. Tisu, it's time for dinner, she called. Using a spoon, she scooped out a generous piece and popped it into her mouth, relishing the icy delight. Tisu approached, hoping for a taste, but Meng Shirwan gently nudged its head away. The watermelon is too cold for your little belly. The cooking packages are technological wonders you cannot partake in. Tisu tilted its head, as if feeling slighted. Fortunately, it had already eaten well and found a cozy corner on the sofa to curl up and sleep. Though the cooking packages may be deemed unhealthy, they were undeniably delicious, the chicken feet tender and the crab meat succulent. In the stillness of the deep night, Meng Shirwan savored her meal while watching the film. By the time she finished eating, washed the dishes, and prepared for bed, it was already past 1 in the morning. After brushing her teeth, she stretched lazily, cradling Tisu as she lowered her bed and collapsed into it, ready for slumber. She resolved to indulge in a long, leisurely sleep until the afternoon. However, just as dawn broke, the alarm from the camper's surveillance system pierced the tranquility, waking her from her deep slumber. Meng Shirwan reached for her phone, discovering it was barely past 6 in the morning. Who dares disturb my rest? They had better have a valid reason, or I will not let this go easily. She activated the side monitor to assess the surveillance footage. The all-encompassing cameras installed around the camper would not trigger an alarm unless someone crossed their path. The alarm will only sound if someone loiters around the RV for more than 5 minutes or adopts an aggressive posture towards it, while the owner remains oblivious in a state of slumber. This RV, equipped with numerous intelligent electronic devices, was a marvel of technology. Upon activating the monitor, Meng Shirwan was taken aback to see a throng of individuals encircling her vehicle. She recognized some of them as survivors who had descended from the 2nd floor the previous day. She rolled out of bed and opened the window of the door, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you people? Why are you loitering here so early in the morning?" The belligerent group momentarily paused, startled by her outburst, only to quickly retaliate with indignation. "You thief! How dare you scold us? Where have you stashed the supplies from the supermarket? You couldn't possibly have moved all that on your own, could you?" You ought to leave us something. As Ming Shiwan prepared to retort, she realized the inconsistency in their accusations. Coldly, she inquired, "What is going on?" The leading man bellowed, "Stop pretending. The supermarket supplies were completely stolen last night. And it must be you. You better confess, or we won't let this go." Completely stolen? In such a vast supermarket. It was implausible for her alone, or even a group of 10, to abscond with everything overnight without making a sound. Unless, of course, there was a space manipulator among them. Grabbing a shovel and donning her plush pajamas, she exited the vehicle and made her way toward the supermarket. The survivors from the second floor hastily followed, their faces etched with anger, clearly determined to confront her if she failed to provide an explanation. Inside the supermarket, the shelves, once brimming with goods, now lay barren, devoid of even a single packaging. The entire establishment had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving not a trace behind. Only a space manipulator could have achieved such a feat. She had not anticipated encountering such a rare ability so early on, especially one that involved spatial manipulation. In this apocalyptic world, with zombies lurking everywhere, powers like these were exceedingly scarce. In her previous life, the base she belonged to had grown to encompass hundreds of thousands, with merely a few thousand possessing special abilities. Illustrating their rarity, space manipulators, in particular, were prized among these individuals, serving as the most effective means for transporting supplies. She surveyed the scene. The survivors on the first floor were gathered solemnly at the warehouse entrance, their expressions revealing their anxiety over the theft. Yet, judging by their demeanor, it appeared the warehouse supplies remained intact. Meng Shiwan turned to Zhang Chong and asked, "What about the surveillance footage?" Zhang Chong, momentarily taken aback by her appearance in plush pajamas, was struck by how she resembled a college student rather than a villain. However, when she spoke, her icy tone revealed her true nature, prompting him to hastily explain, "Last night, there was a brief power outage. We assumed it was due to an unstable circuit from the fire, so we paid it no mind. It was only this morning that we discovered the supermarket's goods were missing. When we checked the surveillance, we found the camera lines were damaged and had not captured any footage after the power went out." Meng Shiwan inwardly mused that indeed, the power outage was a deliberate act, a theft of supermarket supplies, revealing the adversary's lack of combat capability. In the early stages, space manipulators could only utilize their abilities to hoard items. It was only when their powers progressed to intermediate or advanced levels that they could evolve to possess abilities such as teleportation or spatial blades, granting them combat prowess. Yet, they dared to steal and then blame her. It was tantamount to courting death. Meng Shiwan inquired, "Who claims that I am the thief?" Without hesitation, Zhang Chong pointed to a young man among those who had entered with Meng Shiwan, declaring, "It was him." The accused, Lin Hao, had meticulously plotted but had not anticipated that the survivor on the first floor would not ally with them. The loss of supplies was a significant matter for every survivor present. Lin Hao believed that all survivors would unite to seek the culprit. By merely directing suspicion towards the solitary girl, he thought they could easily evade the consequences. Chapter 18. Those who can be eliminated require no further words. Who would have thought that this morning, amidst the chaos of discovering the missing supplies, Lin Hao would suggest, could it be that girl who took them? She has killed numerous zombies and is quite formidable. Surely she has the means to carry away all the supplies overnight. His words incited the survivors on the second floor to clamor to confront Meng Shiwan. Meanwhile, the survivors on the first floor sat at the warehouse entrance, like quails, saying nothing. Lin Hao, puzzled, pressed them, "Don't you want to recover the supplies?" To his surprise, the group shook their heads in unison. Zhang Cheng interjected, "Let us not discuss the supplies for now. We simply wish to survive." Everyone on the first floor knew that the individual in the RV was a ruthless killer. Only someone tired of living would provoke her. Lin Hao derided them as cowards. Now, this band of cowards, instead of seeking the supplies, revealed everything when questioned by that girl. Meng Shiwan scrutinized Lin Hao and his accomplices, asking, "On what grounds do you accuse me of theft? Do you have any evidence?" Observing the expressions of the crowd, she noted that while most appeared furious and frightened, the four of them displayed anger yet remained composed. The space manipulator must be among them. Lin Hao felt uneasy under Meng Shiwan's gaze, yet he could not afford to show any weakness. If it became known that they were the thieves, they would inevitably face dire consequences. Thus, he resolutely asserted, "It was you who stole the supplies. I saw you returning to the supermarket to take them last night." Meng Shiwan nearly laughed with exasperation at such a clumsy explanation. Truly, they had squandered their chance at survival. She would not be merciful. The survivors on the first floor gasped at his words, almost wide-eyed in shock. Silently mourning for the young man. Why provoke someone like her? If she truly intended to take the supermarket supplies, she would not need to resort to theft. She moved openly, and who could possibly stop her? Moreover, how could she single-handedly clear all the supplies in one night without making a sound? As expected. In the next moment, they saw Meng Shuan's figure darting forward, rapidly closing in on the four. Before they could react, the trowel in Meng Shuan's hand had already plunged into Su Yuning's throat. Blood sprayed onto Lin Hao's face, and only then did he feel the warmth and change his expression. What are you doing? Yuning. He lunged towards Su Yuning in terror. Meng Shuan swiftly withdrew the trowel, stepping aside as blood splattered once more, staining a large area of the ground. Su Yuning clutched her gushing throat with both hands, her mouth opening and closing as she coughed out copious amounts of blood, unable to believe that she was dying. Wasn't she the Chosen One? The Chosen One awakened with spatial abilities in the apocalypse. How could she die so easily? Lin Hao held her, screaming, Yuning, Yuning, don't leave me. You want to die? You can't. Only then did the others realize, retreating in fear. A murder had occurred. Was she a demon? Without a second thought, she had killed. Too terrifying. The survivors on the first floor witnessed this scene. Despite being mentally prepared, their hearts ached. A villain, too ruthless. They had warned not to provoke her. Yet these few dared to court death, unstoppable. It was truly a matter of life and death over a trivial dispute, without a moment's hesitation to kill. In the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Yuning breathed her last. In that instant, the vanished supplies erupted, forming a mountain that engulfed everyone. Meng Shuan had long been prepared, retreating swiftly to avoid being buried. When a spatial ability user dies, the supplies within the space explode forth. Among the four just now, they had unconsciously shielded that girl behind them. Their sneaky, flawed attempts to challenge her were foolish. They even attempted to pin the blame on her. Utterly unaware of their impending doom, Meng Shuan picked up a rabbit fur pajama from the ground and approached Zhang Chong, trowel in hand. Zhang Chong looked at Meng Shuan with increased trepidation. He felt that having provoked her previously and still being alive was already a sign of her extraordinary leniency towards him. He flatteringly asked, Sister, what do you need? Meng Shuan coldly replied, 1 durian, a dozen eggs, 2 heads of lettuce, a bag of sliced bread, and a bottle of mango juice. Zhang Chong hastily waved his hand. What are you standing there for? Go get it for her. He glanced back at the bloody trowel in Meng Shuan's hand, trying to make conversation. Sister, your trowel is really sharp. It can slice through necks with precision. Behind you. Zhang Chong suddenly shouted, seeing Lin Hao wielding a fire extinguisher, his eyes wide with fury, charging towards Meng Shuan's head. Die! Meng Shuan quickly turned, dodging the descending fire extinguisher, raising her trowel to sever the opponent's throat. The action was clean and remarkably skillful. Zhang Chong stood in shock, his eyes wide as he witnessed the boy collapse to the ground. For a long moment, he could only stammer in awe. Sister, your shovel is truly sharp. As the man emerged from the warehouse, he noticed yet another lifeless body beside Meng Shuan and, trembling, handed a large bag to her. Sister, have you seen enough? Meng Shuan, carrying her belongings, returned to her RV, leaving a group of bewildered onlookers in her wake. Brother Chong, the supplies in the supermarket vanished suddenly yesterday, and now they reappeared. What is going on? You ask me, and I ask whom? How would I know? He replied. It's quite strange, isn't it? How could an entire supermarket's stock simply flicker into and out of existence? Survivors from the second floor crawled out from the piles of supplies, their faces turning pale as they beheld yet another corpse on the ground. Murder? How could one possibly commit murder? They gazed in disbelief at what had once been a perfectly fine girl, now revealed as a killer. In this apocalyptic world, humans could be more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Zhang Chong, standing a short distance away, cautioned them. I warned you not to provoke her, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, all subdued. They had always believed that even the most significant conflicts between people were merely that, conflicts. They had never witnessed someone take a life over a disagreement. In the world before the apocalypse, such an individual would have been feared as a villain, a murderer, a devil. Even now, in this new world, they felt the same. It was just that no one was there to punish such demons anymore. Upon returning to her RV, Meng Shuan set down her items and discarded her blood-stained plush pajamas out the window, replacing them with a pair of rabbit fur pajamas she had scavenged. After cleaning the blood from her shovel, she settled down for sleep. Now, she believed, no one would dare disturb her slumber. It was uncertain whether her fortune lay in good or ill. The misfortune was in encountering a supernatural being, but the fortune was in meeting a novice space ability user who was not particularly clever. Lacking combat prowess, they still dared to cause trouble. Had she faced a more aggressive ability user, she would have had to flee immediately. Chapter 19. Am I really so frightening? Meng Shiruan slept soundly until night fell, awakening to find the RV cloaked in darkness. Shua, turn on all the lights. The lights illuminated the interior, dispelling the gloom. Shua lay sprawled on the bed, still sound asleep. Meng Shiruan picked him up and hopped down from the bed, elevating the bed frame. She pulled back the curtains to glance outside. The sky was completely dark. Shua, go to your business. We're not going out today. She set Shua down, but he, still drowsy, leapt onto the sofa to continue his slumber. Amused by his sleepy demeanor, Meng Shiruan decided not to press him further. She turned on the living room monitor. Resuming the healing movie she and T finished watching the previous night. Disturbed by the noise, Shua covered his ears with his paws, determined to sleep. Meng Shiruan stifled a yawn and went to freshen up, then retrieved clothes from the washing machine, hanging them on a clothesline strung above the staircase on the second floor. What shall we have for dinner? The daily contemplation of meals has become a delightful moment for Meng Shiruan. She places mango juice into the refrigerator to chill, retrieves a small skillet hanging on the wall, and sets it on the induction stove to fry an egg over low heat. After rinsing the lettuce and letting it drain, she ascends to the second floor to find a bottle of ketchup and a pack of cheese slices, preparing a simple sandwich. Once the egg is cooked, she adds a splash of water to boil a few large shrimp for Tiaoxue. In no time, dinner is ready: 2 sandwiches, a glass of mango juice, a durian, and half a watermelon that she had placed in the refrigerator yesterday. This evening is a feast of fruits and snacks, delectable and delightful. All is laid out on the small dining table before the sofa, as she extracts the cooked shrimp, shelling and shredding them before mixing them with a can of cat food, much to Tiaoshua's delight. Xiaoji, turn off all the lights outside the living room, she commands. The lights within the RV dim abruptly, leaving only a few gentle bulbs above the bed casting a warm glow. Meng Shiruan situates a cushion in the corner between the sofa and wardrobe, comfortably reclining with the watermelon while indulging in a movie. Outside, the night is serene, and within the RV, the soft, dim light creates an ambience of comfort as she enjoys her fruits while watching the film. There is no greater pleasure than this. The RV, immune to all harm, stands as a fortress, providing a profound sense of security in this perilous world. Meng Shiruan sets down the watermelon and casually retrieves a packet of spicy snacks from beneath the dining table, picking up a sandwich that is utterly enticing. Tiaoxue finishes her meal with a delighted munch, then clumsily scurries off to the restroom. Upon her return, Tiaoxue finds Meng Shiruan grappling with the durian. The little cat, with wide, round eyes, gazes on in perplexity. It looks from the durian in Meng Shiruan's hands to the freshly flushed toilet, a hint of regret in its expression. Had it known that the litter attendant enjoyed such delicacies, it would have saved the warm offering from earlier. After indulging in her meal, fatigue overwhelms Meng Shiruan. Xiaoji, turn off the television and lights, she instructs, before collapsing onto the sofa and drifting off to sleep. The RV descends into darkness, enveloped by the night as tranquility. The following morning, Meng Shiruan awakes feeling a heaviness in her chest, struggling to breathe. As she opens her eyes, they meet Tiaoshue's round, inquisitive gaze. The plump Tiaoxue is perched upon her chest, nearly suffocating her. What are you doing, Tiaoxue? Meng Shiruan gasps, embracing Tiaoxue as she sits up. Tiaoxue leaps to the hallway, glancing back at Meng Shiruan, beckoning her to follow. Uncertain of Tiaoshue's intentions, Meng Shiruan trails her into the restroom, where she witnesses Tiaoxue jumping onto the toilet and producing an impressively large stool. Wow, Tiaoxue, you've mastered the toilet, she exclaims. Tiaoxue eyes Meng Shiruan, then the stool in the toilet, as if to say, here, enjoy this warm treat. I know you love it. Based on her understanding of Tiaoxue, Meng Shiruan senses that something feels amiss. She tentatively extended her hand towards the flush button after using the toilet. To her surprise, T-Su grasped her hand, glancing from her to the excrement in the bowl, urging her to eat it while it's warm. M-ing-shw and firmly asserted, T-Su, I do not eat feces, I refuse to partake. With that, she pressed the flush button, sending the waste swirling away. T-Su, bewildered, felt a sense of injustice. As she recalled how delightful the meal had been the previous night, M-ing-shwn, exasperated, embraced T-Su and explained, what I consumed yesterday, while foul, Was not feces, it was fruit. I do not eat feces, understand? Please do not call me to partake in such again. Tisu appeared to grasp only a fraction of the explanation, perplexed as to how something so odorous could possibly be anything but feces. Using a few leftover eggs from yesterday, Ming mixed them with flour to prepare some pancakes. Together, they enjoyed a simple breakfast before changing their clothes and taking out the trash. Instead of heading to the supermarket, they ascended to the second floor via a different staircase. Tisu squatted on Ming's shoulder, clutching a trowel, stealthily making their way upstairs while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Uncertain whether the small traps on the first floor had lured all the zombies on the second floor for slaughter, she knew that caution was paramount for their survival. A moment's negligence could cost them dearly. Before they even exited the stairwell, Ming heard the sounds of a struggle within. She cautiously peeked around the corner, spotting a tall man engaged in combat with several zombies. He wielded a broadsword, and after creating sufficient distance, he swiftly decapitated a zombie. Fearful of being caught, he was meticulous, only retaliating once he had adequately distanced himself from the undead. Ming recognized him as the bewildered owner of the outdoor supply store. After dispatching several zombies, he used his sword to sever their heads, searching for something. To Ming's surprise, he seemed to be collecting crystal cores, surveying her surroundings. She noted that several zombies lay fallen in the corridor of the second floor, and the staircase leading to the third floor was blocked, preventing any potential ambush from above. Satisfied that the second floor was secure, Ming chose not to confront Wiy, instead leading Tisu into a nearby small goods store to seek out items they might need. It was prudent to gather as many supplies as possible in this marketplace, for once they departed, it would be unlikely to encounter such a bountiful resource again. Ming picked up a small hat and placed it on Tisu's head, twirling in front of a mirror, finding her utterly adorable. However, the reflection revealed Wiy's silhouette, prompting Ming to tighten her grip on the trowel and retreat swiftly, maintaining her distance from him. Wiy, taken aback by her reaction, queried, "Every time you see me, it's as if you've seen a ghost. Why are you so wary? Do I appear so frightening?" His confusion was palpable. He was not a zombie, after all, so why such trepidation? Ming replied coldly, "Is there something you need?" While she could afford to be less cautious with others, with him, she remained on high alert. His body bore the marks of rigorous training, exuding an aura of formidable strength that one could not afford to underestimate. Chapter 20. Can the fish tank be expanded? Wei Yi spread his palm, revealing 2 crystalline cores. "Are you looking for this?" The last time Meng Shirwan departed from his shop, she had advised him to stay hidden. Regrettably, the shop lacked provisions, making concealment impossible. He had to venture out in search of food. Donning a raincoat and helmet, he unsheathed his cherished Tang sword. Fully armed and mentally prepared, he opened the shop door. To his surprise, the outside world was not as perilous as he had envisioned. Many of the zombies had been eradicated, leaving only a few wandering about. After cautiously dispatching 2 zombies, Wei Yi concluded that they were not as formidable as he had initially thought. With a bit of caution, he could certainly manage. Reconsidering his previous intention to scavenge alone, he resolved to seek out other survivors. Strength in numbers would significantly enhance his chances of survival. He meandered through the lower levels of the mall, noting a peculiar characteristic among the slain zombies. Their heads had been split open, as if deliberately cleaved. Though severing a zombie's head was sufficient to vanquish it, why were all their skulls mutilated? When he encountered another zombie, he too split its head open, discovering a crystalline core within one of them. He was now utterly convinced that the individual responsible for decapitating the zombies was in pursuit of these cores. As he pondered this, he noticed a girl before him. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the core in his hand. Meng Shirwan spoke softly, "Are you selling it?" Wei Yi withdrew his hand, stating, "I can give you the core, but you must answer a few questions." He was unclear about the current situation. Yet this young woman evidently possessed knowledge beyond his own. Meng Shirwan remained vigilant, asking, 2 additional crystalline cores would equate to 2 more cubic meters of space. "This is crucial for me." Wei Yi inquired, "Why are you collecting these cores? What purpose do they serve? Why did the supplies vanish from the supermarket after you eliminated that girl? You mentioned there would be rescue. Is there truly a rescue team? Will humanity ever restore civilization?" He had visited the supermarket the previous day and observed survivors sorting through mountains of supplies on the floor. After inquiring about the situation, He learned of the bizarre disappearance and subsequent reappearance of the supermarket's provisions, yet no one dared to question her about it. Meng Shiwan's gaze darkened. The crystalline cores could become the currency of the future, enabling the exchange of resources. That girl was a spatial ability wielder, and along with the zombies, there were also formidable ability users. The death of a spatial ability wielder would yield resources. There must be a rescue team. Humanity would not simply resign to death without action. As for the restoration of civilization, she was uncertain. She raised her gaze, coldly fixing her stare on Wei Yi. Put down the core and keep your distance. Do not approach within 10 meters of me. Having received his answers, Wei Yi honored his word, placing the 2 crystalline cores on a nearby counter before departing from the small goods store. After he walked away, Meng Shiwan stepped forward to pick up the crystal core. Feeling rather pleased, she could stock up on quite a few things now. With Ta Shui by her side, she continued to stroll leisurely, holding a shopping basket and filling it with items that caught her eye. A sleek, straight metal thermos with a straw, perfect for holding milk tea. A green round flask with a shoulder strap, ideal for outings. Elegant chopsticks and small spoons, easy to carry. A couple of sturdy backpacks, definitely useful. Swimming goggles, an excellent find, protecting her eyes from splashes of zombie blood. Small hair clips, scarves, and other practical accessories, she grabbed a few of each. When the basket overflowed, she stuffed the extras into a backpack and slung it over her shoulder. Ta Shui leaped onto a shelf of decorative items, fixated on an exquisite little fish tank. The tank had a vintage design, its 4 corners secured with dark brown metal fittings, topped with a pointed lid featuring tiny ventilation holes. Even if placed in the RV, the water wouldn't slosh out while driving. Inside, colorful pebbles and delicate green aquatic plants adorned the tank, with a few small red fish darting about. Ta Shui watched them intently, utterly absorbed. If you like it, we'll take it. You can admire it all you want back in the RV. Meng Shiwan carefully lifted the fish tank and nestled it into a corner of the basket. Meow? Ta Shui flicked her tail happily. As Meng Shiwan stepped out of the small goods store, basket and backpack in hand, she spotted Wei Yi with 2 suited survivors. Calling out along the corridor, "Anyone still alive? Come out now. It's safe outside. I'll take you downstairs where there's food." At his words, a few more survivors emerged from the shops, trailing closely behind him. Meng Shiwan clicked her tongue. Who would Wei Yi thought this burly man had such a kind heart? She slipped into a nearby phone store, grabbed several memory cards, and booted up the shop's computer to download movies and games. These would serve as entertainment later. Once the internet was gone, there'd be no more online play. High-rated films, popular TV series, trending variety shows, and renowned single-player games. She downloaded them all. When one memory card filled up, she simply grabbed another. They didn't take up much space anyway. By the time Meng Shiwan emerged from the phone store, a string of memory cards in hand, Wei Yi was already leading a group of over a dozen survivors downstairs. She trailed behind, paying them no mind, and headed straight back to the RV. After setting everything down, she began organizing. Tableware went into the kitchen drawers. Cups were arranged on the shelves, and the swimming goggles were tucked into the shoe cabinet's crevices. She attached a magnetic base beneath Ta Shui's fish tank and another on the shoe cabinet's surface, ensuring it stayed firmly in place even while driving. The 2 backpacks were wedged into the gaps beside the passenger seat. As Meng Shiwan busied herself, Ta Shui remained engrossed in watching the little fish dart about, thoroughly entertained. Meng Shiwan stroked her head, then pulled out 2 crystal cores, pondering where to expand the space next. She summoned the blueprint of the RV and discovered a newly revealed expandable space within. That little fish tank? Meng Shiwan was taken aback, repeatedly confirming the position and pattern on the blueprint, realizing it was indeed an expandable area for the fish tank. Her heart surged with excitement. What would the additional space for the fish tank entail? Would it merely serve as a storage area, or could it accommodate fish? If it allowed for fish cultivation, it would be a tremendous surprise for Meng Shiwan. This implied a sustainable source of output. In a world ravaged by incessant disasters, the significance of sustainable production is self-evident. Impatiently, she utilized a crystal core to expand the fish tank's space. Approaching the fish tank, her consciousness swept over it, and instantly, the interior transformed into a cubic space. The tank was nearly filled with water, adorned with colorful stones at the bottom, and some green aquatic plants floated gracefully, resembling an enlarged version of the fish tank. The aquatic plants swayed rhythmically, indicating that time flowed within this space and was not stagnant, making it entirely suitable for fish cultivation. Chapter 21. Treat him like a fart. After a prolonged silence, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. congratulating her on unlocking the fish pond. The time flow within the pond was normal, and rewards included automatic water quality optimization, oxygenation, and the thriving of aquatic plants, thereby fostering ecological balance. Meng Sherwan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was so thrilled that she nearly sprang into the air, embracing T and planting a big kiss on its head. T, you truly are my precious gem. Were it not for T's interest in this little fish tank, she would have never brought back such a seemingly useless ornament. Thus, she would have never discovered that the RV could unlock a fish pond. T, somewhat bewildered, was unaware of the significance of its contribution, only sensing the joy of its owner and mirroring that happiness. Meng Sherwan eagerly opened the refrigerator space, mentally directing a portion of the aquatic products contained within to be transferred into the fish pond. In an instant, these fish and shrimp appeared within the pond's space. The fish swam joyfully, while shrimp and crabs scuttled over the colorful stones, sometimes resting on the aquatic plants in search of food. These fish and shrimp were previously alive, having been caught from the supermarket's tank and directly placed into the refrigerator space. The flow of time within the space was halted. Thus, those brought in alive could be retrieved in the same state. Meng Sherwan watched the fish frolicking in the water and exclaimed in delight, just as I thought. The materials within the RV's expanded space could be directly interchanged with one another. There was no longer the hassle of removing them from the refrigerator and placing them into the fish tank. Just moments ago, the system mentioned rewards for water quality optimization, flourishing aquatic plants, and enhanced ecological cycles, with the aquatic plants thriving in the pond and many fish and shrimp feeding on them. This small pond possessed its own ecological cycle, requiring minimal maintenance on her part. Such treasures were truly invaluable. No amount of supplies could compare to the worth of renewable resources in this apocalyptic world. As Meng Sherwan pondered, she considered that if a small fish tank could be expanded into a fish pond, then perhaps a small flower pot could similarly evolve into a farm. The more she contemplated this possibility, the more exhilarated she became, resisting the impulse to rush out immediately in search of a flower pot. She first decided to organize the space within her RV. Earlier, she had relocated a portion of the fish and shrimp to the pond, creating an additional half cubic meter of space in the refrigerator. Holding a crystal core in her hand, she thoughtfully resolved to utilize it to upgrade the second floor of her RV. After some reflection, she realized that the 500 bags of edible salt she had stored on the second floor were insufficient. Salt is an indispensable element for the human body, and it would inevitably become precious in the future. She resolved to take decisive action and stockpile 1 cubic meter of edible salt, equating to 2 tons, sufficient to sustain her for a lifetime. This would eliminate any future concerns regarding salt. With determination, she expanded the second floor space using the crystal core, accommodating the 500 bags of salt, thus freeing up even more room. Meng Sherwan then hitched her trailer and made her way to the supermarket. Inside, supplies were piled high like small mountains, meticulously organized by the survivors, either displayed on shelves or categorized on the floor. Upon her entrance, Wei Yu was in the midst of gathering all the survivors for a meeting. He encouraged everyone, stating that this calamity might persist for an extended period, and the arrival of rescue teams remained uncertain. It was imperative for them to unite and find ways to survive. He proposed that, since the zombies outside had been mostly cleared and the area was relatively safe, they should not remain idle. They ought to collect edible food and medical supplies from the nearby stores, prioritizing perishable items before moving on to those with a longer shelf life. He emphasized the importance of cherishing their food supplies to prolong their survival, and suggested filling all containers with water to guard against potential water shortages, ensuring an ample supply of food while they awaited rescue. His proposal garnered overwhelming support from the majority of survivors, while a small contingent of timid individuals, too fearful to leave the supermarket, volunteered to fetch water. Meng Sherwan was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated that this man was so resourceful. As Zhang Chang spotted her arrival, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Sister, are you here to collect supplies?" She nodded in affirmation, prompting him to unlock the warehouse door. With Zhang Chang efficiently opening the door, Meng Sherwan entered the warehouse, first loading the edible salt, followed by cured meats, red and white sugars, honey, and other processed goods. Lastly, she gathered some trash bags, sanitary napkins, and tissues, everyday essentials. To her delight, the supermarket proved ample in size, with a significant stockpile of goods. After loading most of her haul, she ventured into the cold storage and retrieved 2 durians before finally emerging with her trailer. As the gathered crowd noticed her trailer filled to the brim with boxes, One man voiced his discontent, questioning why she was taking so many supplies without participating in the meeting or assisting in the collection efforts. He had just ascended from the second floor with Wei Yi and was unaware of the situation below. However, the person next to him swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "You should be quiet. Do you want to get yourself killed? Dare to provoke her, and those who have done so are now deceased. Do not be deceived by her femininity. She is utterly unremorseful when it comes to taking lives." The man, skeptical, freed himself from the hand that covered his mouth and retorted, "Are you suggesting she would kill me for uttering those two statements?" Meng Shiwan's stride, as she dragged the cart, abruptly halted, leaving her standing still. With her movement, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all breath held in anticipation. According to their knowledge of this fiend, any slight provocation could indeed lead to murder. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the man, their gazes filled with pity. The man, undeterred by Meng Shiwan, felt a chill run down his spine under the sympathetic yet morbid stares surrounding him. "Why do you all look at me in such a manner?" In the midst of the silence, footsteps echoed as they witnessed Meng Shiwan approach, wielding a spade in her grip. This very spade had smashed the skulls of numerous zombies and severed several necks. Zhang Chong, startled, seized the opportunity to speak, emboldened by the fact that he could converse with Meng Shiwan. "Sister, he is simply ignorant. Do not let his words provoke you. If need be, I shall have him apologize to you. You may take whatever you wish from the supermarket. We have no objections. Please, do not let your anger flare." Wei Yi, observing this scene, felt a sense of unease. He had heard tales of this girl's temperament. Anyone who crossed her path risked genuine peril. He too chimed in with a plea for calm. "It is not worth it. Such trivial matters should not escalate into conflict. Yes, please take what you need. Without you, we would not enjoy this peace. Perhaps I would still be hiding in fear. We have no objections to your gathering supplies." He added, "Do not take him seriously. Just disregard him." As Meng Shiwan drew ever closer to the man, the crowd hastily offered words of reassurance. The zombies outside were already terrifying enough. They truly wished to avoid witnessing a scene of murder. The man, increasingly intimidated by the atmosphere they created, began to falter, retreating until he fell to the ground in defeat. Chapter 22. Why is there such a vast disparity among humans? Meng Shiwan, bypassing him, lifted a pot of greenery from a nearby shelf and turned to leave, not affording the man even a glance. She was nearly out of the aisle with her cart when she could still hear the whispered fears within the supermarket. "Newcomers, heed my warning. Provoke anyone but that girl. She is a madwoman, unflinching in the face of murder. I was terrified just now. I thought blood would spill on the spot. What possessed you to provoke her?" The ominous reputation of Meng Shiwan had deeply ingrained itself in their minds, and now her mere presence instilled trepidation. They felt that a single misplaced word might provoke her spade to swing and sever their throats. Meng Shiwan parked the cart beside her RV and first carried the pot of greenery back inside. She affixed a magnetic strip beneath the pot, securing it next to a small fish tank. The succulent pot was square, containing several plump leaves adorned with a layer of green moss, upon which rested a colorful ceramic mushroom for decoration. After arranging the potted plants, Meng Shiwan eagerly summoned the RV's blueprint and was delighted to discover an expandable option for the position of the potted plants. Her intuition proved correct. The potted plants could very well lead to the expansion of a farm. Alas, she lacked a crystal core, rendering her excitement futile. With a heavy heart, Meng Shiwan suppressed her emotions and began transferring supplies into the RV. She stored cured meats, sugar, and honey in the half-cubic space freed up in the refrigerator. Garbage bags, sanitary napkins, and other necessities occupied a small area on the second floor. Bags of salt were neatly placed in the newly expanded cubic space on the second floor. Once everything was organized, she donned her raincoat, equipped herself with swimming goggles, and grabbed a shovel, ready to hunt zombies. She was in urgent need of a crystal core to expand her potted plants and uncover the situation. Outside the mall, the zombies on the first and second floors had been cleared, leaving only the third floor to explore. The remaining zombies upstairs should have been lured down by the chainsaw traps she had previously set. There likely wouldn't be many left. She opted against creating more traps, choosing instead to confront them directly. Pushing aside a cabinet that blocked the escalator, Meng Shiwan ascended slowly to the third floor. As she stepped off the escalator, the scent of fresh human flesh attracted the attention of the wandering zombies above, who lunged toward her. She estimated there were about a dozen. Among them, a few were disemboweled, their entrails dragging on the ground, moving awkwardly towards her, a truly grotesque sight. Wielding her shovel, She swiftly decapitated the nearest zombies and dashed toward a nearby clothing store. She pushed the door, only to find it locked from the inside. A terrified girl peeked out from behind the counter, her face pale as she caught sight of the gathering zombies outside, before retreating in fear. Turning around, Meng Shewan saw zombies pouring in from both sides of the corridor, mere meters away, ready to pounce. There was no way she could eliminate them all in a short span of time. A single misstep could cost her life. In the deadly game of survival against zombies, caution was paramount. Gritting her teeth, Meng Shewan vaulted over the railing ahead and jumped down, her figure vanishing from sight. The girl in the clothing store, secretly observing the situation outside, gasped in horror at this audacious act. This was the third floor, designed with a hollow structure. A leap from here would send one crashing to the first floor. The mall's height meant that a fall from that height could leave anyone severely injured or worse. The girl had never witnessed such a decisive leap before, and it genuinely frightened her. After her startled cry, she realized the dire situation. Sure enough, the zombies, having lost their target, began frantically pounding on the glass door. If the glass shattered, she would be torn apart by the ravenous horde. Terrified, she pressed herself against the wall, her face ashen. In the depths of her despair, she beheld the slender figure clad in a black raincoat, which had just leapt from the building, now ascending the escalator once more. The figure circled behind the horde of zombies, wielding a shovel with deft precision, shattering a zombie's skull in one swift motion. The girl almost thought she was hallucinating. How could someone survive a fall from the third floor? And not only survive, but also exuberantly dispatch zombies with such vigor? Was this still a human being? Meng Shewan had not met the ground on the first floor. Instead, she had skillfully swung back to the second floor using the railing. Such skills were honed in the cataclysmic world, where only the capable could endure for so long. The girl from the clothing store attracted some of the zombies' attention, allowing her to launch a surprise attack from behind, effortlessly taking down 4 or 5 of the undead. These dozen or so zombies no longer posed a threat to her. When a zombie lunged at her, she would retreat, creating distance before delivering a decisive blow to its head. In mere minutes, she had dispatched all of them, cleaving their skulls open, yet she found no crystal cores. Disappointment washed over her as she pressed onward to the 4th floor in search of more zombies. There were slightly more zombies on the 4th floor, perhaps 20 or so. Fortunately, they were not densely packed. They approached in small clusters, each swiftly dealt with by Meng Shewan. Still, no crystal cores emerged. Surely, she could not be so unfortunate today. She cast her gaze towards the final level of the mall, the 5th floor, anticipating an even greater number of zombies there. She refrained from charging directly up. Her shovel struck the trash can at the escalator's edge, producing a resounding thud. The noise attracted the zombies on the 5th floor, who began to descend towards her. She stood guard at the escalator entrance, dispatching each one as they came down. As the zombies were eradicated, the survivors on the 4th floor cautiously peered out from the stores. Witnessing the slender shadow wreaking havoc was both awe-inspiring and paralyzing. One zombie was enough to terrify them into silence. Yet this girl was capable of slaying zombies across multiple floors. How could a mere mortal exhibit such prowess? The disparity between them was staggering. Despite the admiration in the survivors' eyes, Meng Shewan felt no joy, only a simmering frustration. Reality had shown her that when one is unfortunate, calamity often compounds. After clearing 3 floors of zombies, she had astonishingly failed to find a single crystal core. In her urgent desire to expand her potted plant space and discern the circumstances, she had cleared nearly 100 zombies without a single core to show for it. Meng Shewan surveyed them all, now entirely devoid of the undead, and fell into contemplation. To continue her hunt for zombies, she would have to venture elsewhere. This mall held none for her to slay. It seemed time to depart. She had accumulated nearly all the supplies she needed, and the space in her RV was nearly filled. There was little purpose in remaining here any longer. She exited the shopping mall and observed the survivors pushing shopping carts and trailers, gathering supplies from the various stalls in the food court to stock up inside the supermarket. Chapter 23. Surrounded by Zombies. Meng Shewan noticed a man pushing 2 carts brimming with snacks. A fleeting glance revealed that they were all her favorites: packaged snail noodles, instant noodles, chips, fries, chocolates, dried mangoes, and fizzy drinks. Without hesitation, she seized the opportunity and pushed the cart away with a flourish. The man, seeing his cart in her possession, rushed towards her, momentarily frozen in shock. There exists a term that encapsulates his feelings: unable to express anger. He dared not even feel it. Instead, he ingratiatingly inquired, "Sister, is there enough for you?" May I offer you some of these snacks? Meng Shirwan waved her hand dismissively, indicating her refusal. She placed the snacks beside her camper van and entered the supermarket. Inside, the spacious area was piled high with an abundance of supplies, presumably newly brought in from outside. Some timid women busied themselves organizing the materials, classifying them one by one. Meng Shirwan made her way to the seafood section, where she saw several women lifting a stack of buckets to fill them with water. Upon noticing her approach, their gazes turned cautious and apprehensive. Meng Shirwan grabbed a hose, standing at a distance from the water buckets, washing the blood from her body. One girl, after studying her intently, could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Sister, how are you so formidable? You vanquished all the zombies in the mall." They feared Meng Shirwan, yet simultaneously admired her strength. In such an environment, being strong equated to living better. Meng Shirwan cast a glance at them and replied coolly, "If you wish to survive, do not view yourselves merely as women. You must learn and practice, holding yourselves to standards higher than men. Only then might you endure in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Sentimentality will only hasten your demise." The zombies outside had been cleared away, yet remnants still lingered within the supermarket, too fearful to venture out and gather supplies. What else could this be but sentimentality? In the apocalypse, such sentiments earn no compassion, only endless humiliation. The girls were momentarily taken aback, not expecting the ruthless yet taciturn figure to impart such wisdom. Meng Shirwan carried several buckets of mineral water back to her camper van, shedding her raincoat and stowing it in the storage compartment beneath. She then retrieved a small water pump, filling 2 tanks to the brim. The snacks from the shopping cart were poured onto the couch, while the cart itself was placed on the rack at the rear of the vehicle. The rear featured a large iron frame, initially intended for bicycles and electric scooters, but now also served well for storing shopping carts. She secured the nearby hand trailer and wooden board onto it with ropes. Subsequently, she ventured to gather more supplies. These 2 carts would prove to be quite convenient. Upon returning to her camper van, she glanced at the time, noting that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Meng Shirwan poured some cat food for Tiaoxue and began preparing lunch. Her mind was preoccupied with the thought of finding another crystal core to expand her potted plant space, resulting in a rather simple meal preparation. Boiling snail noodles, enriched with eggs, sausages, and braised pig's trotters, results in a sumptuous dish that tantalizes the senses. The aroma is so potent that it nearly overwhelms Treading Snow, who stares in astonishment at Meng Shirwan, her eyes wide with disbelief. She exclaims that the litter cleaner enjoys excrement, attempting to argue that it is not, in fact, excrement. Yet, the stench is undeniably worse than that. Observing Treading Snow's expression, Meng Shirwan hastily clarifies, "Do not look at me like that. I assure you, this is not excrement." Treading Snow blinks, clearly unconvinced, still believing the litter cleaner is merely making excuses. Meng Shirwan retrieves a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator and opens half a durian before settling down to eat. Treading Snow perches on the sofa, extending her head out the window for some fresh air. The odor is unbearable, and she feels as though the vehicle is becoming permeated with the stench, igniting a desire to flee from home. After finishing her meal and washing the pot, Meng Shirwan hangs it back on the wall. She finds it amusing to see Treading Snow with her head out the window, pulling her back inside. Meng Shirwan shuts the window and instructs, "Xiaoji, activate the air circulation." "Understood, master." "Air circulation is now active," comes the prompt reply. Meng Shirwan closes all the windows and secures anything on the table that might fall, holding the remaining half bottle of cola. She makes her way to the driver's seat. "Treading Snow, we are off." Starting the vehicle, they slowly depart from the shopping mall. Zhang Chang, returning with supplies, notices the pink RV parked at the entrance and shouts, "Sister, where are you going? Will you be back?" The only reply he receives is a cloud of exhaust fumes. The roads are not overly congested, yet when encountering vehicles idling at traffic lights, Meng Shirwan accelerates, forcing her way through and creating a path. The RV, impervious to harm, behaves like a road bully, colliding and squeezing through with a brutish flair. Treading Snow clings tightly to anything within reach on the center console, nearly being thrown off several times. Zombies wandering along the road hear the roar of the engine and stiffly pursue. Meng Shirwan dismisses the need to clear out the scattered zombies, simply driving past them. For those who obstruct her path, she decisively crushes them under her wheels. Her destination is the agricultural market, not far away. If the potted plants indeed expand into a farm, she can stock up on seeds at the market seed shop. Having located the agricultural market on the map, a sense of unease washes over her as she approaches. Too many vehicles line the roadside. The sidewalks are crammed with electric bikes, while small cars and tricycles sit bumper to bumper, encroaching upon the roadway. The agricultural market is bustling with a market. Realizing this, she immediately turns around to leave. Seeds can be found elsewhere, but a market flooded with zombies is a peril she cannot afford to confront. She sought the crystal core, yet she had no intention of engaging fiercely with the zombies. However, it was too late. The road ahead was obstructed by a congested flow of vehicles. Chaos must have erupted during the zombie outbreak, leaving cars haphazardly strewn across the path, colliding with one another and creating an impenetrable blockade. She could only retreat and turn around. In that brief moment, zombies surged from every corner, densely gathering around the RV, numbering at least in the hundreds. Meng Sherwan reversed the RV a few meters, crushing dozens of zombies beneath its weight, but was ultimately unable to move any further. The RV was immune to all harm. Yet its power was limited. Against such a multitude of zombies, it could not simply push through like a bulldozer, even if it could crush the zombies beneath it. The uneven terrain posed a risk of the RV losing its balance and overturning, which would be perilous. Meng Sherwan steadied the RV and lifted her gaze. The zombies were drawn to the sound. They crawled out from the vehicles, spilled out from the shops, and rushed in from the streets, converging into a thick mass with no gaps to be found. The ones closest pounded furiously against the exterior of the RV, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, eyes dull and gray, creating a terrifying sight. At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. This was disastrous. She had miscalculated. Who could have anticipated that the agricultural market would host such a bustling fair? Chapter 24. A must for self-rescue. Tao Shui observed the chaotic scene outside with growing agitation. Letting out a huff, Meng Sherwan ensured the door to the driver's cabin was locked before cradling Tao Shui and returning to the RV. With the situation as it stood, she decided to calm her nerves with half a durian. Simply eating durian was rather dull, so she turned on the display to watch a comedic variety show. Wherever one falls, there one lies. She thought it best to rest for a while, as the zombies could not breach the RV's sanctuary. Tao Shui settled on the sofa, glancing at the fierce zombies outside, then at the oblivious custodian beside her, letting out a heavy sigh. Indeed, life was not easy, and even a cat could feel the weight of existence. Once the RV was parked and the engine silenced, the commotion ceased, and the assembled zombies, losing their target, wandered aimlessly in place. They did not disperse but remained clustered tightly around the RV. Meng Sherwan reached out, sliding the window open just a crack, releasing the tantalizing scent of fresh flesh into the air, which stirred the zombies into a frenzy once more. The zombies surrounding the RV attempted to ascend, but the smooth exterior thwarted their efforts, only allowing the jarring sounds of their claws scraping against the metal to resonate. In the distance, the zombies pressed against one another, their heads colliding, producing an agitated murmur. Meng Sherwan increased the volume of the television to drown out the external clamor. The commotion among the horde caught the attention of the survivors within the agricultural market. On the 6th floor of a nearby building, a man cautiously extended his head to survey the situation, only to retract it stealthily. Du Zitao slumped to the ground, whispering, "The zombie horde is surging towards the road. I wonder what is happening over there." The others in the room wore expressions of sheer terror, moving stealthily, fearful of making a sound. His mother spoke up. "I believe I just heard the sound of a vehicle. Who could be coming at this hour?" His wife furrowed her brows. "I read online that a rescue team has been formed to save survivors. Could it be that they have arrived?" Mr. Du lit a cigarette, observing, "Given the current state of affairs, even a rescue team might find themselves in peril here. It's quite challenging." Before the outbreak of the zombies, a market was organized here, even featuring a theatrical troupe. Coincidentally, it was right after the wheat harvest, and many farmers from the suburbs would come to buy agricultural tools, machinery parts, and seeds. Coupled with the allure of the market, the foot traffic was considerable. Those attending the market crowded the streets, often bumping into one another. Their family operated a farm equipment store on the ground floor, and Mr. Du had been contemplating how prosperous the business would be during this bustling market. No one anticipated the outbreak of zombies. That day, Du Zitao and his wife were on holiday, returning to partake in the market festivities. While Du's mother prepared meals at home, Mr. Du remained alone in the store. At noon, a customer selecting tools suddenly froze, contorting their body and lunging at him with a grotesque snarl. Mr. Du initially thought it was a rabies episode, panic coursing through him as he dashed upstairs. He intended to call security, but Du Zitao rushed down, his face a mask of terror. "Dad, we need to get home quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, Mr. Du followed his son home. Once inside, Du Zitao locked the door behind them, barricading it with a cabinet as he gasped for breath. Mr. Du muttered about the rabid customer and the need to alert security to prevent theft in his absence. His daughter-in-law trembled as she urged, "Dad, it's not rabies. Just look outside." Mr. Du frowned, perplexed by the expressions of horror on their faces. Approaching the window, he gazed down and witnessed a scene he would never forget. The street below was a veritable slaughterhouse, teeming with people. He watched in horror as a child bit their mother's hand. Soon after, the woman twisted her neck and lunged at another person, tearing a chunk of flesh from their arm. The bitten man screamed in terror, only to fall silent as he turned to bite those around him. Chaos erupted. People screamed and ran, yet the crowd was too dense to escape. A towering man pinned a petite woman to the ground, gnawing at her. Several deranged individuals held another person down, feasting on their flesh. He witnessed a child having a large piece of flesh bitten off their face by a woman, who chewed and swallowed it. The street was filled with screams. Drenched in blood, Mr. Du was left speechless. What is happening?" Du Zitao replied hoarsely, "It's zombies. I always thought they existed only in novels. I never believed there would truly be a zombie outbreak." Half an hour later, the streets gradually fell silent. Those who could hide did so, while those left with no refuge transformed into wandering zombies upon the pavement. The family was fortunate, having survived intact. Du Mu fervently prayed, hoping for the arrival of a rescue team to extricate them from this terrifying place. Inside the RV, Meng Shiwan, having satiated her hunger and thirst, shifted the monitor aside and peered through the opening at the scene beyond the windshield. The zombies continued to crowd towards them, the road cluttered with vehicles and the undead. Leaving no gaps to exploit, she realized she must devise a means of self-rescue. Waiting for the rescue team could take an indeterminate span of time, perhaps a month, or even 2. She could not afford to wait. The RV was indeed stocked with ample provisions, sufficient to last her several years. If she conserved her water supply, it would sustain her for months. The dilemma lay in the gas tank, which was not expanded, leaving a meager supply of fuel. The weather would only grow hotter by the day, and within half a month, the temperature would rise to unbearable levels for humanity. Without the air conditioning, the RV would become akin to a steamer. However, keeping the air conditioning running continuously would deplete the solar power generated by the roof, necessitating a gasoline generator for electricity. Yet the fuel tank was limited and would not last beyond a few days. Her sole path forward was to break free herself. With at least 1,000 zombies surrounding her, the RV was immobile, and she could not possibly slay them one by one. Finding a way to escape had become her foremost concern. Others in such a predicament would undoubtedly panic and lose their composure. However, who was she? She was Meng Shiwan, who had traversed back from the apocalypse after 3 years. Xiaoji, turn on the air conditioning and set the temperature to 10 degrees. Understood, master. The air conditioning is now activated. Above the cabinet, near the range hood, the fan blades of the air conditioning whirred to life, sending forth a chilling breeze that rapidly lowered the temperature within the RV. Meng Shiwan closed the windows and meticulously checked the interior to ensure that all openings were sealed tightly. She retrieved a lighter from a crevice in the shoe cabinet and took the remote control upstairs. Tread Snow, with wide, round eyes, watched her busily, oblivious to her intentions. Chapter 25. The cannibalistic apocalypse. Meng Shiwan created a small opening in the roof, emerging onto the top of the RV, standing above. She gazed down to witness a sea of densely packed black heads. The zombies, catching the scent of fresh blood and flesh, grew increasingly agitated. They crowded, howled, and seemed desperate to sprout wings to ascend and devour her. Surrounding the RV, some zombies were pressed to the ground, while others climbed atop their fallen brethren. If this continued, the RV would inevitably be engulfed by the horde. Meng Shiwan retreated back inside, stepping onto a pile of supplies, and hoisted 2 barrels of cooking oil onto the roof of the driving compartment. After several relocations, she extracted 7 or 8 barrels, deeming it sufficient, and then re-emerged. With great force, she plunged a metal shovel into the oil drum, instantly creating a gaping hole from which cooking oil began to pour out. Grasping the handle firmly, she swung it with vigor, sending the punctured barrel tumbling into the horde of zombies. The RV was approximately 10 meters away from the chaotic jumble of vehicles. She hurled 4 or 5 barrels of cooking oil, creating a line. The remaining 3 barrels were similarly cast into the densely packed groups of zombies on either side. Producing a lighter, she ignited the oil and tossed it away, swiftly retreating into the RV and lowering the roof in one seamless motion. Fueled by the oil, a roaring inferno quickly erupted outside. The flames rapidly spread through the throngs of zombies, consuming their clothing and hair, licking at their skin, and emanating a scent reminiscent of barbecued flesh. As the fire advanced towards the cluster of vehicles ahead, potentially igniting gasoline from collisions, the flames surged skyward. With a resounding boom, a massive explosion erupted, causing flames to splatter and extend into the more distant hordes of zombies. In the blink of an eye, the entire intersection was engulfed in a sea of fire. Meng Shiwan stood within the RV, gazing out through the surrounding windows. As the vehicle became enveloped in a fiery orange glow, the zombies writhed, twisted, and burned in the inferno, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The RV, subjected to the scorching heat, began to warm up, with the air conditioning operating at full capacity, striving to deliver cool air. Although Meng Shiwan appeared calm on the surface, her heart raced with anxiety. "System, you claimed the RV would be immune to all harm. You had better not be deceiving me. Please ensure the tires do not melt. The battery does not explode, and the air conditioning remains operational. If anything goes awry, if the wiring burns out or the air conditioning ceases, this RV will become an oven. Even if I and Tanwei escaped the flames, we would still end up as jerky." The flames intensified, and explosions continued to erupt outside. The fuel tanks of the cars shattered under the extreme heat, igniting and exploding, one after another, resembling a war zone. Du Zitao, hearing the commotion, poked his head out to observe the chaos outside, only to be met with a rapidly spreading sea of flames. "What a fierce blaze! It won't reach us, will it? Surely it won't engulf our street too. If we don't perish at the hands of the zombies, will we instead be consumed by the fire?" The blazing inferno has stained half the sky crimson, with billowing black smoke and searing waves of heat enveloping the surroundings. The others hastily gathered to observe the unfolding situation outside. The zombies in the street below are converging towards the fiery intersection, their clothing ignited by the flames, spreading rapidly. It won't be long before the fire engulfs the shops on either side, and it is likely to ascend the buildings, endangering the survivors who are taking refuge within. Those still alive are now peering anxiously out of their windows, their faces etched with concern, clearly apprehensive about the dire situation at hand. Father Du regained some composure. The explosion had been caused by vehicles on the road, and the flames had spread into the street along the horde of zombies. Without gasoline as an accelerant, the fire would be much smaller. In preparation for this gathering, someone had specifically come to inspect and repair the smoke detectors and sprinkler systems in the shops along the street. Once the smoke detectors sensed the thick smoke, the sprinklers would automatically activate to extinguish the flames. If they poured water from above to assist, they should be able to prevent the fire from reaching the upper floors. No sooner said than done. They didn't dare open the door to access the hallway fire hydrant. So they had to use basins and buckets to collect water from the faucet, carrying them to the windows to pour it down below. Drenching the area around the entrance effectively hindered the fire's spread. Other survivors, seeing their actions, quickly grasped the situation and followed suit, devising ways to throw water downward. Combined with the activated sprinklers in the ground floor shops, their efforts proved effective. Chun Manning leaned against the wall, panting heavily as she held a bucket. "Do you think there might still be survivors in those cars?" she asked. "If there are, this fire will burn them alive." Du Zitao thought his wife was overthinking it. "No," he said firmly. "I've seen it with my own eyes. A zombie smashed through a car window and dragged the person inside out to devour them. With so many zombies roaming around, any survivors hiding in vehicles would have been pulled out and eaten by now." Chun Manning shuddered, her scalp prickling with dread. At that moment, she felt nothing but gratitude that the two of them had taken leave to return for the market day. If they had been at work when the outbreak occurred, they likely wouldn't have survived this long. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwan, after half an hour of anxious waiting, finally relaxed when everything in her RV remained intact. The system-crafted vehicle was impressively resilient. If it hadn't been damaged after half an hour of burning, it truly was immune to all harm. She could rest easy now. This fire wouldn't burn out anytime soon. Craving an ice drink, she realized she had no ice cubes. She rearranged the fresh produce in her refrigerator space, moving some to the fish pond to free up a small section. Then she shifted the frozen meat from the freezer drawer into the refrigerator space, clearing a drawer to make ice. But when she went to fill it, she discovered she had no ice trays. Standing by the sink, Meng Shiwan sighed dramatically at the ceiling. Her stockpile still wasn't comprehensive enough. Still, this minor setback didn't stump her. She filled 2 resealable bags with water, knotted them shut, and tossed them into the freezer. Once frozen solid, she could simply break them apart for use. She then split the remaining large watermelon in half and placed it in the fridge to chill. Grabbing a bottle of chilled apple juice, she sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. From beneath the small table, she retrieved a pack of watermelon seeds. Snacking as she browsed, Tashue, her cat, leaped onto her back and curled into a ball, dozing peacefully. Tashue, get down. You're heavy, Meng Shiwan grumbled. Shifting slightly, the cat pretended not to hear, continuing its nap. Resigned, Meng Shiwan let it stay. After all, her own kitten deserved to be spoiled. Opening a short video platform, she was met with an overwhelming flood of posts about the zombie outbreak. There is no food here, and the outside is swarming with zombies. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Someone, please save me. The streets are teeming with the undead. I'm terrified. Is this the apocalypse? Will I even survive? Online reports confirm a global zombie outbreak. We're doomed. Today, I discovered something inexplicable. Flames erupt from my palms. Could I be one of those superpowered heroes from the movies? Fear and desperation grip everyone. Faced with this flesh-eating nightmare, humanity is utterly unprepared. Countless souls, unaware of what's happening, have already turned into mindless zombies, lost forever. Chapter 26. The kind-hearted villain authorities are doing their best to reassure the public, issuing constant updates. We are working tirelessly to eliminate the infected and establish secure bases. Rescue teams are being organized to aid trapped survivors. Stockpile food and water if possible and await extraction. Additionally, temperatures are rising abnormally by 5°C daily. All survivors must hoard water as a precaution. Alongside the undead, individuals with supernatural abilities have emerged. If you exhibit powers such as fire manipulation or water creation, contact us immediately for prioritized evacuation. Strengthening our forces will expedite rescue efforts. Below are the coordinates of our city S-base. Those capable may proceed there independently. The zombie virus has spread uncontrollably, even decimating military forces. The most viable strategy now is for each city to organize its own safe zones, clearing areas of infection to shelter survivors. Bases fall into 2 categories: government-sanctioned and private. The latter are typically established by powerful individuals or conglomerates, rallying those with abilities for protection. Regardless of type, securing sustenance in this scarcity demands resourcefulness. In her past life, Meng Shiwan sought refuge in an official base, where meager rations barely staved off starvation. Walking became a struggle, every step trembling with exhaustion. To eat properly, one either secured employment, nearly impossible without connections, or ventured beyond the walls to hunt for zombie cores to trade. Meng Shiwan sighed. Little had changed from her previous existence. The sole difference? She was no longer the pitiful, helpless woman of before. As she prepared to power down her phone and rest, a video caught her eye, a black screen with stark white text scrolling, accompanied by a man's voice. Dear family, you may find it hard to believe, but I have encountered a benevolent villain. She is indeed a true villain. Anyone who crosses her path will face her ruthlessness without a moment's hesitation. Capable of severing one's aorta in an instant, offering no words of warning. Yet, she possesses a genuine kindness, her exterior cold, yet her heart warm, silently eliminating all the zombies around us. Now, not a single trace of the undead can be seen, and our surroundings are remarkably secure. She is also exceptionally clever, crafting formidable traps for the zombies, able to effortlessly dispatch an entire mountain of them in just one afternoon. I hold her in the highest regard. But just a few hours ago, she departed, and I am left uncertain of her return. Sister, should you happen to come across my video, please do come back. Your absence leaves me restless at night, devoid of any sense of safety. Sister, can you hear me? You must return. Meng Shiwan recognized the voice. It was none other than Zhang Chong. He was not foolish, having refrained from revealing his precise location or the surrounding environment. Otherwise, others would flock to the safe haven, seeking to seize resources, inevitably attracting more zombies, a highly plausible occurrence. She opened the comment section and, as expected, inquiries about the location began to surface. Where's the blogger? I want to see if we are in the same area. Could the blogger share their location? It would help us band together for warmth. The term benevolent villain strikes one as contradictory, does it not? Yet, after hearing your description, it seems entirely reasonable. How curious. To kill, one must be a villain. Where's the kindness in such actions? A kind person would never resort to murder. Please share your zombie traps. I wish to learn as well. You are so fortunate to have someone assisting in clearing the zombies. The ones here are quite terrifying. Who will help us rid ourselves of them? Meng Shiwan did not see a reply from Zhang Chong, indicating that he possessed some degree of intelligence. She turned off her phone and lay down on the sofa to rest. When she awoke again, the sky outside had darkened completely, the flames having diminished significantly. With only small flickers stubbornly burning in the night, Meng Shiwan shifted her body, feeling a tingling sensation throughout. Tread Snow, get down, you're crushing me. Tread Snow blinked her round eyes, still dazed. Meng Shiwan got up, gently shaking Tread Snow off her, and as she moved, her bones cracked in response. Peering out the window, she noticed that some areas still glowed with embers, likely the zombies' heads still warm to the touch. Perhaps she would collect crystal cores tomorrow. Xiaoji, turn off the air conditioning and turn on the lights. Instantly, the interior of the RV was illuminated. Meng Shiwan stretched her limbs, retrieving a can of cat food from beneath the sofa and opening it. Dazed Tread Snow immediately perked up, eagerly devouring the meal. Having just awakened, Meng Shiwan lacked an appetite, so she prepared a pack of instant noodles, adding some sausages and vegetables, and also retrieved half a chilled watermelon. She turned on the monitor to play a movie, snacking as she watched, finishing several bags of snacks by the time the film concluded. Afterward, she washed up and retired to bed. With the matter of seeking the crystal core lingering in her mind, she awoke at the break of dawn the following day. After serving some cat food and water to Tisu, she retrieved a bag of sushi from the refrigerator, devouring it hastily before changing her clothes in preparation to venture outside. Leaning against the car window, she peered outside to confirm the absence of zombies before opening the car door, only to be met with the acrid scent of charred remains. A glance forward revealed the ground littered with burnt corpses, while the vehicles ahead lay strewn haphazardly, reduced to darkened metal frames. The entire intersection resembled a desolate wasteland, ravaged by fire. The cacophony of the previous day's explosion had drawn nearly all the zombies in the vicinity. On the outskirts, a few zombies meandered, but their numbers were manageable for Meng Shwn, posing little cause for concern. She observed the nearly carbonized bodies below, hesitating momentarily before retracting her foot. It seemed prudent to prepare a set of rain gear to keep in the RV, should the need arise. The raincoats were stored in a cabinet on the side, necessitating a walk through the dark ash. Not wishing to soil her feet, she donned 2 garbage bags and made her way to retrieve the rain gear. The once pink RV now appeared cloaked in darkness, its original color obscured. As she yanked the cabinet door open, a cloud of ash billowed forth. With a grim countenance, she extracted 2 sets of raincoats and returned to the RV, closing the door behind her. She placed one pristine set on the sofa, then opted for a quick shower, changing into clean clothes and tossing the dirty ones into the washing machine. Finally clad in the raincoat, sporting goggles, and wielding a shovel, she stepped outside. Meowing, Tisu attempted to follow. Meng Shw and gently patted her head, advising her to stay indoors due to the filthy conditions outside, lest she end up needing a bath. Upon hearing the word bath, Tisu turned and settled back onto the sofa, refusing to budge. Chapter 27, Terrifying the Zombies. Nearly incinerated in the flames, crunched underfoot, producing a disconcerting sound. As Meng Shw approached the edge, dark dust swirled in the air with each step. A few zombies at the periphery, upon sighting her, lunged forward as if enticed by a delectable meal. However, their rigid bodies stumbled over the heaps of corpses below, yet they persisted in crawling toward her. Observing their futile writhing atop the charred remains, she swiftly dispatched them with a blow to the head. Then, like a diligent farmer harvesting melons, she began dragging the zombies out from the edge, methodically searching for heads and using her shovel to crush them, all in pursuit of the elusive crystal core. With thousands of zombies densely packed, the likelihood of finding cores was promising. It merely depended on fortune. Drawn by the allure of the cores, she tirelessly sifted through the charred bodies. Meanwhile, from a nearby house, a figure occasionally peeked out from the window, observing Meng Shw's every move. The dark silhouette moved back and forth on the main road, tirelessly relocating the corpses of the undead, repeatedly smashing the skulls of each zombie. For half an hour, Lin Dong pondered her actions. The zombies had already been incinerated. What purpose did it serve to continue desecrating their remains? Was she concerned they had not perished completely? Within the room, 5 or 6 men, survivors who had fled to the upper floors during the outbreak, were present. Why were they all men? It was because women, by nature, possess a frilier constitution, making it exceedingly difficult for them to outrun men in life and death situations. This inherent disparity contributed to the harrowing plight of women in the apocalypse. A bespectacled middle-aged man spoke up, stating, "She is searching for cores. I recently came across information online suggesting that cores can be found within the skulls of zombies. Based on my past readings, these cores often hold significant value in the apocalypse. They can serve as currency or enhance abilities. In any case, they are crucial." The others, intrigued by this notion, began to contemplate. Shall we venture down to collect some of these precious items? This is a rare opportunity. The zombies have been incinerated, allowing us to gather cores without risking our lives. If we encounter any zombies, we can band together to handle them, and as for the cores, fortune shall determine who claims what. What do you all think? The group unanimously agreed, expressing their approval of the idea. The bespectacled man considered this a fortuitous chance, especially as their food supplies were dwindling. "We should gather some suitable tools and make our way down," he suggested. They were unaware of the cause of the fire at the intersection, only that the zombies below had met their fiery end. Such an opportunity was too rare to pass up. They had to seize the cores while they could. The previous day, they had been frantically dousing the flames to prevent them from spreading upstairs, exhausting themselves in the process. It was now time to reap some rewards. The man, whose keen eyes shone with shrewdness beneath his glasses, was named Li Sheng, the proprietor of a small shop downstairs, and a figure of some authority among the group. They followed Li Sheng as he cautiously opened the door, intending to descend quietly. However, as the door swung open, they were met face to face with two zombies lurking outside. These were two female zombies. One bore tattered sleeves with a chunk of flesh missing from her forearm, while the other sported a pallid visage smeared with blood, fragments of flesh caught between her teeth. Her ghastly roar was unnerving. Li Sheng recognized her. During the outbreak, she had been in his shop purchasing water. Sensing the chaos outside, he had hurried upstairs, and in her panic, she had followed suit. Their commotion had attracted the attention of the newly transformed zombies lurking nearby. To protect himself, Li Sheng had pushed the woman down the stairs to block the zombies, allowing him to escape. Now, with the sight of living humans, the zombies lunged at them without hesitation. Li Sheng had no time for contemplation. He raised his axe and struck the nearest zombie's skull. It collapsed limply to the ground. But another was already upon him, poised to sink its teeth into his head. Beside him, Lin Dong grasped the clothes pole in his hand and thrust it towards the zombie, sending it staggering back. He was trembling with fear, urging others to act quickly and dispatch the creature, exclaiming about its immense strength, fearing he could not hold out much longer. It was then that the others reacted. A man wielding a kitchen knife hurled it, narrowly missing the zombie's head and almost striking Lin Dong instead. With all his might, Lin Dong pressed the pole against the clawing zombie, which was now only centimeters away, the adrenaline coursing through him as he shouted, urging for assistance, "Hurry! I can't hold it much longer." Li Sheng, snapping back to reality, endeavored to extract the axe lodged in the zombie's skull. It was firmly stuck between the bones and resisted his efforts. At that moment, another man with a hammer sprang forward, swinging the tool and smashing it into the zombie's head, resulting in a gruesome spray of blood and flesh. The sight of the two dispatched zombies left the group in a state of shock, collapsing to the ground as if they had danced on the precipice of death, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. Lin Dong, his voice trembling, questioned, "Do we still need to go down? Why was that shadow able to sever a zombie's head as easily as slicing a watermelon, while we struggle so?" He lamented the formidable nature of the zombies, their strength, and the terrifying risk of infection. Li Sheng, stepping on the zombie's head, forcefully pulled out the axe. "We are running low on food. We must ascend. I left axes and hoes in the store. You should find more suitable tools. If we encounter zombies again, we can deal with them effectively." The group considered the food below and the coveted crystal cores, swallowing hard and steeling their resolve to venture downward. Fortunately, the zombies below had been drawn to the explosion and perished in the flames, allowing them to avoid further encounters. Armed with their newfound tools, they mimicked Meng Shiwan's actions, searching through the zombies' heads for the precious cores. However, the reality was far from their expectations. The gruesome sight of brain matter splattering was truly repulsive. Lin Dong was fortunate. Having severed the heads of over 10 zombies, he uncovered a small, translucent white stone, proudly displaying it to the others. "Is this the crystal core? How beautiful! It resembles a gem." The others gathered closer to examine the stone, recognizing its apparent value, which invigorated them, fueling their determination to continue dispatching zombies. Other survivors, emboldened by the scene below, began to descend in search of crystal cores. However, the bold were few. After 3 more groups ventured down to collect the cores, no one dared to return. They had heard tales of the dangers posed by contact with zombie blood and the potential for infection. The zombies below, now charred and blackened, still posed an uncertain risk of contagion. Du Zitao, feeling a surge of impulse, suggested, "Should we go down to search for the cores? I read online that they could be immensely beneficial." Shenanigans quickly shook her head. "I won't go. I fear infection. You all shouldn't go either." The mere mention of zombies sent chills down her spine, and she was too terrified to contemplate severing a zombie's head, let alone facing death itself. Chapter 28. She was no saint. After some contemplation, Father Du declared, "We don't need crystal cores. With the zombies below mostly cleared out, we must go down and gather supplies. There's no telling when rescue teams will arrive. Hiding at home won't sustain us. Food and water are what matter most." The family unanimously agreed. Online reports indicated temperatures were rising abnormally by 5 degrees Celsius each day. No one could predict what the future held. Moreover, with so many awaiting rescue, it was uncertain when their turn would come. Seizing this opportunity to stockpile resources was paramount. Equipping themselves with makeshift weapons, the family ventured downstairs to gather food and water. Meng Sherwan observed 4 groups scavenging for crystal cores among the charred corpses but chose not to intervene. First, what belonged to her could never be taken. These zombies had fallen by her hand, and the cores within were rightfully hers. Second, she was no saint. From dawn till noon, the groups toiled, finally clearing the vast stretch of scorched remains. The 4 parties converged at the intersection, even extracting the last few charred bodies from blackened vehicles to crush their skulls. Like farmers after a day's labor, they stretched their aching backs, muscles protesting. For now, desperation hadn't driven them to claw at walls or fight to the death over instant noodles. A fragile camaraderie lingered, survivors bonded by shared calamity. Standing together, they exchanged weary words. Lindong grinned. "Finally done. I'm heading back to rest. These burnt corpses weigh a ton. Nearly killed me." Beside him, someone snapped, "At least you got something for your trouble. Not a single core for me. Wasted effort. Just my luck." "Same here. The cores are way too scarce," another chimed in. Lindong, clutching 2 cores, stayed silent to avoid attention. Li Sheng waved to his companions. "Let's go. Time to head back." Others echoed, dispersing. "Stop." A woman's voice cut through, cold, sharp, like ice water dumped over their heads. Li Sheng turned toward Meng Sherwan, shrouded in a black raincoat, only her swim-goggled eyes visible. Her slender frame and voice suggested youth, though her face remained hidden. He chuckled. "What's with the get-up, sweetheart? Need something?" The others paused, curiosity piqued. They'd wondered about this figure, wrapped so tightly, appearing from nowhere. Meng Sherwan lifted her gaze, eyes glacial. "Leave the cores. They're mine." Her audacity stunned them. Then laughter erupted. "Listen to this little tyrant," someone jeered. "We found these cores fair and square. Since when are they yours?" The individual may be diminutive, yet possesses an unreasonable demeanor. "I could assert that the crystal core you collected rightfully belongs to me. Would you be willing to relinquish the crystal core you obtained?" Li Sheng chuckled softly, amused by the girl's jesting, warning her not to be unreasonable. If she continued down that path, he would claim that the crystal core she possessed was indeed his. Meng Sherwan tightened her grip on the shovel in her hand, smiling lightly. "Is that so? I incinerated those zombies, so naturally, the crystal cores are mine. You all seem so capable. Why, just a few days ago, were you cowering in your homes, too afraid to venture outside? Did you never consider setting fire to the zombies?" Her words rendered everyone momentarily speechless. They had indeed never contemplated incinerating the zombies, and even if they had, the fear of flames reaching the upper floors and incinerating the survivors who had fought so hard to stay alive would have deterred them from doing so. Now, regardless of who had set the fire, the notion that they would surrender the hard-earned crystal cores after an exhausting morning was utterly inconceivable. Li Sheng's mirth dissipated as he regarded Meng Sherwan with a sinister glare. "Just because you claim to have set the fire, does that make it true? On what grounds should I hand over the crystal cores to you? Simply because of your audacity? I could just as easily declare that it was I who ignited the flames, so hand over the crystal cores you possess." Meng Sherwan let out a cold laugh. "Explanations and evidence were necessities before the apocalypse. We now reside in a world transformed. I am offering you a chance, and if you fail to seize it, that is not my concern. I shall reiterate, relinquish the crystal cores, or face the consequences." Li Sheng, disinterested in the unreasonable girl, turned to leave. The others, too, regarded her as someone with a questionable mindset, who would willingly part with valuable treasures they had just acquired. Her demands seemed absurd, and they chose to ignore her, departing one by one. In the next moment, From the corner of their eyes, they beheld a figure clad in a black raincoat suddenly spring into action. By the time they turned to look, the shovel in the black-clad figure's hand had already plunged into Li Sheng's carotid artery. Li Sheng clutched at the gushing blood, spinning around to gaze in disbelief at the woman whose face remained obscured. He had never anticipated such an abrupt act of violence. Li Sheng collapsed to the ground, his body crashing down in a cloud of ash, burying his crimson blood. Meng Sherwan seized the opportunity to withdraw the shovel and coldly declared, "I warned you. Should the crystal cores remain unyielded, no one shall leave." A wave of dizziness swept over the onlookers, clearly shaken by the scene before them. This time, no one believed the girl was merely attempting to intimidate them. In a moment of disagreement, she had truly taken a life. It was terrifying. How could one human being kill another? A murderer, a villain, a lunatic. Some cursed in fear. Meng Sherwan's icy gaze swept across them, silencing one individual who hastily closed his mouth. Her murderous intent was palpable, warning him that further insolence would lead to his demise. She extended her palm, succinctly stating, "The crystal cores." A young man timidly spoke up. "I did not collect any crystal cores. May I leave?" Meng Sherwan glanced at him, instructing, "Strip off your clothing. Empty your pockets and shake them out to prove you possess no crystal cores." The young man was momentarily taken aback. This was excessively meticulous. There was no room for concealment. Lin Dong had only just emerged from the shock of Li Sheng's death. He had followed closely behind, bearing witness to the entire harrowing scene of Li Sheng's murder. The woman exhibited not a flicker of hesitation. She was a ruthless killer, deserving of capital punishment in earlier times. Lin Dong's gaze fixated on the dark silhouette before him. A frenzied thought surged within him. If this woman were to conduct a body search, he would surely be unable to keep the 2 crystal cores he had found. Thus, eliminating this madwoman could be seen as a public service, a manifestation of justice. With this notion swirling in his mind, he raised the hoe high above his head, aiming it at Meng Sherwan's skull. Those witnessing the unfolding drama were momentarily seized by terror, their eyes widening, even harboring a flicker of anticipation. If he could crush this woman, they would not have to surrender the hard-earned crystal cores. However, in the next breath, Meng Sherwan swiftly drove her trowel into Lin Dong's throat, nearly severing half of his head. As his consciousness began to fade rapidly, Meng Sherwan contemptuously remarked, "Fool. There are shadows on the ground. I am not blind, am I?" Chapter 29, Lacking Morality. But with boundaries, Meng Sherwan's gaze swept across the dozen or so individuals present. "Do you have any further questions?" A middle-aged man, quick-witted, immediately stepped forward with a forced smile. "None at all. It's merely a matter of undressing. I'm a grown man. I have nothing to fear from being seen. Besides, I haven't found any crystal cores." With that, he publicly removed his clothing, shaking out each pocket as Meng Sherwan had instructed. After all, he had not discovered any crystal cores, so what was the point of lingering with this ruthless individual? One wrong word could cost him his life. It was simply not worth the risk. He was eager to show compliance and leave this place swiftly. As he stripped down to his last pair of underpants, his courage faltered. He hesitated, wondering whether to continue undressing. Meng Sherwan waved her trowel dismissively. "Move along." Next, the crowd felt a profound sense of humiliation. A group of men was being bullied by a girl. Yet, glancing at the still warm corpse nearby, none dared to resist. Those who had not retrieved any crystal cores stepped forward one by one to undergo inspection by Meng Sherwan before departing. Eventually, only 4 or 5 individuals remained, standing frozen in place, reluctant to step forward. Clearly, these individuals possessed crystal cores but were unwilling to relinquish them, which accounted for their hesitation. Meng Sherwan extended her hand, wordlessly conveying her intent. The men, feeling the chill of her indifferent gaze, quickly despaired, realizing that the crystal cores they had worked tirelessly to find would not remain in their possession. A woman stepped forward, placing a crystal core into Meng Sherwan's palm. After removing her outer garment and trembling to confirm she had no hidden caches, she departed. The others followed suit, albeit begrudgingly. When it was the last young man's turn, he clutched a crystal core tightly, unwilling to part with it even when it was mere centimeters from Meng Sherwan's open hand. Meng Sherwan arched an eyebrow as she regarded him. The young man was clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle, yet still clutched the crystal core tightly in his hand. Murmuring timidly, "This core, I didn't find it in a charred zombie's head. It fell out when I killed one myself. Doesn't that mean it's not yours?" His heart pounded with fear as he watched Meng Sherwan warily, terrified she might lose patience and drive her shovel into his skull. According to her rules, Cores from zombies she burned belonged to her. But this one wasn't from a scorched corpse. Technically, it shouldn't be hers. Of course, at this moment, truth was in the hands of this ruthless woman. It all depended on whether she chose to be reasonable. Meng Shiwan withdrew her hand and said coolly, "This core is yours. She might lack morals, but she had principles. What was hers could never be taken, and what wasn't she wouldn't forcibly seize." This response took Jiang Feng by surprise. He hadn't expected this merciless figure to actually possess a shred of fairness. He slowly pocketed the core, his movements cautious, his eyes never leaving her. If she made any move to take it by force, he'd surrender it immediately. A crystal core wasn't worth his life. Yet Meng Shiwan's gaze lingered on the core in his hand, reluctant to let it go. One core meant an extra cubic meter of storage space, enough to hoard ample supplies. She spoke again, "Give me the core, and I'll save your life." Jiang Feng blinked in confusion. "I'm perfectly fine right now. I don't need saving." Meng Shiwan replied icily, "You do." Understanding dawned on him. She was still trying to take it, just in a more refined manner. If he refused to comply, the next scene might not be so civilized. Hastily, he retrieved the core from his pocket and handed it over. "Take it." Meng Shiwan accepted it and pointed toward a buzzcut man approaching the house. "Who is he to you?" Jiang Feng turned to look. "That is my brother." Meng Shiwan's tone remained indifferent. "Don't go near him when you return." He is about to turn. Jiang Feng paled. "Impossible. We've been extremely careful. No wounds, full protective gear. How could he be infected?" Meng Shiwan turned away, searching the corpses of Li Sheng and Lin Dong for more cores. "He has a mosquito bite on his neck, scratched open. Zombie brain matter splashed onto it. The toxin has already entered his system. It won't be long now." Jiang Feng stood frozen, staring at his brother's retreating figure, horror etched across his face. Despite all their precautions, a single oversight had doomed him. That was his own flesh and blood. Meng Shiwan retrieved 3 more cores from the 2 dead men. Combined with her own, she now had 10, a substantial haul. Ignoring the petrified young man, she strode toward the RV. Du Zitao, who had been ferrying supplies back and forth, kept a vigilant eye on the intersection. Upon witnessing the crowd disperse, he whispered to his wife, "Do you not feel that the figure clad in black bears an uncanny resemblance to the so-called benevolent villain spoken of online?" Chen Manning cautiously sidestepped a decapitated zombie at her feet while clutching 2 boxes of instant noodles, her gaze fixed on the retreating silhouette of the dark-clad individual. "Is that so? All I know is that she is a villain, and her execution of that murder was utterly decisive, clearly not her first. Thankfully, we refrained from scavenging for the crystal cores." Du Zitao remained convinced of the likeness, recalling the online discourse that suggested a benevolent villain's malevolence lies in their capacity to take lives without a flicker of remorse. Yet, what defines their benevolence? It is the silent eradication of surrounding zombies, thereby mitigating danger for nearby survivors. Does this not mirror our own predicament? Upon reflection, Chen Manning conceded the truth in his words. Despite the intimidating demeanor of the figure in black, they had only perceived the advantages. The eradication of the relentless horde emboldened them to descend and gather provisions, ensuring they would not face starvation. There was no need to confront the undead in a desperate search for sustenance. From a certain perspective, that seemingly remorseless villain had inadvertently rendered them significant assistance. In light of this, perhaps they owed her a debt of gratitude. "Ah, Jiang Hai, why do you bite?" A shout echoed from a short distance ahead, prompting Du Zitao to lean forward for a better view. He beheld a man with a buzz cut, gnawing at the neck of his companion. Upon witnessing this, others rushed to intervene, pulling the man away from the other's throat, only to discover Jiang Hai's pupils had turned a ghastly shade of gray, reminiscent of the undead. The group recoiled several meters, terror etched across their faces. Had Jiang Hai succumbed to zombification? Despite their diligent protection, how could this have transpired? Damn it. Losing the crystal cores they had scavenged all morning was bad enough, but now Jiang Hai had transformed into a zombie, nearly endangering their lives. The bitten man collapsed to the ground, panic-stricken. I have been bitten by a zombie. Am I destined to become one as well? At that moment, Jiang Hai had entirely lost consciousness and lunged once more at those around him. Chapter 30. Do you wish to devour my crystal cores? A hoe was raised high and brought down with force upon Jiang Hai's skull, caving in a significant portion of his cranium. The newly transformed zombie crumpled to the ground in a lifeless heap. Jiang Feng, hoisting the hoe, trembled uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the fresh crimson stains upon the tool, he appeared as though he had seen a specter, casting the hoe far from him. He staggered to the lifeless body of Jiang Hai, weeping profusely. "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have suggested we seek out the crystal cores, leading to your transformation into a zombie and your demise. Forgive me, brother." After the initial shock, some among the group picked up the hoe and struck down another individual, succumbing to transformation. The sudden loss of 2 companions left the remaining few seated on the ground, utterly spent and in a daze. Nearby, Chen Manning urged her husband, "We must hurry. It is too terrifying. The apocalypse is truly frightening. Let us gather sufficient provisions and remain indoors, never to venture out again." At the end of the street stood 2 food recovery stations. Sustenance was not in short supply here. Meng Shiwan retrieved a water hose from the storage compartment beside the motorhome chassis, connecting it to the outlet of the gray water tank. She turned it on to wash away the dirt and blood from her body. The gray water tank contained used domestic water, such as that from washing and dish cleaning, unsanitary, yet quite suitable for rinsing away bloodstains. Once the blood was mostly cleared, she connected the hose to the fresh water tank for a final rinse, leaving her impeccably clean. As she circled to the side door of the motorhome, she was astonished to find that the wooden panel at the rear had miraculously escaped damage. Aside from a layer of black soot, the entire panel remained intact, without a hint of destruction. Meng Shiwan marveled at this remarkable protection. Anything secured to the vehicle appeared to be shielded from harm. This immunity to all injury was indeed impressive. Opening the side door, the automatic stairs descended. She ascended the steps and removed her raincoat. Finding a piece of rope in the shoe cabinet, she tied her mud-stained raincoat at the bottom and hung it on the door handle before stepping inside and closing the door. Tu Shue, upon seeing her return, leaped onto the shoe cabinet and nuzzled her head against her. At that moment, Meng Shiwan resembled a king impervious to temptation. Her eyes solely focused on the anticipated expansion of her succulent potted plants. Finding Tu Shue in her way, she gently placed him atop the cabinet. Curious, Tu Shue wondered, had she perhaps overcome an addiction? Why would such an eager-to-please little cat not seek her affection? With impatience, Meng Shiwan summoned the motorhome's interface, clicked on the potted plant expansion, and entered the quantity of 1, eager to expand by a cubic unit. Just as she was about to confirm, the quantity field suddenly changed to 10. Fortunately, Meng Shiwan reacted swiftly, retracting her hand and questioning whether she had inadvertently pressed an extra 0. She cleared it and re-entered the quantity as 1. However, upon confirming again, the number once more rolled to 10. This time, she discerned that it was not her error. The system had autonomously adjusted the figure. Irritated, Meng Shiwan confronted the system. "Are you not merely a rigid program that introduces itself at predetermined moments? Do you truly wish to consume my 10 crystal cores?" Unable to find another explanation, she recalled that this motorhome system was not particularly intelligent. It only spoke mechanically when she expanded new spaces, offering a brief introduction of the function, and was far less adept than her voice assistant. To her surprise, the seemingly dull motorhome system had cunningly altered the number as she attempted to confirm, aiming to devour her 10 crystal cores. How perplexing! With the conspiracy unveiled, Meng Shiwan reset the number to 1, and upon confirming, the number remained steady, successfully upgrading the potted plant by a cubic unit. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations on unlocking the farm. The farm's spatial flow rate is normal. Sunlight, nutrients, oxygen, and other environmental factors are stable, and the soil remains moist. Keep up the good work." Meng Shiwan inquired, "Were you just trying to consume my 10 crystal cores?" The system fell silent once more. Feigning ignorance, Meng Shiwan was utterly astounded by this cunning old trickster. She suddenly felt that the RV system had a certain slyness to it. Hastily, she activated the potted plant space, expecting to observe the farm's condition as one would gaze upon a fish pond. To her surprise, when her vision cleared, she found herself in an entirely different realm. Beneath her feet lay moist black soil, measuring merely 1 square meter, adjacent to a similarly sized pond. Peering inside, she saw a bustling array of fish and aquatic plants. Wasn't that her fish pond? The fish pond and the farm had somehow merged. This revelation took Meng Shiwan aback. Surveying her surroundings, apart from the 1 square meter of land beneath her and the neighboring pond, everything else was shrouded in a misty whiteness, devoid of any other features. She cautiously approached the edge, reaching out to touch it, only to be met with an invisible barrier. Above her, gentle sunlight streamed down, providing a warmth far more pleasant than the harsh rays outside. Clearly, this was a unique space, unlike the fish pond and other expanded areas. The farm was calculated by area rather than volume. With a single crystal core, one could acquire a square meter of cultivable land, standing at 175 meters tall. She found that height had no limits here. No limits in height. A brilliant idea sparked in Meng Shuan's mind. Did this imply that she could stack resources infinitely above the farm? Feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure, she promptly exited the farm, grabbed some snacks from beside the sofa, and attempted to throw them into the farm. To her dismay, they did not enter. The system, evidently unimpressed by her cleverness, promptly replied that the farm could not stockpile resources. Only items related to farming could be brought inside, and there was a limit to each square meter, designated solely for cultivation. The water from the fish pond and the soil of the farm were strictly for use within this space and could not be extracted. While the pond's water was drinkable, it could only be consumed within the confines of this realm and would replenish itself after use. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Meng Shuan realized that her little cleverness had indeed been thwarted by the system. The water in the fish pond, teeming with fish, was quite foul. She would not drink it unless she were on the verge of dying of thirst. Moreover, she would have to replenish the pond after drinking, making it only a last resort. Contemplating the 9 remaining crystal cores in her possession, she decided to use one to upgrade the storage compartment on the side of the chassis. The primary reason for this choice was the inconvenience of moving numerous supplies onto the vehicle and then placing them inside. After upgrading the side storage compartment, she would be able to directly stuff supplies into that space, making the transfer to other areas within the RV significantly more convenient. The remaining 8 crystal cores would be dedicated to enhancing the capacity of the sofa storage. All 8 cubic meters would be used to store seeds. In a scenario where the farm could yield renewable resources, hoarding anything other than seeds seemed impractical. Having completed these tasks, Meng Shuan poured cat food and water for Tiaoxue. Neglecting her own meal, she started the vehicle and drove towards the streets of the agricultural market. The charred remains of zombies lay neatly arranged on the ground, crushed beneath the weight of vehicles, resembling damp timber, soft and yielding. Fortunately, this did not impede the passage. Chapter 31. Judging by appearances, the villainess is indeed her. The vehicle halted slightly within the street. The zombies had previously been drawn to the entrance, leaving the ground relatively clean. As the RV came to a stop, numerous heads peeked out from the buildings flanking the street. Many had witnessed the gruesome scene earlier at the intersection, and now, upon seeing this villain approach, a sense of dread enveloped the onlookers. The terror of a murderer bore little distinction from that of a zombie. Shenanigan leaned against the window, peering down at the dark RV that had just arrived. That villain is here. Should we continue gathering supplies? Du Zitao pondered for a moment. Let us not provoke her. She can't possibly catch us and harm us, right? We can continue gathering supplies and simply steer clear of her. Just as he spoke, the RV door swung open, and a girl leapt out from the driver's seat. Their gazes were instantly drawn to her, both surprised and momentarily stunned. She was clad in loose black athletic wear, her straight black hair tied back in a ponytail, cascading down her back. Tall and slender, she descended from the RV with an air of grace and strength. It seemed she was searching for something, lifting her gaze in their direction. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate yet defined beauty and a commanding presence, simply standing there. She exuded an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. In Shenanigan's words, what a remarkable girl, so cool. She resembled the sweet yet fierce girls often portrayed online. Du Zitao felt confused. Could the ruthless villain, clad in a black raincoat and wielding a shovel with such indifference to murder, truly be her? Surely, she must have companions. In his mind, villains were typically monstrous in appearance. How could someone so beautiful embody such malevolence? The next moment, Meng Shuan turned around, retrieving her murderous tool, the shovel, from the driver's compartment, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Du Zitao remarked, "All right, I take back what I said. One should not judge by appearances. The villain is indeed her." Meng Shuan pulled a length of hose from a nearby shop to wash the RV. Black soot cascaded down, revealing its original pink hue. She detached the hand trailer from the rear of the vehicle, placed it on a wooden plank, and proceeded toward the interior of the street. Hearing the sounds of explosions, the zombies congregated towards the entrance, creating a vacuum at the far end of the street, where the pavement remained clean, devoid of any corpses. The fire had not spread, preventing the activation of the fire sprinklers, and the shops in the vicinity remained untouched. Meng Shuan tugged the hand trailer into a seed store. She surveyed the area, noting the store's considerable size and the variety of goods within. There were seeds for grains, vegetables, flowers, and even some common medicinal herbs, while the entrance displayed several bare fruit trees of unknown varieties. At the innermost part of the store, a plethora of seeds, such as corn and soybeans, were stacked high. Following the wheat harvest, it was time to sow these crops, and the merchants tended to accumulate a considerable stock. Meng Sherwan, not one to be choosy, gathered several large boxes, collecting every type of seed available on the shelves. This time, she refrained from tearing open the packaging, opting instead to load the small packets of vegetable seeds and bags of corn seeds directly onto the cart. Once her trailer was filled to capacity, she made her way to the entrance, where she did not overlook the assorted fruit tree saplings, flower seedlings, and fresh sweet potato sprouts displayed outside. Loading them onto the trailer as well, transporting them beside her RV, she opened the side storage compartment and began to stow box after box inside. After filling 1 cubic meter of the storage space, Meng Sherwan transferred the contents to the expandable area of the sofa cabinet, continuing her packing endeavor. With one full load completed, she returned to the seed store for another round, tirelessly repeating the process, one trailer after another. She worked with unwavering enthusiasm until the 8 cubic meters of the sofa cabinet were entirely filled, having carted away a significant portion of the store's inventory. She had managed to gather a bit of everything, yet some varieties remained incomplete, such as wheat and rice seeds. Since the local area had just harvested wheat, it was unlikely that wheat seeds would be available for sale, and rice was not cultivated here, nor were rice seeds sold. These could only be sought after at a later time. Nevertheless, Meng Sherwan was quite satisfied with the diverse collection she had amassed. She reattached the handcart to her vehicle and entered the adjacent shop to procure some farming tools, small hoes, sickles, and shovels, convenient for tilling the land. Observing Meng Sherwan's movements, Shenanning exclaimed with excitement, "She's taking our farming tools." Mr. Du grew anxious, "A thief, stealing my tools right in front of me." Du Zitao chuckled helplessly, "What a thief? She's a killer. Just a few farming tools, they aren't worth much. Consider it a gift. We've also taken our share from others." The family stood upstairs, quietly observing Meng Sherwan. Sensing their gaze, she looked up, startling them into retreat. Returning to her RV, she was greeted by Tao Xue, who rushed over and nudged her affectionately, filling the moment with emotional warmth. Meng Sherwan tossed the farming tools into the trailer and picked up Tao Xue, intending to stop by the convenience store for ice trays and lighters. "Come along with me," she said. Tao Xue jumped onto Meng Sherwan's shoulder, sitting obediently. However, as they approached the convenience store, they could see from a distance that it was in disarray, with many essential supplies likely already taken by other survivors. Upon entering, their suspicions were confirmed. The small supermarket was nearly half empty. She had initially planned to replenish the several barrels of oil she had consumed, but that was no longer an option. Fortunately, a few ice trays remained, which Meng Sherwan collected entirely, then proceeded to the counter to grab a pack of lighters and some other small items before heading back to her RV. Today, she had finally completed her tasks and decided to take a shower. Meng Sherwan set down her belongings and gently hopped down, waiting on the cabinet for her cat, Tao Xue. After a refreshing shower, she rummaged through her wardrobe and donned a short-sleeved nightgown, feeling crisp and clean. Cradling Tao Xue, she opened the refrigerator, pondering what delectable dish to prepare. "How about some snail noodles?" Tao Xue's eyes widened in alarm, as if to say, "Please, not that, anything but that." Fearful that Meng Sherwan might overlook its protest, Tao Xue reached out with a paw to tug at her hair. Acknowledging its discontent, Meng Sherwan reconsidered, "I don't feel like cooking. Let us have some ready-made food instead." "And you can have your cat food." Tao Xue let out a quiet sigh of relief. Such a little cat, truly worried about its owner's choices. Meng Sherwan retrieved a bag of pancakes, a portion of crayfish, marinated duck necks, and an Orleans-style roasted chicken, pairing it with a chilled beer and half a cold watermelon. Placing everything on the cabinet, she grabbed a small stool to enjoy her meal. Tao Xue thought that as long as its caretaker avoided the undesirable dish, even the cat food would taste delightful. Meng Sherwan initially intended to watch a movie, but at that moment, a thunderous roar filled the sky. Leaning out to sea, she spotted a helicopter flying low overhead. The powerful rotors whipped up a gust of wind, stirring dust from the ground. Frowning, she realized that the seed base had begun its operations. Chapter 32, The Zombie Harvester. The official base was aptly named the Seed Base, symbolizing the preservation of humanity's flame. Ordinary citizens were gripped by panic due to their ignorance, while the authorities comprehended the sheer terror of this global catastrophe. Once the officials grasped the situation, they swiftly mobilized, summoning those with abilities to cleanse the zombies, establish the seed base, gather supplies, and rescue survivors. Every action unfolded in a race against time. Several days had passed since the outbreak of the zombies, marking a critical period for the seed base as it endeavored to eradicate the undead and construct a secure haven. The helicopter flew low along the streets, creating a significant commotion and noise to lure the zombies, directing them to the outskirts for a collective extermination. This was one of the strategies employed by the seed base to manage the zombie threat. By gathering large numbers of zombies in one location for elimination, the risk within the city could be mitigated, thus enhancing the survival rate of the remaining populace. Even if not all zombies could be drawn away, reducing their numbers would lessen the dangers faced by survivors. Before the previous world's zombie outbreak, Meng Shuan had read various novels about apocalyptic scenarios. She found it difficult to fathom how, once the zombies erupted, human civilization could collapse so utterly, leaving humanity helpless against the undead, resorting only to desperate survival. As a powerful industrial nation, how could it possibly be incapable of countering zombies devoid of intelligence, merely driven by the instinct to bite? Even she could effortlessly dispatch hundreds of zombies using a chainsaw and an elevator. With the nation as heavy machinery, an array of firearms, and the support of those with abilities, it seemed implausible that they would be rendered powerless. Establishing a secure base should not pose a significant challenge. The true test of this disaster lay not with the zombies, but with the natural calamities that accompanied it. Zombies can be eradicated through various means, allowing for the establishment of a safe haven. However, natural disasters strike indiscriminately, invading the very spaces where humanity strives to survive. In the impending heat wave, temperatures will soar beyond 60 degrees Celsius, leading to heat exhaustion and heat strokes among humans. Power lines will ignite, resulting in nationwide outages and numerous fires. Both large and small will consume vast quantities of resources. Additionally, many supplies will be overrun by hordes of zombies, making retrieval a formidable endeavor. It is at this juncture that humanity finds itself cornered. The scarcity of resources, inhospitable climate, and unyielding land for cultivation will pose the greatest challenges to human survival. Meng Shuan lost her appetite for movies. Even the food in her mouth lost its flavor. She needed to devise a plan to gather more supplies before they were obliterated. Clutching a chilled watermelon, she spooned bites into her mouth while her mind raced. The thought of stockpiling resources necessitated additional space. Space required crystal cores. Thus, hunting zombies to acquire these cores became paramount. Her gaze sharpened as she assessed her RV. Perhaps she could exploit the RV's immunity to all harm. The more she contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. She even abandoned the watermelon in her hand, promptly changing back into the dirty clothes she had just shed, opening the door. And stepping out of the RV, Meng Shuan looked up, pointing a finger at the pair of eyes peeking at her from above. You. Du Zitao, caught off guard and unable to retract his head in time, trembled in fear, stammering, "What's wrong with me?" He was engulfed by anxiety, fearing that his curiosity might have angered her to the point of wanting to take his life. Little did he know that when Meng Shuan spoke, she inquired, "Can you repair agricultural machinery?" Du Zitao quickly replied, "I can't." Just as Meng Shuan withdrew her gaze, a thought struck him, and he added, "But my dad can. He often repairs tractors for the villagers." Du's father. He slapped his foolish son's head in frustration, muttering under his breath, "Why did you tell her that? We shouldn't engage with this villain." Unfortunately, it was too late. Meng Shuan calmly commanded, "Come down." The four members of their family were left bewildered. Du Zitao wished he could slap himself for his excessive chatter. Seeing them hesitating, Meng Shuan frowned. "What? Should I go up and fetch you?" Du Zitao quickly shook his head, shouting, "No, no, we're coming down, right now." Shenanigans, in a panic, whispered, "You talk too much. What if we anger her and she decides to kill us?" It was too late for Du Zitao to regret. He steeled himself and said, "She probably just wants us to help. If we don't provoke her, she shouldn't kill us. I'll go down with Dad, and you and Mom stay here to keep watch. Whatever she asks us to do, we'll do it. It should be fine." Du's mother was terrified to the point of tears, urgently grasping Du Zitao's arm, pleading for him not to go down. Du Zitao offered a wry smile, reassuring her that if they didn't go down, they might irritate her, and who knows? She might truly come up and harm them. "Rest assured, we won't provoke her, it should be fine." He trailed behind his father, heading towards the door. As they walked, Du Zitao suddenly turned back, saying, "If we do perish, you all must live well." His words sent Shenanigans into a panic, also wiping away tears. Meanwhile, Meng Shuan was oblivious, merely calling for assistance, while the family upstairs was already exchanging their last words. The two of them cautiously approached Meng Shirwan. After much deliberation, Du Zitao finally settled on how to address her. Sister, what do you need from us? Although this girl appeared younger than him, her capabilities far surpassed his. So calling her sister was not a loss. Beside them, Du's father forced a smile, fearful that Meng Shirwan might think they were reluctant to help. Yet, his grin looked more like a grimace than a smile. Meng Shirwan inquired, I want to attach a tiller to the front of my RV. Is that feasible? The tiller was designed for loosening and cultivating soil, featuring a main shaft with a circle of long, curved blades that, when set in motion, could easily dispatch zombies. Installing a row of these in front of her RV, combined with the vehicle's immunity to all harm, would transform it into a veritable zombie harvesting machine. Meng Shirwan believed her plan was utterly brilliant, although she realized that the tiller required diesel to operate, and connecting it to the RV's fuel tank to make it spin was a knowledge gap for her. Du's father immediately responded, yes, we can do it. We must be able to. He feared that if he admitted otherwise, the villain might plunge a shovel into his skull at any moment. In truth, he was quite capable of handling this task. In his youth, he had repaired tractors, and as times changed, he learned to fix harvesters and tillers, having taken the time to learn the necessary skills. However, as he grew older and his son became successful, he chose to leave behind the dirty and exhausting labor for a more manageable life in the city, opening a farm equipment store instead. After their discussion, the trio headed directly to a nearby agricultural machinery shop. Du's father started a tractor, towing a small tiller towards the RV. The larger tiller was too long, but the smaller one fit perfectly in front of the vehicle. At that moment, a middle-aged man's head poked out from upstairs, shouting, Hey, what are you doing with my machines? The machinery shop owner was still alive. Du's father and Du Zitao turned in unison to look at Meng Shirwan. Knowing it was her responsibility to handle the situation, their role was merely to work. Chapter 33. She is truly kind. She didn't kill me. Meng Shirwan looked up and asked, How much? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before declaring, In chaotic times, gold is more valuable than money. I want gold. Other survivors, hearing the commotion, leaned out of their windows to witness the spectacle. They all felt anxious for the machinery shop owner, wondering how he could dare demand money without even assessing who was below. What could this villain possibly achieve by attempting to rob him? Would he truly risk his life over those machines? To everyone's astonishment, the ruthless outlaw they had envisioned as a cold-blooded killer turned out to be surprisingly reasonable. Meng Shirwan calmly responded, Just wait. The owner of the mechanical shop was equally taken aback. Summoning his courage, he shouted out, primarily reluctant to part with the expensive machines. If the villain chose to ignore him and forcibly take them, he would retract his neck and pretend not to see. He had witnessed the outlaw's lethal capabilities. And in this chaotic environment, preserving one's life held far more significance than any machine. Unexpectedly, the villain agreed to offer him gold. Was he truly so accommodating? Meng Shirwan instructed Du Zitao and his son to begin moving the items, assuring them she would return shortly. She donned a raincoat, grasped a shovel, and made her way towards the street corner. Du Zitao was perplexed. Was she genuinely going to seek gold? Surely she wouldn't attempt to rob a jewelry store, for there were none in the vicinity. As the crowd craned their necks, eager to discover where Meng Shirwan was headed in search of gold, they beheld her bending down amid the charred remains, sifting through the ashes. The onlookers fell silent, utterly unprepared for her to seek gold among the burnt corpses. Life had improved considerably, especially for the older generation, who often adorned themselves with gold earrings and bracelets. The shop owner leaned out from the upper floor, observing Meng Shirwan in her black raincoat rummaging through the remnants, swallowing hard. At that moment, he found himself less inclined to desire gold. After all, what if those coins were tainted with zombie blood? The risks outweighed the benefits. Approximately 20 minutes later, Meng Shirwan returned, clutching a small, charred bag, and placed it atop a tractor by the mechanical shop's entrance. Here is your gold. The shop owner, ever vigilant, quickly leaned forward and said, Just leave it there. Though he had received the gold, he no longer dared to claim it. Meng Shirwan paid for her services and confidently utilized the shop's tools. Meanwhile, Du Zitao and his son had transported the necessary items close to the trailer and were now sitting in a daze on the tractor. Meng Shirwan removed her raincoat and hung it on the car door, inquiring about their lack of progress. Du Zitao's expression was a mixture of confusion and urgency as he jumped off the tractor. Sister, it's not that we don't want to work. It's that we can't. We tried to drill a hole in the front of the vehicle to secure the iron frame, but guess what? The drill bit wore down, and your trailer didn't even lose a speck of paint. What material is this trailer made of? It's incredibly resilient. Meng Sherwan realized she had overlooked this detail. Indeed, the trailer was impervious to all harm, making it impossible to drill through. Just wait a moment, she instructed, before opening the door and stepping into the trailer. As the snow fell, she buried her head in the watermelon pit, indulging in the remnants of the fruit. Upon spotting Meng Sherwan's return, she quickly withdrew her round head. Pretending that nothing had transpired, Meng Sherwan affectionately stroked the cat's head, and without her uttering a word, the system's mechanical voice resonated. Prepare the materials. I shall assemble it for you. All it requires are 30 crystal cores, and I assure you my craftsmanship surpasses theirs. Meng Sherwan widened her eyes in disbelief. Why don't you just steal them? 30 crystal cores. How many zombies must I slay for that? It could expand 30 cubic meters, allowing me to stockpile an abundance of resources. She mused that, when it came to crystal cores, this usually taciturn system seemed particularly adept at scheming. The system, unable to distinguish between genders, displayed a hint of emotion in its mechanical tone. I assure you my assembly will be far superior to theirs. Those two are clearly novice craftsmen, incapable of producing anything worthwhile. How about this? If you add 20 more crystal cores, I can create a device that automatically collects crystal cores for you. What do you think? Meng Sherwan clenched her teeth. 50 crystal cores? Are you a bandit? Wait, did you say it can automatically collect crystal cores? Admittedly, she felt a twinge of temptation. If she could drive an RV that automatically eliminated zombies and collected crystal cores, she wouldn't need to risk herself in combat. Just imagining such a life was exhilarating. Yet, she currently lacked the crystal cores. An idea sparked in Meng Sherwan's mind. She proposed a deferred payment plan. You help me assemble it, and once it's ready, I'll repay you with the crystal cores I collect. The system, displeased, countered, what if you don't repay me? Meng Sherwan anticipated the system's calculative nature regarding the crystal cores. She explained, if I don't repay you, you want to expand my space, right? Does that mean I'll never be able to stockpile resources? After a moment of silence, the system relented. Fine, but I will charge interest. You must return 200 crystal cores in total. Meng Sherwan ground her teeth. Are you robbing me? The interest is 50 crystal cores? The system ignored her protest. A touch of mischief in its tone, then you may assemble it yourself. I will withdraw the defenses. Imagining the future where she could drive her RV, eliminate zombies, and acquire crystal cores, she endured. Very well, 200 it is. That meant slaying 20,000 zombies, which would take her several days, even in an RV. The system was undoubtedly a heartless merchant. With their agreement established, Meng Sherwan no longer required Du Zitao and his son. She exited the vehicle, instructing them to bring over a few machines and grinders before they returned. Du Zitao was astonished. Aren't we installing it in the RV? Can we go back now? Alive? Meng Sherwan replied, I will handle the installation myself. You are no longer needed. Now that they could return home, Du Zitao refrained from further inquiries and hurriedly began moving the equipment. In truth, he was no longer as fearful of Meng Sherwan. The fact that she could negotiate with the mechanic shop owner for gold instead of resorting to outright theft indicated that she was reasonable and not as intimidating as he once thought. After returning, Du Zitao imitated Zhang Chang's black and white text style and posted a video. I seem to have encountered a benevolent villain. She is truly kind and did not harm me. The words left the online community utterly bewildered. Are you not aware of what you are saying? Merely refraining from causing harm makes one a good person? By that logic, I must be an unparalleled paragon of virtue. The blogger certainly seems to be somewhat unhinged. I have never heard anyone proclaim that not harming oneself equates to goodness. Perhaps they have been driven mad by the zombies outside. Please inform me, Zhang Chang. I am earnestly beseeching her return. Without her presence here, I find it impossible to sleep at night. I implore you. The antics of these two jesters have only piqued the curiosity of netizens regarding the nature of this so-called benevolent villain, leaving everyone to ponder what manner of person could bewilder these two grown men. Chapter 34. The Celestial Cat in this bustling world filled with prying eyes. Meng Sherwan instructed the system to discreetly upgrade in the dead of night. The day had finally drawn to a close, and she now found herself with a rare moment of tranquility. After refreshing herself, she retrieved the freshly laundered clothes from the washing machine and hung them on the staircase to dry, while tossing the soiled garments inside for another wash. Turning on the television, she played an episode of Tom and Jerry, while the cat, Tanyua, nestled on the sofa, thoroughly engrossed in the antics on screen. Having left the grand villa to share this mobile home with her, Tanyua had yet to receive any toys, yet remained remarkably composed, finding ways to entertain itself. Truly, it was a heavenly little cat. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Sherwan resolved to indulge in a seafood feast that evening. She rummaged through the refrigerator to procure a bounty of fresh shrimp, crab, abalone, bass, snow frog, and oysters. After cleaning them thoroughly in the sink, she retrieved the tray from the steam oven, lined it with aluminum foil, and set it to roast. Chopping scallions, ginger, garlic, and cilantro, she prepared a delightful dipping sauce. The aroma of the various seafood wafted through the air, capturing Tanyue's attention. It leapt onto the counter, eagerly gazing at the enticing dishes. Meng Sherwan chuckled at the sight of her little glutton, assuring her that they would feast once everything was steamed to perfection. Tanyue flicked her tail, unwilling to leave the counter, patiently awaiting her meal while still attempting to watch the cartoon. Meng Sherwan took out some ice cubes that she had frozen in the refrigerator, placing them on the counter and breaking them with a knife. Using a stainless steel tumbler she had purchased from a local shop, she prepared a large glass of chilled blueberry tea, generously adding coconut jelly and taro balls. Taking a sip, the refreshing sweetness was utterly delightful. She began to organize some small items she had brought home that day, filling the ice tray with water to freeze in the refrigerator and stashing lighter and other small items into various crevices. After tidying up, she checked on the seafood in the steam oven, which was nearly ready to be served. Using oven mitts, she retrieved the dish, and the rich aroma of the seafood instantly filled the mobile home. Meow. Tanyue stood up, clearly impatient, gazing eagerly at the steaming food. Wait a moment, let it cool, Meng Sherwan said, using kitchen scissors to cut a piece of abalone into her little cat bowl, making it easy for her to enjoy. Peel 2 shrimp and an oyster, along with some fish, and arrange them in a small bowl to cool before serving them to Tisu. These are all its favorites, and as it enjoys the meal, it emits a delightful purring sound. The dipping sauces prepared by Meng Shwn are exceptionally delicious. Occasionally, she sips on some blueberry tea, which sweeps away the weariness of the day. Outside, the sky has turned a deep shade of black, with lights illuminating the surroundings. Perhaps due to recent traffic paralysis and factory shutdowns, the air is rapidly cleansing itself. In the heart of the city, one can still behold a sky full of stars. A camper van, like a small beacon, provides Meng Shwn and Tisu with a safe and secure refuge in this desolate world. A lavish dinner, warm lighting, a leisurely cat, and a lively television create a uniquely cozy scene. After the meal, Meng Shwn cleans the dishes and places the garbage outside the van. She picks up Tisu and enters the farm. Surprisingly, it is also night within the farm, where the moon hangs full, casting a layer of cool moonlight upon the ground. Although it lacks the brightness of the sun, visibility remains clear. Meng Shwn reminisces about her childhood, recalling how she would read under the moonlight when it was fullest. Tisu, entering for the first time, stands on her shoulder, surveying this 2-square-foot space. Meng Shwn gently sets it down, assuring it that this is their safe haven. Tisu, tiptoeing on the damp earth, stealthily approaches the fish pond, observing the fish swimming to and fro. Meng Shwn picks up a small shovel from the ground and, using the moonlight, begins to dig neat little holes in the soil. She intends to plant tomatoes in this square of land. Tomatoes are a wonderful staple. They can be enjoyed as fruit, stir-fried, or made into delicious soups. When the weather warms, chilled tomatoes, tomato soup, and tomato and egg noodles will become regular fare. Retrieving a packet of tomato seeds from the sofa area, she places 2 seeds into each hole and covers them up. Ideally, seedlings should be started first, but Meng Shwn finds that tedious and decides to plant them directly. If they grow, that would be splendid. If not, she can always attempt another method. Observing Meng Shwn at work, Tisu eagerly comes to assist. Whenever Meng Shwn tosses 2 seeds, Tisu promptly digs them into the soil with its paws. The duo works harmoniously, and soon the small patch of earth is lined with neatly arranged tomato seeds. The soil possesses the ideal moisture for planting, and Meng Shwn does not even need to water them. However, both of them have become quite dirty. Tisu's paws are covered in mud, and Meng Shwn's slippers and hands are equally soiled. With a sigh, she muses about the necessity of another bath. While she is somewhat indifferent, the prospect of bathing Tisu resembles a life-and-death struggle, undoubtedly a grand spectacle. Upon hearing the word bath, Tisu's demeanor changes entirely, its eyes darting around as if plotting an escape from this impending fate. Ah, indeed. Meng Sherwang suddenly recalled something and, with a flicker of inspiration, reached for a few small seeds. They were catnip and catgrass seeds, the very source of joy for her feline companion, Tushua. Catnip, akin to a small variant of mint, serves as a delightful seasoning, particularly when tossed into salads or soups. Meanwhile, catgrass consists of wheat seeds, yet Meng Sherwang had not received the cultivated variety. However, she had procured a substantial bag of freshly harvested wheat from the grain purchasing station that day. She scattered the two types of seeds along the edge of the fish pond, anticipating that they would sprout and provide nourishment for Tushua. Having completed this task, Meng Sherwang picked up the muddy Tushua, preparing to resign herself to giving the cat a bath. To her surprise, upon returning to the RV, both she and Tushua appeared impeccably clean and fresh. Meng Sherwang was astonished, but soon realized the reason behind it. The system had stipulated that soil and water sources could not be brought out of the space, thus any mud adhering to them remained inside, leaving them naturally clean. The system's meticulousness, though seemingly troublesome, turned out to be a blessing in disguise, sparing her the hassle of bathing each time they returned from the farm. Once everything was tidied up, Meng Sherwang lowered the bed and snuggled with Tushua to sleep. Seeing that she would not require a bath, Tushua joyfully raised her tail high. Xiaoji, turn off all the lights. Instantly, the RV was engulfed in darkness as Meng Sherwang lay down, cradling the plump Tushua, and fell into a deep slumber. Youth truly is a wonderful thing. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Meng Sherwang opened her eyes. The first thing she did was peer through the window to observe the surroundings. The equipment that had been placed around the RV had vanished, leaving only a scattered array of parts. Had the RV been modified? Without changing out of her pajamas, she rushed to the door, leaping out to see how the system had transformed her vehicle. Chapter 35, Automatic Crystal Core Collection. The RV, built on a light truck chassis, had a flat front without protrusions. Now, beneath the front windshield, 2 rows of blade rollers had been horizontally installed on the flat chassis. Initially, Meng Sherwang had planned to mount 4 vertically, but now only 2 were installed horizontally. She stretched her neck to survey the surroundings, noting that the internal structure of the front had likely been altered. The additional rows of blade rollers were visible, yet no other parts had been added externally, suggesting modifications were made within. The system's voice chimed in, announcing that the activation switch was located in the driver's cabin, and the Crystal Core Collection box was situated beneath the central armrest. I have added a water pipe internally to clean the crystal cores. Everything collected will be pristine. If you find it wasteful, you may shut off the water supply, and the collection box will instead contain zombie blood and brain matter. Meng Sherwang marveled at this development. How remarkable! How did you manage to complete the modifications without my awareness in the middle of the night? She now perceived the system as truly extraordinary. Not only could it upgrade the space, but it could also transform the RV. How was this accomplished without anyone assisting in moving the items? Meng Sherwang looked up at the camera outside the RV, planning to review the surveillance footage later. She settled into the driver's seat, and indeed, beside the vehicle's ignition switch, there was an additional red button. With a gentle press, the blade rollers at the front of the vehicle began to spin rapidly. The noise was not particularly loud, comparable to that of the engine running. Remarkably, the system had installed quite an impressive apparatus. Upon opening the lid of the central armrest, she discovered a transparent box beneath, which should be the core collection box the system had mentioned. As Meng Sherwang exited the vehicle and approached the front to observe the whirling blade rollers, a chill ran down her spine. Should anything unfortunate be caught within, it would be reduced to mere fragments in moments. Early that morning, Du Zitao, who had come to transport supplies, happened to witness this scene. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he stepped forward to examine the spinning rollers. Sister, did you install this last night? The modification is quite impressive. Why didn't I hear any noise? You should have called me. I could have assisted you. Meng Sherwang lifted her gaze to him. Du Zitao felt a shiver under her penetrating stare and promptly fell silent, silently chiding himself for his excessive chatter. He turned to leave this contentious place. However, Meng Sherwang's voice followed him. You, help me toss a few charred corpses in there to see how it performs. Caught off guard, Du Zitao found it impossible to leave and quickly turned back, responding, All right, I'll go fetch them right away. The fear from Meng Sherwang's previous night of violence still lingered within him. He worried that if he hesitated, she might order him to throw them in herself. Although he knew the likelihood of that was slim, it did little to quell his apprehension. He hurried to a nearby convenience store, donned a raincoat meant for electric scooters, and carried a small charred corpse, depositing it into the rapidly spinning blade rollers. In an instant, the corpse was engulfed and vanished from sight, leaving behind a splatter of dark, gruesome flesh on either side of the vehicle. Goodness, this is something else. Du Zitao silently stepped back, wary of accidentally being drawn in. This is definitely a last-minute modification? It's practically a meat grinder. Meng Shuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was effective. The two blade rollers could not only pull zombies in, but also shred them into pieces. There must be a meat grinder inside, simultaneously pulverizing while filtering the cores. She returned to the driver's seat, deactivated the blade rollers, then exited to retrieve a small speaker from the counter of a nearby shop, affixing it above the front of the vehicle. Once she had completed these tasks and noticed Du Zitao still standing there, she said, "Could you please weld a metal box by the side door? It should be about the size of a small cabinet." She intended to use it for storing shoes, raincoats, and such, as carrying items stained with zombie blood back into the vehicle would be unwise, and discarding them after a single use was impractical. After all, resources were limited. Having a welded metal box for storage would be quite convenient. Du Zitao nodded eagerly. "Sure, I'll get started on that right away." Having frequently assisted Du's father with car repairs, he was quite capable of welding. Meng Shuan returned to the RV, instructing the system to deactivate the defenses so that the box could be installed. Upon receiving a response from the system, she began to prepare breakfast. After finishing her meal, she set out, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test the efficiency of the zombie harvester. Her next objective was to repay a debt. Without returning the 200 crystal cores to the system, she could not upgrade her space, rendering all discussions moot. The temperature was rising by several degrees each day, and she needed to collect supplies swiftly. Once humanity could no longer withstand the extreme heat, she could remain indoors, relaxing within the confines of her mobile home. Du Zitao worked while pondering numerous questions that he dared not ask Meng Shuan. Throughout the night, he had heard no sounds. How had this mobile home been modified? His gaze fell upon the surveillance camera at the shop entrance, and he resolved to investigate once he finished welding the iron box. Meanwhile, Meng Shuan retrieved a pot, boiling 2 packets of instant noodles, adding eggs, sausages, chicken legs, beef, vegetables, and large shrimp. In the end, the noodles were barely visible among the multitude of ingredients. She also prepared an oversized stainless steel cup of passion fruit tea, enriched with pearls, coconut jelly, and taro balls. To put it succinctly, Meng Shuan was not one to deny herself pleasures, nearly transforming her fruit tea into a porridge. Nor did she neglect Tu Xue, preparing shrimp and canned food for her. Xiaoji, turn on the air conditioning and set it to 23 degrees. Activate the monitor and play the surveillance footage from after 10 o'clock last night at 5 times the speed. Xiaoji promptly responded, "Understood, master." Air conditioning and monitor activated. A cool breeze flowed through the air as she enjoyed her extravagant instant noodles, sipping a chilled beverage while petting her cat, all in blissful comfort. The surveillance footage displayed a serene scene, revealing only individuals passing by to retrieve supplies, with no further activity. It wasn't until around 3 in the morning that the agricultural machinery surrounding the mobile home suddenly sprang to life. The sound of disassembly and assembly echoed as parts seamlessly integrated onto the front of the vehicle. It felt akin to a scene from a cinematic transformation of a giant robot. Meng Shuan watched in astonishment. No one was assisting, no mechanical arms were present. The components moved autonomously and assembled themselves. In merely 10 minutes, everything was complete, and tranquility returned. Meng Shuan reflected that since the apocalypse began, the world had transformed. Feeling utterly surreal. Rebirth, the mobile home system, spatial realms, interdimensional farms, mechanical evolution. She had completely detached from reality. Where did you come from, system? Am I trapped within the pages of a post-apocalyptic novel? Only in novels do logic cease to exist. The system replied, "Do not overthink. This is reality. Focus on how to live well. And as for everything else, if you have the chance to know, you will naturally find out." Meng Shuan found this reasoning valid. These matters felt too distant. For now, enjoying the conveniences of life and ensuring she did not repeat the mistakes of her past life was of utmost importance. Simultaneously, Du Zitao returned home and also accessed the surveillance footage from outside his own agricultural tools shop. As they beheld the transformation of the RV, the entire family of 4 was rendered speechless. Du's father, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "This is simply unscientific." Despite his lack of formal education, he understood that this defied the laws of nature. How could the components possibly assemble themselves? Such a spectacle might be dazzling in a film, but in reality, it was nothing short of terrifying. Du Zitao, in a hushed tone, suggested, she must be an ability user. There was simply no other explanation for this phenomenon. He had seen online reports of ability users who could breathe fire or create ice. Thus, encountering one who could manipulate mechanical parts did not seem unreasonable. It became clear why a girl could possess such formidable strength. It was due to her abilities, a realization that brought him a sense of balance within. His call of sister was well worth it. Chapter 36. Bring the crystal core for the dog. As the family pondered this revelation, a children's song echoed from downstairs. Searching for friends. Found a good friend indeed. Sever the head and cut off the hands. Bring the crystal core for the dog. I do not want this good friend. The Du family was struck dumb, as were the surrounding survivors. Is this right? Is this truly how it goes? Is this the familiar children's song we once knew? It resembled a death chant. What was particularly unsettling was the familiarity of the voice singing. Who but the nefarious individual residing in the RV could it be? Though her voice was melodious, once amplified through the speakers, it sent chills down their spines. Peering out, they witnessed the RV below starting up and slowly departing. The children's song fading into the distance. Du Zitao stood in shock. She has left? Will she return? Shenanigans felt an inexplicable sense of regret upon seeing the RV drive away. She probably won't come back. Suddenly, Du Zitao recalled the words of a certain blogger. After the departure of a benevolent villain, an unsettling feeling lingered. He felt the same anxiety and urgently instructed his family. Without her presence, we cannot predict what might occur. Today, let us procure more wheat from the grain shop and remain at home. We should not venture outside again. Meng Shiwan drove her vehicle, humming a cheerful tune, with drinks and snacks resting on the central console to her right. The supplies piled in the passenger seat found no place to lean except against Meng Shiwan's lap. She now sought a location teeming with zombies to safely gather crystal cores. Previously, she had feared being overwhelmed by too many zombies, trapping the RV in place. Now, she longed for more zombies to slay, having even installed speakers on the roof to create a ruckus to attract them. No matter how many came, she could reduce them to mere pulp. As for where the zombies congregated in the greatest numbers, Meng Shiwan was aware of an excellent location, the unified slaughterhouse for zombies at the seed base. For the past few days, she had heard helicopters flying low overhead. The noise of the helicopters would draw zombies along the streets to the suburban slaughterhouse for extermination. All she needed to do was wade along the route to the zombie slaughterhouse, where an endless supply of zombies would be at her disposal. This trip might require her to stay for several days, repaying her debts to the system, while also gathering more crystal cores to expand her space. The 2 fuel tanks must be filled to capacity. Shortly after the RV departed from the farmer's market, a horde of zombies, drawn by the sounds emanating from the vehicle's speakers, lunged toward it. The zombies approaching from the side were of little concern. However, should any appear directly in front of the RV, Meng Shiwan would activate the blade roller, causing the undead to be swiftly drawn in, emerging only as a heap of pulpy flesh. Meng Shiwan felt a surge of exhilaration. Driving this RV was an unparalleled thrill. In this world, was there any horde of zombies she dared not confront? As long as the roads are clear and unobstructed, there is no destination beyond her reach. Spotting a gas station along the way, Meng Shiwan deftly maneuvered her vehicle inside. Several zombies were meandering about the gas station, and at that moment, they lunged towards her RV. Unwavering, Meng Shiwan accelerated, mercilessly dispatching the ravenous undead in mere moments. She remained unhurried, circling the gas station in her RV, deliberately colliding with the encroaching zombies. The children's song blaring from the RV captivated the zombies, who then began to chase after the vehicle. Searching for friends. A good friend to find. Sever a head and sever a hand. Bring the crystal core to feed the dog. The lyrics were intensely graphic and the volume deafening. As the RV approached, the survivors hiding in the convenience store became aware of the commotion. They crouched against the glass, peering out to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the pink RV blaring its devilish tune while chasing down zombies and turning them into a gruesome pulp, they could only feel a chill run down their spines. Could it be that I am mistaken? Are we truly inhabiting a world? How is this possible? How can this be? Shouldn't the zombies be pursuing humanity? How is it possible for her to drive in pursuit of the zombies? This is nothing like the apocalyptic world of zombies I had envisioned. Shouldn't zombies be terrifying? Yet, they now appear to be foolishly inviting their own demise. The impact of this scene was overwhelming for them, leaving them somewhat bewildered. During the outbreak of the zombies, they had truly faced life and death, managing to eliminate the undead within the convenience store and subsequently barricading themselves inside. One frightened employee developed a high fever that very night, and it has yet to subside. Reflecting on the terrifying chaos of that time still sends chills down their spines. Now, the once fearsome zombies are being mercilessly reduced to mere mush beneath the wheels of a recreational vehicle. The incongruity of the situation is stark. Even the woman who had been frightened into fever now feels her temperature has abated. Meng Shirwang drove the RV back and forth until the surrounding zombies were completely obliterated, before finally halting beside a fuel pump. This gas station offered self-service, which simplified the process. A mere scan and payment were all that were required. Meng Shirwang opened the driver's side door, surveyed the puddles of flesh on the ground, and promptly closed it again. Returning to the RV, she retrieved a pair of high-top rubber boots to wear before disembarking. These boots had been acquired from a discount store at the farmer's market. Upon first sight, she recognized their potential utility and purchased several pairs to stash in her shoe cabinet. Typically, such boots are worn by farmers when they venture out to work in the fields during rainy weather. Now stepping onto the blood-soaked ground in these boots proves incredibly practical. Meng Shirwan scans the code and begins refueling the diesel tank first. While waiting, several people hiding inside the convenience store frantically wave at her. "Hey, beautiful. Are you heading to the base? Could you take us along? Mind giving us a ride? We really want to get to the base." Meng Shirwan doesn't even lift her eyelids, much less bother to respond. The audacity, expecting a free ride to the base as if anyone owes them. Once the diesel tank is full, she climbs into the RV, sitting by the doorway to remove her rubber boots and place them in the metal box beside the door. She has to admit, the craftsmanship is meticulous. The box's door faces the entrance, making it effortless to retrieve or store them. Sliding into the driver's seat, she starts the engine, edges forward slightly, then returns to retrieve her boots and steps out to refuel the gasoline tank. The survivors panic at the sight of the RV starting up. This is their only chance to escape. After confirming no zombies lurk outside, they burst through the convenience store door. Meng Shirwan spares them a glance. "Stay 10 meters away, or don't blame me for what happens next." Her voice is icy, her gaze even colder, freezing them in place. "Please, just help us get to the base. I know it's not far from here." "Yeah, come on, with such a nice RV. It's no trouble for you." Though they plead, their minds scheme as they position themselves in front of the vehicle, as if blocking her path would force her compliance. Meng Shirwan smirks. Once the gasoline tank is full, she retracts the nozzle and opens the door. Seeing this, they rush forward, desperate to board. In the next instant, she brandishes a shovel from inside the RV. "Take one more step and see what happens. Stay put, and you'll live. Advance, and I'll end you right now." Chapter 37. Begging for death, the charging group hesitates at her menacing stance, exchanging glances. A silent agreement forms. Rob her. For men and 3 women, surely they can overpower this lone girl. Seizing the RV means safety, no more sleepless nights in fear. They surge forward, sprinting toward the side door where she stands. Meng Shirwan glances at her boots. Caked in zombie gore, she can't track filth inside. A cold laugh escapes her. If they insist on dying, she'll oblige. One man lunges, clinging to the sliding door to prevent her from closing it, mistaking recklessness for survival. Others reach out, attempting to drag her down from the extended steps. Expression glacial, Meng Shirwan swings the shovel, striking each skull with precision, like a macabre game of whack-a-mole. Her speed and strength are no joke. Previously, a single punch could send Gu Jinqing sprawling to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Now, wielding a work shovel, several individuals were struck down immediately, nearly losing consciousness. The ground was smeared with the blood and flesh of zombies, and as they attempted to rise, dizziness overwhelmed them, rendering them unable to find their balance, leaving them to writhe helplessly on the ground. Meng Shirwan observed coolly, seated on the floor of the RV, removing her rubber boots and placing them in a nearby metal box before shutting the door. The extended stairs retracted simultaneously. Such occurrences were commonplace in her past life, stirring no emotions within her. The seed base was not too far away, and it wouldn't be long before the rescue team arrived to escort them. They merely needed to remain patient. However, those who dared to seize her RV could not blame her for her lack of courtesy. She had warned them not to approach. It was they who had chosen this perilous path. 2. Her cat gazed at Meng Shirwan with its round eyes, seemingly assessing her emotions. She scooped it up and planted 2 affectionate kisses on its head, declaring, "Good baby, my cat is the most obedient in the world." Taiyu licked Meng Shirwan's chin in agreement. Returning to the driver's seat while cradling Tiu, she caught sight of a man gripping the rear wheel with a death grip. Half of his body underneath the vehicle, his mouth moving as if uttering something. Lowering the right window slightly, she heard his voice from outside. "You hit us. You must take responsibility. You have to take us with you today, or I want to get up. I don't believe you dare drive over me." Meng Sherwan silently rolled her eyes and started the vehicle. Such fools, even if they survived today, would not last long in this apocalypse. In a world like this, who still cared for reason? The vehicle moved forward, the broad wheels unhesitatingly rolling over the man. The one who had just been shouting was instantly flattened, merging with the remnants of zombies. Warm blood splattered, and the others stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock. She had truly run over him. This was a living person. She had committed murder. How could she dare? Yet, there was nothing Meng Sherwan would shy away from. She understood this apocalypse better than anyone. Everyone believed that entering the base would provide them with security. While it may not be as carefree as life before the apocalypse, at the very least, they wouldn't be devoured by zombies or starve. That alone was deemed satisfactory. However, from Meng Sherwan's personal experience, the base could only ensure that humans were not attacked by zombies. But as for being well-fed and living in peace, that was a fantasy. The base was where humanity's true nature was revealed. As natural disasters struck, the resources outside continued to dwindle. The ability users and fighters within the base were dispatched to salvage supplies. Although killing and robbing were strictly prohibited within the base, in extreme conditions, theft and murder became rampant occurrences. The capable talents within the base have devoted themselves entirely to the rescue of supplies and aid, leaving no manpower or resources to investigate or manage the myriad issues at hand. Chaos abounds. Without any capability, succumbing to illness, being murdered, or dying of hunger within the base has become a grim norm. In this apocalyptic world, it is indeed a matter of survival of the fittest. Meng Sherwan lifted her gaze towards the incessantly traversing helicopters, once again deducing the approximate location of the unified slaughtering ground for zombies based on the urban road conditions. She found herself on the outskirts of the city, where the majority of the surroundings comprised affluent villa districts. A national highway ran through this area, wide and sparsely populated, serving as an ideal location to lure the zombies. Following her navigation, she merged onto the national highway and soon witnessed the torrent of zombies. At that moment, she was awestruck by the prowess of national technology. This highway had evidently been meticulously managed. No abandoned vehicles were in sight, while concrete pillars adorned with barbed wire flanked both sides, effectively preventing the zombies from straying off the road. Numerous helicopters hovered low overhead, arriving from various routes to attract the zombies, with cages dangling beneath them containing live pigs and sheep, exuding the enticing aroma of fresh flesh. The cacophony of the helicopters, combined with the allure of the animal's blood, drew the zombies, who, stiffened and groaning, stumbled along in pursuit. Each helicopter soaring over the national highway trailed a dense mass of zombies. After guiding the zombies onto the highway, these helicopters accomplished their mission and returned to the city to lure the next batch. Once the helicopters departed, the zombies, having lost their target, stood bewildered on the highway. However, they would soon discover a new objective. A steel wire was strung across the highway, with a cage containing live animals swaying in accordance with the wire's movement. The zombies, attracted by the enticing flesh within the cage, would follow its advance. Thus, the horde of zombies on the highway would trail the moving cage. Meng Sherwan gazed upward, realizing that the suspended cage was akin to a cable car found in scenic areas, merely relocated above the highway. The spectacle was magnificent, with a synchronized effort guiding the zombies towards the slaughterhouse. How could humanity's ingenuity and machinery be thwarted by the mindless zombies? The only insurmountable challenge for humankind was the zombies' extreme infectivity. Meng Sherwan observed the area surrounding the RV, now teeming with moving zombies, her excitement palpable. Crystals. An abundance of crystals. The blade rollers whirled madly, drawing in one zombie after another, reducing them to a pulpy mass that was expelled from the sides. She could easily park the RV here. Given the density of zombies, many would continuously be consumed by the blade rollers. Yet, Meng Sherwan's curiosity compelled her to witness the slaughterhouse firsthand, pondering how such a dense congregation of zombies could be systematically annihilated. Thus, she followed the torrent of zombies further ahead. However, the density of the zombies slowed their movement, and despite the blade rollers' rapid consumption of the zombies, their capacity remained limited. Meng Sherwan could only proceed slowly, keeping pace with the voracious speed of the blade rollers. Surrounded by an array of snacks and beverages, she savored the moment, munching on food while enjoying music, finding a certain pleasure in it. Chapter 38. Something is quite awry inside a helicopter returning with a horde of zombies. The pilot gazed down at the highway below, momentarily bewildered. Among the throng of undead, a peculiar RV seemed to have mingled in, pink, no less. The co-pilot leaned over to take a look and exclaimed in disbelief, "Aren't we supposed to be attracting zombies? How did a camper come back with us?" The driver, seemingly oblivious, had not noticed the swarm of zombies either. Driving into that mass was certainly ill-advised. Something felt distinctly off. Both men craned their necks for a better view. Sensing the oddity of the situation, the co-pilot even pulled out a pair of binoculars, exclaiming in awe, "This isn't just any fool. This is someone extraordinary." The front of that vehicle has been modified, with spinning blades that spew out a mixture of flesh. Just how sharp and fast do those blades have to be to grind bones to dust? They had previously tested that zombies could shatter vehicle windows and dent the car body with ease. Yet this RV remained completely unscathed amidst the relentless attacks. Either the metal was of an exceptional quality, or its owner was a metal-type ability user, capable of reinforcing materials. As they looked closer, they noticed the driver was quite a beauty, casually nibbling on a bag of chicken feet. The pilot mused, so this RV didn't stumble in by accident. It must have come here intentionally. In that case, the owner is likely collecting crystal cores. People typically hide from zombies, who would deliberately charge into a horde. Given the endless waves of zombies in the city, it seemed probable that the one driving the modified RV was there to gather crystal cores. Cleverly taking advantage of the situation, the co-pilot inquired, "Should we report this to the team?" The pilot pondered for a moment, then decided against it. The RV's presence was so conspicuous that it had likely been noticed long ago. No one seemed inclined to intervene, with zombies in such abundance. If she was eager to fight, she could do so. However, few knew the true value of the crystal cores, and this individual appeared quite astute, likely an ability user. The co-pilot agreed, recognizing the potential of a metal-type ability user, especially as the base was currently in need of such talents. When she departed, it was probable that someone would approach her to negotiate her joining the base. The helicopter circled above the RV twice before continuing its mission in the city. Unbeknownst to Meng Shirwan, she had already been classified as a metal-type ability user and was now on their radar for recruitment. All she knew was that these helicopters seemed rather idle, each circling twice above her RV, the wind they generated roaring around her. Clearly, they were not burdened with enough tasks. She drove until 3 in the afternoon, yet did not encounter a single zombie slaughtering ground. Feeling fatigued and disinclined to drive any further, she turned the RV around, halting in the face of the zombie tide, cutting the engine while the blades continued to spin, harvesting the undead relentlessly. As she opened the central console, the transparent box within revealed a dazzling collection of items that caught her eye, not only crystal cores but also an assortment of jewelry. She found a snack bag, opened a transparent box, and retrieved its contents, bringing them back to the RV. She poured everything onto the small square table in the middle of the sofa, first picking up the crystal cores, 25 of them. 25. Before she could indulge in her daydreams about the possibilities, the handful of crystal cores in her grasp vanished in an instant. The system chirped cheerfully, stating that she had returned 25 cores, but still needed 175 more. Meng Shirwan gazed at her empty palms, resigned to her fate. Were it not for the system's assistance in modifying the RV, collecting crystal cores would not have been so effortless. Upon examining the jewelry on the table, to her astonishment, she discovered that they were all genuine. The worthless trinkets had likely been filtered out. The least expensive items were made of silver, while the rest comprised various rare metals such as gold and platinum. Alongside precious gemstones, Meng Shirwan picked up a large gold chain and a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, fine treasures that she decided to keep. These items could fetch her a meal at the base. She found a plastic container meant for candy and placed all the valuables inside, tossing it in the corner of the staircase, then casually popped a piece of chocolate into her mouth. With no time to waste, she resolved to prepare some hot dishes to store in her space. These would be convenient for future meals when she lacked the time to cook. After some contemplation, she decided on a dish of tomato-braised beef brisket, which she would finish off with some Shanghai greens just before serving over fragrant rice. Without further ado, she retrieved the tomatoes she had stored in the refrigerator, around 20 or 30 of them, along with several large pieces of beef brisket and the Shanghai greens. Meow, the cat, Tisu, looked at her expectantly. Meng Sherwan smacked her forehead, having forgotten to feed her. "You can nibble on some cat food for now," she said as she hurried to fetch Tisu's bowl, pouring in some kibble. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, although she had filled herself with snacks. Tisu was still hungry. Seeing the cat food, Tisu reluctantly crunched away. Meng Sherwan gently patted its head in consolation, promising to steam a little fish for it as compensation. Tisu let out a soft meow, begrudgingly forgiving her. Heading upstairs, she rummaged for a large soup pot, a frying pan, and several disposable takeout boxes, items she had previously stocked up on at the supermarket. She cut the beef brisket into small pieces and blanched them, adding spices for a simmer while simultaneously steaming a large pot of rice. The brisket required a long cooking time, so she set about steaming some fish and shrimp for Tisu in the oven. Once the cat was well fed, she treated herself to a generous cup of milk tea and settled back on the sofa with Tisu to watch anime. Outside, a horde of zombies was on the move, with many surrounding the RV, clawing at it. Meng Sherwan secured the doors and windows, turned on the air conditioning, and comfortably watched her anime while the brisket simmered away, occasionally indulging in half a watermelon. After about an hour, she rose to peel the tomatoes, stir-frying them before adding them to the pot with the brisket to continue cooking. By the time she was ready to eat, evening was approaching. Above, helicopters circled continuously, making several rounds above the RV to observe what this unique owner was up to. Well, it seemed she was now ready to serve dinner. On a road teeming with zombies, stewing beef while watching television and showcasing one's culinary prowess is a feat few could accomplish. Observing her life, so serene and untroubled, sparked a tinge of envy among them. Each time she returned to witness the activities of the RV owners, it became a delightful diversion akin to the work of a helicopter pilot. Meng Sherwan, accompanied by milk tea, proudly presented 2 steaming bowls of tomato beef brisket rice. The homely flavor was far more satisfying than any pre-packaged meal or deli fare she had previously consumed. After satisfying her hunger, she meticulously arranged a series of takeout boxes, layering rice beneath and topping it with the beef brisket, sealing them before stowing them in the refrigerator. She managed to fit 10 boxes, having to rearrange the space within the fridge just to accommodate them. With a busy day drawing to a close and the sun still lingering in the sky, Meng Sherwan washed up and retired to bed. With the air conditioning running and nestled under a cool blanket, the tranquility of the RV enveloped her, and she drifted off to sleep while embracing her feline companion, Takshu. As the lights dimmed and the curtains were drawn, the helicopter pilot still at work could only gaze upon her with increasing envy. Who wouldn't yearn for such a life of freedom in an RV? The following morning, the first thing Meng Sherwan did upon waking was to roll out of bed and head to the driver's seat, where she opened the Crystal Core collection box. The sight of it brimming with treasures filled her with a bountiful joy. Sitting in the driver's seat, she crossed her legs and began to count. 36, 57, 70, 71 cores. From just after 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon until now, she had collected 71 cores, plus the 25 from the previous morning, totaling 96. In just one day? With the blade rollers in constant motion, collecting over 100 cores was quite impressive. Meng Sherwan felt immensely satisfied with these results. The thought of having to individually harvest each core would have proven daunting. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, she would be able to repay the system for the cores owed. Everything she collected thereafter would belong solely to her. A sense of anticipation for the future filled her, rendering even the system's reminders for payment more palatable. She had repaid 96 cores, with only 104 remaining. Pulling out the gold and silver jewelry, she was certain she would settle the debt by tomorrow. She tossed the jewelry into a candy box at the staircase corner, retrieved a portion of pan-fried dumplings, a cold dish, and some pastries for breakfast from the refrigerator. After opening a can for Takshu, the two of them enjoyed a hearty meal. Meng Sherwan then gathered an assortment of snacks and tossed them into the driver's cabin. Clad in a long nightgown, she nestled into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and turned it around, setting her sights on the zombie slaughterhouse. Today's temperature had risen a few degrees compared to yesterday, hovering above 30 degrees. The morning sun was already quite intense, raising the RV's internal temperature. The air conditioning had to run continuously for temperature control. The blazing sun accelerates the power generation of the solar panels atop the vehicle. However, prolonged operation of the air conditioning necessitates intermittent activation of the generator for supplemental electricity. Xiaoji, set the air conditioning to 24 degrees. Certainly, Master, the air conditioning is now adjusted to 24 degrees. Once activated, the temperature within the RV becomes pleasantly comfortable. allowing Meng Shiwan, nestled in the driver's seat, to revel in an enhanced sense of ease. She leisurely consumed snacks while navigating the road, occasionally opening the core collection box to inspect the accumulation of crystal cores within. The horde of zombies on the national highway remains densely packed, while helicopters traverse the skies, drawing the undead towards them. The pilots, upon noticing the RV's movement, often circle above, curious about the unique owner's activities. They glimpse Meng Shiwan clad in a nightgown, her hair cascading freely, surrounded by snacks and beverages, as she drives with a carefree demeanor. The pilots, weary from 2 sleepless days, find themselves somewhat unsettled by the scene. Meng Shiwan continues her journey for several hours until, by afternoon, the gruesome spectacle of the zombie slaughterhouse gradually comes into view. At this moment, she is struck by a profound sense of awe, an awe reminiscent of the heavy industrial might of her homeland. She recalls a foreign film she once watched, wherein lives were treated as mere games, featuring 3 colossal rolling cylinders. Participants in this game were compelled to run. Failure to keep pace resulted in being crushed beneath the immense rollers, reduced to mere pulp. Now, the cinematic vision has materialized into reality, offering a clearer perception of its grandeur. Meng Shiwan turns the vehicle around, shutting off the engine. Grasping the elevation remote, she ascends to the 2nd level, emerging atop the vehicle to gain a clearer view of the scene before her. The terrain ahead, once a vast expanse of cultivated land, is now marred by 3 enormous, cylindrical metal rollers. These massive structures, surpassing the girth of buildings, gleam with a cold metallic sheen under the sun. The sheer scale is overwhelming. Their lengths could be measured in tens or even hundreds of meters. At the junction of these colossal rollers lies an even larger circular power hub, driving the immense wheels in a slow yet terrifyingly stable rotation. In the presence of such a formidable entity, the RV appears insignificantly small. A cable car on the highway leads towards the central power hub, guiding the zombies inexorably in that direction. As the rollers advance, the undead are mercilessly ground into a pulp. Not far behind the rollers, a scraper collects the pulverized remains of the zombies, depositing them into 4 depressions that dip below ground level. Meng Shiwan observes that the nearest depression contains a conveyor belt. Once the zombie remains fall in, they are transported to an unknown destination. If her conjecture holds true, they are likely sent for the sorting of crystal cores. This is an automated slaughterhouse, luring zombies to continuously enter its maw, the slowly rotating rollers grinding them down, while the remains are scraped into the depressions and incessantly whisked away. Meng Shiwan surveyed her surroundings. The zombies did not only approach via the national highway. There was also the opposite expressway, the various intersections on either side, and an influx of undead from all directions. The relentless tide of decaying heads surged into the slaughterhouse, continuously sending forth waves of death. Standing atop the vehicle, Meng Shiwan was profoundly shaken. The might of the great nation, employing no advanced weaponry, could systematically eradicate the mindless zombies in droves. Truly a terrifying spectacle. Achieving such a feat in merely a few days could only be accomplished by a seed base capable of mobilizing all available resources. A private base, in comparison, would lack such capabilities. In this second life, she no longer cowered in humble survival. Witnessing the scene before her stirred her heart deeply. The strength of a great nation and the ingenuity of humanity would ultimately withstand this catastrophe. At the core of the slaughterhouse, 2 individuals stood. They were metal-based ability users, responsible for ensuring the smooth operation of the zombie slaughter facility. Should any malfunction arise, it would be their duty to repair or fortify the metal structures. Chu Jian nudged his companion Hu Wenhao, urging him to look over there. Was that a person amidst the zombie horde? From a distance, it was hard to discern, but he could see a small patch of flatness amidst the throng, suggesting a figure standing above. Hu Wenhao retrieved a pair of binoculars and peered through them. Chu Jia was taken aback. Where did you get those binoculars? Hu Wenhao aimed them towards Meng Shiwan. I found them yesterday while repairing the underground conveyor belt. Good heavens. It's indeed a person. Let me see. Chu Jia snatched the binoculars from Hu Wenhao. The image magnified, revealing that the small flat area within the zombie tide was the roof of an RV. On that roof stood a woman clad in a long, loose nightgown. The gown was short-sleeved and flowing, her slender figure accentuated by the pale skin exposed to the elements. As the wind blew, her long dress and hair danced gracefully, revealing a visage of exquisite elegance and strength. Surrounding the RV, countless pale zombie arms reached out, attempting to grasp her. Yet she remained composed, standing tall with a stern expression. How to describe this scene? It resembled the silhouette of a heroine from an anime in a desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 40. Fortunately, she owns a farm, Chu Jie lamented. Why does she resemble a fierce protagonist while we appear as weary, haggard laborers after several long nights? Hu Wenhao was at a loss for words regarding his friend's thought process. Given her rosy complexion, she must be human. What was she doing here? With such a dense horde of zombies, how did she manage to drive the RV in? This situation was indeed rare. The zombie slaughterhouse was accessible only to the undead. What purpose could a human serve here? Surely, she was not merely here for a visit. Those survivors were paralyzed with fear. How could anyone dare to venture into the zombie tide to observe how they perished? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Jie furrowed her brow. She must be an ability user. For no ordinary person could drive a recreational vehicle to such a location. Hu Wenhao was puzzled, wondering what her purpose was. Both were bewildered, genuinely unable to comprehend Meng Shuan's reckless venture into the tide of zombies. They assumed that Meng Shuan's daring excursion to this spot could not simply be for sightseeing. In truth, Meng Shuan had indeed come to observe, and after relishing the magnificent spectacle, she returned to her vehicle, deciding to linger in this splendid viewing location for several days. She aimed to collect as many crystal cores as possible before departing when her fuel tank ran low. Let us go to the farm, tread snow, she suggested. Meow. The thought of playing in the mud without needing a bath excited Tread Snow, who eagerly leaped into Meng Shuan's arms. In the next moment, the pair materialized at the farm. It was still a modest plot of land and a cubic fish pond. Tread Snow dashed to the pond's edge to observe the fish swimming within. Meanwhile, Meng Shuan crouched down to inspect the tomato seeds she had sown previously. Finding no signs of germination, she carefully unearthed the seeds, discovering tiny green sprouts that had yet to break the soil, and gently reburied them. According to the seed packet, germination would take 3 to 7 days. With 2 days already passed and no emergence, it indicated that the passage of time here was akin to that outside. Tomato cultivation from sowing to maturity required over 3 months, suggesting that it would be 3 months before she could savor the ripe tomatoes here. For the first time, Meng Shuan felt that the growth of plants was a rather protracted process. In 3 months, a myriad of events could transpire in this apocalyptic world, claiming many lives. System, can you accelerate time to hasten plant growth? The system responded swiftly. Yes, for 100,000 crystal cores, time can be accelerated by a factor of 2. As long as the cores are provided, there is nothing I cannot achieve. Meng Shuan scoffed. Goodbye. 100,000 crystal cores, she could scarcely amass that amount even after tirelessly slaying zombies for years. This thought was swiftly extinguished by the exorbitant cost. Meng Shuan called out to Tread Snow, let us head out. Upon returning to the RV, she contemplated whether to prepare some hot dishes for storage, but ultimately succumbed to her lethargy and chose to relax instead. She retrieved a flash drive, plugged it into the monitor, and unearthed a game controller from the sofa. Immersing herself in Stardew Valley for the entire afternoon. Previously, she had found such games tedious, yet following the destruction of her home, games focused on cultivating land and constructing dwellings became particularly captivating. Feeling hungry, she indulged in the ready-made meals stored in the refrigerator: roast duck, white-cut chicken, and braised duck neck, paired with chilled soda. Tread Snow, too, feasted on cat food and canned delicacies, embracing the essence of laziness. After satisfying their hunger, they nestled on the sofa, munching on snacks while continuing their gaming session. Tread Snow, bored, curled up at her feet and fell asleep. It was only now that Meng Shuan realized how engrossing the game was, playing until midnight before finally succumbing to slumber. When she awoke, she discovered it was already midday the following day. Amidst the cacophony of wailing zombies and the incessant hum of machinery outside, the interior of the RV remained remarkably tranquil, thanks to its impeccable soundproofing. The first act upon awakening for Meng Shuan was to inspect the crystal core collection box. Upon opening it, she discovered it was nearly brimming. Sitting cross-legged in the driver's seat, she meticulously counted the cores: 100, 125, 126. This haul was indeed impressive. System, I shall return your 104 crystal cores, leaving me with 22. She chuckled with delight. Feeling unburdened and almost wealthy, Meng Shuan pondered how best to utilize these 22 cores. After some contemplation, she decided to expand the fish pond by an additional cubic meter, transferring the aquatic products from the refrigerator into the pond, thereby freeing up half a cubic meter of space. The farm was too small. She resolved to enlarge it as well to cultivate a variety of commonly consumed vegetables, ensuring a fresh supply in a few months. She planned to extend the farm by 9 square meters, which would cost 10 crystal cores, leaving her with 12 for future endeavors. Having made her decision, Meng Sherwan retrieved 10 crystal cores to expand both the fish pond and the farm. She then moved the live aquatic products into the newly enlarged pond. Once these tasks were completed, she and Tisu enjoyed a simple lunch before heading to the farm. The newly expanded farm was arranged in a 3x4 layout. With the 2 cubic meter pond at the edge, the entire area appeared much more spacious, and Tisu joyfully dashed about, resembling a little whirlwind. After a period of confinement within the RV, Tisu was exuberant to frolic freely in the fields. Meng Sherwan surveyed the additional 9 square meters of land, contemplating what vegetables to plant. Chives and water spinach could be harvested repeatedly after a single planting, making them an economical choice. Watermelons, perfect for the heat, would also be included, along with strawberries, which were her favorite. She planned to allocate 1 square meter each for cucumbers, potatoes, peppers, and green beans, as well as another for scallions, ginger, and garlic. The arrangement for the extra 9 square meters was clear in her mind. With her plan in place, Meng Sherwan took out the seeds and, armed with a small hoe, began to sow them into the earth. Observing her, Tisu scampered over eagerly to assist in digging the holes. Its paws, adept at burying waste, proved equally effective for planting seeds. Meng Sherwan would dig a hole, drop in 2 seeds, and Tisu would diligently cover them with soil, accomplishing the task with remarkable efficiency. "What an impressive kitty you are, Tisu, a true gardener," she praised, and the cat, puffed up with pride, worked even harder. Through their combined efforts, the entire 9 square meters was soon sown with seeds. Tisu was now covered in dirt, transforming into a little mud-covered feline. Meng Sherwan took out some cilantro and scallion seeds, scattering them along the edge of the pond, ensuring a bountiful harvest for the future. Gazing upon the seed-laden fields and the fish ponds teeming with life, Meng Sherwan felt an indescribable sensation within her. She had witnessed the desolation of soil rendered barren by natural calamities, unable to sustain even the slightest trace of vegetation. The sight of the vibrant fields now stirred profound emotions within her heart. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, any renewable resource was extraordinarily precious. Fortunately, she possessed a farm with the potential for endless expansion. Chapter 41. I am not a gold elemental. Upon returning to her RV, Meng Sherwan activated the display and began to watch a film. She retrieved various ingredients, such as meat and vegetables, from the refrigerator to prepare a few hot dishes for storage. Dishes like stir-fried pork with chili, chicken stewed with potatoes, and braised eggplant were on her menu. While she busied herself in the kitchen, engrossed in the film, the sky darkened outside. After finishing her cooking and neatly storing the dishes in the refrigerator, she completed her evening routine and relaxed on the sofa to play games before drifting off to sleep under the cool air conditioning, enjoying a comfortable night's rest until well past 10 in the morning. After serving her cat, Tiaoxue, some kibble, she poured herself a chilled beverage from the refrigerator and downed it in one go before heading to the cockpit to assess the day's harvest. Drawing from the experience of the previous days, Meng Sherwan had a rough idea of how many crystal cores she could expect daily, and her excitement had somewhat waned. Nevertheless, counting the crystal cores remained a source of joy. She sat in the driver's seat, counting meticulously. 98 cores, plus the 12 left over from yesterday, gave her a total of 110 cores, enough to expand her space by 110 cubic units. She pondered that if she stayed a few more days, she could accumulate several hundred cores, a truly remarkable yield. As she started the vehicle and checked the fuel gauge, her eyes widened in shock. Was it nearly empty? Did the zombie harvester consume this much fuel? She couldn't linger here any longer. If the diesel tank ran dry, the RV would be immobilized. The previously leisurely Meng Sherwan moved with urgency now. She emptied the crystal core collection box, returned to the RV to grab some ready-to-eat meals and a couple of drinks, and then headed back to the cockpit to drive away. Her plans to stay longer and gather hundreds of crystal cores were dashed. She needed to find the nearest corner and locate a gas station to refuel. With her right hand firmly on the steering wheel and her left busy gnawing on a chicken leg, she recalled how slowly she had entered but was now keen to leave. Sated, Meng Sherwan contemplated how to utilize her 110 crystal cores for spatial upgrades. Expanding the fuel tanks and water reservoir was imperative, as these were the resources she needed to stockpile the most. Based on the fuel consumption of a light truck, traveling 100,000 kilometers would require approximately 11,000 liters of diesel, equivalent to 11 cubic units. This amount would suffice for a year or two, especially if she were not driving around daily, allowing for even longer usage. According to this estimation, both the diesel and gasoline tanks have been expanded to 30 cubic meters, alleviating any concerns regarding fuel supply for several years. Once more crystal nuclei are obtained, further expansion for storage can be undertaken. Meng Shirwan, after careful consideration, summoned the blueprint for the RV and proceeded to expand the diesel and gasoline tanks, consuming 60 crystal nuclei in the process. The remaining 50 nuclei were allocated, with 30 designated for enlarging the fresh water tank and 20 for the pure water tank. Thus, 110 crystal nuclei were expended. Despite this, Meng Shirwan felt it was still insufficient. She yearned to stockpile enough supplies for a lifetime, though the lack of crystal nuclei hindered her ability to expand her storage space. Contentment is a form of happiness, and she reminded herself that her situation was significantly better than in her previous life. This mantra served to soothe her insatiable desire to hoard. Meng Shirwan exited the national highway at the nearest intersection, noticing a significant decrease in the number of zombies on the road. Consequently, the RV could travel at a faster pace. She utilized her phone to locate the nearest gas station, only to glance up and see a helicopter hovering above the road ahead. What could this mean? Why do these helicopters incessantly circle around me? As she pondered this, the helicopter lowered a ladder, and a figure descended, jumping down from a height of several meters with a thud that created a small crater upon landing. Remarkably, the individual appeared unharmed as they approached the RV. Meng Shirwan furrowed her brow. Was this a hardened individual, a metal-type ability user? As the person advanced towards her, a sense of caution arose within Meng Shirwan. In this apocalyptic world, ability users were akin to the apex of a pyramid, highly sought after by various bases. In her previous life, she had struggled among ordinary people, lacking the qualifications to engage with ability users. What could these metal-type ability users want with her? Meng Shirwan halted the RV and observed as the individual reached the driver's side window and tapped on the glass with a friendly demeanor. Given his attitude, he did not seem to be there to cause trouble. She cracked the window slightly and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" The man smiled and replied, "Greetings. I am Jiang Hanyu, the head of the seed-based construction. We detected that you might be a metal-type ability user and have come to invite you to join our seed base. Currently, the base's construction and the zombie extermination operations are in dire need of metal-type ability users. There are fewer than 10 metal-type abilities across the city, and we are in urgent need of assistance." Upon confirming that Meng Shirwan might be a metal-type ability user and witnessing her emergence from the horde of zombies, Jiang Hanyu hurried over to recruit her. Meng Shirwan, with a puzzled expression, thought to herself, "Am I a metal-type ability user? Surely, she would know if she possessed such abilities. How could he make such an assumption?" Upon reflection, she realized he might have concluded that the RV's intact condition after navigating through the zombie horde indicated that she had reinforced it with her abilities. Unfortunately, she was not an ability user, a fact that Meng Shirwan herself lamented. As she was about to decline, she heard the other party continue, "Rest assured, the treatment at the seed base is quite generous, providing meals and accommodation, along with supplies. Your livelihood will be thoroughly secured. Joining would be beneficial." While speaking, he expressed his enthusiasm and sincerity with a broad smile, striving to present Meng Shirwan with the most perfect visage. Meng Shirwan replied, "I am not a metal-type ability user." Jiang Hanyu, skeptical, asserted that even if the vehicle's metal was reinforced to withstand a horde of zombies without a dent, she must possess some form of ability. Regardless of the type, the seed base was in need of all ability users. The rescue team was also in dire need of such talents. He smiled and said, "Miss Meng, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Here is my identification from the seed base, which guarantees superior treatment. The words are genuine and effective. Please give it some thought, or if you have any conditions, do not hesitate to share. We will do our utmost to meet your requests." If she truly was unwilling to join, he could not forcibly take her back. He could only gently persuade her regarding the benefits. In a post-apocalyptic world, the assurance of survival and good living conditions could be the most compelling factors. Meng Shirwan was not surprised that he knew her surname. Anyone from the seed base could easily uncover such information. She remained cold and disinterested. Jiang Hanyu, scratching his head, unwilling to give up, urged her to reconsider, emphasizing the excellent benefits and asking if there was anything she desired, or if she had any enemies. He assured her they could assist with that. Meng Shirwan remarked, "Is this how much you are willing to invest to recruit ability users?" One must admit, the status of ability users in such a world is indeed elevated. Unfortunately, I am not one. Chapter 42. I am a metal-type ability user. Meng Shiwan could not divulge details about the system. Thus, she continued her aloof refusal. I'm not going. I have no interest. Jiang Hanyu, seeing her resoluteness, became anxious, ultimately pulling out a business card and handing it to her. This has my contact information and the address of the base. Should you change your mind, you can find me anytime. The gap she left was minimal, and he could not insert himself. He merely held the card aloft, gazing longingly. Meng Shiwan, confirming he was not here to provoke her, lowered her car window slightly and accepted the card. All right, I understand. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hanyu, seizing the moment, extended his right hand in a gesture of friendly handshake, saying, You must think it over soon and come find me. Meng Shiwan was speechless, not wanting to appear too cold in light of his enthusiasm. She extended her hand through the gap and briefly shook his before withdrawing. Jiang Hanyu was regretful for failing to persuade her, glancing back 3 times as he left, hoping that Meng Shiwan would come to her senses and return to the base with him. However, the next moment, a loud shout erupted from within the vehicle. What the hell? I am a metal-type ability user. This declaration was neither a question nor a statement of certainty, but rather an expression of sheer astonishment, an overwhelming shock. Jiang Hanyu halted his steps and turned to look back, only to see the girl in the driver's seat standing up, her beautiful face awash with astonishment as she gazed at her hands, repeatedly affirming, I am a metal-based ability user. I am a metal-based ability user. Jiang Hanyu was taken aback. Why such shock all of a sudden? She had been maneuvering her fortified vehicle amidst the zombie horde for days. How could she now exhibit the expression of one who had just discovered her powers? He found her behavior rather peculiar. In the next moment, Meng Shiwan was no longer merely odd. She was almost exuberantly deranged, exclaiming, I am a metal-based ability user. How could I possibly be a metal-based ability user? I am a metal-based ability user, Jiang Hanyu sensed that her mental state was somewhat questionable. It would be prudent for him to depart. Perhaps he would encounter her again in the future when she had regained her composure. He grasped the ladder lowered by the helicopter and climbed aboard, departing with haste. Meng Shiwan remained engrossed in her newfound realization, examining her hand that could transform into metal in disbelief. How could I be a metal-based ability user? I never awakened any powers before, not in my past life. Nor just a few days ago. How could I suddenly awaken now? It was all too coincidental that there had just been a metal-based ability user nearby. And after shaking his hand, she felt an unusual sensation coursing through her, leading to her awakening. Wait a moment, a metal-based ability user, a handshake. My awakening as a metal-based ability user? Such a coincidence cannot simply be chance, can it? Meng Shiwan suddenly regained her composure, reflecting on the connection between her awakening and the earlier encounter with the metal-based ability user. After all this time without awakening, how could it be mere coincidence that she transformed right after their handshake? Could it be that she was on the verge of awakening and that the contact with the metal-based user catalyzed her powers? But why had she not awakened in her past life, having lived for 3 years without any abilities? Unable to unravel the mystery, she decided to set it aside. Awakening her powers was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, providing her with an additional card to play, an extra layer of strength in this post-apocalyptic world. A metal-based ability. For someone who had previously possessed no powers, any awakening was a delightful surprise. She summoned her newfound abilities, creating a small patch of metallization on her body, a potential lifesaver in critical moments. She could also enhance and harden surrounding metals, making her quite the capable worker in construction. Meng Shiwan marveled at her metallic hand, savoring the sensation of having powers. How magnificent it felt. In high spirits, she hummed a tune while driving towards the gas station. Upon arriving, she found the place eerily quiet, devoid of zombies or survivors. Perhaps its proximity to the zombie slaughterhouse had drawn the undead away. Survivors are either rescued by a team or there are simply no survivors at all. Meng Shiwan parked the RV between 2 fuel pumps and climbed down. She skillfully operated both the diesel and gasoline pumps, fueling both tanks simultaneously. Cautiously, she made her way toward the nearby convenience store. Inside, several shelves lay toppled on the ground, accompanied by the lifeless bodies of 2 zombies. The goods on the shelves remained untouched, leading Meng Shiwan to believe that there were indeed no survivors here. If a rescue team had visited, they would not have left such supplies behind. This convenience store was not small, boasting a comprehensive array of products, a variety of snacks, beverages, cigarettes, and some daily necessities like tissues and sanitary pads. Unwilling to let these resources slip away, Meng Shiwan returned to the driver's cabin and opened the crystal core collection box. Eager to see how many cores she had amassed on her journey back. 8. Quite satisfactory. She summoned the RV's inventory interface, dedicating all her cores to expanding the refrigerator space for stockpiling snacks. Detaching the rear trailer, she laid down a wooden board and began the arduous task of transporting goods. Anything edible or drinkable was meticulously relocated from the side compartments of the RV to the refrigerator space. Snacks, drinks, alcohol, and ice cream were all placed within the fridge. Meanwhile, tissues, sanitary pads, towels, toiletries, and cigarettes were moved to the second floor for storage. After utilizing 8 barrels of cooking oil to dispatch zombies previously, the vacant space was now perfectly suited for another batch of daily necessities. Meng Shiwan tirelessly made trip after trip, filling the 8 cubic meter space to the brim, effectively emptying the convenience store of its supplies. This stockpiling endeavor left her immensely satisfied, as the variety of snacks was commendable. All her favorites were present, alongside an assortment of beverages, including a good number of beers, spirits, red wine, and some whiskeys. Today was indeed a fortuitous day, as Meng Shiwan hummed a cheerful tune while securing the trailer and wooden board at the rear of the vehicle, having nearly filled both fuel tanks. After completely topping them off, she removed the fuel nozzle, disregarding the lengthy total displayed on the payment screen, and drove away. The next destination, the water treatment plant. As the saying goes, joy often brings sorrow, and on this otherwise splendid day, she encountered her greatest misfortune. Meng Shiwan had expanded her storage significantly, awakened her powers, filled her fuel tanks, and amassed a wealth of snacks, truly a day of smooth sailing and good fortune. Little did she know, at the water treatment plant, she would run into the insufferable Gu Jinsheng and Meng Qingyue. This was undoubtedly the most unfortunate turn of events on an otherwise lucky day. Reflecting on her past life, the urge to eliminate these two was nearly overwhelming. Chapter 43. Among the team, there are fools. Inside the water treatment plant, a 5-member rescue team dispatched by the seed base was executing their mission. Their objective was to safely transfer survivors and retrieve water purification equipment. The rescue team, initially well prepared with a meticulously crafted plan, overlooked one critical detail. They had not anticipated the presence of a fool among them. This marked the team's inaugural mission following its formation, and they nearly met disaster due to a comrade's incompetence. Zombies. There are zombies over here. Hurry, I'm scared. Jinsheng, protect me. Meng Qingyue crouched in the corner, appearing fragile and terrified, her pale face reminiscent of a delicate flower battered by the storm. Were this the world before the apocalypse, her pitiful demeanor would have drawn sympathy from many. However, now, her 4 companions could only curse in frustration. Meng Qingyue's reckless screams, heedless of the danger, attracted the horde of zombies, who flocked toward them. Although they possessed supernatural abilities, their powers were newly awakened and relatively weak, allowing them to handle a dozen or so zombies with ease. Yet now, with hundreds of the undead drawn by Meng Qingyue's cries, they found themselves in a dire struggle for survival. Like a fragile flower, she remained in the corner, merely shouting in panic. The other 4 formed a semicircular defense, shielding her from the oncoming attacks while striving to keep her unharmed. Regrettably, Meng Qingyue was a rare space manipulator, essential to their mission of retrieving equipment from the water treatment facility. Their original plan was to infiltrate the site quietly, collect the purification apparatus, and then stealthily exit, all while searching for any survivors. No one had anticipated that Meng Qingyue would act as a loudspeaker. In her terror, her cries attracted the surrounding zombies, encircling them completely. Jinsheng, Jinsheng, the zombies are so frightening. You will protect me, won't you? Meng Qingyue, hiding in the corner, contributed nothing but chaos. Gu Jinsheng, wielding his abilities, unleashed a flurry of ice arrows to fell the first wave of zombies, only for another batch to surge forward immediately. His expression was dark and brooding, his desire to speak extinguished by the urgency of their plight. Beside him, another female teammate, nearly depleted of her powers, drew her firearm and began shooting rapidly. In such a scenario, resorting to firearms was a desperate measure. Though the handgun could swiftly eliminate the zombies before them, the noise would inevitably attract more, creating a vicious cycle. Yet, with no other options available, every moment counted. Failure to delay could mean death. Tao Yaruang, witnessing her dwindling ammunition, could no longer contain her fury directed at the instigator of their predicament. Shut up. What are you so afraid of? Why do you need Gu Jinsheng to protect you? Are you blind? Can't you see the rest of us are on the brink of death just to shield you? You simply cower in the corner, wailing. Do you think your pitiful act is endearing? By the time you perish, pale as a sheet of paper, it will be too late for sympathy. Knowing your space abilities lack offensive power, would it not be wise to remain quiet and follow behind? Is this situation truly so dire that one must shout incessantly? As if life holds no value? If you wish to perish, do not involve us. We still cling to the desire to survive. Tao Yaru's eloquent tirade left her two companions feeling secretly pleased. Gu Jinsheng remained silent, thoroughly irritated by Meng Qingyue's dramatic outbursts. In the past, such frailty might have been endearing, but in the face of life and death, her hindrance was nothing short of foolishness. Meng Qingyue's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, her anger palpable. Do you know who my father is? How dare you speak to me this way? Once we exit, you shall not enjoy a peaceful life. Furthermore, I possess a rare spatial ability, and the higher authorities have decreed that if you perish, I shall not. Unlike the past life of Meng Shirwan, where her family endured tremendous suffering during the zombie outbreak, the reality was starkly different now. Following the outbreak, Gu Jinsheng awakened his ice powers, while Meng Qingyue manifested her spatial abilities. They swiftly eliminated their zombified servants and secured themselves behind closed doors. Meng Hanyuan acted as the communicator, coordinating their rescue efforts. Subsequently, Meng Hanyuan donated substantial resources to the seed base, securing a position as the logistics manager. Overseeing the allocation of resources, he had the authority over food distribution to survivors, the welfare of the staff, and the inventory management of collected supplies, rendering him a figure of considerable influence within the seed base. Generally, those who sought his assistance approached him with utmost respect due to his control over vital resources. Tao Yaru, gritting her teeth, retorted with disdain, "The order was clear. We must not allow you to perish. Do you truly intend for us to die so that you may survive?" Unable to counter her, Meng Qingyue whined, "Jinsheng, look at how she bullies me. Will you not say a word?" Gu Jinsheng, weary of the situation, chastised himself for marrying such a troublesome partner. Had it been Meng Shirwan, this predicament would never have arisen. Her strength would have allowed her to fend off several zombies, never becoming a liability. Nonetheless, dwelling on the past was futile. Gu Jinsheng proposed, "We cannot remain stagnant. We must retreat, or we shall surely perish here." Tao Yaru simmered with frustration, glancing at Meng Qingyue. "Look at your delicate wife. Let her stand and move. If she continues this charade, I refuse to wait here and die alongside her." Gu Jinsheng inquired of Meng Qingyue, "Can you stand and walk?" "We cannot linger here." To which she replied, "I am too frightened to rise. My legs feel weak." Tao Yaru and the two teammates muttered their discontent, lamenting their ill fate of being paired with such a teammate. With gritted teeth, Tao Yaru declared, "Withdraw. If she cannot stand, let her perish here. She is nothing but a burden." The other two teammates, witnessing this, edged along the wall to escape. Had it not been for this hindrance, they might have already completed their mission rather than fighting for their lives in this manner. As Meng Qingyue witnessed their abandonment, her anxiety surged, and she abruptly rose, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you truly wish for me to perish here?" Tao Yaruang felt an overwhelming urge to pierce her with a glare. "Is standing up beyond your capabilities? What was the pretense of crouching earlier? Surely you do not believe that such behavior is endearing." She was genuinely curious about the foolish thoughts occupying the mind of this imbecile. And Jewen and Leisha, her teammates, shared her sentiments. Suddenly realizing how genuinely irksome the type of insipid, naive demeanor she exhibited truly was. Was she attempting to feign vulnerability at the cost of their lives? Gu Jinsheng stifled the impulse to hurl Meng Qingyue into the horde of zombies. "Follow me." They maneuvered along the wall, seeking an escape from the factory, which was not far from the outside. If they could reach the open space beyond, their chances of evading danger would greatly improve. Chapter 44. A narrow path for enemies. As it became evident that the group had no intention of assisting her, Meng Qingyue found her legs steadying, her fear dissipating as she closely trailed Gu Jinsheng. When a zombie lunged at them, she even managed to clumsily dispatch one. The sight infuriated her fellow teammates, who felt an urge to vomit blood. They had suspected her act was merely a fade. Now that danger was imminent, she could indeed fight back. What a foolish charade. In this apocalyptic world, she still indulged in the theatrics of a fragile, delicate spouse. Their marital dynamics were their own affair, but they need not drag others into peril along with them. Leisha unleashed his final bolt of lightning, grimly stating, "I have exhausted my powers. We must fight our way out." And Jewen echoed his somber tone, "The ammunition supplied to us is limited and will soon be depleted." We truly need to fight our way out. Our survival depends on luck. As if struck by inspiration, he inquired, Gu Jincheng, Mingxing Yue's space seems to harbor a refuge. Should we find ourselves unable to escape, perhaps we could seek refuge within her space and devise another plan. Before Gu Jincheng could respond, Meng Qingyue snorted disdainfully. You abandoned me earlier, and now you wish to enter my space? Dream on. Tao Yeruang gasped, feeling a surge of indignation that threatened to overwhelm her. And Jiawen and Lei Zhe were also consumed by an impulse to eliminate Meng Qingyue, resigning themselves to a mutual demise. Gu Jincheng spoke in a measured tone, Qingyue. We are teammates. They have lingered here for your protection. You cannot act this way. Meng Qingyue's tone softened. Very well, since you have spoken. I shall reluctantly allow them into my space, but I will settle the score with them once we return to the base. Tao Yeruang found herself laughing in disbelief. Settle the score? What offense have they committed against this ancestor? They risked their lives to protect you, and you wish to hold them accountable? I shall confront you. Tao Yeruang declared as she touched the last bullet on her person, ready to silence this foolish creature, finding solace in the thought of her own demise. And Jiawen and Lei Zhe hastily restrained her, urging, calm down, it is not yet time for despair. Did you hear that melody? The group paused, straining their ears to listen, and indeed, they heard the familiar tune of a children's song. Searching for friends, I found a good companion. Severing heads and hands. The crystalline core shall be fed to the dogs. I do not desire such a friend. Tao Yajun was ecstatic. The melody resembled that of a children's song, yet the lyrics seemed somewhat amiss. As the situation grew more desperate, she sensed hope approaching. While fending off zombies, she craned her neck to peer outside the spacious factory, where a pink RV slowly rolled into view. The RV's rapidly spinning wheels resembled a gaping maw, voraciously consuming one zombie after another, spitting forth a gruesome mixture of blood and mud. Tao Yajin hastily retrieved her flashlight and flickered it towards the RV, attempting to catch the driver's attention and solicit their assistance. Gu Jincheng's expression shifted to one of complexity upon spotting the vehicle. Meng Qingyue, however, exhibited surprise and hostility. Meng Shiwang, how could she still be alive? What was she doing here? Meng Shiwang had long been aware of the dire circumstances, as a horde of zombies had converged. There must be someone trapped inside. Yet, she had little interest in meddling in such affairs. The gathering of zombies actually facilitated her own harvest. Meng Shiwang drove the RV directly into the throng of undead, parking it quietly and awaiting the moment when the blade-like wheels would shred them into oblivion. As she drew near, she discerned a few individuals cornered against the wall of the factory. Upon recognizing two familiar faces, Meng Shiwang's teeth ground together in irritation. Gu Jincheng and Meng Qingyue, what a narrow path for enemies to cross. Recalling her past life, where she struggled to survive in the base while these two reveled in the luxury of her RV, mocking her plight as she starved. An intense fury welled up within her. They had driven her own vehicle while callously watching her suffer. Meng Shiwang had never anticipated being granted a second chance at life to exact revenge. Observing the pleas for help from the group, she remained seated in the driver's seat, regarding them with indifference. The children's song continued to play atop the vehicle, drawing a portion of the zombies away, leaving the fate of these individuals to their own capabilities. Risking herself for their rescue was not in Meng Shiwang's nature. Tao Yajun, catching sight of Meng Shiwang in the driver's seat, recalled Meng Qingyue's earlier expression of animosity. Piecing together that they might be acquainted, especially since Meng Qingyue had made a remark suggesting discord with the RV's owner. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Tao Yajin felt no qualms about antagonizing Meng Qingyue. She owed it to herself after the earlier humiliation. A significant wave of zombies had been lured away by the RV's commotion, making their situation considerably easier, as she wielded her long knife against the zombies. Tao Yajin mused about the RV's driver, who was strikingly beautiful. The way her brows arched in a cool demeanor, combined with her exquisite features, was simply breathtaking. If only she were a man, sharing a life with such a charmingly fierce girl would be a dream worth waking up to, for she was undeniably magnificent. And Jiawen and Lei Zhe both disowned Tao Yajin's sentiments and readily agreed. Indeed, how could there be such an exquisite girl amidst the zombie apocalypse? Her serene demeanor captivates my heart profoundly. I sense I am on the verge of succumbing. Surely no man could withstand the allure of such a girl. The three individuals converse in a rather taunting manner, deliberately raising their voices, as if fearful that the two trailing behind might miss their words. Upon finishing their remarks, they keenly observed Gu Jincheng and Meng Qingyue's expressions. As anticipated, both were increasingly grim visages. The trio, who had earlier been nearly infuriated, now find a hidden satisfaction, their fervor for slaying zombies surpassing their previous efforts. Gu Jincheng gazes upward to see Meng Shiwan looking down at them from the driver's seat. Her long black hair is tied in a ponytail, revealing a delicate and fair visage. Her gaze is indifferent and tranquil, her crimson lips pressed tightly, exuding a formidable and commanding aura. Even amidst the encirclement of zombies around the RV, she remains composed, watching the undead being drawn into the vehicle and slaughtered, observing their desperate resistance without a hint of fear or weakness. In contrast to Meng Qingwei's earlier outbursts, he finds the emotionally stable and formidable girl particularly alluring. Previously, he had disdained Meng Shiwan's dedication to the gym and her well-toned physique, deeming her devoid of femininity, too strong and manly, which led him to choose the delicate and fragile Meng Qingyue for marriage, even concealing this from Meng Shiwan. Now, he realizes he may have misjudged, mistaking a pearl for mere fish eyes, and overlooked the truly exceptional. Meng Qingyue, noticing the shift in Gu Jincheng's gaze, strikes him sharply, nearly sending him into the horde of zombies. Where is the fragility of a delicate flower in her actions? She demands, why do you look at her like that? Are you still unable to let go? Have you forgotten that you once said she was uninteresting? She even struck you. Chapter 45. A despicable man and a shameless woman in comparison to the one inside the vehicle. Gu Jincheng finds Meng Qingyue insufferably annoying, his patience wearing thin. Have you had enough of your ruckus? You nearly jeopardized our lives, had it not been for Meng Shiwan luring away a wave of zombies. Would you have been content to watch us perish here? Meng Qingyue, tearful and wronged, replies, I didn't mean it that way. When you are overwhelmed, I will bring you into the safe space. Once the zombies disperse, we can emerge without danger. I know what I'm doing. Gu Jincheng angrily crushes a zombie's skull, exclaiming, what do you know? We are on a mission. The time you've wasted could mean the difference between life and death for other survivors. Do you not value human life? How can you be so cruel? Meng Qingyue screams back, cruel? Who isn't? What about her? She remains inside the RV, refusing to save us. Isn't that equally heartless? So now you're pining for your ex, and suddenly I'm inadequate? Have you forgotten when you married me? You call me the gentlest girl in the world? Gu Jincheng, exasperated, retorts, stop being unreasonable. The trio beside her, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama, were taken aback by the magnitude of the revelation. Not only did they recognize the figure within the vehicle, but she was also Gu Jincheng's ex-girlfriend. How sensational! Gu Jincheng must truly be blind, forsaking such a remarkable woman to be entangled with a foolish and superficial individual. Such a choice could only stem from a complete lack of vision. Earlier, when Meng Qingyue was creating a scene that threatened their safety, Gu Jincheng remained silent. Yet now, upon encountering his former lover, he began to chastise Meng Qingyue for allegedly hindering their rescue efforts. He was hardly a paragon of virtue himself. The two of them truly embodied the essence of toxic relationships. Once this mission concluded, they had no desire to partner with these two imbeciles again. As the RV continuously devoured the approaching zombies, they fought valiantly to fend them off. After more than an hour, they finally cleared the area of the undead. The trio, panting heavily at the factory entrance, mentally cursed the ancestral line of both Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng numerous times. The sound of the RV starting up caught their attention. They looked and saw it slowly reversing, flanked by towering mounds of flesh. Tao Yering was taken aback. Where was it going? Would it leave? Meng Qingyue watched in disbelief as Meng Shiwan attempted to entice Gu Jincheng, resulting in a fierce argument between them. There was no way she would allow Meng Shiwan to leave so easily. If Meng Shiwan departed, what if Gu Jincheng pined for her daily? Standing on the clean ground at the factory entrance, Meng Qingyue furiously pointed at the retreating RV, shouting, Meng Shiwan, you better not leave. In this apocalyptic world, how can you still shamelessly follow Gu Jincheng around? We are already married. He is my husband now, so you better not linger in the past. Before the three pairs of eyes glued to the spectacle, Gu Jincheng felt utterly humiliated. He approached Meng Qingyue. All right, how long are you going to make this a scene? Infuriated, Meng Qingyue retorted, what kind of attitude is that? Are you defending her? I speak the truth. She must know your whereabouts and has come here intentionally to find you. Who doesn't he know how deeply Meng Shiwan loves you? Meng Shiwan watched the quarrel between the two with a cold smile. She had no intention of leaving. She merely moved the RV to a cleaner location. When these two had bullied her in their past lives, they had been so harmonious. What had caused this discord now? Meng Shiwan understood better than anyone what kind of person Meng Qingwei truly was. Raised by Meng Hanyuan and his mistress, her temper was notoriously volatile and arrogant. Previously, in her quest for family inheritance, she had feigned kindness and understanding at home, deceiving everyone with her facade. Now, in the wake of the apocalypse, with most of their resources donated and Meng Shiwan expelled from the house, Meng Qingwei had awakened her rare spatial abilities. Coupled with Meng Hanyuan's current standing in the base, she was now celebrated and indulged by everyone, no longer needing to maintain her pretense, revealing her truest self. Meng Shiwan found a clean spot and had just parked the RV when Meng Qingwei stood in front of it, screaming insults. Meng Shiwan, I bet you haven't awakened any abilities. A spineless waste like you surviving in this RV is already a miracle. Don't even think about coming to Gujinshan for shelter. You said you'd never return to the Meng family. You'd better die out here. Meng Shiwan opened the RV door, hopped out with a shovel in hand, and shut it neatly behind her before striding toward Meng Qingwei. Meng Qingwei sneered. What? Heard about the Meng family's status in the base now? Want to crawl back to Gujinshan and live a cushy life without worrying about survival? Let me tell you, impossible. The next second, Meng Shiwan swung her fist and sent Meng Qingwei flying 2 meters back. The trio squatting nearby, munching on snacks, jolted upright at the sudden violence. They stared at Meng Qingwei, now sprawled on the ground, several teeth knocked out, blood foaming at her mouth. Her left cheek swollen grotesquely as she writhed in pain. Her eyes still held shock and disbelief. She clearly hadn't expected Meng Shiwan to strike, let alone with such brutal force. Leisure couldn't help but clap. Damn, sis. I've wanted to do that for ages. This is so satisfying. They all longed to beat Meng Qingwei senseless, but had restrained themselves due to her status. Now, watching her humiliated, it felt like the most gratifying moment of their lives. And Jiawen grabbed Leishi's hands to stop his applause, whispering, enough, enough. Enjoy it internally, don't make it obvious. The trio turned to Meng Shiwan. The metallic sheen on her right fist slowly faded as she curled her lips into a cold smirk and uttered a single word, annoying. And Jiawen blinked. A metal-based ability user? That full-force metallized punch, she didn't hold back at all. At this point, I'm questioning whether Meng Qingwei's skull is cracked. Tao Yaring had fully transformed into a fangirl. She's insanely cool, facing that tyrant and just, bam, sending her flying, then casually calling her annoying? My god, that's the dream. She did what I never dared to. Their poorly concealed glee was impossible to ignore. Gu Jinshan forced himself to step forward, glancing between the unconscious, swollen-faced Meng Qingwei and the composed Meng Shiwan. Finally, he approached her. Shiwan, let me explain. My engagement with Meng Qingwei is purely business. It's UI. Meng Shiwan's fist shot toward his face. Having learned from past encounters, Gu Jinshan barely dodged in time, stumbling back several steps. His gaze darkened with complexity as he called out, Shiwan, didn't you love me the most? Once, he disliked her relentless independence. Now, he found himself wishing he could stand beside someone so decisive and formidable. Perhaps her unyielding nature had always been captivating. Chapter 46, A Unique Ability. Replication. Hearing his words, Meng Shiwan felt nothing but disgust. Upon hearing his insincere declaration of affection, she would have been elated to the point of sleeplessness in the world before the apocalypse. Yet now, all she felt was nausea. In her previous life, while she struggled for survival, Gu Jinshan and Meng Qingwei stood together, mocking her as a worthless being, asserting that even her mere existence was a waste of resources. Now, he dared to profess his fondness for her, merely because he recognized her as an ability wielder, superior to the inept Meng Qingwei, who could only wail in despair. It became evident that he held no genuine affection. His only interest lay with those who could benefit him. Meng Shiwan gazed at Gu Jinsheng's face, feeling a wave of revulsion at her past infatuation with such a creature. If she did not strike him, she would be unable to find peace in her sleep for many days to come. With this thought in mind, she advanced once more, raising her fist to strike Gu Jinsheng's head. Quick to react, he dodged and blocked her attack. The two exchanged blows, and after just a few exchanges, Meng Shiwan's tool struck Gu Jinsheng squarely across the face, causing his once handsome visage to swell and turn crimson. Anger ignited in Gu Jinsheng's eyes as he warned her not to go too far. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Shiwan delivered a resounding blow to his forehead with the tool, instantly raising a large bump. Her gaze turned cold, a murderous intent brewing within her. The thought of merely striking them was too lenient. Her true desire was to eliminate them entirely. Meng Shiwan's attention shifted to the trio of onlookers nearby. They were a team of ability wielders as well, and taking on 5 would be a challenge. She needed to weigh her options carefully. To her surprise, the trio noticed her gaze and gestured for her to proceed, indicating they would not intervene. Meng Shiwan was taken aback. Were they truly a team? How could they appear so exhilarated at the sight of their companions being beaten? It seemed these two were universally despised. A thrill surged within Meng Shiwan, her bloodlust rising, even tinged with a hint of savagery. Gu Jincheng felt a chill creep into his heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. She genuinely intended to kill him. Meng Qingwei, Gu Jincheng shouted. Just as Meng Shiwan's tool descended with precision, he raised his arm to block, but it resulted in a deep gash, blood gushing forth. As Meng Shiwan prepared to strike again, Meng Qingwei lunged forward, whisking Gu Jincheng away from her grasp. Meng Shiwan halted, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate them. Little did she know that Tao Yaru, one of the onlookers, felt an even deeper sense of regret, exclaiming how unfortunate it was that they had escaped unscathed. As Meng Shiwan regained her composure, she sensed an unusual sensation coursing through her body. It was a feeling she recognized from when her metal-based ability had awakened. Tentatively, she experimented, and in an instant, the tool vanished from her hand. Her eyes brightened as she used her mind to probe, finding the tool reappearing in the farm space. Shifting her focus, she realized she could sense all the expanded areas within the RV. With her thoughts, she summoned an ice cream cone from the fridge, and in the blink of an eye, it materialized in her hand. She had awakened a spatial ability. Meng Shiwan found it hard to believe that she had awakened spatial abilities, specifically a connection to the RV space. According to the RV system's regulations, as long as she continuously expanded the RV space, the realm under her control would also enlarge. The most significant advantage now was that while collecting supplies, she no longer needed to transport them one truckload at a time. She could simply draw them directly into her space. The 3 onlookers were utterly confounded. Leisha nearly thought he was seeing things, spatial abilities. Wasn't she supposed to possess metal-based powers? A dual-element ability user, more rare than the already scarce spatial abilities. A dual-element ability user was yet to be seen in the base. Tao Yaruang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had sensed that Meng Shiwan was extraordinary, and indeed, her capabilities were remarkable. Just as they were processing this revelation, they witnessed Meng Shiwan conjuring an ice arrow in the palm of her hand. An Jiewen stumbled back. Ice abilities? She was a tri-element ability user. The 3 spectators were left in utter shock. They felt they had encountered an extraordinary figure today. Soon, they saw the eminent figure approaching them. Meng Shiwan stepped in front of Tao Yaruang and cheerfully inquired, "What abilities do you possess?" Tao Yaruang, taken aback, promptly responded, "Sister, I have wood-based abilities." Meng Shiwan extended her hand, expressing her delight in making her acquaintance. Tao Yaruang eagerly clasped Meng Shiwan's slender hand with both of hers, exclaiming, "I am also thrilled to meet you, Great One. Are you truly a tri-element ability user?" Meng Shiwan smiled without replying, offering her an ice cream. "It's hot. This will help cool you down." Tao Yaruang quickly accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Great One." Meng Shiwan then turned to An Jiewen, extending her hand in a similar manner, and asked, "And you?" An Jiewen, surprised, initially wished to shake hands with both hands but thought it might be impolite. So she retracted one hand and lightly grasped Meng Shiwan's, saying excitedly, I don't eat ice cream." Tao Yaruang playfully smacked him. "Who asked if you eat ice cream?" "I asked what abilities you have." An Jiewen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I have earth-based abilities." Without him needing to elaborate, Meng Shiwan had already deduced this, and she pulled out another ice cream to offer him. "This will help cool you down." An Jiewen promptly accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Great One." Leisha, being quite perceptive, didn't wait for Meng Shiwan to ask. He grasped her outstretched hand and introduced himself, "Great One, I am Leisha, and I possess lightning-based abilities." After she handed him the ice cream, Meng Shiwan smiled at the trio. "I hope you will keep today's events confidential. I prefer to avoid trouble, and my temper can be a bit unpredictable." This was a subtle hint, and how could they not understand? The news of a tri-element ability user would likely incite a frenzy among various bases eager to recruit her. Tao Yaruang swiftly assured her, "Rest assured, Great One. We have only witnessed what Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng saw. We are unaware of anything else. Do you have any plans moving forward? If there are any developments or needs for assistance, please remember us. We are willing to follow you." It was wise to express their intentions first, as single-element ability users were highly valued talents in the base. The power of a tri-system ability user far surpasses that of an ordinary ability user. exhibiting formidable strength. Coupled with this individual's decisive and ruthless nature, she is destined to achieve remarkable feats in the apocalypse. Thus, it is prudent for them to align themselves with her. Anjia 1 and Leisha nodded in agreement. Meng Shirwan chuckled. Very well, let us await our fated encounters. She then made her way towards the water treatment facility. Tao Yalong waved enthusiastically. Certainly, esteemed one. We shall cross paths again. Do remember us. We stand ready to assist you with anything. Observing Meng Shirwan's retreating figure, the three were filled with envy. A tri-system ability is truly exceptional. They had yet to encounter even a dual system ability user, making tri-system abilities rarer than giant pandas. Indeed, it seemed that the wonders of this world were reserved for others. Meng Shirwan raised her hand to inspect her palm, where small sparks of lightning flickered. She was not merely a tri-system ability user. She had ascended to a six-system ability user: metal, space, ice, wood, earth, and lightning. She designated her true ability as replication. Chapter 47. Better dead. As long as she had made contact with an ability user, she could replicate their abilities as her own. After shaking hands with a metal ability user who had invited her to the base, she awakened her metal ability. Following her confrontation with Ming Qingwei and Gu Jincheng, she subsequently awakened her space and ice abilities. To validate this, she shook hands with the three individuals and indeed replicated their abilities. She was uncertain whether her replication ability had awakened in her previous life or was a gift of her rebirth. In her past life, for 3 years until her death, she had never been qualified to interact with ability users, rendering her replication ability ineffective. If she had awakened it in her previous life, Meng Shirwan felt that the suffering she endured was truly in vain. Meng Shirwan meticulously circled the water reservoir, ensuring the water source was clean and free from zombie contamination. Only then did she dip her hands into the reservoir, instantly filling the clean water tank and the purified water tank. With a mere thought, she found herself in the farm. Stepping out of the farm, she appeared within her RV. The little creature, Tao Xue, was momentarily bewildered by Meng Shirwan's sudden arrival, clearly perplexed. Meng Shirwan exclaimed in delight. Indeed, it works this way. After awakening her space ability, she found she could not enter other spaces, except for the farm. By traversing through the farm, she could return to her RV. This meant that in the face of any danger, she could directly retreat to her RV via the farm, a perfect means of self-preservation. She petted the dazed Tao Xue a couple of times before heading to the driver's seat to check the crystal core collection box. After the journey and the recent slaughter of numerous zombies at the factory entrance, she anticipated having gathered some crystal cores. Upon counting, she found a total of 12. Meng Shirwan decided to use all of them to upgrade the clean water tanks, hoarding precious water resources. She needed to return to the factory to stock the newly expanded 12 cubic space with water. Upon arriving back at the farm, Meng Shirwan intended to transition from the farm to the water treatment facility. However, when the results emerged, she found herself still within the confines of the RV. It appeared that her only means of returning to the RV was through the outside world via the farm. Yet she could not depart from the RV to venture into other areas through the farm. Consequently, Meng Shirwan had no choice but to open the side door and step out of the RV once more. The trio of individuals still waiting at their post were taken aback upon seeing her. Tao Yalong rose to her feet and inquired, "Did you see the boss come out from inside?" Leisha shook his head, replying, "No, I didn't see her." And Jiawen exclaimed, "Goodness, the boss possesses spatial abilities. Has she mastered teleportation? She truly is remarkable." The admiration in their gazes towards Meng Shirwan deepened. Meng Shirwan looked at them and asked, "Why are you still here?" Tao Yalong quickly explained, "We're waiting for those two to emerge." Meng Shirwan raised an eyebrow. "Do you think they will come out from here?" Leisha nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, Meng Qingwei cannot teleport. She must exit from the same place she entered. We need to wait for them before we can continue with our mission. Meng Shirwan pursed her lips, realizing that the situation had become quite intriguing. She smiled and said, "Aren't you all searching for survivors? You should go ahead. I'll keep watch here for you." The trio gasped, contemplating that if she was on guard, the two would surely not survive. But on second thought, perhaps it was for the best if they perished. They promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Sure, sister, you are truly kind. Please keep an eye on things while we check if there are any survivors nearby who need rescuing." With that, they hurriedly departed, eager to avoid any delay that might hinder Meng Shirwan from carrying out her intentions. Once they had left, Meng Shirwan proceeded to the factory to fill the 12 cubic space with water. She then fetched a small stool and positioned herself at the spot where Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng would enter the space, casually munching on seeds and playing with her phone. Her leisurely demeanor resembled that of a serene afternoon spent dining under the sun. Yet who could have imagined that her purpose here was to commit murder? After more than an hour had elapsed, Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng finally emerged from the space. With swift reflexes, Meng Shiwan brandished a work shovel, aiming for their throats. All she heard was a gritted teeth sound before the shovel met empty air, and the two vanished once again. Meng Shiwan clicked her tongue, noting their quick reaction. As evening approached, neither of the two returned from the space. She felt that lingering with these timid turtles was futile. The weather outside was growing increasingly warm, making her uncomfortable, tired of their presence. Meng Shiwan decided to disregard them for now, planning to seize the next opportunity to eliminate them. She stood up, just as Lei Zhe and his group returned with a number of survivors. Upon noticing her departure, Lei Zhe quickly called out, "Sister, where are you going?" Meng Shivin waved her hand dismissively, declaring that this place held no interest for her. She intended to leave, instructing her companions that if they happened to emerge, they should clean their necks and await her return, as she would come back to deal with them. Taoyara curled her lip in disdain, noting that it was already dark, yet they remained hidden inside. Truly, they were two cowards. She couldn't fathom their timidity when they were so eager to court danger. The trio harbored considerable resentment towards Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng. Upon returning to her RV, Meng Shivin first indulged in a refreshing cold shower, changing into lighter attire. The outside temperature had soared to over 40 degrees Celsius, possibly nearing 50, resembling a steam chamber where even minimal movement resulted in a profuse sweat. By the morrow, it was likely to surpass the 50-degree mark. She started the vehicle, gradually making her way towards the national highway, having stockpiled ample supplies. She wished to avoid venturing out in the oppressive heat and decided to find a place to relax. However, while she could recline, her RV could not. As the vehicle halted on the highway, she resumed harvesting zombies, effortlessly collecting 100 or so crystal cores daily, a notion that brought her great satisfaction. The RV returned to the highway, attracting the attention of circling helicopters, all eager to catch a glimpse of her. They had dispatched their bored little pets back to her. Even merely observing others leisurely driving their RVs and enjoying comfortable lives provided a measure of solace for those toiling like beasts. Chu Jie stood amidst the zombie slaughterhouse, surprised when she spotted the familiar pink RV through her binoculars. She had returned. Had she not been lured into the base? Hu Wenhao pondered this, understanding her choice. Who would willingly join a base and endure the drudgery of servitude when they could lead a comfortable life in an RV? Observing those two, tethered to the stench of the zombie slaughterhouse, it was evident that their existence was more wretched than before the apocalypse. Aside from the base providing basic welfare and ensuring food and clothing, was it not still a miserable grind? Were it not for the desire to ensure their families had food and security, who would willingly engage in such toil? Chapter 48. She would certainly curse vividly. Meng Shivin parked her RV at a prime vantage point, now feeling entirely at ease to relax. The fuel she had stockpiled was sufficient for several years, alleviating any concerns of running low and being unable to leave. The zombie harvester could operate around the clock without worry. Once everything was secured and the sky darkened, Meng Shivin began preparing dinner. If all went as expected, she would remain here for some time, living within the confines of her RV. With ample time ahead, she could take things slowly. Glancing into the refrigerator, she decided that they would enjoy hot pot for dinner, imagining herself in the cool embrace of air conditioning. Savoring bubbling hot pot made by her aunt while watching movies and sipping cold beer felt utterly delightful. Meow, Tisu chimed in, expressing her approval without any reservations. Meng Shivin retrieved several bottles of beer and placed them in the refrigerator to chill. Once again, a chicken was taken out, chopped into small pieces, stir-fried, and then stewed to create a rich hot pot broth. As the chicken simmered to perfection, various hot pot ingredients were added for cooking, while an array of lamb slices, beef slices, and fresh vegetables were artfully arranged on the table. Ice cubes were poured into glasses, followed by bubbly beer. Everything was set, awaiting the feast. Treading through the snow, the cat, named Treading Snow, approached with her little bowl, meowing plaintively for a chicken leg. Meng Shiwan rinsed off the spices with clean water and offered some to Treading Snow. Together, one person and one cat savored the dinner hour. An old film flickered on the screen as Meng Shiwan leisurely cooked the lamb, sipping her cold beer with exquisite satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, many envious eyes were cast her way from outside. Chu Jie, peering through binoculars at Meng Shiwan's sumptuous dinner, could hardly contain his saliva. Hot pot. She was indulging in hot pot, complete with beer. How many ingredients could she possibly have stocked in her camper van to enjoy such a luxurious meal? Hu Wenhao snatched the binoculars, eager to catch a glimpse. Meng Shiwan was seated at her cabinet, which had a large glass window facing their direction, allowing them to observe her every move clearly. Hu Wenhao began to salivate uncontrollably. In such sweltering weather, she was actually feasting on hot pot, which implied that her camper van was air-conditioned, stocked with an abundance of ingredients, both meat and vegetables, and a cat keeping her company. No, the lights inside the camper were flickering. She must be watching television. What kind of heavenly existence was she leading? The two men, who had already felt quite miserable, found their plight even more pronounced in comparison. While they were not starving, their work conditions were limited, leading to simple meals. Compressed biscuits, steamed buns, canned food, enough to survive, but hardly satisfying. With the heat intensifying and their work environment growing increasingly harsh, their lives seemed unbearable. Witnessing someone so comfortably enjoying hot pot only deepened their envy. Meanwhile, above in a helicopter, the pilot working late at night was not faring much better. The co-pilot sniffed the air, urging, "Lower a bit, lower a bit. I think I can smell hot pot." The pilot, exasperated, replied, "Haven't you already seen her eating hot pot? What is the point of smelling it?" The co-pilot was on the brink of despair, lamenting, "We've been working night shifts for days, surviving on compressed biscuits. My mouth feels like cardboard. Now, with the aroma of hot pot wafting through the air, I must take a whiff. Once this mission is over, I am determined to indulge in a grand hot pot feast." The pilot scolded him, in such strong winds. "What do you think you can smell?" Yet, despite the words, their bodies betrayed them as the helicopter descended lower. The wind from the rotor blades created a gentle sway in the camper van, nearly spilling Meng Shiwan's hot pot broth. Unable to contain her frustration, she opened the window and leaned out, pointing at the helicopter above, exclaiming, "Are you all insane? Why don't you just fly the helicopter right into my camper?" These individuals are truly idle, neglecting their work as they loiter around her RV. She is aware of her own beauty. Yet this group seems to be taking it rather too far. The two occupants of the helicopter, unable to hear Meng Shiwan's expletive-laden tirade, can nevertheless discern from her demeanor that her words are undoubtedly quite vulgar. They departed in the helicopter, hastily resuming their own tasks. Meng Shiwan retracted her head and closed the window, returning to her meal. This repast was savored languorously for over an hour, nearly the duration of a film, followed by a leisurely cleanup of leftovers and utensils. After washing the dishes, she tossed the garbage out of the window, drawing the attention of the densely packed zombies outside, who swiftly consumed the refuse. Meng Shiwan shuddered at the thought. Should a person be thrown out, these zombies could reduce them to mere bones in no time. Her RV is indeed a splendid refuge, secure and capable of stockpiling supplies. It serves as a veritable fortress. Once tidied up, she drew the curtains to shield herself from prying eyes. "Tian Shui, we are off to the farm." Tian Shui, now satiated, leapt excitedly onto Meng Shiwan, eager to frolic at the farm. Upon entering, Meng Shiwan allowed Tian Shui to revel in its freedom while she crouched down to explore her wood-based abilities. This power allows her to manipulate plants and catalyze their growth. She placed her hands on a small patch of earth by the pond, where catnip seeds had previously been sown. Her innate abilities gradually unfurled, and the minuscule green shoots of catnip, previously almost imperceptible, burgeoned rapidly under her influence. In the blink of an eye, the plants reached a height of approximately 10 centimeters, lush and vibrant. However, as her energy was depleted, the growth halted. Frowning, she realized her powers were still too feeble. With inadequate strength, she could not unleash formidable attacks, although she possessed multiple abilities. Her current lack of potency rendered her efforts futile. According to her past life's knowledge, abilities are ranked from 1 to 10, with higher levels signifying greater strength. Presently, her powers likely hovered between levels 1 and 2, woefully inadequate. Her wood-based abilities could only manifest this small patch of catnip. Attempting to stimulate the plants across the entire farm would yield only diminutive sprouts. The aspiration to enhance plant growth with her wood abilities would bear little significance until her power ascended. However, it would be remiss to say it lacked value altogether. At this moment, Tian Shui lay beside the catnip, blissfully inhaling the aroma, oblivious to the world around it. Indeed, the allure of catnip proves formidable for felines. Meng Shiwan gently patted it, calling Tian Shui, Tian Shui. Yet, Tian Shui remained in its euphoric reverie, covered in dirt. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Sherwan settled beside it, awaiting the conclusion of its revelry before venturing out. Chapter 49. The RV explosion. Meng Sherwan felt the depletion of her supernatural abilities within her and recalled the prevailing beliefs regarding such powers from her previous life. In her past existence, she struggled at the lower echelons of society, where the most envied individuals were those endowed with supernatural abilities. These extraordinary beings enjoyed exceptional privileges within the base and could navigate through hordes of zombies with remarkable prowess. They were never concerned about their basic needs. And in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, their capacity to combat the undead rendered them a superior class, an unattainable ideal for ordinary people. Rumors circulated that the base was researching a serum to enhance supernatural abilities. This serum was said to elevate the powers of those already gifted. While ordinary individuals might awaken their latent abilities upon consumption, the populace eagerly awaited the successful development of this elixir, yearning for a chance to alter their destinies. Unfortunately, in her previous life, Meng Sherwan never heard of such a serum reaching fruition before her demise. She inquired of the system, "You must know of a method to swiftly enhance supernatural abilities, do you not?" As far as she understood, the enhancement of such powers was a gradual process. During the early stages of the apocalypse, newly awakened abilities were generally of low caliber. However, as time progressed, the frequency with which individuals utilized their powers would lead to various improvements. The more frequently powers were employed, the quicker they could replenish and enhance, suggesting that the advancement of such abilities was an accumulative journey, impervious to human manipulation. This necessity prompted the base to fervently pursue the development of the enhancement serum, in hopes of bolstering the strength of their supernatural practitioners. To her surprise, the system seemed poised for her inquiry. As soon as Meng Sherwan finished speaking, it promptly responded, "The enhancement serum requires 100 crystal cores per vial, while the replenishment serum costs 50 crystal cores per vial." Meng Sherwan mused, "The good news is, the system indeed possesses a means of enhancing supernatural abilities. The bad news is, for some inexplicable reason, I feel as though I am being targeted by unscrupulous merchants." Initially, she perceived the system merely as a rudimentary RV interface. Now, she suspected it to be akin to a shrewd trader, seemingly eager to profit from her acquisition of crystal cores. Noticing her silence, the system gently prompted, "Rest assured, the enhancement and replenishment serums I offer are absolutely safe." With no adverse effects, Meng Sherwan pondered, "What did I just hear?" The system's enthusiasm for extracting crystal cores from her was palpable. Its sales pitch echoed in her ears, as if fearful she might refuse to purchase. With her continued silence, the system grew anxious. "So, will you buy or not?" Meng Sherwan replied coolly, "I have no crystal cores." The system fell into silence, realizing it had reached an impasse. Without needing further elaboration, Meng Sherwan understood the purpose of the two products by their names alone. The enhancement serum could elevate supernatural abilities to a certain extent, though the specifics of the enhancement remained uncertain. The replenishment serum, on the other hand, promised to swiftly restore abilities once they were depleted. Both items are exquisite treasures. In the 3 years of the apocalyptic world, the base had failed to comprehend their essence. Yet, the system here astonishingly offers them for sale, and they are touted as absolutely pure and devoid of side effects. If this news were to spread, it is likely that ability users would become utterly frenzied. However, the price is somewhat steep, and at present, she finds herself unable to afford it. Before the apocalypse, Meng Sherwan had never encountered financial difficulties. After the world fell into chaos, she was incessantly reminded of her need for crystal cores, be it for expanding storage space, enhancing her farm and fish pond, or purchasing ability enhancement liquid. Who knows what other necessities might arise demanding crystal cores? Though she feigned indifference, Meng Sherwan was already contemplating the necessity of acquiring at least one vial of ability enhancement liquid to assess its efficacy. Tisu remained blissfully ensconced in the soil, lost in its own joy. Meng Sherwan carried it out of the farm and placed it upon the sofa, allowing it to revel in its happiness. She then proceeded to the driver's cabin to check the crystal core collection box, which contained 30 cores. It seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow to purchase the enhancement liquid. Just as she was about to return to the RV, the system's voice suddenly resonated, issuing a warning. The RV had been targeted for an attack, and it might topple in the imminent explosion. Would she be willing to spend 30 crystal cores to shield the RV from the impending onslaught? Meng Sherwan stood frozen. Targeted for an attack? She quickly turned around and peered out the driver's window. In the darkness, the flickering lights of a helicopter hovered ominously above the RV. Upon activating the RV's headlights, she discerned that the helicopter's hatch was ajar, and a man stood at the entrance, fiddling with a massive explosive charge, clearly aimed at her vehicle. What on earth was happening? These helicopters frequently circled above the RV. How could they suddenly launch an assault? With no time to ponder, she glanced at the 30 crystal cores in her hand and resolutely informed the opportunistic system of her willingness to proceed. The RV might be impervious to all harm, but that did not guarantee it would remain upright amidst the forthcoming explosion, though she and T-Su would remain unharmed inside. A toppled RV amidst the throngs of zombies would present an insurmountable challenge. She would find herself trapped in a tide of the undead. Aware that the system was indeed a cunning merchant, she reluctantly relinquished the 30 crystal cores. Once her words fell, the cores vanished into thin air. In the next heartbeat, a colossal explosive descended from the sky, engulfing the RV in flames and thick smoke. Surrounding zombies were obliterated into fragments, scattering wildly. To ensure absolute destruction, 2 additional explosives were launched, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. A great inferno erupted along the national highway, spreading through the horde of zombies, creating a scene of monumental chaos as smoke billowed ferociously. In the distance, other helicopters took notice of the situation, filled with dread. Had the RV's pet, left behind in its boredom, been obliterated? Chu Jie, on the verge of slumber, was roused by the commotion and quickly rose to grab his binoculars for a closer inspection. However, there was no sign of the RV, only an expanse of flames and thick smoke greeted his gaze. Astonishment swept over him. Had the RV truly been destroyed? Just the previous night, he had envied the owner, relishing the comfort of air conditioning and hot pot. How could it be that merely a short while had passed before the RV was reduced to rubble? Hu Wenhao furrowed his brow. That was a private helicopter, capable of navigating through a horde of zombies and deploying heavy explosives to reduce the target to mere fragments. The owner must have crossed someone significant, someone who deemed it necessary for her demise. Helicopters and large quantities of explosives were not possessions of the ordinary. Clearly, this was no run-of-the-mill vendetta. One would not pursue with a helicopter unless driven by profound animosity. Hu Wenhao lamented the irony. He had just envied the owner's freedom, only to witness her fate turn to ashes. Truly, the unpredictability of life was astounding. Chapter 50. Are you an arms dealer? Inside the helicopter, the man who had just tossed the explosives at the boarding door scoffed, remarking on the absurdity of needing to dispatch such a minor player. The organization had dispatched a helicopter with explosives for this? It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Once she was out, there would be no need for firearms. She could be dealt with easily. The killing organization was a minor faction within the seed base. The leaders had likely held considerable power before the apocalypse, and now they managed to acquire helicopters and weapons. They gathered capable individuals or those with special abilities to scavenge resources for themselves, also hunting zombies for crystal cores. They were, in essence, a benevolent organization that the seed base typically overlooked. However, if there were jobs involving murder, they would accept them, provided the price was right. The pilot chuckled. What can we do? The payment offered is simply too generous. They promised us a small granary if we eliminate someone named Mingshi Wang. Who could refuse that? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return and report back. The man glanced at the raging inferno below, reassured that their explosives would undoubtedly obliterate the RV. Even if she possessed gold-type abilities, she would not withstand such force. Let us wrap this up, he urged. The pilot suggested, let us wait a moment longer. The client requires video footage of her demise. With such a significant investment, it's merely a matter of settling a personal vendetta, though I can't fathom the depths of their animosity. The man leaned over to peer below, certain of her impending doom, yet something felt amiss. He squinted, scrutinizing the scene. And indeed, something was off. Below, the ground was riddled with craters, and around the RV, a true vacuum had formed, devoid of any zombies. Yet, astonishingly, the RV remained upright, its front wheels still rotating, undeterred by the chaos. According to their expectations, the RV should have been shattered in the explosion. After enduring a great fire, it is feared that only a hollow shell remains. The RV, however, appears to be in pristine condition, save for a layer of black dust on its surface. It seems implausible. How could this be? Even if the owner were a metal-based ability user who fortified the RV, it could not withstand such a magnitude of explosives. The ability users at the base are all of lower ranks. Those of the metal type could not possibly enhance the RV to a level capable of resisting explosives. Even if they could, the glass and tires should have sustained damage. Why then are both the glass and tires intact? The man stood inside the helicopter, his face a mask of disbelief, as though he had encountered a ghost. Just as he struggled to comprehend the situation, the front windshield of the RV suddenly erupted with 2 jets of water. The wipers gliding slowly and sweeping away the dust clinging to the glass. Such a ludicrous and mundane act felt like the utmost mockery of his earlier agitation. Enraged, the man thought, "Is she mocking me?" The next moment, reality affirmed his suspicion. Indeed, it was a blatant derision. Meng Shiwan leaned against the windshield, extending her middle finger toward him. The man's face turned pale with anger as he returned to the helicopter, seizing a bundle of explosives. Regardless of her capabilities, he was determined to ensure she would not survive. He prepared to hurl the newly acquired explosives. Unfazed, Meng Shiwan contemplated how to eliminate them. How dare they disturb her peace? "System, do you have any weapons?" The system responded, "Indeed, but you lack a crystal core." Meng Shiwan retorted, "You truly possess everything, don't you? This is not merely a RV system. You are essentially a merchant. Provide me with a weapon capable of obliterating that helicopter, and I shall repay the crystal core debt doubly." As long as it is a venture that can yield crystal cores, the system is indeed operational. "I will establish a marketplace. Choose what you desire." A virtual interface materialized before Meng Shiwan, displaying rows of goods that left her dazzled. Stunned, she thought. "What kind of RV system are you? Are you a weapons dealer?" The entire display was filled with a myriad of weapons, from handguns and grenades to planes and tanks. Even missiles and nuclear bombs, all for sale. Meng Shiwan felt overwhelmed. Truly, this time she was astounded. The system had transformed before her eyes, evolving from a rather simple mechanism into a cunning merchant, now emerging as a formidable arms dealer. She dreaded what might come next. Would this system dare to offer spacecraft as well? "System, reveal what else I do not know, lay it all bare before me." The system contemplated and concluded, "This should be about it. There are no other capabilities." Meng Shiwan could only scoff. She hoped that was the truth. Since its inception, this system had consistently challenged her understanding. She felt that should it produce anything further, she would hardly be surprised. She cast a cursory glance over the page, her eyes dazzled by the array of weapons, the exorbitant prices causing her heart to constrict. Not a single item was within her reach, for she currently possessed not a single crystal core. In the upper left corner, the first item was a psychic energy replenishing liquid, depicted as a slender cylindrical vial containing a transparent liquid. Below the icon, it was marked at 50 crystal cores, surprisingly the most affordable of all the offerings. The second item was a psychic enhancement liquid, identical in shape, but filled with a slightly opaque substance, priced at 100 crystal cores. The third was a square explosives package with a metallic sheen, described as a new type of chemical explosive, boasting tremendous power and caution advised. Its value was 150 crystal cores. Following that were more explosive packages, each demanding 200 crystal cores. The impoverished Meng Shiwan recalled her earlier boast of a double repayment and resolutely declared, "I want that explosives package worth 150 crystal cores." It was said to be a new type of chemical explosive, and surely it could obliterate a helicopter without question. As the explosives package materialized before her, she found herself indebted to the system for 300 crystal cores. The once carefree Meng Shiwan, who had never known financial worry, now experienced the harsh sting of poverty. Around her, the zombies had been largely cleared away by the previous explosion. This time, the bomb thrown lacked combustible material, and the flames extinguished swiftly. The two occupants of the helicopter gazed down at the seemingly unscathed RV below, their terror surpassing mere fright. How could the RV remain intact? What material was it constructed from to withstand such blasts? The high price set by the contractor for her demise was becoming increasingly justified. This was indeed a challenging task. The two were momentarily at a loss, unable to devise a strategy against the RV, resembling a turtle's shell. Suddenly, the roof of the RV began to rise. Their target emerged, standing atop the vehicle, clad in a flowing nightgown, her long hair cascading down. In her hand, she held a metal box. She slowly lifted her gaze. A beautiful face adorned with a smile that sent chills down the spine of the two men, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. Chapter 51. The contrast was striking. The man on the helicopter felt an acute sense of unease. This woman was a bit unhinged, daring to emerge from the RV, seemingly inviting a bullet to her head. Before he could position his sniper rifle, He watched as Meng Shiwan twirled twice atop the RV and hurled the metal box toward the helicopter with all her might. Danger! The pilot, uncertain of the box's contents, felt an instinctive urge to flee. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The box struck the aircraft, triggering an instantaneous explosion. A colossal detonation erupted in the sky, resembling a grand firework display, illuminating the heavens. The helicopter was torn asunder in the blast, its dismembered parts raining down to the ground. Inside the RV, Meng Shiwan observed the fragments of the helicopter engulfed in flames as they plummeted to the ground, illuminating her eyes with a fierce brightness. The explosive device proved to be formidable, living up to its reputation as a new type of chemical bomb. Spending 300 crystal cores to obliterate a helicopter was indeed worth it. However, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Those helicopters hovering at a distance, assessing the situation, felt a sudden tightness in their chests upon witnessing the explosion of the private helicopter, swiftly retreating several meters in fear that they might be next. The pilots gazed at the wreckage of the helicopter, now ablaze on the roadway, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. Just moments ago, that very RV had emerged unscathed from the tremendous explosion, and the owner had casually tossed out a bomb pack to annihilate the helicopter? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The contrast was staggering. The seemingly demure girl, clad in a cartoonish long dress and possessing a charming appearance, had just launched a bomb that decimated a helicopter. The jarring disparity sent shivers down their spines. The pilots suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing they had been spared despite repeatedly circling above the RV, flirting with danger. Chu Jie, who had been monitoring the situation, dropped his binoculars in shock, his mind momentarily blank. He had witnessed the entire spectacle, the moment Meng Shiwan deftly tossed the bomb pack and obliterated the helicopter. After a long pause, he could only utter two words, impressive. Beside him, Hu Wenhao slowly lowered his binoculars, reflecting, indeed, those who can remain composed while enjoying hot pot amidst a zombie horde possess remarkable abilities. We certainly underestimated the owner of that RV, Chu Jie marveled, recalling her earlier escapades in and out of the zombie tide while driving the RV. He had thought her impressive then, but now, amidst the series of explosions with the RV remaining completely intact, she truly was extraordinary. The owner possessed some serious skills. Today had brought them nothing but astonishment. They had never imagined that this girl driving the RV could achieve such feats. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwan allowed the flames outside to blaze while she nestled on the sofa, reflecting on the events of the evening. Earlier, she had dealt a severe blow to Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng, only to have someone come after her life in a helicopter that night. There was no need to ponder who was behind it. It was all too clear. She felt an insatiable desire for revenge. It was not in her nature to leave grievances unaddressed. She had initially intended to stay put and accumulate crystal cores during the sweltering heat, but that plan had changed. Now, she was eager to head to the base and eliminate those two scoundrels. Furthermore, she still owed the system 300 crystal cores. Her impatience would have to be tempered for a few more days. She needed to repay the system before purchasing an ability-enhancing elixir and then proceeding to the base. This will take at least 4 days. Ta Shui leapt into Meng Shiwan's arms, seeking comfort. Meng Shiwan gently stroked its head and asked, "Are you done being happy? It's time for us to sleep." She descended from the bed, cradling Ta Shui as she climbed back up. The events that followed could wait. For now, slumber was paramount. After the night's occurrences, amidst the throngs of onlookers, it was likely that only Meng Shiwan, the protagonist of the evening, enjoyed the most peaceful sleep. She slept soundly until midday, pulling back the curtains to observe the outside world. The area around the RV, previously cleared by last night's explosion, was now once again teeming with the relentless horde of zombies. Even the wreckage of a distant helicopter had succumbed to the tide of the undead. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth as if it were emitting smoke. Standing under such oppressive heat for even a moment would leave one feeling as though they were being baked. Fortunately, the air conditioning inside the RV operated continuously, maintaining a comfortable temperature. After rising, she poured cat food for Ta Shui before heading to freshen up. Upon exiting the bathroom, she found Ta Shui had finished eating and was tugging at her pant leg, leading her towards the shoe cabinet. "Ta Shui, what are you doing?" Ta Shui pawed at the small fish tank, glancing back at Meng Shiwan, then returning to the tank again. Understanding dawned on Meng Shiwan. "You wish to go to the farm?" Ta Shui rubbed against her arm, looking eager. "All right then, I also need to pick some jiamei leaves. I'll cook noodles for lunch today." As Meng Shirwan and Ta Shui appeared at the farm, Ta Shui dashed straight towards the catnip, burying itself within the leaves and joyfully rolling over. Meng Shirwan remarked, "Have you become addicted?" Ta Shui was eager to enter the farm, clearly drawn to the catnip, which amused her. Meng Shirwan approached, plucking a handful of catnip, also known as jiaomei leaves, and emerged with the oblivious Ta Shui. She placed 2 leaves on the sofa for Ta Shui to play with, while she took out some noodles and eggs to prepare a clear broth noodle dish. Just before serving, she added the jiaomei leaves, imparting a delightful flavor. After days of indulging in rich and heavy meals, a simple bowl of clear soup noodles was quite refreshing. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to occupy her, Meng Shirwan retrieved various ingredients from the refrigerator to prepare additional hot dishes for storage. She made fish-flavored shredded pork, cola chicken wings, dry pot chicken, and spicy shredded potatoes, laboring until evening. Meanwhile, Xu Jie and Hu Wenhao, who had been anxiously monitoring the situation, found themselves nearly drooling with envy. They wondered how she managed to have such a plethora of delicious food at her disposal. In the days that followed, Meng Shirwan fully embraced a leisurely lifestyle. Aside from meals, she spent her time snacking and playing games, sometimes staying up late into the night. While zombies roamed outside, she lost herself in farming simulation games. It wasn't until the 4th night that she ventured into the driver's seat to check on the collection of crystal cores. Upon opening the box, she found it brimming, overflowing with contents. She ascended to the 2nd floor to retrieve a basin, emptying its contents before settling onto the sofa to count 300 to settle the debt. No sooner had she spoken than the 300 crystal nuclei, freshly counted on the table, vanished in an instant. Meng Shirwan. She was aware that the system was always on standby. Chapter 52. Only reverence for the Great Ones. Counting the remaining crystal nuclei. There were 135 left. She summoned the marketplace and clicked to purchase an ability-enhancing liquid. 100 crystal nuclei vanished from the table, and in their place appeared a slender, milky white glass vial. Meng Shirwan picked it up for inspection. The vial was diminutive, fitting delicately in her hand. The liquid inside shimmered with a flowing light, and when gently swirled, it resembled a swirling galaxy. After a moment of hesitation, she uncapped it and consumed it in one gulp. To her surprise, it bore no distinct flavor, rather a hint of sweetness. The liquid dispersed within her body, and she could distinctly feel it transforming into a formidable energy that coursed through her. Meng Shirwan clearly sensed her abilities augmenting, though she could not ascertain the exact level. Tu Shui, beside her, busied herself with the crystal nuclei, and Meng Shirwan brought her into the farm. Testing the extent of her enhanced abilities was the most direct approach. Upon entering the farm, Tu Shui made a beeline for the catnip, collapsing onto the ground and succumbing to its effects. Meanwhile, Meng Shirwan first retrieved a packet of corn seeds from the sofa space, tearing open a small opening to extract several seeds, which she planted in the gaps between the bean and tomato patches. She then returned the remaining corn seeds to the sofa space, since beans and tomatoes required supports, and she currently lacked sufficient sticks. Planting corn alongside would allow the bean vines to climb the corn stalks. Once this was arranged, she squatted down to unleash her wood-based abilities. Within the 10-square-meter field, under her power's influence, various plants began to accelerate in growth, sprouting, unfurling leaves, and reaching upward. The growth cycle was halted at approximately 2 months. The corn sprouted tall stalks, while the bean vines entwined around them. Chives and water spinach flourished abundantly, ready for harvest. Other plants displayed similar vitality, though they had yet to flower or bear fruit. Vegetables that would ordinarily take 3 to 4 months to mature could now be harvested in just over a month. This effectively advanced their growth cycle by 2 months. Meng Shirwan gazed at the vibrant garden. Her spirits lifted considerably. After consuming the ability-enhancing liquid, her strength had indeed multiplied several times. Previously, she could only stimulate a small patch of catnip. Now, she could invigorate an entire field. Once her abilities were restored, she could repeat the process and directly feast upon mature fruits and vegetables. Meng Shirwan speculated that her current low level of abilities allowed for such a significant enhancement. Should her abilities reach intermediate or advanced levels, the ability-enhancing liquid might not yield such exponential improvements. Treading upon the snow, Ta Shui frolicked beside the catnip, rolling about with abandon, while its owner rolled her eyes in exasperation. Meng Shirwan, concerned that Ta Shui might become entranced, retrieved a pouch of cactus seeds from her space. Approaching Ta Shui, she gently lifted it aside and scattered a circle of cactus seeds around the catnip. Channeling her innate powers, she encouraged the rapid growth of the cacti, creating a protective barrier around the enticing catnip. Gradually, as Ta Shui distanced itself from the catnip, it began to regain its composure. It gazed at the prickly cacti encircling the catnip, its eyes wide with disbelief, casting a look at Ming Shiwan that was filled with incredulity. The tribulations faced by the feline were imposed by its devoted caretaker. It longed for its precious catnip. In a fit of urgency, Ta Shui pawed at Meng Shiwan's pant leg. With a chuckle, Meng Shiwan remarked on the need for restraint, for the world is so wondrous. How could one allow themselves to be distracted from their aspirations? You may doubt, but behold our little vegetable garden. As she stepped into the snow and turned her head, she noticed that the farmland had transformed into a different scene altogether. A myriad of plants, their vibrant leaves brimming with vitality, many of which she had never encountered before, thrived in the garden. She frolicked through the vegetable patch, inhaling the fragrances of each plant, rediscovering her joy. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwan squatted by the pond, contemplating her next course of action. Initially, she intended to linger here longer, gathering crystal nuclei, expanding her space, and purchasing enhancement elixirs to bolster her strength. However, she resolved to set off for the seed base the following morning. This decision was spurred by two main reasons: her persistent desire to eliminate those two despicable individuals, and the realization that her destruction of the helicopter would have surely reached their ears by now. Given the magnitude of the loss, it was unlikely that anyone would let it go lightly. New troubles could arise at any moment. Even if she wished to remain, peace would elude her. Thus, she decided to take the initiative. Within the base, the inhabitants would inevitably exercise caution. After meandering through the fields, Ming Shiwan took tread snow outside. The jewelry on the small table was tidied away, and the candy jar at the staircase corner was organized before they retired for the night. Tread Snow, exhausted from his frolic in the farmland, curled up in Ming Shiwan's arms, snoring softly. Listening to his gentle snores, she drifted into slumber. The next day, she awoke past 10 o'clock. The first order of business upon rising was to count the crystal nuclei in the cockpit. Last night, she had collected 67 more, adding to the 35 remaining from the previous day, bringing her total to 102. Meng Shiwan then purchased another enhancement elixir and consumed it. Strengthening her abilities was paramount for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. She retrieved a medium-sized tilapia from the fish pond, cleaned it, and placed it on the skillet to fry. From her refrigerated space, she took out a bag of sushi and prepared a large cup of iced milk tea, sharing breakfast with Tread Snow. They both relished the delightful meal, enjoying half of the fried fish each. After they finished eating and tidied up, Ming Shiwan carried her milk tea to the cockpit, started the vehicle, and set off towards the seed base. Nearby workhorses, upon witnessing her departure, expressed no sorrow for the little pet leaving. Only reverence remained for the fallen titan. The image of a lone figure wielding explosives to bring down a helicopter was seared into their minds, an indelible spectacle they could never forget. Even now, it remained vividly clear. In a seed base, nestled in the outskirts, stood a factory building where the hum of air conditioning units battled the sweltering heat, laboring to channel cool air indoors. The top floor was lavishly appointed, plush carpets, a wine cabinet stocked with premium vintages, and state-of-the-art fitness equipment. This was the headquarters of the Kill It organization. Reclining on a sofa, savoring fresh delicacies and fine wine, was the organization's founder, Yao Feng. Before the apocalypse, he had been a wayward heir to wealth. Now, he had found his calling, assembling a formidable force. He spared no expense in recruiting those with abilities, mutants, warriors, to scour the wasteland for supplies. Assassination contracts were merely a side venture, accepted only when the price was too exorbitant to refuse. Such contracts were rare, and those offering meager compensation were dismissed outright. Few could afford to trade a granary's worth of resources for a single life. The mission to eliminate Ming Shiwan marked the organization's first assassination contract. Killing someone should have been simple, but the client's urgency and generosity compelled Yao Feng to dispatch a helicopter and 2 elite warriors. Yet 4 days had passed, and there was no sign of their return. Yao Feng began to suspect they had absconded with his aircraft. Chapter 53. Killed then? Just then, a man burst in, breathless. "Boss, we have news." Yao Feng took a leisurely sip of wine, his voice languid. Killed her? In his mind, the target was merely a young girl. Even with abilities, she couldn't withstand explosives and sniper fire. Eliminating her should have been effortless, but the messenger trembled. They were killed. The wine in Yao Feng's mouth sputtered into his nose. He rose, coughing violently. "What? Say that again." The man was equally stunned. Latest intel confirms Old Wang and the other guy not only failed to eliminate the target, but they were killed in return. The helicopter was destroyed. Yao Feng laughed incredulously. You're telling me 2 warriors in a helicopter couldn't take down a girl in an RV? And they got killed instead? My helicopter blown up? The man nodded gravely. Yes, exactly. Yao Feng's laughter turned derisive. You sure they didn't just steal my chopper and vanish? A girl in an RV destroying a helicopter? Do you even hear yourself? Since when are helicopters so easy to blow up? The man pulled out his phone, playing a video. Boss, this footage was retrieved from a nearby work helicopter. Skeptical, Yao Feng took the device. Believing a girl could destroy a helicopter was as absurd as claiming he was the Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. Then he saw it. Damn. Since when are helicopters this easy to blow up? The video may lack clarity, yet it faintly reveals a silhouette on the RV flinging something out, followed almost immediately by the explosion of a helicopter. It shattered into pieces, clean and decisive. A helicopter that Yao Feng had purchased for a small fortune before the apocalypse was thus lost. Yao Feng was on the brink of madness. The target had escaped unscathed. The small grain depot remained unattainable, and now he had incurred the loss of a helicopter and 2 subordinates. He could not accept such an outcome. Kill. And continue to kill. Could he truly stumble at the hands of a mere girl? What of Shinpeng? He must be dispatched, armed, and determined to eliminate this Meng Shiwan. The sunk costs were too immense. This had escalated beyond the issue of the grain depot. For the helicopter and 2 companions he had lost, this woman could not be allowed to survive. Shinpeng was a speed-type ability user, a level 3 ability wielder, and the most formidable within their organization. Yao Feng had invested a significant sum to recruit him. He would send him out for a swift resolution. Confident that this woman could not withstand an armed assassination by a speed-type ability user, Meng Shiwan was driving the RV, navigating through the outskirts of the city towards the seed base. The base was located at the city's edge, and traversing through the middle would be quicker. However, the roads within the city were congested, rendering normal passage impossible. While driving in the suburbs, she could see thick plumes of smoke rising intermittently above the city. With the temperature soaring to 60 degrees and the climate arid, hazards such as short circuits and fires were imminent. And this was merely the beginning. Each subsequent day, fires would occur with increasing frequency, consuming vast amounts of supplies. As Meng Shiwan approached what appeared to be a street selling clothing or bedding, she glanced into her collection box. Accumulating 5 crystal cores during her journey, along with the 2 remaining from the morning, she now possessed 7. She parked the RV beside the street and summoned the RV's perspective view, using all 7 crystal cores to upgrade the wardrobe space. The stock of bedding and clothing was not particularly substantial, and encountering this opportunity was fortuitous for replenishing her supplies. Just as her hand rested on the door of the driver's cabin, pulling it open slightly, a gunshot rang out from outside. Meng Shiwan froze. In her past life, she had heard various gunshots and could unequivocally identify this as gunfire, specifically, the sound of a sniper rifle. Simultaneously with the shot, a louder crack echoed before her car window. Closing the door, she gazed at the windshield, where a white had appeared directly in front of her. The glass remained intact. The RV was impervious to all harm. Incapable of being shattered, the bullet had struck the glass, leaving behind fragments that created the white mark. Someone was targeting her. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. Those who wished to kill her had not given up and had now come to confront her. Meng Shiwan returned to the driver's seat, coldly surveying the situation outside, seeking to discern the assailant's hiding place and the number of individuals involved. Hiding at the street corner, Shinping currently steadies his sniper rifle, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be? Isn't she an individual endowed with metal-based abilities? She should be incapable of reinforcing glass. Yet, the sniper rifle fails to penetrate the front window. They were right. This person indeed possesses peculiar powers. Having witnessed the video of Old Wang and his companions meeting their demise, he understands that this RV is extraordinary. Impervious even to explosives, he had anticipated that the sniper rifle would be ineffective. However, seeing it with his own eyes still leaves him astounded. Even if it were bulletproof glass, a shot would surely leave some mark. Yet this RV bears no evidence of impact. Shinpeng shifts his focus, unleashing a barrage upon the zombies prowling the street. He had never contemplated the possibility of assassinating Meng Shiwan with conventional weaponry. A person capable of incapacitating a helicopter is no fool. He intends to confront her head-on, determined to eliminate her with his abilities. In terms of supernatural powers, Shinpeng is exceedingly confident. After assessment, He is currently a level 3 ability user, a rarity within the entire base. Moreover, he possesses a unique speed-based ability. An old adage comes to mind: in the realm of martial prowess, swiftness is invincible. Among peers of equal strength, speed-based abilities hold a distinct advantage. He is absolutely certain he can vanquish her with his powers. Meng Shiwan, having deduced the shooter's direction, locks onto her target. To her surprise, the target steps forward. It is a robust middle-aged man clad in camouflage, wielding a sniper rifle, with ammunition and a handgun strapped to his waist. Meng Shiwan initially assumed he would remain by her vehicle or follow her RV, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, she was mistaken. Instead, the man discards his sniper rifle by the roadside and stands before the vehicle shouting, "Come down, let us settle this one-on-one." Meng Shiwan, licking her back molars, feels a twinge of toothache. This man must possess a touch of delusion. Despite being armed to the teeth, he desires to engage her in a duel. Is it his overconfidence or sheer foolishness? Since he has positioned himself before her vehicle, it would be quite impolite for Meng Shiwan not to respond. Thus, she ignites the engine, flooring the accelerator as she charges towards him. He may adhere to martial ethics, but she does not. Shinping, seemingly prepared, swiftly dodges to the side as the RV barrels towards him, moving like a fleeting shadow. Meng Shiwan halts the RV, frowning. He is not foolish but rather self-assured, a rarity among speed-based ability users. After a moment of contemplation, she resolves to disembark and confront him directly. Chapter 54. Ruthless and terrifyingly strong, she desires to acquire his speed ability while simultaneously testing her own strength. Having consumed 2 vials of ability-enhancing liquid, she finds this man to be the perfect practice partner. Meng Shiwan pushes open the car door and steps out. Shinping is taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would indeed exit the vehicle to confront him. She could have remained inside the RV, living securely. Yet she chooses to engage him in a life-or-death struggle. It's hard to tell whether she's overly confident or simply foolish. Shinpeng mused that getting out of the car despite knowing he possessed speed-based abilities probably wasn't the brightest move. Did blowing up a helicopter really make her think she was invincible? Against an ability user, such feats meant nothing. Meng Shiwan approached him, her ponytail swaying behind her, her expression indifferent. "Who sent you?" Shinpeng smirked. "I've heard the saying, villains die from talking too much. Let's just fight. When you're on the brink of death, I'll tell you whatever you want to know." He never considered himself a good man. Taking payment to kill a young girl he had no grudge against. In a novel, he'd be the textbook villain, the kind destined to be beaten by the protagonist. But this was fiction. In reality, the wicked lived longer. With that, he lunged forward, his speed so blinding that not even an afterimage could be traced. The corners of his lips curled in triumph. One strike was all it took. No matter what abilities she had, before she could even react, his blade would slit her throat. Yet before his dagger could touch her skin, a chill pierced his chest. He looked down. A slender, metallic arm had plunged into his ribcage, gripping his heart. One slight squeeze, and it would burst, ending him instantly. His lips trembled as he slowly raised his gaze to meet Meng Shiwan's detached smile. "How?" His voice shook. "How is this possible?" A single move, his sure-kill strike. Hadn't he even grazed her clothes before he was defeated? Meng Shiwan parted her lips, her voice as calm and icy as a glacial stream trickling into his ears. "Your speed is truly slow." His pride, his ability, mocked as sluggish. They had underestimated her. He had underestimated her. The assassin organization had underestimated her. Even the client had underestimated her. No one expected this seemingly young girl to be so ruthless, so terrifyingly strong. "Who sent you?" Meng Shiwan repeated. Shinping clenched his jaw. Provoking her was one thing, but betraying the organization? The consequences were unimaginable. His only hope now was that Yao Feng would show some mercy and care for his family. Meng Shiwan sneered. "Won't he talk?" Her fingers tightened. The muffled pop of his heart rupturing echoed within his chest. Shinping's eyes bulged before his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Reality proved that in this world, villains who didn't talk still died young. Meng Shiwan admired her crimson, metallic glinting arm and smiled. Ability, +1. Those 2 enhancement serums really did wonders. She bent down, retrieving the bullets and pistol from his waist before picking up the discarded sniper rifle by the roadside. She weighed them in her hands. Weapons, +1, +1, +1. Not bad at all. She approached the RV, opened the outlet of the clean water tank, and washed away the blood from her body and weapons, humming a little tune as she ascended into the vehicle. Placing her armament beside the cooler at the rear of the RV, She stood there admiring her spoils, increasingly pleased with her hard-earned trophies. The spoils of her own conquest were indeed exceptional. Tisu scampered over, pawing at the bullets as if they were toys. I am about to venture out to gather supplies. Will you accompany me? Meow. Tisu leaped onto Meng Shiwan's shoulder, eagerly awaiting their departure. The rescue team had likely not yet reached this location, and Meng Shiwan could sense the occasional gaze from the upper floor. There were survivors above. These individuals had just witnessed Meng Shiwan in the act of killing and harbored thoughts of wanting her to lead them to safety. Though they suppressed these notions deep within their hearts, not only did they hesitate to ask Meng Shiwan for assistance, but they were also fearful that a mere glance from her would provoke her to come forth and extract their hearts. These were no ordinary people. It was terrifying. Truly terrifying. With Tisu in tow, Meng Shiwan entered a sportswear store. Inside, discounted down jackets hung alongside an array of spring and summer apparel. She sifted through the selections, collecting every item in her size into her spatial storage. Jackets, tops, trousers, undergarments, shoes, socks, and thermal wear. Ever since acquiring her spatial abilities, collecting supplies no longer required the cumbersome task of hauling a handcart back and forth. The sensation of simply placing her hand on an item and having it instantly stored was indescribably delightful. After finishing in that store, Meng Shiwan called for Tisu to follow her to the adjacent home textiles shop. Tisu obediently trailed behind, bounding along eagerly. In the home textiles store, she gathered several sets of bedding, silk quilts, large comforters, and pillows. After sweeping through several sportswear shops, her spatial storage was filled to the brim with 7 cubic meters of goods before she decided to stop. As she was about to leave, Meng Shiwan spotted an appliance store and ventured inside. She acquired various kitchen tools, a soy milk maker, a juicer, a meat grinder, and a whisk, essential utensils that she collected in abundance, filling the side storage compartment of her base with a cubic meter of supplies. Only then did she leave, thoroughly satisfied. Alongside Tisu. Upon returning to the RV, Meng Shiwan was drenched in sweat, while Tisu sprawled on the ground, panting. It was sweltering outside, truly unbearable. Meng Shiwan suspected that Tisu would refuse to accompany her on the next outing. After taking a refreshing cool shower, she changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, tossing her dirty clothes into the washing machine. As Tisu recovered, lying atop a cupboard and enjoying the air conditioning, it seemed utterly indifferent to the world. Meng Shiwan teased, "Tisu, shall we venture out once more?" Upon hearing her, Tisu remained motionless, slowly closing its eyes as if to feign ignorance. Meng Shiwan stroked its fur, opened a can of food for it, and then drove away. The survivors above watched as the RV slowly departed, ultimately too afraid to cry out for help. If they refrained from shouting, perhaps they could still await the arrival of the rescue team. Shouting aimlessly, they feared provoking that formidable woman, who might come to eliminate them. Around 5 in the afternoon, Meng Shiwan arrived at the periphery of the seed base. Located on the outskirts of the city, the seed base had cleared an area free of zombies and erected tall electric fences at its borders to prevent any incursions. A long line formed at the entrance, where individuals awaited inspection before being allowed entry. For if an infected person were to enter the base, the entire establishment could suffer dire consequences. Thus, the inspection process was exceedingly rigorous. Chapter 55. An unexpected challenge. The queue stretched along the road, divided into 2 lines. One line comprised pedestrians, standing beneath makeshift awnings, sweat pouring down their faces in torrents. Some wielded small handheld fans in a futile attempt to cool themselves. But against the sweltering heat of 60 degrees, it proved ineffective. Even the breeze felt oppressively warm. The other line consisted of those arriving by vehicle. While the cars offered air conditioning, the relief was minimal. Inside, the vehicles felt akin to steamers, with the cool air from the vents quickly devoured by waves of heat. Leaning against the air conditioning outlet, one could barely feel a hint of respite. Meng Shiwan waited patiently at the back of the line, gazing at the array of vehicles, sedans, trucks, and various other conveyances. She even spotted a tractor pulling a trailer, resembling a small opossum, laden with people. Each one, hot and grimacing, endured the line with remarkable patience. Fortunately, the inspection proceeded at a reasonable pace. Although the line was long, it moved steadily enough to avoid excessive irritation. At the rear of the queue, a steady stream of newcomers continued to arrive. Some had ventured from the base to gather supplies and were now returning for re-inspection. Others were survivors brought in by rescue teams, while some had organized themselves to seek refuge at the base. Among the 2 lines, Meng Shuan's pink large RV stood out conspicuously. Occasionally, curious glances were cast in her direction. In stark contrast to the sweat-drenched crowd, she appeared relaxed in the driver's seat. Her hair flowing elegantly, her skin fresh and unblemished, entirely devoid of the disheveled appearance that sweat-soaked individuals bore. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that her RV must possess air conditioning. Indeed, a powerful one. Otherwise, in such oppressive heat, even a standard vehicle's air conditioning could not provide a cool enough atmosphere to prevent perspiration. Noticing her apparent comfort, a few individuals began to conspire, whispering among themselves before approaching Meng Shuan's RV. As one person moved forward, a group soon followed, encircling the front of her vehicle. Meng Shuan regarded them with detached indifference. Sipping her icy soda and nibbling on a small pastry, the sweetness failing to thaw the coldness in her gaze. The bald man at the forefront noticed the beverage bottle in her hand, glistening with droplets, and his eyes sparkled with renewed interest. He politely tapped on the driver's side door, addressing her. "Hello, beautiful. I am on the verge of heat stroke and feeling quite dizzy. Might I seek refuge in your camper for a moment?" The camper was impeccably soundproof, and Meng Shuan, while driving, had lowered the windows slightly to remain aware of her surroundings. Observing the avaricious expressions of the crowd outside, a cold smile escaped her lips. In this apocalyptic world, everyone faced hardship, a sentiment she could comprehend. However, their suffering was not a consequence of her actions. Why did they feel compelled to beseech her? Did she resemble a benevolent savior? Her gaze hardened as she glared at them. The bald man flinched at her piercing stare, involuntarily retreating a couple of steps. Yet, the allure of air conditioning and chilled beverages within the camper reignited his courage, prompting him to plead earnestly, "Beautiful lady, times are tough for all of us. Please allow us to cool off for just a moment. Even a brief respite would suffice." Others chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. The heat outside is unbearable. I feel as if I might be turned to ash. One of my friends is suffering from heat stroke, exhibiting symptoms of heat exhaustion, and may not survive if this continues. Please, let us into your camper for just a bit. I can offer you compensation. Name your price. Saving a life is worth more than a grand edifice." Edifice? She was only adept at taking lives. Let them not presume she was oblivious to their intentions. At this moment, they might genuinely crave the coolness of the camper. But once they gained entry and experienced its comforts, their desires would surely shift toward claiming it as their own. Such foolishness, neither she nor any sensible individual would entertain it. Meng Shuan had no desire to squander her breath on these people. She activated the blade roller. The blade snagged a man's clothing, instantly tearing away a large section and exposing a swath of skin. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, grasping onto a nearby individual to avoid being ensnared. He gazed at the swiftly rotating roller, his face drained of color, and hastily retreated several meters. At that velocity, being caught would spell certain death. He had fought his way out of a horde of zombies, narrowly escaping with his life at the gates of the base, only to risk dying at the hands of humans. The man raised his eyes to meet Meng Shuan's, filled with a mix of fury and fear. From her elevated position, she regarded them coldly. "Keep your distance. Do not say I did not warn you. If you obstruct my vehicle, you shall meet a grisly fate, and no one will take responsibility." The crowd recoiled in shock at the sudden motion of the roller, instinctively stepping back. Their gazes towards Meng Shuan shifted from that of a mere pretty girl to one imbued with caution and dread. Had the man standing before the vehicle moved even a fraction closer, he would have been fatally ensnared. This girl had not offered any warning. She had activated the roller with lethal intent. She was not merely attempting to intimidate. What they had presumed to be an easy target had turned out to be a formidable adversary. The oppressive heat outside rendered the situation increasingly unbearable, as if one were being baked alive. Even so, they remained unwilling to depart, intensifying their pitiful pleas. "I can hardly breathe, I implore you. Your kindness shall not go unacknowledged in the future. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is no easy feat, and we ought to assist one another." Meng Shuan, irritated by their incessant chatter, resolutely closed the window, choosing to disregard them entirely. Some contemplated obstructing the vehicle and behaving obstinately, but upon witnessing the whirling blades of the high-speed rollers, they ultimately abandoned the idea. They feared that anyone daring to stand before the vehicle would indeed face dire consequences at the hands of that girl. With no hope of entering the RV, they dispersed, returning to their respective groups. The bald man's gaze toward the RV was tinged with a sinister greed. His companion quietly inquired, "Brother, this RV appears to be quite valuable." The bald man scoffed, "Am I not aware of its worth? We can follow her into the base. That little girl poses no real threat to us. Greed was burgeoning and malevolence was on the rise. The newly arrived survivors were filled with anticipation for the base, oblivious to the new survival challenges that awaited them. Soon, it was Ming Shuan's turn, a staff member clad in a fluorescent air-conditioned suit, wielding a small yellow flag, guided her to park the RV in an automatic car wash. She descended from the vehicle with Tu Shue in her arms, the pungent scent of disinfectant assaulting her nostrils. It seemed the car wash employed disinfectants to eradicate the zombie virus that clung to the RV. Tu Shue, upon disembarking, immediately began panting from the heat. Meng Sherwan discreetly conjured a bit of frost in her palm, placing it on Tu Shue's belly and head, whispering, "Just bear with it. We shall return to the vehicle shortly." Following the sign's instructions, she entered a small glass chamber nearby. As soon as she positioned herself, the door clicked shut and water jets erupted from all directions, thoroughly drenching both her and the cat. While she had evaded becoming a drenched rat earlier, she was now thoroughly soaked. The overwhelming scent of disinfectant clung to her, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Tu Shue, who despised baths, was likewise subjected to this forced cleansing, leaping onto Meng Shuan's head, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Once the disinfectant wash concluded, a powerful gust of air swept through the glass chamber, partially drying them. The glass door opened, signaling for them to exit. The once neat and pristine pair emerged looking as though they had just returned from begging. Meng Shuan's short-sleeved shirt and shorts clung damply to her body, accentuating her slender yet muscular silhouette. Her long hair was disheveled, and Tu Shue perched atop her head, creating a nest of sorts, resembling a rather comical bird's nest. Tu Shue was not faring much better. Its thick fur, now wet, clung to its body, revealing the true bulk beneath. It was not mere fluffiness, but genuine heft. The staff outside, upon witnessing their current appearance, could not suppress their laughter. With a sense of resignation, Meng Sherwan removed Tu Shue from her head and followed the directional sign into a small room deeper inside. The air conditioning within the room provided a refreshing contrast to the sweltering heat outside. Behind a glass counter sat an individual clad in a protective suit, entirely wrapped in white garments, their head covered, rendering their gender indiscernible. It was only when she spoke that Meng Sherwan realized it was a woman. The woman pulled up her sleeve, exposing her arm for a blood draw. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion, even tinged with a hint of impatience. The blood test was to determine any signs of zombie virus infection, a procedure Meng Sherwan had undergone numerous times in her previous life, and she complied with the woman's instructions. After drawing the blood, the woman glanced at Tu Shue before turning to place the sample into a nearby machine, promising results in a few minutes. Animals were not susceptible to the zombie virus, and generally, after disinfection, they were not a concern. Bored, Meng Sherwan sat idly by, waiting. Tu Shue was vigorously licking its damp fur, disliking the overpowering scent of disinfectant. Meng Sherwan gently held its small head to prevent it from licking. Retrieving a pack of wet wipes from her pocket, actually from her spatial storage, and carefully wiped its long fur. Once they returned to the RV, a proper bath would be necessary to rid Tu Shue of the disinfectant odor. At that moment, the machine inside emitted a series of beeping sounds, startling the woman in the protective suit, who abruptly turned around, her face filled with shock as she stared at Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan paused her grooming of Tu Shue, frowning in concern. "What's wrong? Am I infected?" The machine was not supposed to sound off. Its noise indicated an issue, and she was certain she could not be infected. Then came the only other possibility. The woman's voice, now even more incredulous, rang out. "You're an ability user?" Indeed, the machine could detect the zombie virus as well as any fluctuations in ability within the blood. Meng Sherwan nodded lightly, affirming her status. To her astonishment, the woman exclaimed, "You're a level 5 ability user." A level 5 ability user. In the entire base, there hadn't even been a level 4 user until now, and yet here stood a level 5. It was no wonder she was taken aback. Chapter 56. Recruitment ability users are classified into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are considered low level, 4 to 6 are mid-level, 7 to 9 are high level, and level 10 is the pinnacle. The leap from one level to the next is vast. A level 2 ability user can easily overpower a level 1, while a level 3 can dominate a level 2. The strength of high-level or max-level ability users is beyond imagination. This explains why Meng Sherwan could easily overpower Shinpeng. Now that a level 5 ability user had emerged, it was indeed astonishing. Meng Sherwan was equally surprised that the machine could even assess levels. After consuming 2 vials of ability-enhancing liquid, she had ascended to a level 5 ability user. Each vial, priced at 100 crystal cores, proved remarkably effective. Observing the excited woman, Meng Shiwan calmly inquired, "Am I free to go now?" The young woman hastily inquired, "What kind of ability do you possess?" The classification of abilities is determined by the fluctuations of energy within one's blood. At present, it is impossible to ascertain the specific type of ability. "I possess the metal-based ability," Meng Shiwang replied, and then asked, "May I take my leave now?" The young woman, now brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "Of course. Wishing you a pleasant stay at the base." As she watched Meng Shiwang depart, her eyes shimmered with envy. An ability user, particularly one of the 5th tier, undoubtedly leads a gratifying life. Within the base, they bask in the admiration and reverence of others. The base would invest considerable resources to recruit such individuals, ensuring their needs are met. While ordinary people struggle, these ability users enjoy a life reminiscent of a time when resources were plentiful. How could one not envy that? Regrettably, the number of awakened ability users is exceedingly rare. Not everyone is fortunate enough to possess such a destiny. Upon her exit, the RV had been thoroughly disinfected and rejuvenated after cleaning. All traces of dust and blood had vanished. After numerous battles, the RV remained as pristine as when it was first acquired. Meng Shiwang embraced taxis now as she re-entered the cool interior, where taxis now began to frantically groom itself. The rolling shutter door ahead opened, and Meng Shiwang initiated the RV's entry into a designated room, only to be halted once more. An individual clad in a protective suit approached, carrying a sprayer for disinfection, ready to inspect the vehicle. Meng Shiwang pursed her lips. Cooperation was essential, for without it, entry into the base would be impossible. "One moment," she said, returning to the RV to retrieve some kitchenware from the side storage compartment. Stowing away firearms and ammunition into her spatial pocket before opening the side door to allow the staff member to board. As the staff stepped into the RV, they were greeted by a rush of cool air, causing them to momentarily freeze in surprise. While other vehicles felt akin to steamers, this one emanated a chill even through the protective gear. Yet, upon surveying the interior, their astonishment deepened. The sofa area was stuffed with snacks, and to the left stood a cabinet and refrigerator. As they ventured further, they noticed 2 boxes of candies and a large jar filled with precious metal jewelry, glimmering rings, gold, and gemstones that appeared unmistakably authentic. Upon opening the refrigerator, it was brimming with chilled sodas and icy fruits. One could only imagine the allure of such refreshing items in the sweltering heat. Silently, they closed the refrigerator, ascending the staircase to glimpse the upper level, which was stocked with spices and everyday necessities. Clutching the disinfectant sprayer, they ultimately refrained from spraying the food-laden RV. They explained that the inspection was to ensure no concealed zombie bodies or blood were present. Satisfied that everything was in order, they proceeded to exit the RV, their minds still marveling at the lifestyle one ought to lead, complete with air conditioning, food, and comfort, rather than toiling in the oppressive heat, clad in a suffocating protective suit. Yet, upon reflection, they remembered that this job had cost them numerous crystal cores and required significant connections to obtain. The daily wage is sufficient to ensure that my family has enough to eat, which is far better than being unemployed and having to struggle against the undead. One can only say that humanity varies greatly, existing in a hierarchy of sorts. "Hey," a girl's voice echoed from within the camper. He turned around to see her offering a large bottle of Sprite, likely just retrieved from the refrigerator, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of condensation due to the heat. Merely gazing at it provided a sense of refreshing chill. He swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous. "Is this for me?" Sprite had become a rarity in these times, especially a chilled one. In the base, people were already fighting over scraps of food and supplies. Yet she was willing to share with him? He hesitated to accept, fearing he might be misinterpreting her intentions. Meng Shiwan nodded and took the bottle. She despised the malice and scheming prevalent in the apocalypse, yet she cherished any semblance of kindness. The staff member had roamed the camper without demanding anything, nor did they follow the usual protocol of spraying disinfectant for sterilization. Instead, upon seeing her ample supplies, they kindly refrained from causing any destruction. Had they sprayed disinfectant, the noxious smell would linger, making it unbearable for her and Tashu to reside inside. After confirming the situation, the staff member joyfully cradled the large bottle of Sprite. Expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much," he exclaimed. After a moment's thought, he added, "Be cautious within the base. Stay indoors unless necessary, keep the curtains drawn, and try to eat without generating any odor. He was advising her on safety, ensuring that thieves wouldn't spot her, and thus wouldn't take an interest in her. Thank you, Meng Shiwan replied before closing the door of the camper. The staff member watched as the vehicle drove into the base, holding the cool sprite in his arms. A myriad of emotions swirling within him. In this post-apocalyptic world, people had transformed. Some committed acts of violence while others exhibited kindness, leaving him uncertain about how to confront human nature. He took a blissful sip of the icy cola, carefully resealed the cap, and sought a corner to hide away. After his shift, he would bring it home for his child. Even if it wasn't tea cold anymore, it would still provide hydration and sweetness. Just a fortnight ago, he had dismissed Sprite as junk food unworthy of his child. Now it had become a rare treasure. Meng Shiwan drove into the base, flanked by a flat park on either side. However, the vegetation within the park had withered, some already dried and yellowed. Ahead lay the towering skyline of the city. The so-called base still resembled the urban landscape of the pre-apocalypse, yet everything inside had irrevocably changed. Meng Shiwan did not rush into the city but instead stopped by the roadside. She and Tasha needed to bathe. Tasha loathed the scent of disinfectant clinging to its fur, its tongue nearly cramping from the effort to clean itself. Meng Shiwan cradled the creature as she made her way to the restroom. Tasha sensed impending danger. Glancing at the restroom and then at Meng Shiwan, who bore ill intentions, it tensed, ready to flee. Bathe. It would rather endure a cramping tongue than submit to a wash. Meng Shiwan, quick of hand and eye, grasped it firmly, asserting, "Today, you will bathe, whether you like it or not." She held on to Ta Shui as she entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. For a considerable time, chaos ensued. Ta Shui, don't grab my clothes. Meow. Ta Shui, your claws snag my hair. Meow. Ta Shui, don't climb onto my shoulder. You're digging into my flesh. Meow meow. After a strenuous half-hour, Meng Shiwan finally subdued Ta Shui, lathered it up, rinsed it off, and towel-dried its fur before releasing it. Ta Shui, disliking water, emerged with a face full of terror, as if it had just survived a calamity. Meng Shiwan, too, felt as though she had endured a great ordeal. Her clothes were torn, and her hair was a disheveled mess, making her look even more like a beggar than before. She picked up the hairdryer, bracing herself for another battle. Upon seeing this, Ta Shui dashed up to the second floor, seeking refuge in a crevice, refusing to budge no matter what. Resigned, Meng Shiwan abandoned her efforts to dry the cat, and the battle came to an end. She then took a shower, tossing her clothes into the washing machine. As she approached the driver's seat to head to the base, she looked up and was met with the sight of a line of people standing in front of the RV. Upon noticing her, they all displayed broad smiles, revealing their gleaming white teeth, exuding what they believed to be the warmest of welcomes. Meng Shiwan thought, what on earth is going on? Among this group, she spotted a familiar face, the gold-type ability user who had jumped from the helicopter and invited her to join the base construction team. It was only after interacting with him that Meng Shiwan discovered her own abilities, having just finished her shower and reluctant to exit the vehicle into the heat. She lowered the half window of the driver's seat and inquired, "Do you need something?" Jiang Hanyu squeezed forward eagerly, introducing himself. "It's me. Do you remember me? I'm Jiang Hanyu, the head of the base construction team. How have you considered my invitation to join us? The benefits are excellent. Food and accommodation provided. Single dorms with air conditioning, meals with fish and meat every day, plus a salary. You should come with us." As he continued to elaborate, another man pushed him aside and smiled at Meng Shiwan, saying, "Join our rescue team. I'll offer you triple the salary. Helping survivors is a profoundly meaningful endeavor." Others chimed in, "Join our flight team, and I'll give you triple the salary." Meng Shiwan understood, having just undergone a blood test. She realized that news of her abilities had reached the higher-ups at the base. These individuals were here to recruit her. A level 5 gold-type ability, with formidable combat prowess, was highly sought after in any department. Meng Shiwan replied with a calm smile, "You must be aware of my purpose at the base, correct?" It seemed likely that word of her level 5 abilities had spread, and these individuals had thoroughly investigated her background. There was no need to delve into her name or family history. All that was documented in her file. Just days prior, Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng had returned severely injured, and with their squad members providing explanations, the events surrounding Meng Shiwan at the zombie slaughterhouse were easily uncovered. They were well aware of everything that had transpired concerning Meng Shiwan. Before the apocalypse, Meng Qingwei snatched away Meng Shiwan's fiancée. After the world fell into chaos, they encountered each other, and Meng Shuans exacted a violent retribution upon Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng. Infuriated, Meng Qingwei hired an organization to eliminate Meng Shuans, only to find that they failed to kill her. Instead, the organization suffered losses, including a helicopter and personnel. Now, as a level 5 supernatural being, Meng Shuans arrived at the base, undoubtedly not for refuge, but to settle scores. Upon seeing them, Meng Shuan's eyes glinted with intensity, yet she remained silent. She smiled and declared, "Should anyone assist me in eliminating Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng, I shall join your team without the need for compensation. What do you think?" In Chapter 57, Meng Shuans no longer concealed her intentions. She was not merely seeking retribution against Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng, but was determined to eliminate the two. While the crowd had previously extended warm invitations, they now fell into a deep silence. Setting aside the identities of Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng, both hailed from affluent families that had significantly contributed to the base's development. Their elders held esteemed positions within the community, granting them considerable influence. Even without such connections, one wielded the rare spatial abilities, while the other possessed ice-related powers. It would be unreasonable to eliminate them merely to win over a level 5 supernatural being. Jiang Hanyu found himself in a dilemma. He suggested, "This shouldn't hinder your joining the construction team, right? Once you become part of a team, you are free to pursue your endeavors. I have always respected the personal lives of my team members." He came close to stating outright that Meng Shuans could proceed with her plans for retribution without conflict with her joining his team. The others stared at Jiang Hanyu, aghast at his lack of decorum. What decorum could one maintain in front of a level 5 supernatural being? They quickly voiced their agreement. "Indeed, we highly respect the personal lives of our members. If you join my team and have matters to attend to, feel free to take leave. It will be approved. I'll even grant you paid time off." This was tantamount to telling Meng Shuans that they would not impede her in her quest to kill Meng Qingwei and Gu Jincheng, even providing her with paid leave to do so. Jiang Hanyu looked down upon this group, finding them even more shameless than himself. Meng Shuans raised her hands, indicating that the discussion had reached an impasse. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. Please step aside. I must take my leave." Jiang Hanyu, undeterred, leaned against the car window like a reluctant father. "How can there be nothing to discuss? We can reach a satisfactory agreement, can't we?" Meng Shuans rolled up the window and slowly started the vehicle. Observing her steadfast demeanor, the crowd reluctantly parted ways, allowing her to depart. Even as the RV drove far away, their gazes lingered on its rear, as if their stares could draw her back. It was only after the RV vanished completely from sight that they lamented, clenching their fists in frustration. A level 5 supernatural being had just walked away? If only the rescue team could have benefited from her prowess, how many more survivors could have been saved in such a short span of time? Meng Shuan has become quite the coveted figure, visible yet unattainable, leaving them in a state of perplexity. Jiang Hanyu pondered, there may yet be a turning point. Let us refrain from intervening in this matter, allowing them to stir up their own turmoil. Once their grievances are resolved, we can then seek to win over Meng Shuan. Those in positions of responsibility are not foolish. They immediately grasped the implication of Jiang Hanyu's words, secretly cursing his cunning. Observing Meng Shuan's resolute stance, they realized that reconciling the relationship between the Meng sisters was no longer feasible. Thus, their only course of action was to wait, anticipating that Meng Shuan would resolve the issue herself before attempting to engage her. Not only would they abstain from interference, but they also secretly hoped for Meng Shuan's victory. Considering her status as a level 5 ability user, certainly, if Meng Haiyuan were wise enough to mediate the conflict as a father, achieving a resolution would be advantageous for all parties involved. However, they doubted Meng Shuan possessed the nature to seek reconciliation. Not far away, a few men crouched in the withered greenery of the park, vigilantly observing the situation by the roadside. "Big brother, something feels off. Those individuals do not appear to be ordinary. What were they discussing around the RV just now? Surely that young lady doesn't have any backing at the base?" The bald man expressed skepticism, reasoning that if she had support, she wouldn't be standing on the road in this scorching heat, discussing matters for so long. "I suspect they are here to interrogate her about what might be inside the RV. Given its size, it undoubtedly contains a considerable amount of supplies." The eyes of the others lit up at his words. "Big brother, if we could get our hands on that RV, not only could we enjoy some air conditioning, but we could also stave off hunger for several days." The bald man wiped the sweat from his forehead, resolved to approach her, observe the situation, and await the right moment to act. Such an opulent opportunity, a plump target, had presented itself to them. It was as if it had been delivered right to their doorstep, just waiting to be seized. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the killer's organization, Yao Feng, clad in shorts, engaged in strength training, his muscles bulging under the strain. A subordinate entered, addressing him, "Boss." Yao Feng slowly set down the equipment, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied leisurely, "Have we killed anyone? This time, we've dispatched Shen Peng, and he is to eliminate his target without fail. A level 3 speed ability user can easily overpower others of the same tier, especially when dealing with a gold-type ability user." Noticing his confident demeanor, the subordinate hesitated to voice his thoughts. Yao Feng furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "No news yet." The subordinate, steeling himself, shouted, "He was killed." Upon hearing those 3 words, Yao Feng's heart skipped a beat, interrupting the rhythm he had just built through exercise. He rubbed his ears, asking, "What did you say? Repeat that for me." The younger brother was at a loss, having just heard that a pink RV had entered the base, resembling the target we had been pursuing. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Shen Peng had failed in his assassination attempt and had been killed in return. The target not only escaped but also drove into the base in that RV, now heading towards the central area. Could it be that she is here to settle the score with us? Yao Feng was truly furious. His eyes turned crimson as he exclaimed, "Are you telling me Shen Peng is dead? The Shen Peng I hired at a high price is dead? Our organization has lost a key player?" The younger brother nodded vigorously, confirming that according to the reports, Shen Peng was indeed deceased, with his body en route back. Yao Feng's anger flared, his hair bristling. "Are you trying to deceive me? Shen Peng is a level 3 ability user. There are hardly any in the entire base who could match him. You mean to say he was killed by a little girl? This news is utterly absurd, even more so than that girl blowing up a helicopter. How could she possibly defeat an ability user? Is she a level 4 ability user? There has been a level 4 in this base. How could she be one? How could Shen Peng possibly be dead?" The younger brother, retracting his neck, continued, "According to the blood tests conducted upon entry to the base, the target is a level 5 ability user." Yao Feng realized he was correct. It was not a level 4 ability user, but a level 5. He slumped onto the sofa, seemingly drained of all strength and means. The first assassination order undertaken by our organization had hit a hard wall. The younger brother cautiously inquired, "Boss, shall we proceed with the kill?" Yao Feng gritted his teeth. "Kill? Of course, we must. My helicopter, Old Wang, and Shen Peng must not have died in vain. This Meng Shiwan must die. Send someone to keep watch. We cannot act recklessly. We must find the right moment to strike decisively. As I said, the sunk costs are too great. This is no longer just about the order. It has become a personal vendetta between us and Meng Shiwan." The more Yao Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he quickly stood up and walked outside. The younger brother hurriedly followed, asking, "Boss, where are you going?" Yao Feng was seething. The information provided by the client was erroneous, resulting in our substantial losses. I am going to settle the score with the client. Meanwhile, in the hospital located at the center of the base, Meng Qingwei was in a single ward, fuming. How could Meng Shiwan possibly be a level 5 ability user? It was absolutely impossible. During our last encounter, she was still a level 3 ability user. Meng Qingwei had lost several teeth from Meng Shiwan's blows. Her speech hindered. Yet she continued to curse vehemently. She could not accept this reality, nor could she bear the thought that Meng Shiwan was stronger than her. Having been the cherished daughter in her family, doted upon by her parents, she found satisfaction in looking down upon Meng Shiwan, who had no one to love or care for her, feeling utterly insignificant at home. Later, she successfully stole Meng Shiwan's fiancé and banished her from the family, taking over the family business as her own. Meng Qingwei believed that throughout her life, she had always been the victor, forever keeping Meng Shiwan beneath her heel. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, she awakened the rarest spatial abilities. No matter the circumstances, she was always the most exceptional and radiant one. Consequently, after suffering a significant loss at the hands of Meng Shiwan, she harbored a deep-seated resentment, determined to obliterate Meng Shiwan to vent her fury. Meng Shiwan's attack had been brutally effective, shattering several of her teeth, leaving one side of her face swollen like a pig's head and suffering from a mild concussion, forcing her to remain bedridden. The lost teeth could only be replaced once the swelling subsided. Meng Qingwei could scarcely accept her ghastly appearance without exacting revenge on Meng Shiwan. She feared she would be unable to find a moment's peace for the rest of her life. She spat venomously. So what if she is a level 5 ability user? When a level 5 dies, they turn to dust just the same. She is not immortal, and I have countless ways to end her. Meanwhile, Gu Jincheng, also recuperating in the hospital, sat on the adjacent sofa, observing Ming Qingyue's grotesque visage with disdain. He inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to conceal his revulsion, before rising to leave the ward. Upon witnessing his departure, Ming Qingyue, with her mouth gaping and missing teeth, shouted, "Where are you going? Did you not hear what I said? Did Ming Shihuan not beat you, or did she delight in it?" Gu Jincheng feigned ignorance and strode away. He found the sight of Ming Qingyue, with her swollen face and resentful tone, utterly repulsive. It was so unappealing that he feared sharing a bed with her in the future would leave him psychologically scarred. How had he ended up marrying someone like her? Before the apocalypse, she had been gentle and charming, but after awakening her spatial abilities, she had become utterly incomprehensible. Gu Jincheng settled onto a bench in the corridor. His hands clasped over his knees, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. At that moment, all he could envision was Meng Shihuan's face, cold and sharp, yet undeniably more beautiful than Meng Qingyue's. Before the apocalypse, he had been put off by Meng Shihuan's assertiveness, but now, when compared to the tempestuous woman in the hospital room, he found himself inexplicably captivated. Chapter 58, The Catnip Above. With Meng Shihuan's arrival, the entire base seemed to buzz with a newfound liveliness. Some sought to win her over, others coveted her mobile home, some wished her harm, while others lamented their missed opportunities. Meng Shihuan, meanwhile, parked her mobile home by the roadside in front of the registration hall. Though referred to as a registration hall, it was essentially an old shopping mall transformed into an administrative center for the base. Anyone wishing to reside in the base was required to come here to obtain a new identity card. This was essential for the base to manage its population and resources effectively. Only after receiving the identity card could one be assigned accommodation and receive daily rations. Meng Shihuan inquired of Tisu, who was perched on the handrail. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Tisu shrank back, turning to retreat through a side opening and returning to the sofa, distancing itself from Meng Shihuan. The sweltering heat outside rendered her resolute in her decision not to step beyond the confines of the vehicle. Meng Shihuan secured the windows before opening the driver's door to alight. As she exited the coolness of the RV, the moment her feet touched the ground, she felt as though she had entered a boiling steam chamber. In that instant, it seemed as if she might be cooked alive. After closing the door, she summoned her ice abilities to envelop herself in a layer of frost, dissipating the oppressive heat surrounding her, which brought her some relief. She made her way towards the registration hall, noticing a queue forming at the window, though it was not overly long. The hall itself was stifling. Those waiting in line were drenched in perspiration, which quickly evaporated, leaving behind streaks of white sweat stains on their clothing. The entire area was permeated by a foul odor of sweat. Standing at the end of the line, Meng Shihuan lifted her gaze and observed that the staff behind the counter were also sweating, albeit not excessively, indicating that their work area was air-conditioned. The individuals ahead of her were practically pressing against the glass, yearning to absorb any escaping coolness. What a wretched climate. How can it be so unbearably hot? It feels as though one cannot survive in such conditions. Today's temperature had already soared beyond 60 degrees. If this continued, people would surely be cooked alive. Whispers of complaint circulated among the queue. At that moment, a woman collapsed to the ground with a thud, startling those around her. What happened? It seems she has fainted. Likely from the heat. Does anyone have water or a small fan? Please help. People rushed to her aid, their instincts still intact amidst the chaos of the world that had only recently succumbed to desolation. Seeing someone in such dire need of help stirred compassion in those who had yet to fully confront the harsh realities of their new existence. "I have a bottle of water. Let us give it to her." Finding cooling medicine had become a rarity, and it was doubtful anyone possessed any. Without prompt treatment, heat stroke could lead to severe consequences. "I have a cooling device for phones. If we place it on her neck, it should alleviate some discomfort." A young man produced a palm-sized gadget and affixed it to the woman's neck. The other end connected to a power bank, and the small fan began to whir, providing a gentle breeze to her neck. Meng Shihuan observed this scene with a calm demeanor, devoid of any particular emotion. Noticing that everyone ahead had gathered to assess the situation, she stepped forward to the window and presented her identification card through the small opening. "I do not require housing. I have an RV. Please assign me a long-term shaded parking spot." The staff member received her identification and swiftly processed her request, returning her documents through the window. Alongside her identification card, there was another card, the residence permit for the base. It bore details similar to her ID, but the address field indicated parking space 809, Jinhu Community. The reverse side simply read, Seed Base, Haicheng District. The bases established by the national authorities in the aftermath of the apocalypse were collectively referred to as seed bases. The designation Haicheng derived from the name of the city itself. As Meng Shiwan turned her gaze towards the woman who had just fainted, she found her regaining consciousness with the assistance of several individuals. Swiftly, she exited the door, only to be immediately encircled by a throng of people. Beautiful lady, which community were you assigned to? Allow me to guide you. I am quite familiar with this area. No, I am more acquainted. Let me show you the way. Just a packet of instant noodles, some biscuits, a bun, or rice will suffice. My fee is reasonable. I too charge modestly. I know precisely which community, which building, and even which parking spot you need to reach, and I can escort you there in no time. Each person jostled in front of Meng Shiwan, effectively blocking her path. As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is business. Many survivors, upon arriving, are utterly oblivious to the location of their assigned accommodations. Thus, the guides emerge. In this sweltering heat, they assist newcomers in locating their residences as swiftly as possible, accepting mere snacks or bread as payment. Resources abound outside, and most survivors carry some food, making it an inexpensive exchange. Guides can earn a decent amount of food by running several errands in a day, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Meng Shiwan inquired, who among you has a vehicle? However, this profession is not without its shadows. These individuals often observe the provisions the survivors carry. If they appear substantial, they may remember the location and seek an opportunity for deceit. A young man, his skin tanned from the sun, pushed forward energetically. Sister, I have a car. You need not ride with anyone else. I will drive you. As Meng Shiwan stepped down from her RV, they were already watching intently. It was only when she emerged with her documents that they surged forward to solicit her business. Some were cautious, unwilling to let these individuals ride in their vehicles. They all understood the risks. Meng Shiwan regarded him for a moment. All right, you're the one. It seemed these individuals had their own unwritten rules, as upon her selection, the others dispersed, awaiting the next person to emerge. The young man rubbed his hands together, grinning. Sister, if I drive, it consumes more fuel. The price will be a bit higher. I require 5 packets of instant noodles as compensation. Among provisions, instant noodles were their favorite, providing sustenance, salt, and most importantly, flavor. They were the top choice. Meng Shiwan replied, casting him a sidelong glance. For packets. And I want the pickled cabbage flavor. He pondered for a moment. All right, for packets it is, but they must be the large bags. Let us go. I'll fetch the car. Just wait for me. He dashed away, his excitement palpable. Meng Shiwan then entered the RV through the side door, finding Tezuki perched on the shoe rack, staring intently at the little fish tank. She gently stroked it, retrieved a chilled fruit juice from the refrigerator, and made her way to the driver's seat. Just as she settled in, she noticed the young man returning. Driving a tricycle, a mode of transport reminiscent of those used by the elderly, not much larger than an electric scooter. In order to shield himself from the sun, he had fitted a canopy atop his vehicle. Meng Shiwan wore a puzzled expression, feeling as though she had been dealt a losing hand. Glancing at the already dimming sky, she inquired, at this rate, you'll probably arrive at your destination by midnight. One to you? The young man, with a sheepish smile, replied, Sister, it's not that exaggerated. We're not far. It'll be quick. He pressed the accelerator to its limit, yet barely advanced 2 meters. To Meng Shiwan, he moved as slowly as a tortoise. Frustrated, she scratched her head. She started her RV, set it in motion, and accelerated, nudging the little tricycle along. The young man, feeling an intense push from behind, exclaimed, Sister, what are you doing? Meng Shiwan, speechless, gestured for directions. The RV towed the tricycle, with the young man steering with one hand while indicating the way with the other. This peculiar arrangement attracted the attention of several passers-by. Reaching the lake community in merely 10 minutes, she noted the area was adjacent to a park featuring a large lake. The community was nestled within a newly developed district, showcasing relatively modern architecture. Aside from the withered plants, the environment was rather pleasant. Her designated parking lot was situated between 2 buildings, consisting of merely 2 rows, with 10 spaces each, totaling 20. The spaces were spacious, fitted with canopies above. 4 to 5 RVs were already parked inside, indicating that she was not the only one choosing to reside in an RV. These vehicles were all systematically allocated to this particular parking lot. Meng Shiwan maneuvered her RV into her designated space and retrieved 4 large bags of pickled noodles to give to the young man. He cheerfully accepted them, skillfully pulling out a black bag from his pocket to store them, then securely seated himself on the little electric vehicle. "Sister, goodbye. If you need any assistance, feel free to find me at the certification center," he said before zooming off at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise. His demeanor furtive as if being pursued by a thief. Unbeknownst to him, a thief was indeed lurking, fixated on Meng Shiwan's RV from the shadows. The glint of the bald man's head caught the dim light of the lamp post. Based on my observations thus far, he was ripe for the taking. A man beside him questioned, "Brother, what conclusions have you drawn? Didn't we agree to rob her before even entering the base?" The bald man smacked his lips. "You don't understand a thing. First, we can ascertain she lacks any backing or special abilities. A person with connections wouldn't reside in a designated location, and someone with powers would never be found here. Once an ability user enters the base, they are swiftly recruited by various departments. She is just a young girl, audacious enough to act defiantly in our presence. We'll rob her tonight. Let us return to fetch our tools and come back to pry open her RV. Soon, both she and her vehicle will be ours." The other men, stirred by excitement, chimed in, "Let us go. Tonight, we must succeed. Such a splendid motorhome, such beautiful individuals. Tonight, they shall belong to them." A few among them have begun to feel a surge of excitement. They discreetly depart. Meng Shivan's gaze shifts from their furtive figures as she inquires of Tisu, "What shall we dine on tonight?" Tisu leaps onto the shoe cabinet, gazing eagerly at Meng Shivan. "Catnip, catnip," it pleads. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Shivan muses, "Garlic stir-fried water spinach, braised pork, accompanied by rice," followed by a chilled fruit and milk medley for dessert. Tisu, still fixated, insists, "Catnip. The real catnip." Chapter 59. Survival of the fittest. Seeing Tisu's eager demeanor, Meng Shivan carries it into the farm. Tisu makes a beeline for the pond's edge, searching for catnip, only to encounter a circle of prickly cacti. The coveted catnip lies tantalizingly close, yet frustratingly out of reach. Its paw tentatively stretches forward, but the cactus's sharp spines prick its soft little pad. Exasperated, Tisu squats in place, wagging its tail and casting a look of sorrowful reproach at Meng Shivan. In its round eyes, one can see a blend of grievance and inquiry. How could Meng Shivan withstand such a pitiful sight? She promptly capitulates, all right. I shall fetch it for you." She plucks a few sprigs of catnip and presents them before Tisu. The little creature dives headfirst into the catnip, burrowing and nudging. Meng Shivan's heart melts at the sight, and she cannot help but give Tisu's soft belly a gentle rub. Who could have imagined that this ruthless killer would be so thoroughly ensnared by the charms of a mere cat? Observing Tisu's delight, Meng Shivan approaches a patch of water spinach, harvesting a generous handful from the base of the plant. Perhaps it is the evening's charm, but droplets of water cling to the spinach leaves, shimmering like stars under the moonlight. The leaves stretch upward, vibrant with life. Water spinach is remarkably resilient. Even when cut close to the root, it will sprout anew. The seedlings will flourish, growing even more abundantly than before. Meng Shivan glances at the other vegetables, noting their robust growth. The leeks nearby are also ready for harvest. Other vegetables will require over a month to mature. If she were to hasten their growth now, she could enjoy them sooner. However, she refrains from doing so. Once she enters the base, Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng will undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on her, ready to stir up trouble at a moment's notice. She must ensure her abilities remain at their peak, prepared to respond to any unexpected developments. Meng Shivan suspects that her status as a level 5 ability user is known to Meng Qingwei and the others. They are unlikely to approach her lightly. They are likely biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Since they are intent on each other's demise, let survival be determined by one's own merit. Clutching a generous handful of water spinach, Meng Shiwan picked up the catnip in front of Takshu and returned to the RV, cradling the plump, twisted figure of Takshu. She placed the catnip on the sofa, allowing Takshu to indulge further while she commenced the preparation of dinner. Extracting firearms and ammunition from the side cabinet, she positioned them at the rear of the vehicle and meticulously returned various utensils from the cupboard to their designated space. Drawing the curtains, she shielded herself from prying eyes outside. In the bustling base filled with people, one must exercise a degree of caution, as it can avert numerous minor inconveniences. She first retrieved rice from her storage and set it to steam, then took some pork belly from the refrigerator, cutting it into chunks. After blanching, she stir-fried the meat, added seasonings, and poured in water to let it stew. The braised pork required a longer simmer to achieve a tender, flavorful richness, devoid of greasiness. Meng Shirwang washed the water spinach in the sink and chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic in preparation for the vegetables to be sautéed once the pork was ready. From the refrigerator, she extracted an assortment of fruits, diced them into small pieces, and placed them into a salad bowl. Using a blender, she whipped up a refreshing smoothie. Drizzling honey atop for added sweetness, the chilled concoction appeared utterly delectable. Nestled on the sofa with a large bowl of fruit smoothie, Meng Shirwang turned on the monitor to continue playing her farming game. The braised pork simmered contentedly, its savory aroma wafting throughout the RV and escaping through the ventilation system to the outside. Residents of the adjacent buildings, upon stepping out, caught a whiff and instinctively inhaled deeply. The scent of meat, whose household was indulging so extravagantly. Who could afford to cook meat in this sweltering heat? Surely, it would spoil within a day. Yet, how could this enticing aroma be so alluring? The impending apocalypse had driven them into hiding for over half a month, solely focused on survival, with little thought given to stockpiling food. For ordinary individuals, being rescued and brought to the base was a stroke of luck. They could carry only a limited number of belongings. Even if one had hoarded substantial supplies at home, the rescue teams were solely responsible for saving lives and would not assist in transporting goods. Consequently, many had to forfeit their supplies, arriving at the base with various backpacks laden with a meager amount. Once at the base, receiving social assistance meant that if one wished for better food, they had to devise a way to earn it. In this hellish apocalypse, acquiring food was no easy feat. This predicament resulted in the overwhelming majority of people at the base rarely enjoying meat. Now, upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma, they were like hounds, eagerly sniffing the air and drooling. Whose household was braising meat? What could knowing this possibly change? Could they dare to snatch it? The very act of braising meat in plain sight indicated an absence of fear regarding theft. They could merely savor the scent. Let us hurry to claim our benefits first. Then we can scout for opportunities to earn points. With enough points, who needs to worry about not having meat? They would say. Though the reality was that earning points was far from easy. As they relished the tantalizing aroma, they reluctantly departed. The weather is currently sweltering, with the sun blazing during the day, compelling most individuals to engage in activities only during the cooler hours of the evening. At 8 o'clock, every community distributes basic living allowances punctually, providing each person with 2 palm-sized flatbreads and a bottle of mineral water. Though insufficient for true satiety, it is enough to stave off starvation. Those fortunate enough to secure employment receive daily points credited to their residence cards, depending on the nature of their work. Within the base, a shopping mall operates, boasting a comprehensive array of goods comparable to that of a large supermarket, all gathered from various sources. However, these supplies are available only through the acquisition of points. When earning points becomes a challenge, the abundant resources within the mall serve merely as ornamental displays for the populace. Even the occupants of the other few recreational vehicles in the parking lot frequently peer through their windows towards Meng Shirwang's pink RV, perplexed by its apparent superiority despite being a similar type of vehicle. They dare not run their air conditioning continuously, relying on solar power from the roof, which cannot sustain the air conditioning all day. It is only when the heat becomes unbearable that they briefly turn it on. However, since the arrival of the pink RV, the air conditioning unit at the rear has not ceased operation. How does she possess such an abundance of electricity? Water usage inside the RV is also minimal. Aside from drinking, they avoid washing up, truly economizing wherever possible. Yet, astonishingly, the pink RV is even simmering meat. Such a process consumes a significant amount of water through evaporation. Would it not be wiser to reserve it for drinking? Despite residing in similar vehicles, their lifestyles seem worlds apart. Meng Shirwang remains indifferent to their musings. Merely drawing the curtains to shield her activities from view is already the utmost respect she can afford them. One cannot allow the fear of others knowing her culinary indulgences to deter her. It is not as if she cannot afford it or lacks the means. If anyone harbors malicious intentions, they would swiftly meet their comeuppance. Meng Shirwang glances at the braised pork, which is nearly ready, and sets it aside before placing a pan on the stove to saute some water spinach. In a short while, dinner is prepared and ready to be served. Meow. Tisu awakens from the enchanting effects of catnip, her round eyes fixed on Meng Shirwang, seemingly questioning, "What am I to eat?" Meng Shirwang examines her braised pork, then the garlic water spinach, and decides, "All right, I shall prepare a chicken leg for you." She uses a small pot to boil the chicken leg, then cools it and tears it into small pieces, placing them before Tsu. Only then do they resume their meal. The braised pork, draped in its savory sauce over rice, is utterly intoxicating. Having adhered to a strict diet of low-calorie, high-protein, clean foods before the apocalypse, after 3 years of survival, she now embraces culinary delights with fervor. One must never neglect the joy of good food, as she and her feline companion revel in their meal. A bald man accompanied by several underlings returns, brandishing an array of carjacking tools. Each of them wears an expression of determination, as if the RV is already theirs. Boss, shall we proceed? The bald man crouched in the corner, surveying his surroundings. At this hour, everyone had gone to collect their subsistence allowances. The crowd was thick. He decided to wait until after midnight when fewer people would be about, and the woman would have fallen asleep before they made their move. A group of individuals was left to huddle in silence, biding their time. Meng Shirwan, having finished her meal and tidied up, did not retire to bed. Instead, she nestled into the sofa, engrossed in her game. Unbeknownst to her, the hours slipped away until it was 1 in the morning. The men crouched in the corner were nearly parched from sweat, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. The excitement they had felt earlier had waned, leaving them weak and bewildered. Why was she still awake? Hadn't she just arrived at the base? Surely, she hadn't developed the habit of sleeping during the day and working at night yet. He observed her air conditioning unit was still humming away, while they were nearly wilting in the heat. With the streets now deserted, they contemplated taking action, after all. If the sound of breaking glass roused her, it would make no difference. The bald man mulled it over and declared, "All right, let's proceed." Armed with their tools, they approached the RV. Just then, the lights inside the vehicle extinguished. The bald man felt a surge of exhilaration. Finally, she had fallen asleep, a stroke of luck indeed. They would pry open the door first. If that failed, they would shatter the glass and gain entry. Under the dim light that barely illuminated the path, they reached the side of the RV. The bald man attempted to pry the lock of the door with his tool, but to no avail. Sticking to the plan, he shifted his focus to the large glass panel in front of the cabinet. With a vigorous swing of his arm, he brought the hammer down upon the glass. To his astonishment, the glass did not shatter, and he was flung back several feet. Sitting on the ground, dazed, he muttered, "Brother, the glass didn't break. Not even a dent. Were you really putting your back into it?" Faced with the skepticism of his companions, the bald man was at a loss for words. He had exerted all his strength. What sort of glass was this, so resilient? A burly man picked up the hammer and said, "Brother, let me give it a try." He swung with all his might, only to be sent reeling even farther than the bald man. He stumbled to a sitting position, his arms tingling with shock. Devoid of sensation. What kind of glass is this? It's as if it's unbreakable. The bald man sneered at him. "You doubted my strength, yet you fared no better." The burly man exclaimed, "This is truly bizarre." They were no novices at breaking into vehicles, yet they had never encountered such formidable glass. Chapter 60. A careless mistake could cost one's life. The others, witnessing this, were undeterred and picked up hammers to join in. At that moment, the lights inside the RV suddenly flickered back on, and the curtains were yanked open, revealing Meng Shirwan's chilling smile. The group was taken aback, retreating in shock. Upon realizing that the RV contained only a solitary young woman, their courage returned. Our earlier assumptions were correct. It's just her inside the RV. She should be easy to handle. Let us try a different pane of glass. A group of individuals circled around the RV, striking it with fervor. Resembling grasshoppers trapped behind a fine net, desperately leaping in vain. Ultimately, their arms grew numb from the exertion, and they were left utterly exhausted. Sweat nearly draining from their bodies, yet the RV remained unscathed, not a single mark left upon its surface. The bald man felt his mind falter. What in the world is this? Is it crafted from some indestructible material? It must be bulletproof. The others shared a similar expression of disbelief. Their initial bravado now replaced with confusion and helplessness. What had begun as a brazen attempt at robbery now left them standing outside the RV, uncertain of their next move. Unable to even breach the vehicle, the prospect of theft seemed utterly futile. As Meng Shirwan contemplated putting an end to their futile endeavor, a new crowd surged forth. This group moved with remarkable swiftness, brandishing bricks that they decisively brought down upon the heads of the bald man and his companions. The stunned individuals collapsed to the ground in an instant. Meng Shirwan furrowed her brow, only to realize that this new group consisted of familiar faces. Zhang Chong stood outside the window, his expression one of sheer delight, clutching a bloodied brick in his right hand as he called out to her, "Sister, it's really you." His left arm was conspicuously absent, a stark reminder of the dangers they had faced. Beside him stood a dozen others she recognized from the supermarket, including the owner of the outdoor supply store. Meng Sherwan had not anticipated encountering them after entering the base. Their interactions had been minimal, and she would hardly have exchanged more than a few words under normal circumstances. Yet, they had come to her aid, swiftly dispatching the thugs. Zhang Chang resembled a lost duckling calling for its mother, continuously shouting sister from outside the window. With a sigh of resignation, she opened a gap in the glass cabinet and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Chang, brimming with happiness, replied, "Sister, it really is you. We just stepped out and spotted this pink RV, wondering if it might be you. I can't believe it actually is. Ever since you left, I've thought about you every day, to the point of losing sleep." Meng Sherwan found his chatter grating and asked, "What happened to your arm?" The moment the question escaped her lips, Zhang Chang's incessant prattling fell silent. He moved his lips, his voice subdued as he replied, "I lost it in a fight." After Meng Sherwan departed from the supermarket, he and his group, under Wei Ye's leadership, had gathered all the supplies from the mall into the supermarket. They had defended the supermarket, living without worry for food, simply awaiting rescue. However, mere days later, a large group from the surrounding community descended upon the mall in search of sustenance. With no food left in the mall, as all provisions had been secured in the supermarket, they turned their attention there. Zhang Chang and his companions were uncertain how long the apocalypse would last or when salvation might arrive, and they were not inclined to relinquish their hard-won resources easily. Both sides were assertive, and as arguments escalated, violence erupted. Zhang Chang and his group, having been influenced by Meng Sherwan's earlier demeanor, engaged with a lethal ferocity that had become ingrained in their minds. When they fought to kill. Upon witnessing the swift demise of two comrades in the initial skirmish, the opposing faction was incensed, engaging without mercy. The clash resulted in casualties on both sides, and it was during this tumult that Zhang Chang lost his left arm. Ultimately, neither party emerged unscathed. The intruders breached the supermarket and took refuge within. Each side fortified their positions, remaining vigilant and distrustful of the other. Zhang Chang's severed arm was a grave matter, and he had resigned himself to death, only to be unexpectedly aided by someone claiming to be a physician. Inside the supermarket lay a collection of medical supplies, which he desperately utilized to cling to life. Reflecting on these events, Zhang Chang felt profound regret. Their fierce defense of the supermarket's provisions had cost many lives. Yet the intruders still managed to seize a significant portion of their supplies. He nearly lost his life in the process. And who could have foreseen that when the rescue team arrived, they would not assist in transporting the provisions but only facilitate their evacuation? Was their struggle not in vain? So many lives lost, and in the end, the supplies were not theirs. Meng Sherwan remarked, "It sounds quite tragic. Yet in this apocalyptic world, every survivor was fraught with anxiety, traversing precariously through treacherous circumstances. One misstep could lead to fatality." Noticing Meng Sherwan's silence, Zhang Chang realized he had overshared. These matters were their own, and given her disposition, she likely did not concern herself with such issues. She had already rendered them significant assistance by clearing the mall of zombies, mitigating numerous risks. The girl named Lin Qian had also heeded her advice, remaining hidden in the office until the rescue team arrived safely. Now that they had reunited, what purpose did it serve to recount these tales? Zhang Chang smiled and said, "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. We will hand these few over to the security team and plan to depart the base tomorrow in search of supplies. We should rest early tonight." Meng Sherwan nodded, "All right. Goodbye." A group of them left, dragging the unconscious individuals away. Meng Sherwan closed the window, drew the curtains, yawned, and went to bed. She felt no particular sentiment or emotion. Having witnessed much in her previous life, she had endured years of similar struggles, whether indifferent or unfeeling. She never considered herself a virtuous person. Her sole desire was to survive alongside treading snow in this desolate world. Inside the RV, the atmosphere was cool and sleep was comfortable. Zhang Chang and his companions delivered the bald men to the security team and returned to their dormitory. The residential building was not divided into private units, but rather consisted of large communal dormitories. Within a single apartment, rows of bunk beds filled the living area, leaving only a narrow passage, accommodating a dozen or more individuals. Upon entering, they were immediately hit by a pungent odor of sweat and decay. The air conditioning system provided centralized cooling, operating for 2 hours every 4 hours. In the sweltering heat, once the air conditioning ceased, a wave of heat surged in. exacerbated by the number of occupants, creating a veritable ordeal. Their meager welfare benefits barely sufficed for sustenance, leading them to believe that even the prisoners from before the apocalypse had fared better than this. They all understood that continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Their bodies would succumb to hunger, and a mere minor ailment could prove fatal without access to medicine. The only option left was to fight, to carve out a path to survival with their very lives. Finding employment within the base presented the best opportunity, whether it be in the security team, the fire brigade, or any other role. This would spare them the peril of confronting zombies outside, allowing them to earn points sufficient for sustenance, perhaps even leaving a small surplus. Regrettably, they had previously inquired and discovered that without connections or adequate resources to forge those connections, such jobs were beyond their reach. Thus, they were left with no choice but to venture outside and battle the undead for crystals and supplies that could be exchanged for points. The value of a crystal was notably high, capable of yielding 100 points, which could sustain them for nearly 10 days. Other supplies were assessed based on their worth in points. Zhang Chong lay on the creaking lower bunk, tossing and turning in his restless state. Tomorrow marked their first expedition outside the base to confront zombies, and he was uncertain whether they would return alive, especially since he was missing an arm. He was not alone in his insomnia. The prospect of the impending struggle filled everyone with trepidation. Why not seek out the sister? Someone suggested timidly. She was exceedingly capable and intelligent, effortlessly dispatching all the zombies in the shopping mall. Perhaps she could aid them in finding a means of survival. Zhang Chang sighed in response. What could they possibly ask of her? To grant them the mercy of a swift death, sparing them further suffering? He was well aware of her nature, cold and ruthless. Engaging them in conversation was likely her utmost display of patience. She would not extend her assistance. Wei Yi interjected. Let us rest. We depart the base before dawn. Meng Shirwan slept until midday, her time spent idly lying in bed, her mind wandering. She contemplated her next moves, how to eliminate Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinqing swiftly, and then leave the base to continue her hunt for zombies. Unlike Zhang Chong and the others, who were driven by necessity, she had developed a genuine passion for slaying the undead ever since acquiring the RV. Or rather, it was the crystals she truly craved. Remaining here, devoid of zombies and crystals, felt like a waste of precious time. It would be far better to lie in a place teeming with the undead, where they would continuously present her with crystals. Would she confront those two directly? That seemed unwise. This was a seed base, equipped with every conceivable weapon. She could not be certain whether a level 5 ability wielder could withstand the onslaught of advanced firearms. Thus, she resolved to wait for them to make the first move. Based on her understanding of Meng Qingwei, she knew that Meng Qingwei would not swallow her pride without seeking retribution. And she would not be able to restrain herself for long. It would likely be swift. Meng Shirwan rose to wash up, intending to grab a bite before resuming her gaming in the afternoon. As she passed the staircase, she noticed a large box filled with precious metal jewelry sitting on the steps. A sudden thought struck her, a means to acquire crystal cores even within the confines of the base. To Meng Shirwan, crystal cores were indeed a treasure. This morning, feeling somewhat reluctant to cook, she opted for some ready-made pastries from the refrigerator. After feeding Tushue her cat food, she set off in her RV toward the points office. This place primarily dealt with the recycling of materials. Regardless of the item, it could be appraised and exchanged. Many ventured outside the base to slay zombies, bringing back crystal cores or materials that they would not hoard. Without significant prowess, stockpiling only led to being robbed. The safest approach was to exchange items here for points, which could then be stored on a card, waiting for the time when something was needed to make a purchase at the market. Upon her arrival, she noticed several trucks filled with materials undergoing inspection, capable of yielding a considerable amount of points. Yet, those exchanging items bore expressions of sorrow, likely reflecting the substantial sacrifices made to acquire such goods. Carrying a large candy jar, Meng Shirwan descended from her RV. Tu Shue, who usually followed her, chose to lounge on the sofa, watching her departure. The temperature outside seemed even more oppressive than the day before. Utilizing her ability to summon frost for protection, she made her way to the office. With few belongings, she proceeded directly to the counter. Chapter 61. What is this operation? The gold and silver jewelry within the large candy jar sparkled brilliantly under the scorching sun. Surrounding individuals were momentarily dazzled by the radiant light, casting envious glances her way. Upon recognizing the contents of Meng Shirwan's possession, their gazes brimmed with covetousness. Gold and silver were highly valuable in terms of points. The reason precious metals are classified as such lies in their rarity and extensive utility. In the wake of the zombie outbreak, various extraction and production industries had come to a halt, yet humanity's advancement could not be stifled. To restore their former way of life, research and production must inevitably resume. Precious metals, applicable in industrial contexts, would naturally become even more esteemed amidst the cessation of mining activities. Diamonds, excellent for crafting drill bits, would also fetch a high price. As for the other assorted gemstones, while they could be recycled, their value would be significantly diminished if lacking practical use. However, this vast jar held a worth that could rival the two large trucks of materials nearby. How could one not feel envious? As Meng Shirwan placed her items on the counter, the staff's eyes lit up. An abundance of jewelry, valuable before the apocalypse and now convertible to points, was undeniably a boon in any era. Such a large quantity could only be likened to a heist at a jewelry store. Please hold on. We need to assess its value first. She carried her candy jar to the inner apparatus for quality testing and categorization. Meng Shirwan felt a twinge of regret. Reflecting on her previous visit to the market, she lamented not having considered raiding the jewelry store while she had the chance to stockpile food. Now, she could have exchanged for even more points. Yet, she merely sighed at the thought. All was well as it stood. Who could anticipate every possibility? After a while, a staff member approached her and informed her that she could redeem 3,500 points. This amount was not insignificant within the base. One crystal core could be exchanged for 100 points, enough to sustain one for about 10 days. Over 3,000 points could ensure a year free from concerns about food and clothing. Hearing this, others at the nearby counters turned their gazes towards her, filled with envy. Meng Shirwan handed over her residence permit, and as the staff processed her request, they instructed her to scan the QR code on the corner of the desk with her mobile phone to download the Points trading app, allowing for private transactions through the software. Meng Shirwan promptly scanned the code and completed the download, while the staff finished their work and returned her residence permit through the opening. Standing up with her residence permit in hand, Meng Shirwan walked to the wall, picked up a red plastic stool, and sat down outside the office door. Under the curious gazes of those around her, she called out, "I'm buying crystal cores for 110 points each." The crowd of people seeking to exchange goods for points gasped in surprise, while the surrounding staff looked on in confusion. How could she offer 110 points for each crystal core when the office only offered 100? Was she truly attempting to poach business? After she left the counter where she conducted her transaction, a man approached, handing over 5 crystal cores to the staff. Just as he was about to submit them, he heard her shout from outside. He glanced at the staff, who looked back at him, grasping his crystal cores. He turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Those 5 crystal cores could be traded for 50 points, enough to provide 5 days of hearty meals. This was a transaction even a fool could calculate. Those coming to sell their crystal cores quickly gathered before Meng Shirwan, exclaiming, "I'm selling. I have crystal cores." They were certain of the 110 points she promised, trusting her words. As people from the entire base came to exchange points, even though many preferred to stay indoors during the day, Meng Shirwan's call still attracted a crowd. "Please line up. I'm buying in bulk. Everyone will get a share. So don't rush," she shouted. It was impossible not to crowd around her. Upon hearing that everyone would get a portion, the frenzy subsided somewhat. Meng Shirwan accepted 2 crystal cores, nearly thrust into her face, for 220 points, and proceeded to transfer the funds through the Points trading app. She scanned the seller's code, completing the transaction seamlessly. Continuing to the next seller, most offered 3 to 5 cores, with some having only 1. For ordinary individuals, obtaining a single crystal core might require the elimination of dozens of zombies, posing a significant risk to their lives. Each crystal core was hard-earned. As Meng Shirwan accepted 2 cores and prepared to transfer the points, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Opening her hand to examine closely, she noticed one of the cores had a small hole. No one would idly puncture a crystal core. This was clearly not a legitimate core. It resembled a piece of crystal from a chandelier, the kind that held little value. Meng Shirwan sighed in disbelief, casting a glance at the man before her, whose shifty eyes and furtive demeanor indicated a lack of integrity. This is rather disappointing, she thought. The man hurriedly took away the crystal, confused, as it was a toy belonging to her child that had inadvertently mixed in. Meng Shirwan paid him 110 points to acquire his sole crystal core. One after another, as this wave of people finished collecting, her points were exhausted. She had successfully acquired 31 crystal cores, which she considered a modest gain. Returning the stool to its original position, she disregarded the various gazes from those around her and headed back to her RV. Meow Meow, her cat, leaped onto the cabinet to greet her, nuzzling against her. Meng Shiwan placed the crystal cores on the cabinet and, cradling Meow Meow, made her way to the driver's seat. Let's head back and continue gaming. While others were striving to live better lives, she found herself somewhat aimless, wasting time. As she started the vehicle, 3 individuals suddenly dashed out in front of the RV. Fortunately, she slammed on the brakes in time, avoiding a collision. Feeling irritated, she lowered the window halfway, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to realize, upon closer inspection, that they were acquaintances. Before she could speak, Tao Yalong rushed to the window, exclaiming urgently, "Boss, help us." Meng Shiwan pursed her lips. Why should she care about their lives? Noticing her silence, Tao Yalong appeared anxious. "Boss, we have a mission. Could you accompany us? All the spoils will be yours." Meng Shiwan raised an eyebrow. All the spoils for her. This piqued her interest. What mission? Our task is to rescue survivors from the Central People's Hospital. There is a water-type ability user there, and we have received strict orders to bring them back. But that's the Central Hospital. The 3 of us might not even make it inside, let alone bring the water-type ability user out. It feels like they are sending us to our deaths. Could you accompany us? The supplies from the hospital will belong to you, as long as we can bring back the survivors. And Jiawen and Lei Zhen nodded vigorously from behind, their faces eager. At this point, the 3 of them silently cursed Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng countless times. Ever since their last return from the waterworks factory, they had clearly offended those 2. Their lives had not been easy since, as the tasks assigned to them were the most perilous. The last mission involved searching for dental instruments and medications, which they had barely managed to retrieve, almost perishing among the hordes of zombies. This new assignment was even more dangerous, practically an invitation to death. They all recognized that Meng Qingwei and Gu Jinsheng were the ones behind this, deliberately making things difficult for them. Yet, with enticing benefits and families relying on them, they couldn't simply refuse to go. They had also sought out other teammates, but upon hearing about this mission, those individuals had promptly claimed unavailability or stated they had already accepted other tasks as excuses to decline. The 3 of them found themselves at a loss and decided to visit the Point's office to see if any formidable civilian organizations were undertaking missions. To their surprise, they spotted Meng Shiwan's RV, and it was as if they had discovered a lifeline, prompting them to rush over. They were well aware that Meng Shiwan was a tri-ability Esper, yet upon returning to the base, they remained silent about it, not disclosing anything to anyone. Recently, rumors had circulated that a 5th-level Esper had arrived at the base, leading them to connect this with Meng Shiwan. A 5th-level tri-ability Esper teaming up with her would significantly enhance their odds of success. Meng Shiwan felt a pang of sympathy for the trio. It was unfortunate enough to have been assigned to a mission with those 2 insufferable fools, nearly resulting in their demise. And now they had managed to offend her as well. It was plainly an act of revenge, attempting to orchestrate their deaths through this mission. The center hospital was situated in the heart of Haiqing, a densely populated area where even during normal times, one would find traffic congestion at every intersection. Those who frequently worked in the central district knew that riding an electric bike home was often swifter than driving a car. Given such a large population, the number of zombies was undoubtedly terrifying. Although there were zombie slaughterhouses, they were typically located in the suburbs, and the recent cleanup efforts had only begun in those areas, leaving the central district untouched. Moreover, with the high volume of vehicles in the central district, when the zombie outbreak occurred, numerous traffic accidents transpired, causing severe gridlock. It was impossible for helicopters to extract the zombies trapped within. Prior to the outbreak, the center hospital was already overwhelmed with patients due to a severe seasonal flu. Now, the zombies within the center hospital were likely packed in like ants in a colony. The center hospital in the central district was fraught with peril. Tao Yaron was correct. They might not even reach the center hospital before meeting their demise. Under normal circumstances, no one would assign such a perilous task to 3 Espers. Unfortunately, having offended 2 petty individuals, no one intervened on their behalf, nor did anyone advocate for the 3 of them, who lacked connections. Meng Shiwan inquired whether they would set off now. It was dangerous, yet she resolved to go. The rationale was simple. Haiqing was one of the most prosperous cities in the country, and the center hospital was among the largest in the city. It boasted an extensive and comprehensive stockpile of medications, along with advanced medical equipment. Such invaluable resources were too tempting to pass up. If they were unable to breach the hospital, they could always retreat. In the face of absolute danger, Meng Shiruan could teleport back to her RV for safety. With that assurance, she was willing to take the risk. Upon hearing this, the trio was instantly elated, nodding fervently as if to avoid any chance of Meng Shiruan reconsidering. "Let us depart at once," they urged. Armed with whatever weapons they could carry, they resolved to search for food and other supplies outside. They would leave no room for Meng Shiruan to backtrack. Meng Shiruan nodded and declared, "Then let us go now," to the vehicle. The three individuals were filled with excitement as they hurried to the side door of the RV, only to find it unyielding. Tao Yalong rushed to the front passenger window and called out, "Hey, could you open the door?" Meng Shiruan pursed her lips, replying, "Who told you to get inside? I only permitted you to stay on the roof. How presumptuous to think you could reside in her RV." The trio exchanged perplexed glances, their eyes shifting to the roof. But they found it out of reach, the RV standing tall. Fortunately, there was a small ladder at the front of the vehicle, leading the way. Tao Yalong climbed up the ladder, discovering a layer of solar panels on the roof, smooth and treacherous underfoot. Aware that she could not tread carelessly on the solar panels, she leaped onto the very top of the RV. Even with sturdy shoes, she could feel the heat radiating through the soles. And upon bending down to touch a small metal rod at the edge, it burned her hand, hot enough to fry an egg. With the fear of Meng Shiruan having second thoughts looming over her, she knew she had to devise a plan. Peering down at Jiawan and Lei Jia, who were preparing to ascend, she instructed, "You two head to the supply office and procure some mats, blankets, or straw mats." Lei Jia, puzzled, asked, "What do we need those for?" With a complex expression, Tao Yalong replied, "To avoid burning our behinds. Without something underneath, sitting down would feel like a sizzling hot plate." Lei Jia glanced at Jiawan, silently questioning whether it was truly impossible for them to enter the RV, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. In this apocalyptic era, who could risk inviting outsiders into their home? He understood. The two dashed toward the office to exchange supplies. When they returned, Lei Jia was carrying a blanket and a bamboo mat, along with a sunshade, while Jiawan sported two large backpacks filled with compressed biscuits and water. Meng Shiruan sipped on a chilled beverage, enjoying the cool air conditioning as the three set up their makeshift abode atop the RV. Tao Yalong pulled the items up, spreading the blanket below and laying down the bamboo mat on top. The surrounding area was secured with small metal rods, initially intended for stowing luggage, now serving as a safeguard against their potential tumble. As Lei Jia and Jiawan each climbed up with a backpack, the trio grasped the edges of the sunshade, tightly securing it with ropes at the four corners to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Once everything was in place, Tao Yalong leaned over toward the driver's side and called, "Hey, we are ready. Let us set off." Meng Shiruan started the vehicle, driving toward the base's exit. The beauty of an RV is that it transforms wherever it goes into a home, allowing for spontaneous departures. This time, she was leaving through a different entrance than the one she had entered. Last time, she had come from the suburban direction, but now she was headed to the city center, exiting from the opposite side of the base. The exit was straightforward, without any complications. However, onlookers were perplexed to see three people residing on the roof of such a large vehicle. Faced with their bewildered stares, the trio longed to explain that merely being able to live on the roof was a considerable blessing. In the hospital ward within the base, Meng Qingwei was on the phone. Had they left the base? Upon receiving a confirmed answer, she hung up with a cold smile, thinking that they would not return alive this time. What could a level 5 Esper do? When death calls, one must succumb. Perhaps due to her overwhelming excitement, the lingering effects of her concussion began to throb anew. Meng Qingwei felt that this headache was more severe than any she had previously endured, akin to being pierced by needles. She clutched her head, curling up on the hospital bed, and with great effort pressed the call button before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 63. The mind is for use, not for idleness. The doctor arrived, conducting a flurry of checks and resuscitation efforts. When Meng Qingwei awoke again, three figures stood by her bedside. Meng Hanyuan and Yuan wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed at her. Upon seeing her awaken, their faces lit up with joy. "Qingwei, how do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Wasn't it just a mild concussion? How could you suddenly faint like that?" Meng Qingwei spoke in a hushed tone. "There's no need for concern. I'm fine." Her gaze shifted to Gu Jinsheng, who stood behind the other two, his eyes betraying a suppressed impatience. Meng Hanyuan and Yuan were momentarily taken aback at her words. Yuan reached out to place her hand on Meng Qingwei's forehead. "Are you truly all right? No fever?" For some reason, she suddenly felt that the daughter before her was almost unrecognizable, as if she had transformed into another person. Gone was the previous air of arrogance and entitlement, the sense of grievance and anger. The tone in which she spoke now was remarkably steady, detached, and even carried a hint of weariness. Even her eyes, usually brimming with various emotions, now appeared subdued, leaving an inscrutable impression. It was as if the turbulent waters of a lake had suddenly calmed, concealing unfathomable depths that evoked a sense of unease. I truly feel much better now, Meng Qingwei asserted, her voice steady. At this moment, even Gu Jincheng sensed something was amiss. Her voice was too calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Since being beaten by Meng Shiwan, she had never regained her composure, let alone attained tranquility. Gu Jincheng scrutinized her. Meng Qingwei's teeth had yet to be repaired, her face remained swollen, and her speech was somewhat impaired. It should have appeared comical and unattractive. Yet, her gaze was strikingly flat, verging on coldness, which combined with her overly tranquil voice evoked a sensation that Gu Jincheng found eerily familiar. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly recalled Meng Shiwan. On the day of the zombie outbreak, after returning home, her eyes, once filled with affection for him, had also turned unexpectedly devoid of warmth. Following that, she had shown him nothing but disdain, even harboring thoughts of ending his life. Now, Meng Qingyue bore a similar demeanor. The once lively and somewhat naive girl had inexplicably transformed into a figure of silence and indifference. What had transpired between these two sisters? Yuan picked up a bowl of millet porridge from the table. Qingwei, you should eat something to settle your stomach. Meng Qingwei took the bowl of millet porridge and delicately brought spoonfuls to her lips. The three bystanders scrutinized her intently, seemingly trying to discern what had changed within her. As they were lost in their contemplation, Meng Qingwei suddenly spoke, revealing, I have awakened a second ability. Yuan. Meng Han Yuan. Gu Jincheng. Yuan, astonished, hurriedly inquired, a second ability? My daughter is truly remarkable. What is this ability? Meng Han Yuan and Gu Jincheng leaned in, eager to listen. It is the ability of precognition, Meng Qingwei replied in a cool, emotionless tone, devoid of joy or excitement, even regarding her newfound status as a dual ability wielder. For only she was aware that what she had awakened was not the power of foresight. She had traversed back in time from a post-apocalyptic decade. She was acutely aware of all the natural disasters and significant events that would unfold over the next 10 years. Her claim of possessing precognition was merely a facade to conceal the truth of her rebirth. Contrary to her demeanor, Meng Han Yuan and Yu Wan became animated. The ability of precognition was indeed a rare and exceptional power. Its very name exuded an aura of magnificence. My daughter possesses dual abilities. I always knew Qingwei was extraordinary. She has been intelligent since childhood. Gu Jincheng observed that the impatience in Meng Qingyue's gaze had vanished, replaced by a hint of scrutiny. Precognition? Can you foresee what will happen in the future? Meng Qingyue took another sip of her millet porridge and stated, in 10 days. The largest power station in Haiqing will catch fire, leading to widespread outages across the city. During the extreme heat, numerous fires will occur. And this heat wave will persist for 2 months, followed by acid rain that severely damages the soil, rendering it barren for years. After the acid rain, Haiqing will face a tsunami, and following that, a drastic temperature drop will plunge us into an extreme cold. Her emotionally detached words trembled as she spoke, transforming what were once mere words into chilling revelations that sent shivers through the listeners. In the face of the apocalypse, no one knew what the future held. Hearing it articulated by Meng Qingyue instilled profound terror. Meng Han Yuan and Yu Wan could no longer muster a smile, their brows furrowed in grave concern. Yuan, trembling with fear, asked, will there ever be an end to this apocalypse? Meng Qingyue's gaze wandered. I do not know. If someone can break the cycle, it may end. If no one does, perhaps there will never be an end. Gu Jincheng frowned. What do you mean by cycle? Meng Qingyue chose to remain silent, earnestly finishing her bowl of porridge. After a moment, she spoke again. Father, I wish to join the Crystal Core Research Group. Meng Han Yuan was taken aback. What would you do there? You study business and are not versed in chemistry. The research group is comprised of esteemed professors. Meng Qingwei set down her bowl. I have acquired some knowledge regarding the general direction of Crystal Core research. Perhaps I could give it a try. After 10 years in the apocalypse, she had endured much and learned even more. Though she may not be well versed in research, she possesses considerable knowledge regarding various crystal nucleus research directions. A few suggestions from her might indeed expedite the progress of this research. Meng Han Yuan did not refuse. He replied, very well, Once you have recovered, I shall arrange for you to join. At this moment, Meng Shiwan was already driving the RV away from the base. The streets outside the base were pristine and tidy. This area had been thoroughly scavenged time and again. Even a packet of biscuits would be a rare find. Any materials that could be exchanged for points had been stripped bare. The metal from doors and windows, street lamps, trash bins, and columns had all been dismantled, leaving only the bare walls and open roads. Meng Shiwan took out her phone and located an automobile scrapyard, following the navigation to her destination. The three individuals atop the vehicle were bewildered, wondering where they were headed. Tao Yalong leaned down to ask, "Sister, isn't this the road to the Central District?" Meng Shiwan countered, "Do you know the fundamental difference between humans and zombies?" Tao Yalong was perplexed by this question and replied, "What is it?" Meng Shiwan's voice echoed from the driver's seat, "Humans possess brains, whereas zombies do not. You aren't seriously considering heading straight into the Central District to confront zombies head-on, are you?" Tao Yalong was taken aback. "What else should we do?" They had previously requested to bring more firearms, but unfortunately, the allocation of such weapons was regulated. The additional firearms and ammunition obtained would hardly make a significant impact against the sheer number of zombies in the Central District, and requests for helicopters had been denied. What alternative was there but to confront them directly? Meng Shiwan sighed. "Your brain is meant for thinking, not for slumber. Rushing in with just the few of you would be akin to courting death." Chapter 64. Youth is a blessing, and one can sleep anywhere. Tao Yalong's mind was clouded, unable to comprehend Meng Shiwan's intentions. At that moment, Leisha beside her shouted, "Sister, there are 4 or 5 cars blocking the road ahead. Slow down." As they neared a collision, the three clutched tightly to the nearby handles, terrified of being thrown from the vehicle. Their fear of being ejected was surpassed only by their dread of damaging the RV, for that would spell the end of their journey before it had truly begun. Anjiawen yelled, "Sister, are you using the gas pedal as a brake? Why are you accelerating? You need to stop. No RV can withstand this kind of driving." The next moment, a jarring metallic crash echoed. They nearly flew out of their seats, but thankfully, their grip on the handles steadied them. Contrary to their expectations of a wrecked RV or a rollover, the vehicle had instead pushed the cars aside and squeezed through the gap, continuing onward. The three were left in stunned silence, peering over the front of the RV to find it intact, without even a dent or scratch. The blade rollers suddenly sprang to life, and any unwitting zombie that approached would be ensnared and devoured. They had witnessed the formidable capability of this blade roller in dispatching zombies, and indeed, it was impressive. However, the RV had just crashed into them without sustaining a scratch. How remarkably resilient it was. Leisha marveled at the material of the RV, questioning its durability. Anjiawen tapped his forehead in realization. They had been rather foolish, for their sister possessed a level 5 metal ability, which could easily reinforce the RV. Tao Yalong concurred, finding it entirely reasonable. As they journeyed, they observed the RV barreling forward with reckless abandon. It showed no signs of slowing down for anything it could collide with. And where it could not pass, it merely increased its speed to crash through. They paid no heed to the three individuals atop the vehicle, who were nearly thrown off several times. The trio, feeling vulnerable, secured themselves tightly with ropes to the roof for a semblance of safety. As for the menacing zombies, they were no challenge. The RV devoured them in droves, proving itself remarkably effective. Eventually, the RV entered an auto salvage yard. And with Meng Shiwan's audacious demeanor throughout the journey, they began to grasp her intentions. The three atop the vehicle, feeling dizzy from the jostling, lay on the mat, gasping for breath. Meng Shiwan disembarked from the driver's seat and glanced up, noting the youthfulness of the young men, who instantly fell asleep. The trio remarked that the location of the salvage yard was typically devoid of visitors aside from workers. Within the facility, only about 10 zombies wandered aimlessly upon seeing them. The zombies lurched forward, necks craned. Meng Shiwan harnessed her ice abilities, conjuring over a dozen ice spikes that swiftly shot out, each finding its mark with deadly precision. The zombies that lunged at them promptly collapsed, motionless. Meng Shiwan then inquired if the three could drive. As they caught their breath and descended from the roof, Tao Yalong took a deep breath and affirmed that they had learned basic driving skills, including how to operate various large vehicles after joining the base. Meng Shiwan directed them, pointing out the 2 dismantling machines nearby. "You 2 boys go and handle one each. I noticed a large truck by the roadside when we entered. You girls should go retrieve one. To prevent zombies from causing damage, it would be wise to reinforce the vehicles with steel plates around them." After issuing her instructions, She noticed the sky darkening and added, "You all get busy. We will spend the night here and set off again in the morning." The dismantling machines resembled oversized excavators, equipped with tracks to navigate various harsh terrains, providing stability and agility. Their mechanical arms were sturdier than those of typical excavators, and the front shovels had been replaced with large claw-like grips, characteristic of auto dismantlers. They could effortlessly grasp cars and clear road obstructions. Upon seeing the machines, the trio recognized their potential and responded in unison. "All right, we shall get to it." Tao Yalong, with keen insight, introduced herself. "Sister, my name is Tao Yalong, and this is Lei Zhe, who possesses lightning abilities, and Jiawen, who wields earth powers." Meng Shiruan nodded. "All right, take care of yourselves. I shall depart now and return to seek you in the morning." Having exited the base, there was no time to remain idle. The collection of crystal cores and supplies must persist. Who knows how many years the apocalypse may last? Only by stockpiling sufficient resources can one find a semblance of security. Upon hearing Meng Shiruan's intention to leave, the trio felt a twinge of anxiety. "Sister, you will come back, won't you?" Lei Zhe blurted out, fearful of being abandoned. Meng Shiruan replied, "Tao Yalong is perceptive. Do not speak such nonsense. If I say I will return, I shall certainly do so. Do you think I would deceive you?" Subsequently, Tao Yalong gazed at Meng Shiruan with hopeful eyes. "Sister, you will come back, right?" Meng Shiruan, left speechless, decisively entered her vehicle and drove away. And Jiawen watched the tail lights of the van fade, his expression a mix of emotions. "She will definitely return, right? Our snacks and water are still in the vehicle." Now it was Tao Yalong's turn to be at a loss for words. "Let us get to work. We must fulfill what sister entrusted us with." She walked towards the factory, searching for a suitable large truck, as Jiawen and Lei Zhe said about dismantling vehicles. Meng Shiruan drove to a nearby gas station. Parking the RV with care, she surveyed her surroundings. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. The convenience store stood wide open, devoid of any supplies. This location was not far from the base, suggesting that a rescue team had previously arrived to evacuate survivors and materials. Approaching the self-service gas pump, she noted that fuel remained available. In the initial phase, the focus had been on gathering essential supplies and rescuing survivors, leaving little time for petroleum matters. Meng Shiruan inserted the diesel and gasoline nozzles into their respective tanks to fill them up. Returning to the RV, she retrieved 31 crystal cores purchased at the base and rummaged through her collection box, discovering only 3 additional cores along the way. Altogether, she now possessed 34 cores. Summoning the RV's schematic, she expanded both the diesel and gasoline tanks by 17 cubic meters each. While waiting for the tanks to fill, Meng Shiruan prepared dinner for herself and Taxis Now. She roasted several chicken legs and lamb, along with a package of instant noodles. Together with Taxis Now, they savored a tranquil dinner. As Meng Shiruan stroked the head of the cat enjoying its chicken leg, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. "Taxis Now, what do you think would happen if one day the entire world were to be destroyed, leaving only the two of us?" She had perished in the apocalypse 3 years prior. What would the world look like 3 years hence? Would humanity triumph over calamity and restore civilization? Or would it face extinction, marking the end of all? Meng Shiruan remained utterly ignorant of such matters, and the future remained a mystery. All she desired was to survive alongside Taxi Now. As she gazed at the tranquil surroundings, a thought suddenly struck her. If it were only she and Tashu left alive. It hardly seemed a favorable outcome. Meow. Tashu was diligently consuming its meal. Meng Shiruan smiled faintly, yet a wave of melancholy washed over her. Perhaps she was pondering too far ahead. For now, satiating her hunger was of utmost importance. Chapter 65. An unconventional torment. With both the woman and the cat having filled their bellies, Meng Shiruan wiped down the cabinet and washed the dishes. Noting that both oil tanks were nearly full, she exited the vehicle to stow the fuel nozzle, and upon seeing the exorbitant charges displayed, she chose to disregard them and turned back to her vehicle. By the time she needed to stock up on oil again, the network and electricity might be out, rendering the self-service pumps useless, necessitating alternative means of procurement. The matter of paying for the fuel had become trivial. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, with a myriad of stars twinkling above. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, the world seemed to have pressed the pause button. After more than 2 weeks of settling, the pollution had subsided, and the night sky had grown increasingly clear. Meng Shiruan drove her RV through the night, the headlights casting a luminous glow upon the ground. The The sporadic howls of zombies and the calls of animals were the only sounds that punctuated the silence. She drove into a large electronics factory. The roar of the RV and its lights were strikingly out of place in the night. Upon entering the premises, she immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, who surged toward the RV, encircling it in droves. This factory must have thrived before the apocalypse, as it had housed numerous workers. Meng Sherwan activated the small speaker atop her vehicle, and an infectious melody reverberated throughout the factory. Searching for friends, finding a good friend, severing a head and hacking off a hand. The workers turned zombies, upon hearing the song, rushed toward the exit in a frenzied stampede, surrounding the RV completely. The blade rollers worked tirelessly, devouring one zombie after another, reducing them to a pulpy mess. Meng Sherwan secured the doors and windows, isolating herself from the cacophony outside, and settled in for a peaceful slumber. After freshening up, she lowered the bed to the height of the small table and rolled onto the mattress. Tashu, ever conscious, leapt from the shoe cabinet onto the bed, landing snugly in Meng Sherwan's arms. Xiaoji, turn off the lights, she instructed. The RV was plunged into darkness as Meng Sherwan embraced her plump cat, cocooned under the air-conditioned blanket, and soon drifted into a serene dream. The RV's robust defenses provided her with an unparalleled sense of security, allowing her to sleep soundly without fear of being targeted, having her vehicle pilfered, or zombies shattering the glass to invade. It offered her a refuge of tranquility amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, freeing her from the perpetual vigilance required in her previous life. No longer was she burdened by the need to guard against both humans and zombies, an unconventional torment in itself. Meng Sherwan was roused in the morning by the sound of the toilet flushing. Tashu had not only learned to use the toilet independently, but also to press the button to flush. Meng Sherwan turned over, reluctant to open her eyes. Xiaoji, what time is it? It is now 8:35 in the morning. Realizing that 3 individuals are awaiting her, she rises from her bed, elevates it, and draws back the curtains to glance outside. A considerable heap of flesh is piled on the side, and numerous zombies are wandering around the RV. The ground is littered with remains. Some zombies have fallen and cannot rise, rolling in the dark brown muck. The scene appears both gruesome and repugnant. Meng Sherwan promptly pulls the curtains shut, blinks her contaminated eyes, and proceeds to freshen up. Breakfast consists of a simplified sandwich paired with milk, and the cat enjoys its food soaked in milk. After both the woman and her feline companion have satisfied their hunger, Meng Sherwan departs the factory. The surrounding area is still teeming with zombies. She switches off the speakers and maneuvers in a circle to extricate herself from the horde, with the zombies in pursuit. She accelerates, leaving them far behind as she heads towards the junkyard. Tao Yalong and the others have been anxiously waiting at the factory entrance, fearing that Meng Sherwan might not return. Upon seeing her RV approach, their worries are finally alleviated. Leijia, noticeably lighter in spirit, remarks that he knew she would come back. She could never abandon them. And Jia, aware of the sleepless night they all endured, refrains from revealing the truth about who had been restless, laboring tirelessly through the night. In truth, none of the 3 had managed to sleep, apprehensive that Meng Sherwan might suddenly decide against returning. This mission is crucial for them, as their family relies on them for sustenance, making it impossible to abstain from their duty. Meng Sherwan is their lifeline, someone they must cling to tightly. As the RV enters the junkyard, the 3 of them dash in joyfully, akin to little tadpoles finding their mother. As they draw closer, they observe the RV smeared with blood and flesh. Tao Yalong exclaims in astonishment, "Sister, did you go out to slay zombies last night?" They had speculated about her whereabouts and why she did not spend the night there, but they certainly did not anticipate that she had been hunting zombies. It is rare to encounter someone who would confront zombies rather than evade them. As Meng Sherwan steps down from the driver's seat, she notices the disheveled trio gazing at her with delight. Dark circles frame their eyes. The heat has rendered them drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked, perhaps feeling hindered by their discomfort in the sweltering weather. Tao Yalong's previously mid-length hair is now shortened to a tousled bob, likely a result of her own handiwork with scissors, leaving traces of her impromptu styling. She possesses an appealing look, and the short hair adds a touch of androgynous charm. Meng Sherwan acknowledges with a soft hum and strides towards the 3 vehicles nearby. It must be said, they have indeed performed admirably. 2 tow trucks, resembling excavators, have been repurposed as debris-clearing machines. Regardless of their former names, they will henceforth be known as clearing machines. The operational cabin atop the tracked rollers is fortified with thick steel plating, and the surrounding panels are adorned with long metallic spikes. Leisure enthusiastically introduced their masterpiece to Meng Shirwan. The spikes were quite elongated, making it challenging for zombies to ascend the vehicle. The glass was reinforced with steel plates, which could be opened while driving and closed during rests, effectively preventing zombies from shattering the glass and infiltrating the interior. Look, sister, we've even installed air conditioning on the roof, so it's quite comfortable inside. Meng Shirwan praised him, acknowledging the impressive work. It seemed that the trio had labored diligently through the night. The truck that Tao Yalong had procured was significantly larger than Meng Shirwan's RV, comparable to the hefty delivery trucks seen on highways. Both the cargo area and the cab were fortified with a layer of steel plates, and steel was welded around the wheels to prevent zombies from puncturing the tires. Once assured that there were no further issues, Meng Shirwan took out her phone, opened the QR code, added a friend, and created a group chat. Let us set off. The tow truck will lead, the cargo truck will be in the middle, and I'll bring up the rear. Hooray! The group boarded their vehicles, and the small convoy commenced its journey. The tow truck was not particularly fast, and the little caravan ambled along the road. Leisure took the lead, calling out in the group chat, "Sister, is our destination the central hospital?" He was comfortably seated in the air-conditioned cab, relieved to escape the heat, which significantly improved his mood. Chapter 66. A moment of calm. Meng Shirwan replied, "Yes, we'll collect supplies along the way, targeting the gold shop and the pharmacy. Precious metals are compact and valuable. As for medicine, it is incredibly precious in this apocalyptic world." The cargo truck had limited capacity, so they aimed to gather only the essentials. Her RV would not stockpile items unless they encountered something critically needed. They were conserving crystal cores to expand their storage space for medical equipment and supplies at the hospital. Understood. The group progressed slowly in the air-conditioned cab. The tow truck, heavy and cumbersome, crushed any zombies that approached under its tracked wheels, turning them into mere pulp. Tao Yalong drove the cargo truck over the remains, reducing them to sludge. Despite the zombies' aggression and infectious nature, they were no match for the fortified machinery. In the industrial area, the roads were relatively clear, but they encountered some obstructing vehicles at intersections. For the two tow trucks, it posed little challenge, allowing for a fairly smooth advance. However, upon entering a slightly busier urban area, their progress slowed considerably. The zombie outbreak had occurred at noon, coinciding with the end of the workday. Those who left work early were already on the roads, and with a large population, vehicular congestion was rampant, sometimes blocking entire streets. The two tow trucks worked diligently, their immense metal claws grasping cars, slowly maneuvering them to the roadside or onto the opposite lane. The machine's pace was inherently sluggish. Tao Yalong and Meng Shirwan trailed behind, making only minimal progress over the span of a long while, which was quite frustrating. Meng Shirwan, cradling tread snow, found herself growing somewhat bored as they waited. She opened the map and noticed that a commercial center, abundant with gold shops, was situated just 2 streets away. With time to spare, she decided to gather supplies. She called out in the group chat, while the two boys continued clearing the road. Tao Yaroang parked the truck and said, "I'll come over to pick you up. You can ride with me, and we can collect supplies nearby together." Received, received, received. Meng Shirwan opened the crystal core collection box and counted, adding the 63 cores she had gathered the previous night. She summoned the RV's schematic, planning to utilize all 63 cores to upgrade the medicine cabinet. Subsequently, she drove the RV next to the truck, and Tao Yaroang adeptly climbed onto the RV's roof through the truck's window. Meng Shirwan reversed the RV, turned, and headed towards the commercial street. As she maneuvered around a corner, the street was congested with numerous vehicles blocking the road. Tao Yaroang once again witnessed Meng Shirwan's audacity as she accelerated, recklessly colliding with others. After all, this RV was a modified light truck and had considerable power. Quietly, Tao Yaroang secured herself with a rope to a small pole to prevent being thrown off. The sheer number of vehicles obstructing the road was overwhelming. As the RV pushed against them, it would inevitably lead to a complete blockade. Just as Tao Yaroang was about to lean out and ask whether they should disembark to fight their way through, she noticed something astonishing. The barren plants in the green belts along the roadside suddenly began to sprout and grow at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, these plants had surged several meters high, their slender branches twisting and tossing the cars aside, flinging them onto the opposite lane. The previously blocked road was now clear and unobstructed. Meng Shirwan continued driving the RV, while Tao Yaruang, perched atop, was rendered speechless. Wood-based ability. This was her wood-based ability. Yet, her own power could only stimulate a few branches to pierce a handful of zombies, which was hardly formidable. Its primary utility lay in gardening. However, in Ming Shuan's hands, the wood ability was nothing short of spectacular. It could instantaneously sprout numerous branches and effortlessly shift dozens of vehicles. If harnessed against zombies, it could surely impale hundreds in an instant. Was this the might of a level 5 ability user? Tao Yaruang was left in awe. It wasn't until Ming Shuan turned another corner and forcefully collided with the vehicles ahead that she snapped back to reality. Gold, space, ice, and wood abilities for distinct powers. Not 3, but 4. Tao Yaruang felt dazed. How could there be a 4-element ability user? Wasn't this excessively formidable? Who was this extraordinary individual? While they were still grappling with their low-level powers, fearing for their lives amidst the horde of zombies, someone had already emerged as a formidable level 5 user with 4 abilities. Tao Yaruang felt an overwhelming sense that the splendor of this world belonged to others. She had just reassured herself to remain calm when the plants on either side began to grow wildly again. Tao Yaruang stared, feeling her composure slip away. Meng Shuan drove the RV forward, and when it became impossible to move any further, she utilized her wood-based abilities to clear the obstructing vehicles before continuing her advance. After repeating this process 3 times, they finally arrived at the commercial center. The dazzling gold storefronts on either side ignited her longing for resources. Completely oblivious to the fact that Tao Yaruang was still tethered to the roof, wide-eyed in astonishment, Ming Shuan parked the RV in front of the largest gold shop. Casting a glance inside, the gold on the counter remained untouched, and the door was locked from the inside, indicating the presence of survivors. She gently lifted the sleeping Tushua off her lap and set her aside, saying, "Be good, I'll be back shortly." Tushua perched on the central armrest, watching her exit the vehicle. Ever since the last sweltering encounter outside, clingy Tushua had ceased to be a shadow. Outside, numerous zombies were gathering. Attracted by the rumbling of the RV, Meng Shuan summoned ice spikes that hovered around her, and with a swift motion, dozens of finger-thick icicles shot forth, toppling a horde of zombies. What a formidable individual, Tao Yaruang thought as she descended from the roof and followed Meng Shuan towards the gold shop. She rummaged through her pocket for a small seed, which under the influence of her powers, sprouted 3 branches. With deft control, the branches entwined around the necks of the approaching zombies, and with a slight tightening, their heads were severed, rolling away with a thud. As she stood guard beside Ming Shuan, her mind was filled with the image of Ming Shuan commanding the plants to rip apart vehicles. She yearned to reach the level of a 5th-tier ability user, envisioning countless branches piercing through hordes of zombies at once. The mere thought of such power made her smile, and she put even more effort into controlling her 3 branches to slay the undead. Meng Shuan knocked loudly on the glass door, calling out, "Is the shop owner here?" Lacking morals yet possessing a line she wouldn't T-cross, she was prepared to resort to force if the owner was absent. If the owner was present, she would have to adopt a different approach. Her expression remained impassive, her voice booming, while behind her, a wood-based ability user was busy dispatching zombies. Someone from behind the counter peeked out, only to retract upon witnessing the scene. The manager, a middle-aged woman in a slightly wrinkled suit, cowered in the corner of the counter, nervously consulting with a few others. That person outside seems quite aggressive and is an ability user. What could they possibly want with our boss? A man in a hamburger shop uniform spoke up. "I've heard your boss used to entertain young women frequently. Those 2 girls looked quite nice. Could they have awakened their abilities and come to settle a score with him? It's quite possible." Coming straight to the boss indicates a clear objective. If they were here to rob, they would have barged in without hesitation, the manager replied, still trembling. What should we do about her? Although they were trapped inside, they could still access the internet and learn about many occurrences happening outside, particularly in establishments like theirs. Jewelry stores are often the targets of ill-intentioned individuals. Some nefarious characters might even enter with the intent to commit murder, which is utterly terrifying. The man pondered for a moment, informing her that the owner was absent and advising her to leave promptly. Only then did the store manager timidly raise her head and shout outside, urging the intruders to seek the owner elsewhere. Just as her words faded, a resounding crash echoed as the heavy glass door shattered. The group jumped in surprise, rising to see 2 young women stepping over the shards of glass that littered the floor. The manager soon realized they were not there to find the owner, but to commit robbery. Her voice dropped to a whisper, her face still etched with terror. "Moments ago, She had witnessed the leading girl shatter the glass with a single punch. How frightful. Tao Yalong followed Meng Shiruan into the store, fixating on the approaching horde of zombies, striving to keep them at bay outside the entrance. Suddenly, the floor outside began to undulate, forming waves that swept the mass of zombies away, ultimately solidifying into an earthen wall that securely blocked the shattered doorway. Tao Yalong's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the mixture of soil and cement that had materialized before her, sending chills down her spine as if countless ants were crawling over her head, biting her. Earth-based abilities. A wielder of elemental powers. Truly, the master is deserving of the title, leaving her to wonder just how many more surprises awaited her. Was it possible that there were powers beyond the 5 elements? Contemplating this, Tao Yalong felt her legs weaken, overwhelmed by an impulse to kneel and pay homage to the master. Meng Shiruan spoke up, urging her to gather supplies. All right, sister. Tao Yalong grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corner and brought it crashing down onto the counter, shattering the nearby glass display instantly. She tugged at the hem of her clothing, hastily stuffing jewelry from the counter into her bosom. Meanwhile, Meng Shiruan was not idle. Her metallic fists smashed against the glass, sending shards flying. As her fingers glided through the display, the jewelry vanished, temporarily stored away in her space. She furrowed her brow, realizing that the counter held mostly earrings and rings, smaller items, while there were no bracelets or necklaces in sight. Meng Shiruan's gaze fell upon a few individuals standing behind the counter. For women clad in suits and 2 men dressed in hamburger restaurant uniforms eyed her warily. She glanced towards the other side of the jewelry store, where a hamburger restaurant resided. The wall between the two had been breached, indicating that these individuals had likely survived by relying on the food from the restaurant. Before Meng Shiruan could utter a word, one of the men timidly spoke up. Those items belong to us. You cannot take them. He knew he shouldn't have said that, and his voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. How could the 2 men be so altruistic, willing to share their food? They had likely conspired that while the food could be offered to the jewelry store employees, they still expected a share of the gold. The valuables had long been hidden away. On the counter lay an array of rings and earrings, a precautionary measure to deter potential thieves. Such robbers would only target the items within the counter, perhaps leaving some of their concealed treasures intact. The intent behind this discourse was to subtly imply to Meng Shiruan and her companion that they should hastily seize the meager possessions within the cabinet and make their escape. Meng Shiruan, however, was not oblivious to their cunning. She simply chose to disregard them. For the thieves, the gold was a matter of life and death. Yet for Meng Shiruan, it held little significance. She inquired of Tao Yaru, "Are we ready?" Tao Yaru, having swept the remaining counters, gathered a small pouch of valuables in her clothing and presented it to Meng Shiruan. "Sister, everything is here." Meng Shiruan extended her hand into the pouch, signaling, "Let us proceed to the next location." They exited through an alternate door, entering the interior of the mall. The few survivors observed as the duo pushed aside the obstructing cabinet to leave, releasing a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, the gold they had hidden remained safe. They had come across numerous accounts online, detailing the harrowing lives of survivors within the base. Precious metals could be exchanged for substantial points, which represented a safeguard for the future. With the concealed gold, their transition to the base would be considerably easier. The store manager remarked, "It seems we encountered rather fortunate villains. They recognized our hidden gold, yet did not compel us to surrender it." Indeed, one of the others added, "I was terrified. I read online that many robbers resort to murder. I never expected they would simply let us go." They felt truly blessed. Having said this, the group hurriedly rushed to block the exit through which the two had departed. Meanwhile, Meng Shiruan and Tao Yaru stood within the mall, as zombies fixated on the scent of the living, lunging towards them. The leading male zombie dragged its intestines and viscera, its limbs stiff as it staggered closer. The female zombie behind twitched her nose, eagerly yearning to taste fresh flesh, her pace outstripping that of her male counterpart. In her haste, she inadvertently stepped on the male zombie's intestines, causing a dismal squelch as they splattered upon the ground, leaving behind a gaping, empty cavity. The male zombie, oblivious to its condition, lunged toward the two with outstretched claws. While Meng Shiruan remained composed, Tao Yaru was momentarily overwhelmed by the grotesque scene before her. The sight was simply too revolting. She summoned the 3 branches in her grasp, piercing the male zombie's skull with precision. The branches penetrated its cranium, simultaneously impaling the female zombie behind it, ensuring both met their demise. Tao Yaru glanced around, noting the encroaching horde of zombies. Wielding her vines became increasingly strenuous. The mall was teeming with hundreds of zombies, and if left to her own devices, she would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, with Meng Shiwan, a level 5 ability user, by her side, the situation transformed significantly. Suddenly, a seed of a vine plant materialized in Meng Shiwan's palm, under the influence of her powers. It rapidly burgeoned in an instant. With a flick of her wrist, several hundred tendrils, resembling long and agile serpents, lunged toward the heads of the surrounding zombies. For Tao Yalong, the perilous horde of the undead was effortlessly dispatched. She even observed the tips of the tendrils swirling within the zombie skulls. When they were lifted again, several vines coiled around small crystalline cores and presented them to Meng Shiwan. Meng Shiwan deftly manipulated the vines, retrieving a small basket from the adjacent shop. The blood-stained crystalline cores were gently deposited into the basket, amounting to nearly 5 in total. Tao Yalong, watching in astonishment, could have fit a chicken egg into her gaping mouth. Despite having witnessed this spectacle before, her amazement remained unabated. It was simply awe-inspiring and undeniably formidable. Chapter 68. Uncertain quality. She glanced at the 3 meager tendrils in her hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you're incredible. When will I become so powerful?" With Meng Shiwan by her side, the countless zombies within the mall were no longer a concern. She called out to the still-dazed Tao Yalong, urging her to follow. Eagerly, Tao Yalong trailed behind Meng Shiwan, exhibiting a zeal that was commendable. They entered a nearby gold shop, where the door stood ajar, suggesting that the employees had all perished. This establishment held no one to guard its treasures. The display cases were filled with golden bracelets, chains, and exquisite diamond rings. Tao Yalong first procured a shopping basket from a nearby snack store and then entered the gold shop, banging on the counter with fervor, grabbing every piece of gold and silver jewelry and tossing them into her basket. Upon spotting a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, she could no longer resist. She slipped it onto her middle finger and admired it with delight before resuming her task. Surely, no girl could resist such dazzling allure. Before the apocalypse, Tao Yalong was an ordinary individual, diligently working after graduation. Such a diamond, worth tens of thousands, was once beyond her wildest dreams. Yet now it adorned her finger. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwan approached another locked gold shop, knocking firmly on the door to inquire if the owner was present. The scene of her previous prowess against the zombies was clearly witnessed by those inside. A woman in her 40s emerged, ensuring the coast was clear of zombies before hastily opening the door with a forced smile. "Yes, I am the owner of this establishment." Though she smiled outwardly, her heart was troubled. Observing the girl next door expertly smashing the counter, it was evident that they were there to rob her. The owner thought to herself, if these two were indeed supernatural beings, it would be better to let them take the gold than to risk her life. However, she was taken aback when the girl asked, "How can you prove that you're the owner?" The owner quickly retrieved several documents from the counter, stating, "This shop is under my name. The business license is in my name as well." After a brief glance, Meng Shiwan found no discrepancies and proceeded to take a photo of her ID with her phone. She then instructed, "Find a box, place everything inside, seal it, and write your name on it." The proprietress, bewildered, pondered whether this was not indeed a robbery. Did robbers nowadays even consider a business license? What kind of operation was this? She felt a sense of confusion and, without daring to delay, called over another surviving employee, who promptly complied. The two of them swiftly opened the cabinet and hastily emptied the jewelry into a metal storage box. Meng Shiwan sat nearby, observing their rapid yet unsteady movements. Their faces pale as wax. Surviving for more than half a month must have been quite a challenge. In the corner of the counter, she spotted a nearly empty box of instant noodles, and in the corner stood a bucket of untouched bottled water. It appeared they had been subsisting on that box of noodles until now. The zombie outbreak had persisted for over 20 days. In some areas, food was scarce, and if survivors were too timid to venture out and slay zombies for sustenance, they would perish from hunger. This very reason would significantly diminish the number of survivors. She spoke calmly, "Keep your ID card safe. If you manage to survive and reach the base, find a way to contact me. I shall share half of the points earned from these gold pieces with you. The other half will be my service fee. My name is Meng Shiwan." The proprietress was taken aback, genuinely not expecting such words from Meng Shiwan. She had already mentally prepared herself for the possibility of losing the gold. Gratefully, she quickly expressed her thanks. "Thank you. Thank you. I will remember this." Now, her actions of placing gold into the metal box were filled with sincerity. even extracting some hidden within the cabinet to add to the collection, though the other party clearly possessed the strength to seize it all. There was nothing she could do to stop it. Yet, the promise of returning half was clearly not a mere jest. For the proprietress, this was a tremendous stroke of fortune. She had contemplated these past few days that even if she made it to the base, she might not be able to hold on to the gold. It was heavy, and it would be impossible to carry it all when they left. Even taking some would likely attract unwanted attention. Faced with actual robbers, two women like them would not only struggle to protect the gold, but might even lose their lives. Now, this ability user had assured her that if she reached the base and sought her out, she would return half. The proprietress, relieved of risk, was naturally more than willing. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether this ability user would indeed return what she promised. The proprietress felt that someone who could easily take everything yet offered to return half was not merely toying with her. Moreover, with no other options available, she had no choice but to place her trust in this ability user. All the gold and silver jewelry was packed into the box. Following Meng Shuan's instructions, the proprietress closed the lid, locked it, and inscribed her name upon it with a marker. Fearing the ink might smudge, she meticulously secured it with several layers of tape. Only then did she present the key to Meng Shuan, stammering, "It's all packed. Could you, write down your name for me? I'm afraid I might forget." As she spoke, she hurriedly handed over a piece of paper and a marker. Meng Shuan accepted the key and, taking the pen, inscribed her name on the paper. Rising abruptly, she stored the iron box into her spatial realm and strode away toward the next establishment. The proprietress meticulously folded the papers, placing them alongside her identification into a small leather bag that she slung over her shoulder. A nearby employee expressed concern, questioning whether she would truly return. The proprietress sighed, acknowledging their lack of options and their need to place trust in her. After casting a glance outside to confirm the absence of zombies, she resolved to venture to another shop to procure some food, for hunger gnawed at her. Meng Shuan stood outside, surveying her surroundings for any other jewelry stores. Tao Yalong approached, carrying a basket of jewelry, and placed it before Meng Shuan, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister, here." Meng Shuan stored the items in her spatial realm, her gaze drawn to the dazzling diamond adorning Tao Yalong's middle finger. Feeling a bit shy, Tao Yalong asked, "Sister, we agreed that the supplies we gather this time would be yours. May I keep this ring?" A smile flickered across Meng Shuan's lips. "You may keep it. Thank you." "Sister," Tao Yalong replied, her shyness evident once more. "Sister, I have another small request." Meng Shuan, succinctly, prompted her to continue. With hopeful anticipation, Tao Yalong inquired, "Could you assist us in gathering some food?" She, along with Lei Zhe and Jewin, lacked spatial storage and were in need of sustenance. Having exited the base with only water and compressed biscuits, they longed for something more delectable. Meng Shuan made her way towards a nearby snack shop, with Tao Yalong cheerfully following, showering her with compliments. "Sister, you are not only powerful and beautiful, but also kind-hearted." Upon entering the store, they discovered the presence of the jewelry store's proprietress and her employee. Their gazes locked. The proprietress and her employee transitioned from surprise to complexity, finally settling into suspicion. They acknowledged her strength and beauty, but harbored doubts about her kindness, especially after she had just robbed their store, leaving them uncertain of her intentions. The jewelry store proprietress pondered whether she should greet the two intruders. However, Meng Shuan disregarded them entirely, focusing on gathering supplies. She swiftly stored an entire shelf into her spatial realm, emerging with the shelf now bare, the snacks secured within her domain. In mere moments, a corner of the snack shop was emptied. The proprietress and her employee, alarmed, recognized the urgency of the situation. If they remained dazed, the entire store's inventory would vanish. Like protective cubs, the proprietress clutched several boxes of instant noodles and biscuits, while the employee crouched over boxes of beverages, guarding them fiercely. Observing the anxious duo, Meng Shuan decided to leave them a small portion of food. She then inquired, "Is there a pharmacy nearby?" The proprietress looked up, replying, "Yes, it's located on the commercial street outside the mall. Exit through the side door and walk left for a bit, and you will find it." Meng Shuan turned and exited the snack shop, picking up the vine plant she had previously set aside. The languid vines sprawled upon the ground. Suddenly invigorated by Meng Shuan's infusion of her abilities, swayed gracefully in the air, resembling countless agile serpents. Tao Yalong followed suit, her eyes sparkling with delight. The exhilaration of being accompanied by a formidable ally was unparalleled. This shopping mall was a place she could scarcely have navigated alone, yet with a powerhouse by her side. Everything seemed effortlessly achievable. After sweeping through a gold shop and a silver jewelry counter, the two followed the directions provided by the shopkeeper's wife to seek out a pharmacy. As they exited the mall, the wandering zombies outside began to close in once more, without allowing them to approach. Ming Shiwan commanded hundreds of vines to swiftly pierce through their skulls, simultaneously extracting the crystal cores nestled within. With a shopping basket in hand, the vines that collected the cores would return to her, depositing the treasures into the basket. Observing this sequence of actions, an unexpected phrase popped into Tao Yalong's mind: the little girl picking mushrooms. The impression Meng Shiwan left was not that of a zombie slayer, but rather that of someone foraging in a field of zombies. No, it was more accurate to say she was gathering crystal cores, exuding a remarkable sense of ease and tranquility. She glanced at the 3 meager vines in her possession. Utterly useless. Her only role was to follow closely behind Meng Shiwan. The pharmacy door stood ajar, with a dozen zombies meandering within. Meng Shiwan extended her vines inside, grasping the necks of the zombies and dragging them out. With a swift motion, their heads were severed from their bodies. Entering the pharmacy, Meng Shiwan manipulated the ground outside to form a solid earthen barrier sealing the entrance. The pharmacy was expansive, yet sadly tainted by zombie blood. Tao Yalong meticulously surveyed the interior, discovering not only various Western medications but also a wealth of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs such as deer antlers and ginseng. Given the presence of numerous zombies that had recently roamed the premises, blood had splattered across the shelves and medications. If not thoroughly cleansed, these remnants posed a significant risk. Should they inadvertently bring such contamination back to the base, it could potentially lead to widespread infection. This was precisely why the base enforced stringent disinfection protocols for those entering, including vehicles. After locating the warehouse at the rear of the pharmacy, Meng Shiwan dragged out a stack of cardboard boxes. "Let's get to work," she announced. Knowing that these supplies needed to be loaded onto a truck upon their return, the boxes required some organization, and the bloodstains needed to be meticulously sanitized. Meng Shiwan's space needed to remain available for more valuable supplies once they reached the hospital. Tao Yalong, already clad in gloves, began her labor with disinfectant in hand. She wiped down the bloodstained medications before neatly arranging them into boxes. For those excessively packaged items that contained only a small vial within a large box, she discarded the box, retaining only the essential medication. Oversized ginseng containers were similarly discarded, with the ginseng being extracted and placed into plastic bags for storage in the boxes. 2 individuals labored tirelessly for 2 hours to meticulously organize a vast pharmacy, ultimately filling 12 large boxes. Meng Shiwan stored everything in her space and pushed open the earthen wall, making her way towards the caravan. The nearby gold and drug stores had been thoroughly looted, and they intended to return to assess the progress of the 2 individuals clearing the road. However, as they turned the corner, they beheld a group of men feverishly attempting to pry open her caravan. Approximately 7 or 8 men, armed with hammers and wrenches, surrounded the vehicle, hammering relentlessly at the glass and doors, their mouths spewing curses. "Damn it, what is this caravan made of? We've been hammering for ages, and it hasn't budged an inch. It's unnaturally sturdy. We must act quickly. Once those 2 ability users return, we're finished. Its resilience is our only defense against the zombies. This is our sole opportunity to escape. Put in more effort." The other 4 wielded axes, guarding each direction, ready to strike at any zombies that approached. The group demonstrated a surprising level of coordination. Upon Meng Shiwan's arrival, she had already dispatched a horde of zombies within the mall, and during her visit to the pharmacy, she had attracted yet another swarm. The number of zombies near the caravan had drastically diminished, inadvertently allowing the men an opening. "Damn it!" exclaimed the man responsible for the rear defense, spotting the 2 figures at the corner and letting out a startled shout. Especially alarming were the hundreds of delicate vines controlled by Meng Shiwan, gracefully undulating in the air, resembling countless slender serpents. "Oldly, what are you yelling about?" questioned a nearby companion, drawn by the commotion. They turned to look and were immediately stricken with fear, their faces draining of color. They had intended to steal the caravan for their base, yet they were acutely aware that they were no match for the ability users. Now confronted by the owner, they froze, halting their actions and gathering together, warily eyeing the 2. Tao Yalong, exasperated, snapped, "What are you staring at? Get lost." Upon hearing this, the men did not hesitate. They turned and ran towards the mall entrance. However, they had scarcely taken 2 steps when the serpentine vines pierced through their chests. As they were withdrawn, they sprayed forth a jet of crimson blood. and the men stared in shock at their bleeding chests before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Tao Yalong was taken aback by the scene, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief as she gazed at Meng Shirwan. She had never anticipated that Meng Shirwan would suddenly resort to murder. Although these men had intended to steal the caravan, they had not succeeded. Allowing them to leave would have sufficed. There was no need for such lethal action. Since joining the rescue team, she had learned to never abandon a survivor and to strive to save as many lives as possible. Now, engaged in a mission, she was unable to evacuate the survivors present. Dispersing these greedy individuals seemed to her the most appropriate course of action. Little did she know, Meng Shirwan had chosen a far more drastic measure. They were ability users, adept at exterminating zombies. However, they are humans, are kind. Tao Yara carefully inquired, "Sister, they don't deserve death, do they?" Meng Shirwan shrugged nonchalantly, as if she had merely crushed a few ants. "Damn it," she exclaimed, striding towards the RV. Tao Yaru remained rooted in place, her throat constricted as if a stone lodged within, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Chapter 70. Terrifying strength. She fixated on the fresh corpse on the ground, her mind slow to process the scene before she ascended the ladder to the rooftop. Previously, she had perceived Meng Shirwan as perpetually cold, a demeanor stemming from her high status. Meng Shirwan assisted them in their tasks, even inquiring if the owner was present when they planned to rob the gold store. Tao Yaru believed that beneath her icy exterior, her sister possessed a warm heart. Now, however, her understanding shifted. This was not aloofness, but sheer ruthlessness. She was fierce in dispatching zombies, and equally unyielding in taking human lives. Just as Tao Yara settled on the rooftop, Meng Shirwan's voice emerged from the driver's cabin. "If my RV were an ordinary one, they might have shattered the glass and stolen it. What fate would befall my cat?" The moment they entertained malicious thoughts, it became a contest. They were strong while we were weak. They would seize the RV, and neither of us would fare well. Now, the tables had turned. We were powerful, and they must accept their grim fate. Moreover, such individuals would prey on the weak at the base, potentially endangering many innocent lives. Eliminating them could indeed be a service to the community. Meng Shirwan started the vehicle, turning it around. The cat, Tazu, leapt onto Meng Shirwan's lap, relishing her caresses. Meng Shirwan had no intention of providing explanations. She was not a virtuous person. Those who provoked her should prepare for dire consequences. Yet, with days of teamwork ahead, it seemed prudent to clarify her stance, lest they misconstrue her as a villain of the utmost heinousness. Tao Yaru grasped the small pole, contemplating Meng Shirwan's words, finding a semblance of truth in them. These individuals, emboldened to attempt seizing the RV, would surely do the same to others at the base. Having failed to overpower them, would this band of men not also fail against others? If they stole food and medicine from others, those individuals would suffer, potentially facing starvation or illness. Thus, ridding the world of such people could indeed be a blessing, preventing further harm. Survivors existed here. Why did only they come to assault the RV? "Sister, you seem to make a valid point," she mused. Meng Shirwan merely smiled, remaining silent. She held principles and boundaries, albeit slightly more bloodied and extreme than most. Clearing the obstacles on their way there had made their return much smoother. As the RV parked beside the truck, the tow trucks had vanished without a trace. The road ahead, aside from numerous wandering zombies, was clear. Vehicles that had once congested the path were now abandoned on the opposite side. Tao Yaru, carrying 2 bags of compressed biscuits and water, jumped back into the truck's driver's cabin. Meng Shirwan extended her hand to press against the side of the truck. The supplies she had gathered from the mall now nestled within the cargo hold. Tao Yalong regained her previous cheerful demeanor, saying, "Sister, let us seek out Lei Zhe and Jiawen." "All right, you drive ahead," she replied. The camper remained stationary as Meng Shirwan glanced at the time, already 2 in the afternoon. Since she had boarded the vehicle, Tisu had burrowed into her arms, incessantly lamenting her neglect in providing food. It seemed acceptable for Meng Shirwan to endure hunger for a meal, but for Tisu to do so was akin to cruelty. Meng Shirwan firmly grasped Tisu's meowing mouth, saying, all right, I understand. I shall fetch you some food at once. Meow, you promised to return shortly. Yet you have taken so long. Are you not coming back?" Tisu, undeterred, meowed even more vehemently. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Shirwan cradled the feisty Tisu and returned to the camper. She first opened a can of soup for Tisu, silencing its cries. Observing the cat relishing its meal, Meng Shirwan finally felt at ease. gently stroking its tail as she retrieved a mango popsicle from the refrigerator and popped it into her mouth. She then poured some cat food into Tisu's bowl, adding a splash of milk. After consuming 2 bowls of food, Tisu was finally satiated and begrudgingly forgave Meng Shiwan for her earlier neglect. Meng Shiwan playfully tapped Tisu on the head, teasing, "You little glutton." Tisu turned its head away in disapproval. Meng Shiwan then took out a serving of tomato beef rice from the refrigerator, complemented by a large cup of iced kumquat lemon tea. After enjoying her meal, she pushed open the side door of the camper. She retrieved a vine seed, which, once cultivated, sprouted numerous tendrils. Meng Shiwan placed it atop the iron cabinet reserved for shoes. Opening the cabinet door, she commanded a vine to coil around the raincoat and rubber shoes within, then opened the side compartment of the chassis to stow them away securely. With her metallic hand, she forcefully jabbed a finger into the upper section of the iron cabinet, creating a hole. Having completed these tasks, she directed the vines to attack the surrounding zombies, capable of decimating hundreds with a single strike. Some vines excavated crystal cores, which she expertly guided back to deposit into the newly formed hole. Perfect. Meng Shiwan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having devised yet another method for acquiring crystal cores. Albeit with a slight expenditure of her powers. She closed the camper door, and once Tisu had filled its belly, it lay sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. She returned to the driver's seat and drove off to find Tao Yalong and the others. The blades at the front of the camper whirred as they harvested zombies and collected crystal cores. As she drove, she simultaneously controlled the vines to attack nearby zombies, diligently gathering more crystal cores. Tao Yalong stood in the cabin, directing a vine that delivered packaged water and food to Leisha's driver's seat. When Leisha opened the window and leaned out to grab the supplies, he turned his head to witness the tendrils behind him mercilessly dispatching wave after wave of zombies. He was immediately taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth is that?" And Jia-Wen, who had just acquired some food and was enjoying a drink while gnawing on chicken feet, quickly poked his head out from the driver's cabin upon hearing the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene behind him, the chicken foot he held fell onto the head of a nearby zombie. The zombie howled in frustration, attempting to bite in Jia-Wen's head, but the spikes surrounding the vehicle prevented it from climbing up. "Heavens, have the plants come to life?" Tao Yarong remarked silently. "That is my sister's wood-based ability." She had already been astonished, and now it was their turn to be shocked. In Jia-Wen, Leisha. As expected, upon hearing Tao Yarong's words, both of them gasped in astonishment. "For elemental abilities? Your sister possesses 4 elemental abilities? That's incredibly powerful. How can she be so strong?" Tao Yarong bit her lip and finally spoke. "No, my sister has 5 elemental abilities. She also possesses an earth-based ability." The two were left with their mouths agape, nearly dislocating their jaws. Meng Shiwan arrived to witness this scene and rolled down the car window, inquiring, "What are you all doing? Didn't I bring you food? Why are you still dawdling?" And Jia-Wen and Lei Zhou were at a loss for how to respond to Meng Shiwan, utterly awestruck by her formidable prowess. Up until now, they had never even heard of anyone with dual elemental abilities, let alone someone with 5. If this news were to reach the base, the higher-ups would surely be in a frenzy. Chapter 71. The stubborn seed takes possession. Lei Zhou snapped his jaw shut, which had nearly unhinged, and took the food that Tao Yarong sent over. "Sister, your wood-based ability looks truly magnificent." Meng Shiwan urged them to get to work. "Hurry up. You 3 will take turns clearing the road tonight. Tao Yarong will accompany me later to raid a few pharmacies." The others responded in unison. "All right, sister. There aren't many jewelry stores, but pharmacies are abundant." On the street they were traveling, they had already spotted 2 small pharmacies and a clinic. With cars piled high on both sides of the street, they were unable to drive directly to the pharmacy, forcing them to go in on foot. Meng Shiwan led the way, using vines to dispatch waves of zombies. Tao Yarong brought up the rear, eliminating any zombies that dared to approach. Once inside the pharmacy, they proceeded as before, organizing and packing supplies into their storage space. After clearing 2 pharmacies and a clinic, the sky had darkened. As they returned, the road-clearing vehicle had advanced a bit further. Tao Yarong returned to the driver's cabin of the truck and discussed the plan for the 3 of them to take turns clearing roadblocks with Lei Zhou and Jia-Wen in the group chat. Meng Shiwan placed the collected supplies into the truck's compartment, walked over to the RV, opened the iron cabinet, and retrieved a shopping basket filled with crystal cores. On the other side of the RV, she opened the gray water tank outlet to wash away the bloodstains. Suddenly, a zombie, oblivious to its impending doom, lunged at Meng Shirwan from behind. She did not even glance back. The icicles forming around her swiftly ended the life of her assailant. After cleansing the bloodstains from the basket and rinsing it with clean water, she returned to the driver's seat to empty the crystal core collection box. What followed was her favorite activity, counting the crystal cores. Meng Shirwan placed the shopping basket on the small table and sat on the sofa, meticulously extracting each crystal core from the basket and counting them one by one. Tisu, with its round, glistening eyes and tilted head, observed intently. When intrigued, it extended its paw into the basket to retrieve a crystal core, only to be swiftly swatted away by Meng Shirwan. Tisu. The spirit of stubbornness possessed it. Refusing to be deterred, it persisted in its attempts. Its paw darted into the basket and quickly withdrew. After a fleeting glance at Meng Shirwan to ensure she was unresponsive, it stealthily plunged its little paw back in, snagging a crystal core, but nearly toppling the basket in the process. With a sigh, Meng Shirwan gave its head a gentle pat and tossed a ruby ring onto the ground for it to play with. Instantly captivated by the rolling ring, Tisu pressed its head against the table, wiggling its rear before darting off to paw at the ruby. Finally, Meng Shirwan found a moment of peace. From the time she left for the market until now, spanning the late morning to evening, she had amassed a remarkable total of 85 crystal cores. This was indeed an excellent yield. Previously, while operating the blade roller on the heavily infested highway, she had only managed to collect around 100 cores over a full 24 hours. Now, in just a matter of half a day, she had gathered 85, the majority of which were procured through her manipulation of vines to hunt zombies. Meng Shirwan summoned a perspective view of the RV, intending to use all 85 crystal cores to expand the medicine cabinet. Various medical instruments occupied considerable space, necessitating a larger area to accommodate more. Once this was accomplished, she surveyed the RV and a brilliant idea struck her. With so much space now available, why was the interior still so cluttered? Snacks were crammed into the crevices of the sofa, several boxes of drinks were stacked at the rear, and there were 2 weapons along with ammunition. The passenger seat was stuffed to the brim with everyday supplies and winter clothing. The second floor was even more chaotic, filled with an abundance of items. Meng Shirwan resolved to reorganize the RV and its space. She focused her mind on merging the 2 cubic meters from the second floor with the refrigerator space. As she contemplated this, 1 cubic meter of rice and 1 cubic meter of cooking salt from the second floor materialized into the refrigerator space. Meng Shirwan's eyes lit up. Indeed, the space was movable. She then relocated the medicine cabinet space to 3 cubic meters within the refrigerator area. Snacks from the sofa, beverages from the rear, and cooking essentials such as flour, noodles, cooking oil, and spices from the second floor were all neatly placed within this 3 cubic meter space. Now, the refrigerator space totaled 20 cubic meters. Anything edible was now stored within this refrigerated area. Cured meats, desserts, vegetables, meats, seasonings, rice, edible salt, snacks, and so forth. A cubic meter of storage from the side cabinet of the chassis was relocated to the second floor, along with an additional 2 cubic meters from the medicine cabinet. The living essentials on the second floor, as well as supplies from the passenger seat, were arranged within. With this meticulous organization, the entire RV became remarkably bright, and the second floor space was entirely liberated. Meng Shirwan glanced around to assess the situation in each area. Currently, the medicine cabinet holds 144 cubic meters, of which 143 cubic meters remain unoccupied. The refrigerator has a capacity of 20 cubic meters. The second floor offers 3 cubic meters filled with kitchenware and daily necessities. The seed cabinet occupies 8 cubic meters, completely stocked with seeds. The wardrobe encompasses 7 cubic meters, entirely filled with clothing and household textiles. The diesel tank has a capacity of 47 cubic meters, while the gasoline tank mirrors this. The fresh water tank holds 42 cubic meters, and the purified water tank contains 22 cubic meters. There is a 2 cubic meter fish pond and a 10 square meter farm. It was only after this organization that Meng Shirwan realized how industrious she had been over the past half-month, unknowingly expanding her space and accumulating so many supplies. Checking the time, she noted it was just past 7 in the evening, still early. The second-floor terrace was finally cleared, and today she intended to make good use of it. Treading lightly, she ascended the stairs, her ruby ring glinting, and upon reaching the empty second floor, she cautiously explored, rolling about in the space. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Shirwan retrieved beef, lamb, and pork from the refrigerator, along with barbecue seasonings. She sliced the meats into thicker pieces and marinated them with the spices. Additionally, she caught a fish and some shrimp and crabs from the pond, ensuring they were thoroughly cleaned. She washed some lettuce leaves and prepared a fruit platter for the evening's barbecue. With the remote control in hand, she ascended to the second floor and raised the RV's roof. The outside heat rushed in instantly, engulfing the coolness within the vehicle. Treading lightly, the little creature, Tread Snow, froze momentarily, staring fearfully at Meng Shirwan. The last outing had left it terrified of the heat. Meng Shirwan unleashed her ice abilities, enveloping the entire second floor in a chilling aura until the temperature once again dropped. Tread Snow sighed in relief and scampered over to rub against Meng Shirwan's leg. Once the roof was elevated, the expansive view surrounding them was breathtaking. Meng Shirwan surveyed her surroundings and noticed a nearby milk tea shop. The establishment boasted wooden outdoor tables and chairs, exuding a charming ambience. She deftly manipulated a vine to reach over and wrap around a table and 2 chairs, bringing them to the second floor, where they fit perfectly. Descending once more, she retrieved the prepared ingredients and brought them upstairs, extracting an electric pancake maker from the storage and plugging it into preheat. Although a charcoal grill was unavailable, the electric pancake maker would suffice for grilling meat. Meng Shirwan returned downstairs to fetch a few bottles of ice-cold beer from the refrigerator, then ascended to sit in a chair. With a metallic finger, she pried open a beer cap and took a hearty swig, sinking into the chair with a contented sigh. The surrounding walls of the RV stood a meter high, and a series of light strips adorned the fence and the perimeter of the roof. As warm light cascaded down, a cozy warmth enveloped this perilous and frigid night. Meng Shirwan sat upright, drizzling oil onto the electric griddle, and, with tongs, she lifted the marinated slices of meat, placing them onto the grill, where they sizzled and crackled. The aroma of the meat instantly filled the air. Meow. Treading lightly in the snow, the little cat leapt onto a nearby chair, eyes wide with longing. Be patient, dear kitty, Meng Shirwan coaxed, adding a few shrimp to the grill. The warm light contrasted with the chill of the night, as grilled meat, chilled beer, fruits, and the little cat created a scene of comfort that was soothing to the soul, even in the apocalypse. Chapter 72. The strange and bizarre beauty. The enticing scent of grilled meat, mingled with the fresh, sanguine essence of flesh, drew the nearby zombies, who howled and lunged toward her. Some even leapt from upper floors, intent on gnawing at Meng Shirwan's head. Seated on the second floor, her meal was not merely a meal. She commanded hundreds of vine-like tendrils to attack the advancing undead. With each swift strike, hundreds of zombies fell lifeless. The agile vines danced in the night, reaping the lives of the relentless horde. Simultaneously, they stirred the heads of the zombies, extracting their crystalline cores and depositing them into a metal box by the side door. The bloodshed surrounding the RV did nothing to disrupt the tranquility of the second-floor terrace. Meng Shirwan peeled shrimp for the little cat, using her ice abilities to cool them down before offering them to its tiny mouth. The cat delicately nibbled, embodying grace. Meng Shirwan picked up a piece of grilled lamb, dipped it in seasoning, wrapped it in lettuce, and added a touch of spicy kimchi and seaweed, savoring the exquisite flavors that only she could fully appreciate. A sip of bubbling beer completed this delightful little life, a true marvel to behold. Taoirong also found life to be quite pleasant. Seated in the truck's cabin, the air conditioning shielded her from the heat. As she prepared to relieve Injewen later in the night for roadblock clearance, she munched on a packaged chicken leg, sipping milk, with instant noodles, spicy snacks, and bread at her side. Though this mission was fraught with danger, it was also the happiest she had felt. To spend most of her time in the cool cabin amidst the sweltering heat, with an abundance of snacks, was a remarkable existence, especially in the apocalypse. Not suffering from heat or hunger, with plentiful food, what more could one desire? Lei Zhe and Injewen, operating the debris-clearing machine, shared this sentiment as they snacked. Setting aside the dangers that lay ahead at the central hospital, the journey there was a relaxed one, a stark contrast to their previous mission at the water treatment plant. Recalling past events, they cursed Meng Qingyue and Gu Jinsheng in their hearts. The perilous task they had undertaken was entirely the fault of those 2 troublesome individuals. Lei Zhe was scolding when he suddenly sniffed, uncertainly asking in the group voice chat, "Do you smell something like barbecued meat?" And Jiawen, cracking sunflower seeds, replied, "No, I don't smell anything. I only catch the scent of the chicken feet I just gnawed on." Tao Yaru also sniffed, "Now that you mention it, there does seem to be a smell of barbecued meat, but I don't see any survivors around. In such circumstances, who still has the leisure to eat barbecued meat?" She paused abruptly, a thought striking her mind. Leisha and Injeon were taken aback as well, and moments later, the three heads simultaneously emerged from the driver's cabin to look back. What they beheld was an astonishing scene. In the night, the agile vines resembled black, slithering snakes, viciously dispatching one zombie after another. The sight, combined with the thrumming horde of the undead and the cacophony of their moans, was both eerie and terrifying. Yet, at the heart of this scene of chaos, a warm light illuminated the surroundings. Beneath this gentle glow sat a slender young girl clad in black sportswear, her ponytail tied high, revealing a delicate profile. She lounged in an outdoor chair, sipping a drink adorned with droplets of water. Beside her, a plump cat gazed hungrily at the food on the table. The girl, with a hint of exasperation, leaned over to offer a piece of meat to the feline. What a heartwarming and beautiful tableau, oddly juxtaposed against the gruesome backdrop of destruction. Leisha swallowed hard. For some reason, the sister exuded an unsettling aura that sent chills down his spine, even amidst such a beautiful scene. Tao Yaru found the chicken leg in her hand suddenly unappetizing, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Barbecue. All I can think of is barbecue. It smells so good. I wish I could be that girl's cat. And Jiawen dropped the sunflower seeds from his mouth, realizing, I thought things were fine just a moment ago, but now it's clear I was wrong. I want barbecue too. Their fleeting sense of contentment shattered. They were now consumed by thoughts of the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. How could there be such a vast disparity among those with abilities? Compared to the sister's life, what were they even living? Tao Yaru found her limbs no longer obeying her, as she started the vehicle and drove the truck towards the RV. Leisha was stunned. Tao Yaru, what are you doing? Ignoring his call, she aligned the front of her vehicle with the RV, leaning out of the window. Sister, how about sharing some food? Leisha and Jiawen. Is this the world of foodies? Meng Sherwan observed the eager gazes directed at her, fell silent for a moment, then picked up a plate, transferring a platter of freshly grilled meat onto it before handing it to Tao Yaru. Tao Yaru was overjoyed, quickly accepting it. Thank you, sister, you're truly wonderful. Meanwhile, the cat, Pakshu, glared at her with hostility. It had waited long for the grilled fish, and just as it was ready, someone else snatched it away. How could it endure this? Tao Yaruang gazed at the fierce Tushue, who was holding a platter of roasted meat, feeling somewhat at a loss. Meng Sherwan tapped Tushue on the head, assuring her that she would grill more for her later. Tushue sulked angrily in her chair. Tao Yaruang, holding the plate, felt a bit embarrassed, as if she were competing with the cat for food. Should I return this fish to her? Meng Sherwan chuckled, saying to go ahead. She then produced several bottles of chilled beer and a large watermelon, handing them over. Tao Yaruang's eyes widened in surprise. Thank you, sister. You truly are my dear sister. Meng Sherwan, finding her chatter bothersome, urged her to move along. Come on, don't delay me from slaying zombies. All right, Tao Yaruang replied, driving the truck to follow behind the clearing vehicle, sharing food with Leisha and Injeon. When Leisha tasted the roasted meat and sipped the cold beer, he was deeply moved. Cold beer, roasted meat, and watermelon. I can hardly believe I can enjoy this now. If I survive this mission, I'll continue following my sister. And Jiawen, with a mouthful of roasted meat, mumbled, if you want to follow your sister, she must be willing to let you. Tao Yaruang, munching away, reflected, I always have this feeling that being with my sister might lead to endless good days. I don't know why I think this, but I just do. The trio held complex feelings towards Meng Sherwan. She could be ruthless and terrifyingly powerful, often seeming cold, yet at times, she also appeared quite kind, as evidenced by her willingness to share food with them. Throughout their journey together, they had yet to encounter significant danger. When faced with hordes of zombies, Meng Sherwan would charge to the front. She could be intensely fierce, yet also genuinely compassionate. Meng Sherwan listened quietly to the chatter in the group chat, while catching an Australian lobster from the fish pond and preparing some side dishes before returning to the second floor. All right, this time we won't eat fish, we'll have the big lobster. It's even more delicious, she coaxed the sulking Tushue, enjoying a relaxed evening of roasting meat and slaying zombies. Upon seeing the lobster, Tushue begrudgingly forgave her caretaker. Little cats are so prone to anger, yet they are also easily soothed. Chapter 73. The unique conviction from the big shot Meng Sherwan leisurely savored the roasted meat, taking in the night view while dispatching zombies. It was not until after midnight that she began to tidy up and prepare for bed. Tushue curled up on the adjacent chair, her head buried in her belly, sleeping soundly. When Meng Shirwan stood up to clear the dishes, she inadvertently startled Tu Shue, who blinked her round eyes in confusion. Meng Shirwan laughed. Go sleep downstairs. Tu Shue stood on the chair, wiggling her rear as she stretched and made her way downstairs. Meng Shirwan pressed the remote, causing the roof of the vehicle to slowly descend. After washing the dishes and storing them away, she changed into comfortable pajamas and cuddled with Tu Shue in bed. The lights in the RV dimmed, while the clawing and howling zombies surrounded the vehicle, scratching at it relentlessly. Suddenly, it seemed as though they had lost their purpose, staring vacantly with hollow eyes as they surged towards the active clearing machine ahead. In the depths of the night, Jie Wen continued his diligent work, sipping coffee while observing the horde of zombies approaching from behind, humming a soft tune. The clearing machine was well fortified, rendering these undead invaders unable to breach its defenses. He felt secure within the confines of the driver's cabin. As the night progressed, Tao Yarong drove her truck to catch up with the clearing vehicle. She leapt from the roof of the truck onto the clearing machine, deftly rolling into the driver's cabin to take over from Jie Wen. When Meng Shirwan awoke, the sun blazed fiercely outside. Glancing at the time, she noted it was just past 8 in the morning. After a night of effort, a long stretch of road had been cleared ahead. The clearing machine and the truck were no longer visible, leaving only the horrific, grotesque zombies wandering aimlessly. Meng Shirwan did not rush to catch up. Instead, she decided to wash up and have breakfast first. She opened a can of meat for her cat, Ta Shui, and poured some cat food. From the fridge, she retrieved some fried dough sticks and a simple cold dish for her own breakfast. Sitting at the kitchen counter, she gazed out the window at the street beyond. Under the oppressive heat, the air shimmered with distortion. The zombies outside, their flesh shriveled, resembled mummies that had been desiccated for a month, meandering without direction. A sizable pile of desiccated zombie corpses lay strewn across the ground, remnants of her handiwork from the previous night. Merely observing this scene ignited a simmering heat within her. Meow. After finishing her meal, Ta Shui perched on the shoe cabinet, looking at Meng Shirwan and meowing. Meng Shirwan declined her request, stating that they were about to set out and would collect catnip from the farm later that evening. Meow. Ta Shui, somewhat displeased, slumped onto the sofa but did not protest further. Meng Shirwan patted her head before heading to the driver's seat to start the vehicle in search of Tao Yarong and the others. After navigating a couple of turns, she finally spotted their vehicles. They had successfully cleared 2 streets overnight, demonstrating commendable efficiency. One clearing machine and the truck were halted midway, while another clearing machine continued its diligent work a couple of 100 meters ahead. Meng Shirwan parked her RV beside the truck and lowered a window to inquire about the situation. Leisha poked his head out from the driver's cabin, exclaiming, "Sister, we're out of fuel. The nearby cars mostly run on gasoline. Diesel is hard to come by." Meng Shirwan asked, "Do you have a fuel pump?" Leisha nodded. "Yes, we have one on our vehicle." Meng Shirwan revved the engine and positioned her RV next to the clearing machine, stating, "Draw from my tank." Leisha hesitated. "Sister, if you take your fuel, what will happen to your RV?" Tao Yarong leaned out of the truck's driver's cabin, exasperated. "Seriously? Don't you remember? My sister has spatial abilities. If she says to draw, just do it without worry." Leisha smacked his forehead. "How could I forget? I'll handle it right now." He grabbed the fuel pump and exited the driver's cabin, unleashing his lightning abilities, causing the surrounding zombies to sizzle and smoke. Meng Shirwan secured the doors and windows, instructing Ta Shui, "I'm going out to hunt. You stay home and behave." "Meow, go ahead." In the midst of a snowy landscape, Ta Shui languidly reclined on the sofa, indulging in her slumber. Meng Shirwan exited the driver's seat, instructing Leisha to manage things on his own while she and Tao Yalong continued their venture into the wilderness. "All right, sister," Tao Yalong replied, turning off the engine and stepping out to greet Leisha. "Please refuel my truck when you have a moment." "Understood," Leisha answered, preoccupied with fending off zombies while manipulating the fuel pump, unable to glance up. Meng Shirwan wielded her vine-like powers to dispatch the undead, advancing towards a nearby store with Tao Yalong closely trailing her. This street was predominantly lined with furniture and building materials, with scarcely a pharmacy in sight. As they passed a hardware store, she paused to admire the array of tools within: chainsaws, electric saws, lawnmowers, cutting machines, and more. These items could prove invaluable. It would be wise to collect them. The chainsaws and electric saws, in particular, would serve as formidable weapons against the zombies. Tao Yalong stood guard at the entrance, fending off the undead to afford Meng Shirwan the necessary time to gather supplies. With few goldsmiths or pharmacies in the vicinity, the two ventured further down the street. For 3 days, the duo of girls scavenged while the boys cleared the path, and at last, they made their way into the central area. This region was densely populated, and upon entering, they encountered significantly heightened pressure. The zombies swarmed like ants from a disturbed nest, their numbers overwhelming. A glance down the road revealed a sea of bobbing zombie heads, creating substantial obstacles for their clearing machine. The iron spikes surrounding the vehicle offered diminished defense, as the undead climbed atop one another, threatening to engulf the vehicles entirely. Fortunately, they had reinforced the windows with steel plates. Otherwise, the glass would have shattered under the relentless assault, allowing the zombies to invade and attack. However, the steel plates obscured their view of the road ahead, rendering navigation impossible. The 4 vehicles were completely besieged by the horde, unable to advance. Desperate, Leja called for assistance within the group. "Sister, what should we do next? We can't get through." Despite his mental preparations regarding the challenges of the Central District, the sight through the gap still sent chills down his spine. Thankfully, he was sheltered in the driver's seat. Had he been outside, it was likely he would have exhausted his abilities and perished among the horde. He now pondered whether they could truly complete their mission at the Central Hospital and if they would survive to return. Tao Yalong and Njia felt equally powerless in the current predicament, awaiting Meng Shiwan's directive. It seemed that only a superior could resolve their plight. Meng Shiwan finished the last bite of her sweet cone with a satisfying crunch. "Clear the way. Allow me to lead the charge," she declared. Until then, she had focused on scavenging and accumulating resources and crystal cores, not contributing to clearing the obstacles. Given the current circumstances, her involvement was imperative. Otherwise, they would never reach the Central Hospital. "Understood, sister, we will make way immediately," Tao Yalong responded, promptly springing into action. They were uncertain about how Meng Shiwan could possibly resolve the overwhelming horde of zombies and the obstructive vehicles on the road. However, their faith in her was unwavering and unconditional. If Meng Shiwan asserted that there was a solution, then indeed, there was one. This must be the unique charisma that emanates from someone of her stature. Chapter 74. Unparalleled prowess. Tao Yalong commanded the vines to emerge from the driver's cabin, acting as makeshift windshield wipers, sweeping away the zombies that had crawled onto the hood. She maneuvered the vehicle to the side, and Jiawen utilized his earth-based abilities to cause the ground to tremble, dislodging the zombies from the tow truck, thereby clearing the view for driving. Leja summoned bolts of lightning that struck down upon the zombies before the windows. Each displayed their unique talents. Eventually, Meng Shiwan took the wheel of the RV, positioning herself at the front of the convoy, having cleared a path. Ahead lay a chaotic array of vehicles, all teeming with zombies. The mere sight was nerve-wracking, let alone the task of clearing the road. And Jiawen inquired, "Sister, how can we assist?" Meng Shiwan replied in a calm and composed tone, devoid of any hint of urgency, "Just don't fall behind." Tao Yalong's excited voice rang out, "Oh my goodness, sister. You have no idea how cool you sounded when you said that. I feel like I'm falling for you. You're even more charming than those domineering male leads in novels." It was amusing. Anyone trapped among a swarm of zombies would find it incredibly impressive to hear someone confidently declare a means of escape without needing assistance, merely requesting that they keep pace. Meng Shiwan remarked. Leja and Njioen finally understood why girls were so captivated by stories of powerful male figures. The sensation of being protected by someone formidable was undeniably exhilarating. They focused intently on the unfolding situation, eager to see how Meng Shiwan would extricate them from this predicament. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. The vines from the RV surged forward like a writhing mass of serpents. They climbed upon the obstructing vehicles, which then vanished from sight. Vanished? The trio nearly doubted their own eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, they confirmed that the vehicles had indeed disappeared. They were aware of Meng Shiwan's spatial abilities, but had always assumed her space was limited. Otherwise, the gold and medicine she had collected would not have been stored in the truck. Now, witnessing vehicle after vehicle disappearing, they realized that her spatial capacity was undoubtedly substantial. The zombies that had stood atop the vehicles tumbled to the ground with a cacophony of groans. Given the density of the zombies, even without the vehicles blocking the road, navigating through this horde would have proven difficult. As they pondered this, several vines swept across, clearing the zombies from the path, allowing the RV to advance. Meng Shiwan's voice called out, "Keep up." It was only then that the three of them snapped back to reality, hastily starting their vehicles and closely tailing the RV. The obstructive vehicles vanished, and the vines swept away the horde of zombies, allowing the vehicles to advance in perfect harmony. Simultaneously, Meng Shirwang manipulated a vine to stretch into the adjacent lane. The vehicles stored in her space were cast onto the neighboring road. This was a newfound skill that Meng Shirwang had discovered over the past few days. Perhaps it was due to her ability being infused into the vines. Anything the vines touched could be retrieved from her space. This would greatly facilitate her operations, enabling the current maneuver with ease. Leisha marveled in his heart at how effortlessly Meng Shirwang resolved the predicament that had previously obstructed them. How formidable she was, and Jiawen was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with amazement. If a level 5 ability user was this powerful, one could only imagine the strength of a level 10. Tao Yurong, driving the truck at the rear, found herself at a loss for words. She was genuinely in awe of Meng Shirwang's abilities, wholeheartedly impressed. Only Meng Shirwang understood that her strength stemmed from the synergy of multiple abilities. Were she merely a single-type level 5 ability user, whether in space, metal, or wood, she might not have been able to resolve their current predicament so effortlessly. Reflecting on this, she felt that her replication ability was indeed remarkably potent. She still harbored lingering thoughts about whether she had awakened her replication ability in her past life. If she had, yet remained oblivious, it would have been a bitter irony to endure 3 years of suffering, ultimately perishing amidst a horde of zombies. That would truly be unjust. Meng Shirwang wielded her powers as the convoy proceeded slowly yet steadily. Upon reaching the central district, they were not far from the central hospital. Just as her abilities were about to be exhausted, she finally caught sight of the large characters spelling out Central Hospital on the high-rise. The sky had darkened, and Meng Shirwang informed the 3 of them that they would rest here for the night and set off for the hospital the following morning. Understood, they responded in unison. A weighty atmosphere enveloped them as they prepared for their most significant challenge, rescuing survivors at the Central Hospital. Just days before the outbreak, a rampant flu had filled the hospitals to capacity. The danger level was exceedingly high. Feigning nonchalance, Leisha proposed a pact in the group chat. Let us make a promise. Whoever survives and returns tomorrow will help look after each other's families. I can't help but worry about them. After a long silence, Jiawen's voice broke through. All right. Tao Yurong tried to lighten the mood. What are you thinking? We will all return alive. We won't die. We must survive. Yet, even as she spoke, uncertainty nagged at her. The zombies on the road had become so dense that it felt as though they could pile up. The situation in the hospital would likely be even worse. For them, the low-level ability users, the chances of emerging alive from such a confrontation were slim. What compelled them to risk their lives despite knowing the dangers was their sense of responsibility towards their families. Ordinary people struggled to survive within the base. However, as long as they were part of the rescue team, their families would have enough to eat, their basic needs would be met, and their safety assured. If they returned alive, they would continue to care for their loved ones. They have perished, yet the base will honor the families of these heroic sacrifices, ensuring their loved ones can survive in safety and abundance amidst the apocalypse. This understanding, that their lives could be exchanged for the stability of their families, is precisely why they ventured forth, aware of the daunting challenges and the grim odds they faced. Meng Shirwang gazed at the imposing letters of the Central Hospital, her expression shrouded in ambiguity. Awaiting her was not merely a horde of zombies, but potentially other humans as well. With such a calm journey thus far, she found it incredulous that Meng Qinghua would miss the opportunity to eliminate her so easily. Let them come, for she would confront gods and demons alike. Should all else fail, she still possessed a means of escape by transitioning back to her RV from the farm. She retrieved the crystal cores from her collection box, bringing together the bounty she had amassed over the past few days. The collection filled more than half of a shopping basket, a significant yield. Sitting on the sofa, Meng Shirwang indulged in her favorite pastime of counting the crystal cores. First, she tallied 100 cores, then accessed the marketplace to purchase a power enhancement liquid. Initially, she had intended to buy a power replenishment liquid, but deemed the enhancement liquid to be a more prudent investment. The replenishment liquid required 50 cores and merely restored exhausted powers, while the enhancement liquid not only replenished, but also elevated her powers further, a far more advantageous choice. Counting her remaining cores, she found 736 left. Over the past 3 to 4 days, she had garnered a total of 836 cores, half of which were acquired through her relentless battles against the zombies. Meng Shirwang summoned the RV schematic, allocating all 736 cores to upgrade the medicine cabinet's capacity. Now, the cabinet space totaled 880 cubic meters. Having fought her way in, she was determined to seize everything salvageable from the hospital for in 2 months. When the tsunami struck, everything would be rendered useless. Chapter 75. My sister is level 5, not invincible that evening. Meng Sherwan retrieved a spicy stir-fried pork rice bowl from the fridge space and served a portion of cat food to Tanwei. After both human and feline had their fill, they ventured into the farm to unwind. Under the moonlight, the farm thrived with vitality, fruits and vegetables flourishing with vigor. A shimmering pond sparkled, with fish leaping and sending ripples across the surface. In such a serene environment, one could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of relaxation. However, Tanwei sat beside the catnip, surrounded by cacti, gazing at her with an almost eerie intensity that felt somewhat out of place. Meng Sherwan approached and laid down by the pond, her hands clasped behind her head as she gazed at the crescent moon above. Tanwei, don't just stare at the catnip. Go explore a bit. When it's time to leave, I'll pick some for you. Tanwei glanced at her absent-minded owner, let out a heavy sigh, and ambled toward the vegetable patch. The catnip was firmly in the hands of her human, and she had no choice but to relent. Tanwei, perhaps distracted by the sight of flying insects, frolicked about in the vegetable garden. Meng Sherwan inhaled the fresh, grassy air, her thoughts drifting freely. As she continued to gather supplies, she ensured to stockpile anything potentially useful. Her ambition was to expand the farm further, to create a larger sanctuary. She envisioned residing within the farm, constructing a splendid house, cultivating a sea of flowers, planting fruit trees, growing crops, and raising fish, shrimp, and poultry. The thought of having an abundance of meat, vegetables, and fruits every day conjured an idyllic life that seemed quite appealing. She and Tisu could live here, comfortably awaiting the end of the calamity. The duration of the disaster remained uncertain, and its conclusion was equally ambiguous. Yet, it mattered little. As long as she and Tisu stayed on the farm, they would remain unaffected. The more Meng Sherwan pondered, the more promising the future appeared. Resolutely, she sat up. Rising from her resting position, there was no time for idleness. She intended to gather supplies swiftly so that she could return and relax. Grabbing 2 sprigs of catnip, she called out to Tisu as she ventured outside. Tisu leapt onto Meng Sherwan's shoulder, and they made their way back to the RV. With the catnip in her mouth, Tisu joyfully jumped onto the sofa. Meng Sherwan retrieved half a watermelon and a spoon from the refrigerator, nestling into the sofa to indulge in the fruit. She did not turn on the television. Instead, she directed the vines outside the RV with her mind, swiftly slashing through the horde of zombies. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, with some even climbing atop one another to reach the roof of the RV. The pink vehicle was entirely engulfed in the mass of the undead. The group chat fell silent, with no one speaking. Perhaps they had drifted off to sleep. Or perhaps they were lost in thought. The impending battle the next day likely left the 3 unable to rest soundly. Meng Sherwan, however, slept deeply. She fought off zombies until midnight, and after a refreshing wash, she lay down and soon succumbed to slumber. Outside, the zombies howled, but within the RV, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Only the gentle breaths of 1 human and 1 cat broke the stillness. In the morning, she was roused by the chatter in the group chat. Leisure was calling, "Sister, it's time to depart. I am fully prepared. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall become a hero who sacrifices for the people." Meng Sherwan thought him mad. She turned over, intending to steal a few more moments of sleep, but eventually, she could not find rest and had to rise. After a quick wash, she retrieved from the refrigerator a vegetable pancake, 2 marinated eggs, and a bottle of soy milk. As she bit into half of a marinated egg, she opened the curtains, only to be met with the sight of a grotesque zombie foot, blackened and foul, trampling another zombie's head as it clambered onto the roof. Swiftly, she pulled the curtains shut and asked the system about the quantity of crystal cores outside. The door was jammed, leaving her unable to retrieve any cores. She had no choice but to enlist the system's assistance. The system's voice was tinged with excitement. 59 cores. To Meng Sherwan's ears, this sounded rather cunning. She recalled the system's previous attempts to deceive her regarding crystal cores. "You aren't trying to trick me, are you?" The system scoffed. "I am a conscientious system. What purpose would it serve to deceive you over a few crystal cores?" Given the current circumstances, Meng Sherwan had no choice but to accept the system's words. Putting aside her doubts on the matter, she entered the driver's cabin, carrying a bottle of soybean milk, and counted the crystals inside, 43 in total. With 100 crystals, she purchased a vial of ability enhancement liquid. This substance proved invaluable at critical moments. The remaining 2 crystals were allocated for expanding the medicine cabinet's capacity. After finishing her breakfast, she donned a sleek black sports outfit, laced up her hiking boots, and tied her hair into a ponytail. With 2 vials of ability enhancement liquid tucked into her pocket, she prepared to face the challenges of the day. She retrieved 2 large bowls, one filled with cat food and the other with water, placing them in the corridor. Taxis, with her round eyes, brimmed with vigilance. Was this an abundance of cat food? Was it a final meal? Meng Shiwan picked her up and affectionately kissed her head, saying, "I may be gone hunting for a short while, or it may take longer. Be good at home, and if you're hungry, help yourself." Taxis nestled her head into Meng Shiwan's embrace, purring softly. The outside world was harsh and hunting perilous. She only hoped her caretaker would return safely. Meng Shiwan rubbed her belly, set her down on the cabinet, and made her way to the driver's cabin. She started the vehicle, opened the group chat, and announced their departure. "All right, let's push forward. We all must return alive." The 3 had spent the previous night mentally preparing, resolute in their determination. Today was a fight for survival, and they were ready to give their all. Meng Shiwan drove the RV ahead, with the others closely following. She crashed through the barriers, entering the hospital's parking lot. The situation was indeed as dire as they had anticipated. Zombies swarmed the parking area, their numbers comparable to a bustling market. Upon hearing the commotion, they converged towards the vehicles, engulfing several RVs in an instant. It felt as if they were being overwhelmed by a horde of ants. Impossible to shake off. Had it not been for the trio's tight grip on the preceding vehicle, they would have been stranded, unable to advance. Leisha exclaimed in terror. "This is it. If we get out, we'll be swallowed by the horde, our abilities drained, and we'll perish at their hands. What a futile rescue. With their limited abilities, they were no match for the throngs of zombies. Exiting the vehicle would surely mean death." Taerong lamented, "We knew the dangers before we came, but at this moment, I realize we are nothing but fools, merely walking to our demise." An Jiewen spoke solemnly. "This is not the time for blame. What do we do now?" With no way to escape the surrounding horde, they were at a loss. Just then, a small speaker atop the RV crackled to life. "Water ability user. Who is the waiting water ability user? If possible, please indicate which building you are in." The 3 widened their eyes in shock. "Mouths agape." Taerong exclaimed in fear, "Sister, your shout has attracted even more zombies. We can't possibly fight our way out now." She was aware of Meng Shiwan's formidable strength. However, confronted with the current predicament, she felt that even a level 5 ability user would find it challenging. Being a level 5 does not equate to invincibility. Chapter 76. Who is so wild? Tao Yering gazed through the front window and, as expected, another wave of zombies surged from the exits of the buildings, craning their necks towards them. She felt as though her vines were serving as windshield wipers, struggling to sweep away the hordes of zombies that were lunging at them. Meng Shiwan's voice was calm and unperturbed. "Do you recall a statement I made previously?" Her tone remained as serene as ever, devoid of any turbulence, which slightly reassured the anxious trio. Tao Yering inquired, "Which statement?" Meng Shiwan was not one to speak often, and in this dire moment, she truly could not remember which statement Meng Shiwan was referencing. With a hint of lightheartedness in her voice, Meng Shiwan remarked, "The difference between humans and zombies lies in the fact that humans possess intellect." The 3 of them were bewildered. Tao Yering looked out the front window, observing a zombie with its mouth grotesquely stretched to its nape, its chin drooping to its chest, its ashen eyes fixated on her, seemingly eager to devour her whole. The other zombies were no better, each one a terrifying spectacle in its own right. Most alarmingly, their numbers resembled a densely populated ant colony. In such a situation, what use is intellect? Can employing one's mind drive away these life-threatening zombies? In the face of absolute danger, does intellect truly hold any value? Can it empower them to vanquish thousands of foes? She still could not comprehend the meaning behind Meng Shiwan's words. The trio believed that no matter how ingenious one's intellect might be, it could not resolve their current plight without the requisite strength. Meng Shiwan might possess the capability to fight her way out, but the 3 of them, as low-level ability users, were likely to perish here. Presently, even a level 5 ability user would struggle to cope, let alone ensure their escape. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the consultation building, Xiao Ziyi was also taken aback upon hearing the loudspeaker outside. Who was so audacious? The doctors and nurses who had sought refuge in the examination room, upon hearing the commotion, climbed to the window to peer down. They beheld several vehicles completely engulfed by zombies below. The earlier loudspeaker announcement had originated from there. Their temples throbbed with anxiety, their faces awash with fear. Wasn't it said that the base had sent personnel for our rescue? Surely, it can't be those few vehicles below? I expected helicopters to rescue us. Given our circumstances, helicopters would be most suitable, avoiding encounters with the zombies on the ground. Why have only a few dilapidated cars arrived? It takes a certain skill for them to even enter here. What skill? They themselves are submerged in zombies, probably unable to ascend the building. How can they rescue us? In this situation, using a loudspeaker, are they worried there aren't enough zombies? This rescue team, lacking equipment and capability, appears to be somewhat lacking in intelligence as well. Xiao Zi, an adept of hydromancy, contacted the base to inform them that a rescue team would be dispatched. They had been eagerly anticipating this for several days. Envisioning the rescue team arriving in helicopters, lifting them from the windows, and whisking them away to safety, escaping this dreadful place without having to confront any zombies. To their dismay, the team that appeared was far from what they had imagined. Despair enveloped them as they realized their chances of salvation had plummeted to near zero. Instead of helicopters, they were met with a group of individuals shouting through a loudspeaker, ineptly calling out for the hydromancer. Despite his handsome features, Xiao Zi felt a twist of disappointment but resolved to offer them a hint. If they could maneuver their vehicle through the infested center to the hospital, they must possess some skill. He found a small flag in the corner and waved it outside the window. After some time, the loudspeaker continued to blare, demanding to know who the hydromancer was and where he could be found. Xiao Zi pondered that, being on the 10th floor, the convoy, buried as it was beneath a horde of zombies, likely could not see him. Resorting to his abilities, he conjured a sphere of water and splashed it down upon the loudspeaker. Meng Shirwan, seated in the RV's driver's seat and enjoying a popsicle while communicating through the loudspeaker, noticed water cascading down from the pile of zombies ahead. She used her vines to clear the zombies obstructing her view and leaned closer to the glass to see a small red flag being waved. Turning off the loudspeaker, Meng Shirwan shouted in the group chat, "Stay close to me." She started the vehicle, unleashing hundreds of vines to sweep away the zombies blocking their path. Driving down to the consultation building's entrance, once she parked and turned off the engine, she commanded in the group chat, "Stop. It's time to act." Tao Yalong gazed at the mass of zombies outside, tears brimming in her eyes. "Sister, we can't break through. Even parked downstairs, we can't handle this many zombies. We lack the strength to enter the building. Who knows how many more zombies are waiting for us inside? It's truly impossible." Meng Shirwan chuckled softly, reassuring her. "With me here, just follow my lead." This time, it was Tao Yalong who remained silent, while Lei Zhou exclaimed, "Sister, that was incredibly cool. You know, I've never seen anyone as amazing as you." In the face of despair, someone proclaiming their presence was like a beacon of hope, ready to lead them to safety. This was even more uplifting than being handed 5 million before the apocalypse to spend freely. The three despondent individuals, suddenly invigorated, turned off the engine, prepared to follow Meng Shirwan's commands, though their hearts raced with apprehension. Breaking through with a level 5 adept while bringing along 3 burdensome companions would be a formidable challenge. Meng Shirwan unleashed her lightning abilities, unleashing a torrential downpour of lightning strikes that engulfed the zombies within a 50-meter radius, reducing them to charred remains. A vacuum of safety was forcibly created around the vehicle. Holy moly! Lei Zhou was astounded. Could it be that my lightning abilities are truly this formidable? No, it is my sister's lightning abilities. In comparison, the meager sparks he conjured seemed trivial, and Jia Wen and Tao Yaron were equally taken aback. Lightning abilities? My sister possesses lightning abilities too, with 6 elemental affinities. She is a level 5 elemental adept. How terrifying is that? Just uttering those 5 words sends shivers down one's spine. How can one individual possess so many powers? As the trio grappled with their astonishment, the surrounding zombies swiftly surged into the vacated space left by the lightning strike, advancing once more towards the vehicle. Meng Shirwan uttered in a low voice, "What are you dawdling for? Get on the roof." The 3 regained their senses and hurriedly climbed from the driver's seat to the top of the car. Once atop, they were at a loss as to how to break free. They had no time to ponder. At this moment, their only recourse was to trust Meng Shirwan. Meng Shirwan gently patted Taxi's head. "Wait for me at home." Meow. Taxis perched on the central armrest, watching as Meng Shirwan opened the car door, clambered onto the roof, and closed the door behind him. Taxis felt a twinge of disappointment, gazing out the window with concern. The caretaker must return safely. The lightning abilities once again carved out a vacuum, but soon more zombies began to flood in. In a critical moment, Meng Shirwan commanded the vines to ascend the exterior of the building, frantically growing upwards. The vines sprouted roots that clung to the walls, climbing with ferocity. Before the zombies could surge back, Meng Shirwan shouted, "Up!" Chapter 77. As long as you lack morals, no one can bind you. The trio dared not linger, swiftly leaping onto the vines, using hands and feet to ascend. After hastily climbing 4 or 5 stories, they finally felt it safe enough to glance downward. They beheld the horde of zombies engulfing the vehicle, attempting to scale the vines to drag them down. Alas, the zombies' bodies were rigid. They could only ascend a few meters before plummeting from the vines. The fallen zombies were then trampled by others seeking to climb. As they fell again, they continued to be stepped on, creating a small mountain of bodies. If anyone were to fall into this morass, they would be devoured in an instant. With no chance of becoming a zombie themselves, Tao Yaron winced, exclaiming, "Sister, you were right. The difference between humans and zombies is that humans possess brains. How could you devise such an ingenious plan?" She had anticipated a direct confrontation with the zombies, only to discover that Meng Shirwan had led them along a shortcut, allowing them to ascend to the 10th floor without ever engaging the zombies directly. Was this not akin to having cheats in a video game? Leja clicked his tongue. Not only was his sister formidable, but she was also clever. They were most grateful that they had enlisted Meng Shirwan for this mission. Perhaps they could indeed find a glimmer of hope in this deadlock. The 4 of them climbed the vines to the 10th floor and leaped through a window. Several survivors, upon witnessing their arrival, exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of these fresh faces. Some murmured that Qiu Zi was right. Those who could drive in here possessed certain abilities. The issue at hand was how to extricate several vehicles buried within the horde of zombies. I certainly lacked the courage to descend the vine-laden wall. Their primary concern now was to survive long enough to reach the base. The challenge lay in determining how to escort the powerful ability users away. Only Qiu Zi gazed intently into Meng Shirwan's sparkling eyes, asking if she was a dual-element ability user. The display of her wood and lightning abilities had indeed caught his attention. Judging by the intensity of her powers, her ability level was notably high. As a water ability user, he often kept abreast of information regarding ability users online, well aware of the rarity of those with dual abilities. Tao Yalong and the others trailing behind Meng Shirwan exchanged complex glances, remaining silent. If only he knew that she was a 6-element ability user, it would surely terrify him. Meng Shirwan extended her hand, greeting him. To Qiu Zi's surprise, this seemingly cold girl exhibited warmth. He quickly reciprocated with a polite handshake. "Hello, I'm Qiu Zi, a water ability user seeking assistance from the base." Meng Shirwan regarded him briefly, noting his youth and decent appearance. His name tag revealed he was a chief physician. In a world untouched by chaos, he might have been quite accomplished. What a pity. She inquired, "Do you know how many survivors are in the hospital?" Qiu Zi replied gravely, "We have an internal group where we previously compiled statistics. There are approximately over 3,000 survivors across the hospital's various floors, though there may be uncounted patients still alive among them. The central hospital is vast, and even without the apocalypse, it housed around 7,000 to 8,000 staff members. Prior to the outbreak, with the flu rampant, the number of patients and inpatients could reach up to 20,000, adding in accompanying family members. The hospital's foot traffic easily exceeded tens of thousands. With many rooms, examination areas, and wards, it provided ample hiding spots, thereby enhancing survival chances. 3,000 survivors is not a large number given this context. Meng Shirwan turned to Tao Yalong and the others, instructing them to contact the base, explaining their situation and requesting a helicopter to rescue the survivors. The anxious survivors nearby perked up at the mention of a helicopter, invigorated by the prospect of salvation. However, Tao Yalong appeared troubled. "Sister, before our mission, we sought help everywhere, attempting to request a helicopter, but we were unsuccessful. Now, if we ask again, they might still refuse." Meng Shirwan fell silent, questioning, "What was the rescue team's task for you?" After some contemplation, Tao Yalong replied, "To bring back the water ability user from the central hospital." Meng Shirwan regarded her with exasperation. It was quite absurd. "You think that by relaying this situation back, they will dispatch aid at their discretion? Your sole responsibility is to escort this water ability user back. The fates of other survivors are of no concern to you." Tao Yalong, Leja, and Jiewen. Several survivors nearby expressed their disbelief. Is this really the case? Is this how it should be? Are they simply disregarding the lives of those standing right beside them? Tao Yalong hesitated, suggesting, "Sister, this doesn't seem quite right." After joining the rescue team, their daily mantra had been to leave no survivor behind. to abandon no human being. Now, with over 3,000 survivors, could they just turn their backs? This approach posed a significant challenge to her conscience. Meng Shiwan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, speaking earnestly. Only those with a moral compass can be held hostage by their conscience. If you lack ethics, no one can manipulate you. How many people can our vehicles transport? We undoubtedly require support. The decision to rescue or not will be made by the base. Why burden yourself with such concerns? Your sense of conscience and determination to save cannot possibly transport over 3,000 individuals to the base. Tao Yalong felt as though a vital channel within her had been unblocked. Sister, your reasoning is profoundly insightful. I shall promptly inform the base about the situation here. They had done all that was within their power, braving danger to assess the circumstances. Indeed, they lacked the capacity to rescue all 3,000 survivors. The transmission of information back to the base was beyond their control, as was the potential for Ming Qingwei and Gu Jinqing to continue their harassment or for the base to dispatch assistance. She stepped aside to make a phone call. Lei Jie and N Jiawen scratched their heads in unison, feeling an inexplicable sense that Meng Shiwan's words held a semblance of truth, yet something felt amiss. The few survivors grew increasingly anxious. Will we be rescued or not? Meng Shiwan inquired of Qiu Zi. Are you familiar with the hospital? Qiu Zi replied. I am somewhat familiar. Where are the pharmacy and essential medical equipment located? Tao Yalong and the others had located the water-type abilities they were seeking. It was now time for her to attend to her own tasks, gathering medical supplies. Qiu Zi pondered for a moment. The pharmacy is on the first floor. The second to fourth floors are for doctors' consultations. The fifth floor is for traditional Chinese medicine consultations in the Chinese medicine pharmacy. From the 6th to the 12th floors, there are various monitoring rooms, laboratories, and some valuable medical equipment located in the inpatient department, with the operating room also situated there. Other buildings contain radiological medical equipment. Upon hearing Meng Shiwan's inquiry, Qiu Zi understood their purpose was to collect supplies. The base had sent them to brave the dangers, not merely to rescue him alone. He did not believe himself to be of such significance. Acquiring medical supplies was the priority. He relayed every detail he knew. Meng Shiwan said to Qiu Zi, You will accompany us. We will first ascend to the 12th floor and eliminate threats one floor at a time. Qiu Zi felt a pang of apprehension. Confronting the numerous patients seeking medical attention and the hordes of zombies lurking in the corridors would prove to be a formidable challenge. Lei Zhu approached him, resting his arm on his shoulder. Trust me, my friend. If I say it's possible, then it is. To save you. The three of us recorded our last words last night, and here we are today, alive and well, seeking you out. Qiu Zi felt anxious. However, the number of zombies was truly overwhelming, not significantly fewer than in the parking lot. They were unable to fight through. Their lives were at stake. Lei Zhu reassured him. If we cannot fight through, I can. Trust me, I will let you experience the thrill of being guided by a true leader. Qiu Zi stared at Lei Zhu with a look that questioned his sanity. He had just witnessed Meng Shiwan cleverly utilizing her dual abilities to scale the outer wall. Yet, clearing the floors would require confronting the zombies head-on, an endeavor fraught with peril. How could that girl's words inspire such confidence in the others, who seemed utterly unconcerned about their safety? What kind of magic did she possess that compelled them to risk everything alongside her? Tao Yalong returned after finishing a phone call. And Jia asked, what did the base say? Tao Yalong sighed. I just spoke with our captain and explained the situation. The captain mentioned he would consult with higher-ups before making a decision. And Jia pressed his lips together. The base consistently claimed they would not abandon any survivors, promising to send rescue. Their difficulties with Meng Qingwei were merely internal conflicts. However, when it came to rescuing survivors, the base had always acted with urgency. Suddenly, Tao Yalong's phone chimed. She glanced at it, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Otherwise, she feared she might truly lose her temper. Noticing her distress, Lei Zhu inquired, What's wrong? Tao Yalong gritted her teeth. The captain just messaged that a helicopter will be dispatched for rescue, but we must gather all survivors on the rooftop. Thousands of survivors were scattered across several hospital buildings, with zombies lurking throughout. They were being asked to clear the zombies from the central hospital and then gather the survivors on the rooftop. It was unclear whether they were being underestimated or if they were seen as expendable. Lei Zhu was on the verge of cursing. It felt as though they were not regarded as human. If not for the presence of their sister, they would have perished on the way here. Now, having finally located a water-based ability user, they were uncertain how to return. And now, they were tasked with another mission? To eliminate all the zombies in the hospital and then gather the survivors on the rooftop? Why complicate matters? They might as well command them to leap into a horde of zombies to meet their demise. And Jia, usually reserved, felt his heart racing with anger. If we survive this, I will withdraw from the rescue team. Even scavenging for points to support my family is preferable to being pushed toward death like this. After venting their frustrations, the three turned their gaze toward Meng Shiwan. Despair intermingled with a flicker of hope. She was their sister, their leader, their only lifeline. Meng Shiwan shrugged. Why are you all looking at me like that? Regardless, the task of clearing the floors must be attended to. The three individuals immediately rushed forward. Clutching Meng Shiwan's legs and weeping uncontrollably, Tao Yeruang exclaimed, Sister, from now on, you shall be my true sister. Lei Zhou added, if I manage to return alive, my life belongs to you. With a mere word, I would brave mountains and seas of fire on your behalf. And Jiewen declared, I owe you more than just one life. Your kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. Qiu Zi stood nearby, utterly bewildered. He now comprehended why these three were so obedient. When asked to confront the zombies, they would do so without a moment's hesitation. The other survivors looked on in astonishment, uncertainly inquiring, so, does that mean we are saved? As Lei's sobbing subsided, he coldly retorted, Saved? Oh, you all are indeed saved. We shall stake our lives to ensure your survival. His resentment was palpable, more profound than if he had been dead for 3 days. The few survivors shrank back, afraid to speak, lest he lash out and bite them. Chapter 78. The mind is a wonderful thing. Meng Shiwan observed their antics with exasperation. All right, enough. Let us go. They released her and scrambled to their feet. Meng Shiwan approached the window, commanding the vines to ascend to the rooftop of the 12th floor. She first grasped the vines and leapt out, beginning her ascent. Qiu Zi, fully aware of the dangers outside, hesitated, muttering, perhaps I should stay behind. He had no desire to face the zombies. Lei Zhou firmly grasped his arm, his previous jovial demeanor replaced by a somber expression. We came here to save you. Even at the cost of our lives. You are our mission, and you must accompany us. With that, he dragged Qiu Zi onto the vines outside the window. And Jiewen and Tao Yeruang pushed him forward, urging him to follow. Qiu Zi thought to himself, it appears there is no escaping this fate. I might as well go along. Gripping the vines tightly, he glanced down, seeing the mountain of zombies below, now aimlessly wandering without a target. The height of the 10th floor made him dizzy, and a cold sweat broke out across his body. With his head tilted back, he focused solely on climbing upwards. Upon reaching the rooftop, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, only to spring back up quickly, rubbing his rear and bouncing around like a monkey. Tao Yeruang, just arriving, witnessed this scene and curiously asked, what is wrong with him? And Jiewen jumped onto the rooftop, exclaiming that he had burned his backside on the hot surface. Tao Yeruang remarked, the sun above is brutally scorching, and the air is distorted with heat, resembling a fiery inferno. Each of us is drenched in sweat, our clothes thoroughly soaked. Were it not for our abilities as enhanced beings, this ordeal would surely have caused us serious distress. Only Meng Shiwan remained unaffected, her attire and hair still pristine. Tao Yeruang, filled with envy, quietly inched closer to her, thinking, having ice powers is truly a blessing. Just as Qiu Zi, having soothed his scorched rear, heard this, he was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his discomfort. What? She possesses ice powers as well. A triple elemental ability holder. Lei Zhou let out a cold scoff, declaring that it would frighten anyone to know that she was a 6 elemental ability user. Qiu Shi regarded him with an incredulous expression, clearly unconvinced. What a joke, 6 elemental ability users. Were they even human? Such a claim would be met with disbelief from even the spirits. In reality, Meng Shiwan, who possessed 8 elemental abilities, paid no heed to their banter and proceeded directly to the stairwell corridor. The stairwell led to the rooftop exit, secured with iron bars, typically forbidding access. Consequently, the rooftop was devoid of zombies. Behind the iron bars, a few zombies, having caught the scent of fresh flesh, crawled up the stairs and reached out with their ashen hands, attempting to grasp Meng Shiwan. Standing beside her, Tao Yeruang activated her abilities, sending forth tendrils that swiftly strangled the zombies one by one. While they could not assist in a significant way, they could at least lend their support in smaller matters. Meng Shiwan, with her metallic arm, struck the lock on the iron bars, shattering it instantly. Qiu Zi's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing she possessed metal abilities. Ice abilities? A 4 elemental ability user? Lei Zhou corrected him, insisting that she had stated 6 elemental, not 4. He was all too familiar with Qiu Zhi's current astonishment. They had all been gradually taken aback by Meng Shiwan's revelations. Qiu Zhi marveled, realizing that 6 elemental ability users truly existed in this world. It was astonishing. Yet, should they not first deliberate on how to coordinate their efforts? Could they really charge in so recklessly? Seeing Meng Shiwan step into the stairwell, he felt a pang of anxiety, and Jia Wen patted his shoulder, assuring him that with their sister leading the way, there was no need to panic. If she faltered, their demise would not be in vain. The group activated their abilities and cautiously followed Meng Shiwan down the stairs. They could hear the shuffling steps of zombies inside, drawing ever closer. The cacophony of sounds indicated a considerable number of them, just as they prepared to rush in and confront the horde. The door to the stairwell slammed shut, trapping the snarling, ravenous zombies within. Their claws scraped against the metal door, producing a piercing, jarring sound. The 4, poised for battle, exchanged bewildered glances. Tao Yarong questioned, "Aren't we going to fight?" Meng Shiwan turned to glance at the dazed quartet and sighed heavily, remarking that intelligence was indeed a valuable asset. The 4 stared in confusion. Meng Shiwan, adopting a tone reminiscent of a concerned teacher, inquired, "What have you all learned since joining the rescue team?" Tao Yarong recounted their training, utilizing their abilities, coordinating with one another, and leveraging the environment during combat. As she spoke, realization dawned upon her regarding Meng Shiwan's intentions. Surveying the surroundings, she expressed her confusion. "Sister, it's just a stairwell. There isn't much in the way of environmental advantages for combat." Just then, she observed Meng Shiwan retrieving a chainsaw from her spatial storage, placing it at a height of 1 meter and 60 centimeters against the door. Harnessing the power of the metallic abilities, the metal on the door began to flow, securely encasing the handle of the chainsaw. Under the watchful gaze of the 3, another piece was affixed at a height of 1 meter. The chainsaw roared to life, creating a narrow opening for a single person to pass through, and the surrounding metal was deftly manipulated to anchor the door to the ground, rendering it immobile. A cunning trap was thus devised. This trap was one that Meng Shiwan had previously fashioned in a supermarket. It was both simple and remarkably effective. The mindless zombies, upon sighting a human or hearing a sound, would charge forward relentlessly. Coupled with the pushing force from the zombies behind, the rapidly spinning chainsaw effortlessly severed them, causing their limp forms to collapse onto the ground. It wasn't long before the splatter of zombie blood and flesh prompted the 4 to hurriedly retreat to avoid the mess. Leja gazed in awe at the automated zombie-killing trap, marveling at his sister's insight. Indeed, intellect is a valuable asset. And Jia Wen remained silent, pondering why they had only considered brute force without contemplating the clever alternatives. Qiu Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment. The spatial abilities were present. The rarity of such powers, especially in the realm of space, confirmed the existence of 6 types of abilities. Truly, as they had claimed, the strength of these individuals was formidable. It was remarkable to encounter someone with such a diverse range of powers. He made an effort to exhibit social finesse and reassured the others, stating, "You need not feel inferior. While the trap may be straightforward and effective, it requires spatial abilities to transport the chainsaw. Without that, no matter how simple the design, you would not have been able to construct it." "That is understandable." The 3 exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this young man possessed a talent for offering comfort. Even the resentment born from having saved him began to dissipate. Tao Yalong rallied the group, urging, "Let us move. I will handle the traps. We must exert some effort and clear the corridor of zombies. Closing the door will ease my burden." Once more, they found themselves in a life-or-death situation, without the need to clash directly with the zombies. A surge of determination ignited within them as they charged forward to clear the path. Even Qiu Zhi shed his timidity, following closely behind, ready to strike at any zombie they encountered. Tao Yalong and Leja led the charge, while in Jia Wen's earth abilities and Qiu Zhi's water abilities were somewhat hampered in this environment, forcing them to rely solely on brute strength from the rear. Meng Shiwan tore down a nearby handrail, transforming it into 2 small-headed hammers which were handed to her companions. With a single strike, they shattered a skull with remarkable ease. The 4 of them efficiently cleared the few zombies in the corridor, making their way downwards without difficulty. Meng Shiwan followed behind, setting up chainsaw traps at every door along the way. As they reached the 1st floor, the pressure mounted significantly. The ground floor connected to the parking lot, and zombies were flooding in continuously, filling the stairwell. The four found themselves cornered at the stairwell's turn, dispatching one wave after another, yet unable to push their way out. They had no choice but to seek assistance. "Sister, we must rely on you now." After arranging the traps on the second floor, Meng Sherwan noticed the four standing at the corner, forming a standoff against the relentless tide of approaching zombies. She crouched down, placing her palm on the ground as her abilities surged forth. The entrances and exits on the first floor surged with movement as the ground quickly transformed into earthen walls, effectively sealing off the entrance from the encroaching horde of zombies. Meng Sherwan rose to her feet and declared that the first floor would not be a trap. They would cleanse the area of zombies and gather supplies from the pharmacy. "All right, sister," her companions responded, having steeled themselves for a desperate struggle since the previous night. They were now ready to fight fiercely. Each of them wielded their weapons with renewed ferocity, their brutality against the undead intensified. Meng Sherwan channeled her lightning abilities, and with each concentrated strike of thunder, numerous zombies were reduced to charred remains, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After several displays of her power, the throng of zombies in the hall diminished significantly, with hundreds falling before her might. The hall was packed, with perhaps 1,000 zombies at most. Yet Meng Sherwan swiftly dispatched the majority of them. The four, driven by desperation, surveyed the scattered zombies that remained amidst the piles of blackened corpses. Glancing at Meng Sherwan as she approached the pharmacy, their expressions filled with complexity. "With her around, why do we even need to risk our lives?" Qiu Zi murmured. "I understand now. This is what you mean by the exhilarating sensation of being carried by a powerhouse. It truly is exhilarating." They charged into the first floor, dispatching the remaining zombies while checking various rooms for any vital supplies that needed to be salvaged. Meng Sherwan entered the pharmacy, retrieving a vine seed. Under the influence of her powers, the vine swiftly climbed the shelves, collecting all the medicines in its path into her spatial storage. The front shelves displayed common medications, while the back contained 2 rooms, one a storage area, the other a refrigeration unit stocked with various potions, antidotes, vaccines, and 4 bags requiring cold storage. Meng Sherwan left nothing behind, gathering everything into her space. "Sister, there's a lab here with equipment for blood, urine, and fecal tests, as well as various instruments for fungal testing. Should we take it?" Tao Yalong's voice called from outside. After finishing her task in the pharmacy, Meng Sherwan stepped out to glance at the array of instruments within the lab. Unsure of their purpose, she decided to take them all. The vine deftly spread into the lab, and in the blink of an eye, all the equipment vanished, leaving the room empty. They roamed the first floor, finding no other specialized medical equipment nor survivors. "Sister, shall we clear the second floor?" Leisha asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement, devoid of the previous despair and fear. With Meng Sherwan leading the charge, their trepidation had vanished. Meng Sherwan surveyed the fallen zombies, collected the crystal cores, and prepared to ascend to the second floor. She never forgot the critical task of gathering crystal cores, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 79. Her words were like poison. The group transformed into determined harvesters, bending down to shatter the skulls of the zombies. Tao Yalong's vines could pierce through the heads of the undead, extracting the precious crystal cores within. And Jiawen and Qiu Zi were gifted by Meng Sherwan with the bud hammer, striking true with each blow. Only Leisha, lacking the ability to extract crystal cores with his lightning abilities and without suitable tools, had to resort to manual labor. He expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Sister, I wish to have a bud hammer as well." Meanwhile, Meng Sherwan, busy collecting crystal cores with vines, plucked a window from nearby, transformed it into a bud hammer, and handed it to Leisha. He gratefully accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister." He toyed with it in his hands. The hammerhead was only the size of a fist, with a grip nearly a meter long. It could be wielded as a hammer in one grip and reversed to serve as a club in another. It was perfectly weighted, forged from stainless steel through his abilities, ensuring its hardness was beyond question. It was indeed an excellent tool. Leisha became enamored with it, swinging the bud hammer down upon a zombie's skull, causing a brutal indentation. Meng Sherwan bit her lip, observing their vigorous head bashing. She felt an odd sense of confusion, pondering whether she was leading a team or merely supervising children in a kindergarten. Their requests for tools resembled that of children yearning for toys. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly sensed a burning gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found Tao Yalong gazing at her expectantly, her expression reminiscent of a child longing for candy that others had but she did not. Meng Sherwan fell silent, before quietly plucking another window to craft a bud hammer for her as well. Tao Yalong beamed with joy upon receiving it, thanking her profusely. Meng Shiruan sighed, reflecting on the peculiarities of the group, and thought, forget it, let us get to work. She manipulated the vines to excavate crystal cores swiftly. About half an hour later, not a single intact fruit could be found. White brain matter was splattered everywhere. Ascending the stairs, she observed the blood and brain matter on her body and summoned her water abilities to conjure a water orb, cleansing herself thoroughly. In the sweltering heat of 60 to 70 degrees, the water evaporated quickly, leaving her refreshed and rejuvenated. We will clear from the 12th floor down, she announced, leading the way, only to realize that no one responded. In fact, there was an eerie silence behind her. She pondered if the group had been devoured by zombies, questioning the sudden quietude. Turning around, she found 4 individuals standing at the foot of the stairs, gripping their butt hammers. Their necks craned in terror as they gazed up at her. Meng Shiruan was at a loss, wondering what mischief these children were up to. What is the matter? She inquired. Tao Yalong's voice trembled. Sister, you are a 7-element ability user. How do you possess water abilities as well? Having just accepted that Meng Shiruan was a 6-element user, the revelation of her possessing water abilities shocked them further. 7 elements. Before meeting Meng Shiruan, they had never even heard of dual-element users, and now she was a 7-element user. This was no mere human. She was indeed more monstrous than any aberration. Lei Zhe and Jiawen looked on, their faces awash with astonishment. According to Meng Shiruan's current situation, each new ability she manifests presents a fresh shock to those around her. Qiu Zi was initially astonished to discover that Meng Shiruan possessed water-based powers. However, upon hearing Tao Yalong mention the existence of 7 elemental abilities, he began to mentally enumerate them. Vine-based wood powers, lightning-based powers, the chilling coolness of ice abilities. Spatial manipulation akin to a chainsaw, metallic prowess reminiscent of a hammer, earth manipulation for obstruction, and the water powers he just witnessed. Indeed, she was a wielder of all 7 elements. In the brief time he had observed Meng Shiruan, she had already showcased abilities from all 7 categories. Was it possible that she possessed even more? He gazed eagerly at her, aware that for an ordinary person, awakening just one ability is as arduous as climbing to the heavens, yet she had 7. Meng Shiruan turned and continued her ascent, her voice softly proclaiming, not just 7. The 4 of them felt their minds buzz with the weight of those 4 words. Truly, they were utterly ignorant of the true extent of her power. Tao Yalong was the first to regain her composure and caught up with Meng Shiruan, inquiring, Sister, just how many elemental abilities do you possess? Meng Shiruan smiled enigmatically, choosing silence. Tao Yalong understood immediately. The mystique surrounding a powerhouse must be preserved, and in due time, they would witness what was meant to be revealed. She continued, Sister, if there were to be a singular protagonist in this world, it would undoubtedly be you. Protagonist? Meng Shiruan had previously questioned the system about whether she was akin to a character in a novel, endowed with extraordinary powers and privileges. The system had simply informed her that she was overthinking it. This was reality. In reality, the notion of a protagonist was non-existent. In her past life, she had struggled for 3 long years, ultimately succumbing to the undead, merely an ordinary person. Now, in this new existence, she considered herself fortunate to have reclaimed her home and vehicle, leading to a slightly improved life. Despite her formidable strength, she harbored no grand ambitions, merely wishing to live steadily with her companion, treading snow. In the corridor, a foul stench permeated the air. Half-decayed corpses lay strewn across the stairs, some still writhing amidst a heap of dismembered limbs. The sight was both repulsive and horrifying. Meng Shiruan wished to avoid stepping on the bodies of the undead, grasping the handrail to hoist herself up to the next level. The others looked up to see her effortlessly leap several floors, nearing the 12th floor. The 4 of them stared in silence once more. Lei Zhe attempted to emulate Meng Shiruan's cool demeanor, but soon reverted to cautiously descending the stairs, stepping over the corpses. It was inconsequential to tread upon the undead, for he was already soiled. If he lacked the prowess to leap, he would forego the attempt, fearing a slip that could lead to a fatal fall, a truly unjust demise. By the time the 4 reached the 12th floor, the chainsaw at the door had vanished, and the iron gate swung wide open. Meng Shiruan emerged, having resolved the situation, and gestured towards the next floor. The 4 stood in stunned silence. They have become numb, scarcely knowing what to say. In any case, following the leader and reaping the rewards is the way to go. A group of zombies in the corridor was dispatched with chainsaws, while Meng Shiruan took the lead in clearing another batch. Only a few solitary creatures remained in the rooms for the 4 individuals behind them to deal with effortlessly. They navigated through various rooms, searching for supplies and survivors. Xiaozi shouted in the corridor that any survivors should come out and head to the rooftop for helicopter rescue. The zombies outside had been completely cleared, rendering the area safe. Those who heard him should hurry out and await rescue on the rooftop. If they missed this opportunity, they would truly have no choice but to wait for death. As his voice echoed in the corridor, 2 tightly shut doors gradually opened a crack, revealing a few heads peering out from within. Upon seeing the corpses of the fallen zombies in the corridor, they screamed in terror and promptly slammed the doors shut. Xiaozi called out to them, assuring them that the zombies were dead and the outside was safe, urging them to gather on the rooftop. Only then did the 2 doors slowly creak open again. 4 or 5 individuals emerged, their faces pale, their steps unsteady, their bodies frail. They had survived on glucose for over half a month, and their continued existence was a testament to their resilience. "Dr. Chiu, is there really a helicopter coming for rescue?" inquired a man clad in blue work attire, presumably one of the staff members. Xiaozi nodded, affirming that the base had indeed promised to send a helicopter, instructing them to wait on the rooftop. The survivors gazed apprehensively at the corpses strewn across the corridor, their faces growing even paler as they stood frozen at the door. A young nurse, her voice trembling with tears, pleaded, "Dr. Chiu, could you escort us upstairs? The zombies are too frightening." Xiaozi attempted to reassure them, stating that the zombies on the upper floors had all been cleared and were lifeless. He cautioned them to avoid any wounds that might come into contact with zombie blood, as it would pose no risk if they remained cautious. The young nurse, tearfully pitiful, insisted, "But I'm still scared. Please help us up. It's only 2 floors, and we dare not go alone." Xiaozi hesitated momentarily. Meng Shiwang, having gathered various medical instruments and medications from the examination room, approached just in time to witness the scene. She calmly stated, "Let us go to the next floor." Tao Yalong and the others circled through several nearby rooms, confirming the absence of zombies and supplies before following Meng Shiwang out. Xiaozi looked at the survivors and asked Meng Shiwang, "Sister, they are frightened. Should I escort them upstairs first and then meet up with you?" After all, they were former colleagues. In such a scenario, fear was entirely understandable. As a water-based ability user, clearing the zombies above had been no great effort for him. Meng Shiwang cast a glance at the pale individuals and coldly replied, "If they're too scared to go, they might as well perish here. This is the apocalypse. There's no room for sentimentality. The zombies have been cleared. Why still harbor fears? The challenges of this new world are many. If they are so timid, dying sooner would be a form of release." Xiaozi remarked, "That little mouth seems poisoned." He offered a slight apology to a few individuals, stating, "We must proceed to rescue other survivors. You may go on your own. Just be cautious, it should be fine." To his astonishment, the petite nurse tilted her head and exclaimed, "Dr. Chiu, my head hurts so much." As she leaned toward him, instinctively, Xiaozi reached out to assist her, but Leisha, quick-witted, seized Xiaozi's arm and yanked him away with force. The nurse fell with a thud into a heap of zombies, her head bursting upon impact. "Ah!" she screamed, her voice piercing enough to shatter the overhead light. Leisha, still gripping Xiaozi's arm, expressed his lingering fear. "You nearly became single. That was terrifying." Xiaozi was left bewildered. And Jewen, noticing that the nurse had retained her wits, with her head held high and her face untouched by zombie blood, thus devoid of infection risk, couldn't help but chuckle. "Leisha, you truly lack virtue." Tao Yalong lamented, "What a charming little nurse." And with a single tug from Leisha, Xiaozi's romantic prospects have vanished. Xiaozi commented, "He is quite handsome, and at such a young age, serves as an attending physician at the central hospital." Before the apocalypse, he was already popular among the junior doctors and nurses. After the awakening of his abilities, he has become even more appealing to the young ladies. The nurse had intended to seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xiaozi, only to be interrupted by the ill-fated Leisha. Irritated, the nurse climbed to her feet, casting a resentful glare at Leisha. He sheepishly scratched his nose, urging, "Let us move. If we linger any longer, the sister downstairs will have finished off the zombies." As they approached the next floor, they spotted several survivors emerging, making their way towards the rooftop. In life and death situations, human potential appears boundless. They methodically cleared each floor, with the 4 of them coordinating to rally survivors upstairs to search for supplies in various rooms. Meng Shiwang took charge of collection, their teamwork seamless. Across in the inpatient department, From a third-floor window, several pairs of eyes were intently observing the scene. One individual, peering through binoculars, grew increasingly grave. The information was indeed inaccurate. The one named Meng Shiwan was not merely a metal-type ability user. I also discerned wood, lightning, and spatial abilities. She is a multi-type ability user, quite the anomaly. Beside him, another person was astonished. How can she possess so many abilities? Is she even human? No wonder she could kill Shinping. Can we truly eliminate her this time? The more they observed, the more they recognized Meng Shiwan's formidable prowess, which only heightened their trepidation. The organization was determined to eliminate Meng Shiwan, mobilizing all personnel with exceptional seriousness. Yet, what they witnessed was Meng Shiwan navigating effortlessly through a horde of zombies, seemingly poised to eradicate the undead within an entire building. Her strength was nothing short of terrifying. On the windowsill before them lay a mobile phone, its screen indicating an active call. The irate voice of Yao Feng echoed from the phone, admonishing, "Do not inflate others' aspirations at the expense of our own dignity. Allow me to reiterate our plan. She must perish today. Firstly, you shall disguise yourselves as survivors and ambush her when Meng Shiwan arrives for rescue. She will approach from the outpatient building, even as a level 5 supernatural being. Her abilities will have been significantly depleted, making her vulnerable. Should the ambush fail, retreat immediately through the window. A wood-type supernatural being will be there to catch you. Next, we shall initiate Plan 2. The sniper will target Meng Shiwan for elimination. If this attempt fails, we will proceed to Plan 3, where 3 supernatural beings next door will intercept her. Should Plan 3 also falter, you are to withdraw swiftly and activate Plan 4, detonating the pre-placed explosives to obliterate the entire building. After such maneuvers, even a deity would suffer greatly. I refuse to believe she can survive this. What does it matter how many abilities she possesses? Once her powers are exhausted, they will be of no use." Upon hearing Yao Feng's meticulous strategy, several anxious subordinates found solace in his words. A level 5 supernatural being is formidable, yet once their abilities are depleted, they are no stronger than an ordinary person. Easily dispatched, they remained patient, having yet to act, biding their time until Meng Shiwan's powers were fully drained. Once she is devoid of her abilities, she shall be at their mercy. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwan and her companions had cleared the second floor, completing their sweep of the outpatient building. They had thoroughly gathered medical supplies and medications, notifying the survivors to assemble on the rooftop, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the helicopter. Tao Yalong inquired, "Sister, where do we go next?" Meng Shiwan glanced at the adjacent building, to the inpatient department. There lies a pharmacy, along with various surgical instruments. Qiu Ji frowned. Expressing concern, the inpatient department was nearly at capacity before the apocalypse, filled with patients, families, and staff. The zombies inside are likely to be more concentrated than here. Our abilities may not withstand the onslaught. The group consisted of low-level supernatural beings, having exhausted their powers while following Meng Shiwan through the building. Raiding the inpatient department might prove to be a daunting task. However, fortified by 2 vials of ability-enhancing liquid, Meng Shiwan felt unperturbed. She retrieved chainsaws from her space, handing one to each of her companions. "You need not use your powers. Simply follow my lead and handle the aftermath. I will take care of the rest." Upon hearing her words, her companions gripped their chainsaws with renewed vigor, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline. Leja secured his hammer at his waist, teasing, "Sister, every time you say something like this, you exude such charisma. It truly instills a sense of security." Tao Yalong, raring to go, declared, "With your reassurance, I feel confident. Let us continue our assault on the inpatient department." They chose not to descend from the first floor, as the zombies outside were overwhelming. Instead, retracing their steps to the 12th floor. Dozens of survivors from the outpatient building congregated in the stairwell, awaiting the helicopter's arrival. Each drenched in sweat as if pulled from water. They remained crammed in the corridor, fearful of missing their rescue. A few astute and daring individuals found refuge in the 12th floor hallway, enjoying a respite from the heat under the central air conditioning. Qiu Zi observed the pallor and extreme weakness etched on their faces, each appearing as though they could succumb to heat stroke at any moment, leaving him feeling quite helpless. "Could you not seek refuge in the cool corridors of the 12th floor?" he suggested. The cacophony of the helicopter was unmistakable. They would surely hear it upon its arrival. A multitude of survivors turned to glance at him, seemingly pondering the feasibility of his proposition. They were not foolish. They too wished to find solace from the heat. Yet, The fear of missing their chance at rescue loomed over them. If they were left behind, there would be no subsequent salvation, only the grim wait for death. A young nurse muttered, "What if the helicopter assumes no one is here and departs?" Chiyozi replied firmly, "Then you ought to step outside every 2 minutes to check. It's far better than enduring the heat together." Following his advice, they reluctantly rose and made their way toward the 12th floor corridor. As the young nurse passed by Chiyozi, she let out a cold huff, clearly holding a grudge for his earlier failure to catch her, which had led to her tumble into a pile of zombies. Tao Yalong bit her lip, stifling a laugh. Once the survivors had departed, she playfully punched Lei Zhou on the shoulder, remarking, "Look at the chaos you've caused. You've completely thwarted Chiyozi's romantic prospects." Lei Zhou chuckled. "I doubt Chiyozi minds too much, does he?" To which Chiyozi replied with a smile, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." Tao Yalong, ever the gossip, exclaimed, "Oh, you have a girlfriend? And that young nurse was flirting with you?" Lei Zhou's laughter faded. He had assumed Chiyozi was single and worried about romantic entanglements, only to discover he was already involved. "Well, it makes sense. You're quite handsome and successful. Where is your girlfriend?" And Jiawen also looked at Chiyozi, awaiting his response. Meng Shiwan, walking ahead, overheard their banter and took a sip from a vial of enhancement liquid. The others were too engrossed in their gossip to notice her action. As she traversed the edge of the rooftop, vines surged forth, stretching across to the inpatient department's terrace, forming a bridge of intertwined foliage in midair. She stepped onto it first, with the others following closely behind. Chiyozi cautiously approached the bridge, slowly crouching down and inching forward. He did not forget to respond to the earlier inquiry. "We'll see each other soon. We work in the same hospital, but it must remain clandestine." Observing his fear of heights, Lei Zhou teased, "Does your girlfriend know you're such a coward?" Chiyozi retorted, "I'm merely a normal person. Beneath us are zombies, and falling means death. It's perfectly reasonable to be afraid of heights." And Jiawen reassured him, "With me here, you won't fall." Yet, Chiyozi's fear persisted, and he crawled across the bridge slowly. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwan and Tao Yalong stood on the inpatient department's terrace, watching him inch his way across, uncertain of what to say. To clear the inpatient area, Meng Shiwan chose not to set small traps, but rather to confront the situation head-on. She opened the iron gate of the stairwell and ascended to the 12th floor. Inside, a multitude of zombies in hospital gowns and work uniforms pressed their heads close together. Upon their entrance, the undead turned their pale faces toward them, crowding forward in a grotesque assembly. The nearby zombies, with their gaping maws and outstretched claws, eagerly sought to rend the few individuals into pieces and devour them whole. Meng Shiwan unleashed her lightning abilities, dispatching a considerable number in an instant. Water coalesced around her, then dispersed into a flurry of densely packed ice spikes that shot forth, claiming yet more victims. In a mere moment, 1/3 of the zombies in the corridor lay lifeless. As Meng Shiwan strode into the corridor, vines slithered like serpents into the wards, eliminating the zombies within, while she collected anything of value into her space. Wherever she passed, zombies fell in droves, none standing a chance against her. A group of 4, equipped with chainsaws, stood at the end of the corridor, their expressions a blend of confusion and awe as they observed Meng Shiwan's slender figure harvesting wave after wave of the undead. Tao Yalong felt her mind buzzing, wondering if anyone else sensed that their sister seemed even more formidable than before. And Jiawen echoed this sentiment, remarking that she appeared more ferocious in her zombie slaying than when they were in the outpatient building. Lei Zhou swallowed hard, realizing that their chainsaws were rendered unnecessary. Wherever she fought, no living zombies remained for them to slay. Chiyozi lamented their own perceived ineffectiveness, feeling like mere burdens in comparison to their sister. The other 3 nodded in agreement, though they recognized they could still contribute by searching for survivors or any overlooked valuable equipment, as well as managing the nurse station supplies. With this resolute momentum, Meng Shiwan advanced to the 5th floor, the surgical level, where medical equipment was more abundant and the presence of zombies significantly diminished. Upon clearing the area, Lei Zhou opened the door to an operating room, startling 3 survivors who had been hiding, causing them to scramble into a corner. Only when they realized a living person stood at the entrance did they collectively exhale in relief. A girl in blue scrubs was the first to regain her composure. Rising from her corner with a gentle smile, she asked, "Are you a rescue team?" Lei Zhou was captivated, nodding dumbly in response. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with large, double-lidded eyes, a slightly rounded face, and exquisitely delicate features that beamed with sweetness, a veritable charm for any man. Lei Zhou felt himself ensnared by her allure. His expression dazed and his cheeks flushed. "Thank you," she said, swiftly approaching him with a smile. Leju instinctively straightened his posture, attempting to present himself as a heroic figure ready to save the people from peril, wishing to leave a good impression on the enchanting girl. As she drew closer, he earnestly replied, "It's no trouble at all. This is what we are meant to do." To his surprise, the girl ignored him entirely, bypassing him to leap into the arms of a man behind. In her melodious voice, concern seeped through as she asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you?" Xiao Zi, one hand gripping the chainsaw, gently embraced the girl with his other arm, reassuring her softly, "I'm fine. It's all zombie blood. I'm an ability user now, quite powerful, in fact." The soft, tearful tone of the girl startled me. "When I heard that you had joined the rescue team and were coming to find me, I was utterly terrified, especially with so many zombies outside. I was genuinely concerned about your safety." Xiao Zi discarded the chainsaw, enveloping her in his embrace while gently reassuring her, "Do not fear, for I shall always be here." Just moments ago, Leju had been playful, but now he was devoid of mirth, his expression almost grim. Witnessing this scene, he could barely contain his frustration. "You are truly fortunate, my friend, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I sincerely congratulate you."